to like test it in a vacuum, get rid of the air, get rid of the water molecules in the air, which is what's causing the refraction. It's the water molecules in the atmosphere.
You just said it's not refraction, so they can talk about it.
I'm saying it's not the type of refraction the globe invokes, because you need like walls of density. You have like, over distance, more refraction, which isn't how refraction.
So clearly the platform is getting lower, right? Like on a clearer day, it's lower.
So it looks like, on the image on the right, you can't see the bottom. And then the image on the left, you can.
So globe people call that refraction. What do you think causes that?
Refraction causes it, but if you were on a ball, you would have to invoke a type of refraction that isn't like, you can't demonstrate it.
So you think it's all the same. You think it's just refraction, and you think that I guess it just makes it look like it's higher and lower, and it doesn't matter that it's globe or not.
What I think is like, what you think is a crisp, clear cut image of a horizon, that's actually a superior mirage. That there is actually, there's sinking refraction happening right there. Globers call it looming, and flat Earth, it would have to be sinking.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I don't know how that. I guess you're just basically saying like I don't believe it. Like that's all you're saying. It's like this is what globe people believe, and I don't believe it. Is all you're saying. It's actually something that
Globe people have no idea what they believe. They don't even know that this is something that they would have to believe.
Well, I'm sitting here talking to you, and I was able to have a conversation. So
Man, I don't even think you're a glober. You don't seem like a glober.
This guy knows too much.
Hey,
No, I
Lance,
just
the atheist. Lance, have you ever read what sinking refraction is?
sinking refraction
Yeah.
as in like looming.
No, so the looming is what people who believe that Earth is a globe, when they say we see too far, that's looming for them. Like when the sun is setting, right? Before it goes behind the curve, it's apparently still above the horizon, but it already set 8 minutes ago, and that's looming.
It's true.
Right. That's what y'all believe looming.
Okay.
Looming by definition is like above the horizon, which means that like a boat would look like it's floating in the air. That would be looming. Not seeing too far. Seeing too far is not looming. Sinking
Too far.
refraction.
That is the explanation.
No, you attach looming to it, but that's not what looming is. Looming makes it look like it's like floating in the air.
No,
But anyway, what I was going to say was sinking refraction, right? Sinking refraction can be duplicated on a flat surface, and all that does is like on a flat surface when air becomes turbulent, um, the path of light from you to the object in the middle somewhere, there's a deflection upward, and so anything that's behind that, the further it moves away from the deflection, it'll appear to sink in your field of view, even though it's on a flat surface. And that's something that we can duplicate.
yeah, I think you guys kind of like to explain it, and then you think that is the argument, but that's not an argument.
No. It's an explanation, right? There could be other things going on. There's mirroring going on. Like there's a lot of albedo effect going on. Because of the distance and everything like that. There's like you probably have seen it when you're looking out of the horizon. It's like a thin layer of like super reflection of light bouncing off the surface of the water, right? There's a lot of things that could be going on. But refraction could be an explanation because we can demonstrate the same effects that you're seeing over 20 miles or 10 miles. We can demonstrate those on a flat surface as well.
Whoa. Can you do that? Go ahead and demonstrate that.
Yeah, I would try to find this dude Beerman's channel right now. Like he was able to take like just glassware and he was able to make boats appear below his table while his
Ooh, that sounds
No,
sexy.
we're not using tables. We're using
it was
a
a boat
floor.
top of a table and the
'Cause
camera sitting
I
up.
know, but
He
they set the
introduced
camera
glass
lens below the
chairs
What
table, right?
floor was that? Was
and the
that?
Hold on.
chairs.
Was that
Hold on. Hold
3 feet?
on.
It's been demonstrated. I'm just saying.
Shiny.
What's the
All right.
linear distance? Linear distance. What is it?
For what?
Was it 3 feet? Was it 3 feet? Was it 8 feet?
The linear distance, like 10, 15 feet
Ooh,
on the floor.
10, 15 linear distance meters. I love it.
Feet. Feet.
Ooh, that sounds so good to me.
Yeah. You're a degenerate.
Slurp it up.
One
No,
of
but
these
you
days I
did
gotta
some
say,
cool. You did some cool work. I'm just being a little hyperbolic. Don't let me scare you. Go
you're not
on. Guys
scaring me.
You know what the real
It's just,
problem
it's
lately
just
that
weird that
people
you
don't
have
know
to be a
about, dude?
degenerate
This
in
dude
a
Plain
conversation.
Reality, his Twitter, he held a camera 10 centimeters off the surface of a lake, and he was able to see a rock that was 10 feet off the ground, 15 miles away. And
Ooh.
that's actually like
Just
that
what?
like you should not know the earth curve should be curving the water like for objects not even like a quarter of a mile away. If you're only 10 centimeters above the surface, earth curve should be curving
Here's
that
what's
water. You
going
shouldn't
on
see a
right now.
rock like a
Like
quarter
that,
of a
that, guy,
mile
that
away.
guy swims that every single day. Like he just swims back and
I
forth
mean,
at 15 miles per
Pentecostals be
hour. It's actually
damned.
25 feet.
Yeah, I'm about to get this video. This debunks the globe right here.
Anyone can claim something that's 15 miles away.
Except yet no, it's verified. Yeah, this guy did the right
Oh,
thing.
verified.
Here,
He's
just so
like,
you
I'm
know, there's
still
some
here,
videos in the
and then
side
I'm
chat for
here. And
you
it's like, no,
using micro-refraction on a flat
micro
surface.
refraction. Yeah, macro refraction isn't real. Micro refraction.
You don't even know why
Micro-refraction
it's
on a
called
flat
micro-refraction.
surface.
Anyway,
Well, because you have a
What
micro,
point?
I'm
What
only
point?
guessing.
When did something go
no,
from micro refraction to like normal refraction?
you don't know why it's being called micro-refraction.
No.
Well, I gave you my guess, but you said no, and I don't want to be embarrassing to you.
Well, I mean, if you wanted to know, you would say, what does micro-refraction mean in this case?
No, it's not a real word. You came up with it.
I know it's not a real word. They use that term for a specific reason.
Hey, what?
Do you want to know why they use that term for a
It's
specific
really
reason?
funny. It's really funny. Like, you
So
guys
you
like to
don't
like
want
say
to know.
things like you
You're
don't
not here to
believe,
learn, right?
and you're
You just want to talk
like,
and get your shit off because you think flat Earth is stupid and silly.
I do.
I know, but you're not here to learn. See, the difference between you and me When I thought flat Earth was stupid and silly, I was at least willing to learn.
Oh yeah, no, I learned.
Oh yeah? Why
It was
why
fun. It was
why is the
stupid
Earth
and
flat?
silly.
Why do we say the Earth is flat?
Why? Why? Because you guys think it's Jesus.
What?
You guys think it's Jesus. Why do we think the Earth is flat? Why do we say it's flat? Yeah.
Oh my God. So you're not here to learn. I mean, I'm sure people have been talking about it for the last 2 hours and you're just not paying attention.
Well, I don't know what it is. I just know it's definitely not a ball because that's fucking crazy.
Why couldn't it be a ball? Why is
Because
it
there's
crazy?
nothing indicating that it is a ball, and if it was a ball, you'd have to invoke a bunch of crazy pseudoscience. You have to insert time space time bending, and Big Bang and vacuums, genes instability, attraction to center of mass, gas molecules having
Hey,
attraction to.
Shiny.
You
Hey,
need all
Shiny,
these
check it
things that
out.
don't happen.
Hey, Shiny. The only one thing that they most definitely need, aside from all that wizardry, is curvature. That's it. If you're going to claim you're on some kind of spheroid, curvature would be the primary thing you'd be looking for.
Okay. This guy posted a picture of it.
So how would we separate the
No.
difference between a curved surface and a flat surface, Lance?
I suppose depends on how big it is in this case, huh? But you can tell maybe with like a level.
You use a level what to measure it?
A level to measure. That's not what levels do, bud.
So how are you going to use this level? At the moment, we're not sure if it's curved or flat. Please, run us through the process of your level. And can you fix your mic up? You sound like you're underwater, dude.
No, I am underwater.
That might explain it.
He's
So what are
taking
you
a
doing with
bath.
your level?
He's
Yeah,
taking a
I don't
bath.
know how to fix the money. I could like leave and come back again, but I don't think it's gonna fix it.
So you've got your level. What are you doing with it?
That's what the
Pretending
original question was.
he's pretending his ruler is bending.
Well, if you bend a ruler, that's curved surface. I think he asked me
Let me
like, how
ask
can
you:
you
is
tell
your
the
ruler
difference between a curved
bending
surface and
at
a
8
flat
inches per mile square?
one? I heard 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, is your ruler bending at the rate of Earth curve when you hold it horizontally, like perpendicular to the vector of gravity?
No, it's just really big.
He said no. Shout out to this guy. See, you're not a glober.
I don't think I use in a Midwest way.
See, a glober would have to say yes. The middle of my ruler is the highest point, and the both ends of my rulers are bent down due to Earth curve or space time.
Uh huh. Hey, how come when you go down in a pool, the water pressure goes? What's causing that?
What did Heshgonic do? He seemed pretty chill before. He got muted.
Huh. That's really cool.
Yeah, dude, your mic is like
Asanda was
very
being a
low.
degenerate and making sexual noises.
That sucks. All right, so any globe evidence today? Another day, another no globe?
Why are there 24-hour days? Why do we keep going over this every 24 hours?
Because your brain resets and you need to come back in every 24 hours so you can relearn it.
Like a rotation or a cycle or some kind.
Yeah, the sun moves. Congratulations, look at you go.
A cycle, almost like a circle.
I don't know. Why is it 24 hours though?
Yeah, like a circle.
Good question. Why isn't it 18 hours and 47 minutes and 3 seconds?
Well, it's like a three-dimensional circle.
Does it just die? Like
circle is...
What happens? The sun every morning rises.
Is this dude in a fishbowl?
What do they do with this?
Yo, Lance, I would love for you to improve your mic quality.
Okay.
You still believe all those NASA pictures? Like, are you looking at the NASA launches like, ooh, wow, oh my God?
It's kind of boring, so no.
It's also fake.
Is my microphone better?
Did you see the Artemis stuff? They didn't actually, fail to take a live stream on the dark side of the moon. They never planned on live streaming the dark side of the moon.
They took pictures of it, didn't they?
Yeah, but that's spoofable.
Oh,
okay. Live stream, that's difficult.
Well, yeah, the whole thing, according to you, the whole thing is.
It was a joke, right? Like who even cares to pay attention to their buffoonery?
Like you say it like they did the whole thing and then they just didn't turn the live stream on. Like
I say it like in 2026 with like Twitch, Kick, and YouTube, you could have had 1 billion people watching live, like real world Keeping Up with the Kardashians style, like inside the capsule. These guys are talking about what it feels like going to the moon, and they just like no cameras inside the capsule. Nobody's documenting anybody's feelings. Like, oh, I woke up today, we're on day 2, we're a little bit closer, the sky is changing. Nothing. You got nothing from these people. That's why it was boring, because there's nothing about it. It's nothing.
Okay,
well, so I don't watch it.
What if they documented all that?
It honestly sounds like you like it more than I do. Like by a lot.
I want to see the astronaut's face going through G-force. I want to feel the expressions on their face. We don't get anything. We don't sense, we don't like emphasize with any experience of that journey. Like, we don't think that they went. We don't think that like, oh, they went through it over there. Like, no, they didn't. We don't think they went going to the.
It sounds like you want a TV show about it.
Well, dude, it's 2026. These guys got cameras up their freaking noses all day, and you can't show me the most magnificent feat of human history. This is when you don't want to stick the camera up the dude's nose. When we're doing the one thing that fucking matters. That's stupid.
Yeah, why aren't there any flock cameras on these satellites? We need flock cameras on every satellite. Calling it.
If you do not live
stream,
stream
what they said about the Artemis mission, right? What they said was that they had the capability to live stream the dark side of the moon, but it disconnected. The signal failed. Oopsie daisy. It was like a whoopsie.
Well, yeah, the fucking moon is in the way.
That's bullshit. You could relay a signal around the moon with multiple satellites. You just link them up.
You could, but what are they trying to prove? to
Why wouldn't
you?
they have done that already? They've had 70 years. Why wouldn't that be a thing?
Because why do we care?
Why do we care to daisy chain satellites around the moon so we can?
First off, they're not there to
This is what
convince you.
NASA's already
That's not
claiming
what they're
to
trying
have
to
done.
do.
That is what they claim to have done already.
Yes, it is.
That's what space
That's
exploration
exactly what
is
they're
about.
trying to do. You think they're not trying to convince you? They need to convince you so that you will be happy to hand over the funding to your senator or representative or whatever, so he can then pass it on to them.
You say that like you don't
must
pay
be
taxes.
convincing.
You
They
pay
must do
taxes.
their best to be convincing. Because if
You
it's
pay
not
taxes.
convincing, they're not going to get the funding.
Get it, Shane. What is it? Go get it.
They could have sent up a whole bunch of satellites wrapping around the moon in geostationary orbits to relay that
My
live
wife's
stream.
gonna make fun of me for talking to
That
you.
would have been so easy. That would probably take less than $10 million. And they just
America.
couldn't. They just can't figure it out in 2026.
Did I turn it up? I didn't change it. It changes automatically at like 8. Why? I don't know. Yeah.
Yo, go on mute. We can hear all that bullshit.
All right, this may sound like a stupid question, but am I supposed to eat the skin on the salmon? I think I am.
You can eat the skin on the salmon. It is pure fat.
Perfect.
How crispy is it? Crisp it right up.
It's good as
Punch
fuck,
away, my friend.
but it's very bad for you.
Yeah, pan fried it, so the bottom's pretty good. And then
You don't have to eat it.
put some honey soy sauce.
There's not that much protein in
down.
the skin. It's all juicy fish fat. So your skin is going to be amazing.
And is there like, do I have to pick up bones from this? I don't think I do.
No.
Bones? There shouldn't be
Okay,
bones.
There are no bones in it.
No.
Zach. My first time ever cooking salmon. My buddy's native, so he gets the fish as much as he wants. So he hooked me up with a bunch of salmon.
Yeah, eat it up, dude. It'll be delicious. Slow cook it too. A lot of lemon pepper. It's your friend.
Who just said there's no bones in salmon?
Well, I mean, there
Well,
is. They
usually
take
they
them out. He
debone
doesn't have
it.
to worry about it. Unless you got like fresh ass fucking salmon. So maybe you do.
He said he got it from his buddy, Holmes.
You know, he might have
Well,
bones. You're
there
right.
might be pin bones in it then, but they're very small.
Okay,
You'll
good
know.
to know.
Just kind of do the like the nom it, you know, before you go for a big bite.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut them all up and then put them in rice. So, perfect. Thanks, guys.
Ooh. You can feel the rice in the raw stuff, or feel the bones in it.
These guys, not only did they have to fake the fucking going to the dark side of the moon, they couldn't even show themselves going to Antarctica. They can't even show parts of the fucking Earth's surface. They can't even verify the bottom of their ball, let alone the moon.
Can you demonstrate Antarctica for me? Like, do you think Antarctica is real?
Yeah, in a sense, Antarctica is a place, but what they say about it
is it a continent?
It's a very large landmass.
Well, that's a continent. So is that a continent?
I don't know. What you're picturing in your head, I probably wouldn't just automatically do that.
Is it on the South Pole?
Antarctica is the flattest landmass in the whole world.
Is it on the South Pole? Located at the South Pole?
The South Pole. That's something that's. I mean, you're just automatically picturing a South Pole too. That's a problem.
I don't know. Did they go to Antarctica at night? That's how you would find the South Pole.
And you just follow a compass, and we'll take you there.
No, compasses stop working at a certain point.
Oh, can you demonstrate that for me, please?
What? That when you're in the south, they just kind of go flat and they stop spinning, and then when you're in the north, they spin crazy.
Your idea of the South Pole, you fixate the, it's
The
in the
South
center of
Pole is
Antarctica.
under the
Don't
celestial South Pole,
hold on.
right?
I know you're trying to cut me off right now. I hear you trying to totally stop this. Why? Why do you want to stop this?
Actually wants to go towards the middle, as the needle wants to go down at the South Pole. Not towards, it doesn't want to point. It wants to actually like go downward.
Like, do you know that compasses don't point to the magnetic south, or the magnetic south and the geographic south? Compasses don't point to the geographic south.
Actually, let him have his magnetic south. It points out into the middle of the frickin' ocean, anyways.
All right,
If he wants to go out there,
I'm not going to
he's
try to
more
do
than
this.
welcome to do so.
Sorry, Talon. Another time, bro.
You would need. I mean, you would just need GPS to find exactly where the South Pole is, the geographic pole, 90 degrees south.
Oh, you were claiming magnetic. So which one is it? Magnetic, geographic?
Both. The magnetic pole is a region.
So magnetic's going to put you out in the middle of the ocean. You do know that. I even put a little map for your convenience in the side chat.
Well, the magnetic pole slowly moves.
You can see where it's just south of Australia.
The magnetic pole moves over time.
Yeah, I didn't ask if it moved. That's great, though.
So it's not in the same place all the time. You wouldn't follow that. You would follow the geographic pole.
Oh, so how much does it move? So if I go today and it's out in the middle of the ocean and then you go there next week, what, you're going to be out in the ocean still, or you're going to be in the middle of Antarctica, maybe in Tasmania? How far does it move for you to be inconvenienced?
10 kilometers per year it moves.
10 kilometers per year. So if you go next week, it's not really going to be too far away from where it was. You could probably spit that far.
It changes over time.
Yeah, but if you go next week, it's not really going to move far, is it?
No, not in a week. It takes a year to move. It takes years to move. It only moves like a fraction of an inch in a week.
So this is a major point of contention that you had to bring up because it moves an inch over a year. Excellent.
No, we're just talking about Antarctica. It's not a contention point.
No.
You guys can't even like come to a consensus on what
you can't even provide anything to back up claims of floppy lasers that you've been spruiking about for the last week.
I mean, I can. Your own fucking
no, you haven't.
Have bending lasers.
Put it in the side chat. Post it in the side chat.
Sorry,
yeah, but post it in the side chat.
I don't have to.
You do have to post it in the side chat. You've made claims about it. I'm not interested in your claims of refraction. I'm interested in your claims of bendy lasers. The ones that are bending down over 10 or 20 mile distances. That's what I'm interested in. I would like you to demonstrate that for us. After you've demonstrated, then we can attribute whatever you like as a causational mechanism. I've already explained this to you. You are now charged with providing us a demonstration of these lasers bending downwards. Ever so simple. Can you do this, Talon? Yes or no?
No, I can't. You won't let me post in the chat. Because you guys are fucking cowards.
You're not blocked.
Yeah, I am.
So if I unblock you, you're going to put in a demonstration of lasers bending down over 10 or 20 miles? Yes or no?
Sure, I can give you a diagram. How about that?
No, I don't want a diagram. I want an actual demonstration of what you're claiming to happen. Lasers bending down over a 10 or 20 mile test.
Like, what does that even mean? Like, do you understand, like, what you're even asking?
Obviously, you don't, because you've had to ask such a stupid question.
No, you're asking a loaded question,
that you knew. Interesting about how you knew what it was yesterday.
Right, we know what it is. Atmospheric refraction is something we know.
It.
You don't have to demonstrate.
I'm not talking about refraction.
Do I have to demonstrate 2 + 2?
I'm not contesting refraction. I have made that more than abundantly clear. I am asking you to provide what you are claiming. The observation. So, 1. Observe. You're claiming lasers are bending downwards over 10 to 20 miles. Please demonstrate this. So this is what's going to happen, Talon. I'm going to unlock you in the side chat. You are going to post up bendy lasers so everyone can see it. That's simple. Then, after you've done that, you can then attribute whatever causational mechanism you feel that you need to. Whether it's gravity, whether it's refraction, whether it's some fat dude with a lasso pulling them down, I don't really care. But step 1, yeah, you're just going to get yeeted. Right, sorry for the interruptions.
Man, you cut in on when we started getting into Antarctica. I mean, that impeccable timing, I'm suspicious. What's wrong with talking about the South Pole?
He doesn't back any of his claims, brother, so you can talk about whatever you want, but if you're expecting some resolve out of all this talking, then you're not going to get it with Talon. He just likes his voice and just going round and round in circles. You will do this till the cows come home. We can unlock him and you can practice if you like.
You can do whatever you want, man. I don't feel I'll get to talk to Talon in the future, I'm sure. Everybody should like the sound of their own voice. That shouldn't be a problem. I don't know. What's going on, man? Talking about Antarctica. I like that picture you posted.
Which one?
Yeah, that major center point in that magnetic field seems to be like.
Oh, declination map, mag declination map. Yeah, pretty cool, eh?
Yeah, but what they say about that is that it moves. It's never stationary.
Alright, Talon X, you are now unhushed. As I said, apologies for interruptions. Someone else wanted to put nasty things in my side chat. So, post up your demonstration of lasers bending downwards over a 10 or 20 mile distance.
What?
What's the unit of power? Bendy lasers. Does that look like a 10 or a 20 mile distance, Talon?
Yeah, you just move the goalposts again, dude. You wanted bending light in a gradient. There it is, dude. I don't even need 20 miles.
I never mentioned
I can do
anything
it in
about a
4
gradient.
feet of water.
Pause. I mentioned nothing of a gradient. You made claims that our laser tests are bending. I would like you to back up your claim. 10 or 20 mile laser test, light bending downwards, and you presented us with a fish tank full of crap. That's probably why you were hushed in the side chat. I do apologise to whatever mod did hush him originally. I'll put it back when I'm finished. So, Talon, provide your bendy lasers over a 10 or 20 mile distance, please.
Hey, Hashiganic is asking to be unmuted. Just don't do whatever you did to get muted again.
Well, the moderator that muted him will unlock him when it's time. So, Talon, are you going to provide bendy lasers for us over a 10 or 20 mile distance? Yes or no?
Oh yeah, I mean it's obvious that if you account for
Excellent. End the
refraction,
side chat,
all
please.
your shit fucking
No,
proves
no,
that the Earth is
I'm not
curved.
worried about refraction.
Listen,
Your
just because you're
causational
not
mechanism.
capable of having
Okay,
discussions
you're
with me,
just gonna zip. I'm not interested in you having a meltdown. I'm not interested in your refraction. Just back up your claim of bendy laser first over a 10 or a 20 mile distance, and then you can attribute some sort of causational mechanism afterwards. I've got no problem with that. But first we want to see the lasers bending down 10 or 20 mile. That's all. Shiny, I don't know what you're doing, but please don't do that anymore.
My bad.
Like you simply didn't account for refraction when you did your laser test, Matrix.
I
That's why you're
don't have
wrong.
to account for refraction. That comes
you don't.
after you validate your test. At the moment, you're claiming lasers bending downwards. Okay, that's nice. Demonstrate that. Then once you've demonstrated it, then you can attribute your refraction as the causational mechanism. I don't understand why you fail to comprehend this. You've been told this for 3 days straight now. Provide the laser bending downwards 10 to 20 miles. Then once we've validated your claim, and all you've got to do is show a video or photo of it, once we've seen it, we can go, oh my god, he was telling the truth. That's amazing. I wonder what the causational mechanism is. Please put forward your hypothesis. And you're probably going to stand up and go, Baka, refraction. But we're still stuck at step 1. You providing bendy laser downwards over 10 to 20 miles. So until you can get past that, Talon, you're pretty much going to stalemate yourself. So your laser bending downwards over 10 to 20 miles is what? Dave McKeegan.
Yeah, if you don't account for refraction, then your measurements are
Yeah,
incorrect.
we haven't got that far yet. You've still got to provide the bendy laser, as per your claim.
No, that's the dude doing the calculations gives you the bend. You fucking.
As per your claim, Talon, the bendy lasers. That's what we're after. We don't want to go too fast with you. You'll fry your own brain. We don't want to do that to you. This is bad. We just want you to substantiate your claims. So number 1, bendy lasers over 10 to 20 miles. Post that up, and then you can attribute your causational mechanism afterwards. You seem to be doing things backwards. I don't know why. We're not arguing about refraction. You can apply that later on. You are more than welcome to do so. Actually, I ask you to do it later on. But first of all, you've got to provide the lasers bending downwards over a 10 to 20 mile test.
Like if you don't know that refraction, air refracts light, then
I'm not arguing refraction.
You shouldn't be talking.
You're not listening.
You shouldn't be talking.
I'm not arguing refraction, Talon. I want you to provide lasers. I'm not adding more. I'm just waiting for you to provide the first part of this show. Lasers bending downwards over 10 to 20 mile. That's all. And all you keep giving me is lasers getting bent by mechanical means. Or lasers getting bent by chemical means. You haven't shown that. Does that room look like it's 10 to 20 miles long? Nuh-uh. What is wrong with you, Talon? We're not arguing refraction. That's the second phase. The first phase is you demonstrating these bendy lasers. I'm starting to come to the conclusion you don't have anything to back up your claim. This is not very good, Talon.
Like you can see
You're
the fucking picture.
Weasel.
It's a picture.
You're being a weasel in this circumstance hasn't got you very far. You've basically buried yourself. There is nowhere to go. You have to provide what you've claimed. After that, we can discuss refraction. And actually, I don't think anyone in this panel would really care after you've provided your first part of the claim.
What's atmospheric refraction, Matrix?
Not what I'm questioning.
No, answer my question.
That is not what I'm questioning. Again, I'm asking you to provide evidence of your claim. Lasers bending down 10 to 20 miles. So you provide evidence, and then we will consider what the causational mechanism is. If it turns out that it is refraction, so be it. Such is life. But you still haven't provided bendy lasers. 10 to 20 miles.
Like, I'm ready to have a conversation with a real flat earther. Like, this is
No,
not
you're
one
not.
of those. You're not a real flat earther. You're a pussy.
This
why
is
you
you
have to mute
coping.
me. That's why
You get muted because you're a lying sack of crap. You're here to waste time. You love the sound of your own voice. That's why you're here, Talon. If you actually had evidence of anything that you claim, you would have slapped it in the side chat and sat back with a big grin on your face. You wouldn't even have to talk. Now, does anyone else wish to converse with, Mr. Expert here that wants to talk about refraction that knows SFA about it? They're more than welcome to do so.
No, thank you. Talked about retard today already.
That's not a good sign.
Yeah, it's been a consistent train of them today.
Yeah, you've had a pretty good run. See, look at this. He's still posting up crap about refraction. He's obviously, his ears must be painted on. I'm not questioning refraction.
Man, he's so bad. When Lance was talking to him earlier, I baby spanked him with a definition on a Google search, and I don't even hardly know anything.
It's just full cope at this stage. That's all he's got. I want refraction. I need refraction. I must have
you can't skip to
refraction.
me. Matrix, you're just going to mute me again because you can't handle it. You want to have a real
You
discussion?
haven't provided what you were required. Are you going to do that? Yes or no?
No, I'm not. I don't deal with your arbitrary bullshit because you're a baby. Like this.
So in other words, no. You want to run red herrings and go chase the random bullshit off to the left field. That's great. If you're going to make claims, Talon, you back them up. That's what this group does.
Talon, if you show the bending down laser, I'll ban Matrix. There you go.
So I'm claiming that atmospheric refraction exists. The existence of atmospheric refraction bends lasers.
Talon, you forfeited your chance.
I mean, again,
Talon,
I'm just waiting
you
for a
just
real
had a
Glober.
golden opportunity to fuck me off out of your life completely for a long time, and you chose to piss it up the wall. That's the dumbest shit I've heard this week.
Matrix, you're bad faith. Like, you don't know how to have a discussion with people, especially me.
Then stop making claims.
I can do whatever the fuck I want. You're the problem, Matrix.
You just had an opportunity to erase me from the room. Any normal person that hates me would have taken that opportunity. And you chose not. That is next level broken in the head. I don't even have the words for it. I hate Matrix. Oh, but yet I'm not going to get rid of him. Holy shit. There's probably about 400 globetards that would happily get rid of me with that opportunity. One just dropped in. Where is he?
I might start looking for this laser now. Hold on.
Even Flat Earthers are looking for this shit now. Holy, that's crazy. There's going to be a whole lineup of people chasing AI down the street. We've got a laser bending down. Quick, tag him. Just tag him. Oh, man. So, Talon, we have no disagreement about refraction or atmospheric refraction. The problem is you're attributing it to something that you haven't shown yet. So you've got this idea in your head, I must prove refraction. I must prove refraction. I don't know why. No one disagrees with refraction. See? There's
You're
the little
banned.
one.
You're banned.
That's not 10 or 20 miles, Neil. Congratulations. Can't measure it. That's 2 down. Anyone else want to have a crack?
No, he said in the atmosphere, dude.
It's just a really big fish tank, bro.
It's a big fish tank.
At least Photoshop out the fish tank and like draw a lake shore on one side and a lake shore on the other side.
Little palm trees.
Fuck, I wasn't that smart.
Oh, wow. That's great.
Dude, it's funny, Matrix. I was literally having the same exact discussion with Talon, like not more than 6 hours ago.
Yeah. It's been 3 days
Exactly.
in a row. Exactly the same. And it seems he's doing it multiple times per day, which is really, really bad that someone's head could reset that quickly. Yeah, it's crazy. I wonder if he's just been sitting there grumbling to himself, or has he actually been actively looking for a laser test where lasers bend down? I don't think he's even putting the effort in.
Because he knows that they don't exist. And the best thing we've
The
got.
calculation. Listen, he said the calculation is how you bend the laser.
Oh my gosh.
You heard that shit too, man? Doesn't even
I
see a
missed it.
problem.
I missed that. I probably would have started crying. Slapped my forehead so hard.
Go back to Glotardia. He's cracked his head that hard. He's reset
Yeah,
himself.
Yeah, no, for real.
That's funny. I've never searched it before, but I'm just searching it now, and AI overview is saying yes to everything, and yeah, that's kind of concerning.
What for lasers bending downward in the atmosphere?
Yeah, I put 1 mile, then I put 10 miles. Like, yes, a downward bending laser path over 10 miles is possible, only
Is
because
possible.
of atmospheric refraction.
Is possible.
Yeah,
it is
with no
possible that I could win the
demonstration.
lotto. Doesn't mean I've done it.
Rather than gravity pulling the light down significantly. Okie dokie. Whatever you say, Google.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude, like the best thing that they've given us is placing a hot iron that is like over 200 degrees hotter than the air surrounding the laser, causing it to bend downward.
Yeah, that's in the side chat. If you scroll back up.
Oh, was it posted
There it is.
actually?
Yeah,
That's
36
so
past
funny.
the hour. Talon went out of his way to find that one.
That's so funny. See, so then that's the thing, right? So that's cool. Now we have something that will cause the laser to bend downward. Beautiful. Now, is the air 1 millimeter above the laser, 200 degrees hotter?
Lats breaks.
What's up, dude?
The original claim is lasers bending down. So he's got to demonstrate that happening. Then after he's demonstrated that happening, like just follow the scientific method. Observation, laser bending down. Hypothesis, refraction causes laser to bend down. Let's test it. He's claiming he's done the observation. I'd like a demonstration of this. Show that the lasers are bending down. Then he can attribute whatever causational mechanism he likes. I'm good with that. I just want to see the first part, that the observation of the lasers bending down. Where did he get this from?
Yeah, he's missing step one.
Correct. He's jumped straight to, I've got a cause and effect relationship. Refraction is making it happen. Well, okay. So making what happen? Laser's bending down. Excellent. Show it. And this is where he keeps coming unstuck because he doesn't want to show it or can't show it.
He claims he doesn't have to show it.
I can assure you now, if I made a claim of lasers bending down, you lot would be all over me like white on rice.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. And so you should be too. Hey son, you've had 2 written warnings about doing that in the side chat. Please don't, you will get yeeted.
You know, it's sad that Ipo is actually doing better than Talon as a Glober because she actually does experiments herself. Like she will actually, although be it they're terrible, at least she's trying to do things herself. She's at least trying to stick a knife in an orange, trying to recreate Eratosthenes.
That was funny.
At least she's doing something.
Yeah, she fixed her smoke alarm, so that's a plus.
Oh wow.
Yeah, slowly but surely.
I mean, she's not a Glober. She says she's on the fence. She doesn't know what it is. So I don't know.
She told you she's on the fence?
Yeah.
She told me just yesterday that she was still a
Oh,
Glober.
Latz on the outer. Look out. This is good.
No way, dude. I'm gonna go ask her. I'm gonna go ask her today when she comes back in. I know she'll be here. She's been coming in every single day. She's clocked in more hours than me these past 2 months.
And then I asked her like a simple question. I'm like, all right, you've been in here for a month. All right. So what's the radius of the globe Earth? And she couldn't answer. I'm like, okay. So like maybe open your ears and learn something about your own side if you're gonna have conversations about it. Is it, well, I'm not on a side. I'm in the middle. I'm like, okay, but like you don't understand either side. So like how are you gonna like conversate? Yeah.
It would help.
More nonsense.
Yeah, that number only comes up like 50 times a day.
Cracks me up with Ippo how quickly she gets distracted. That's what gets me. Be having a conversation, doesn't matter what the conversation's about, and then all of a sudden she just, by herself, without someone else saying anything, she just turns left. For whatever reason.
Yeah, dude. She's like that dog from the movie Up.
Well, I aimed her at more like Captain Jack Sparrow. Oh, a peanut. And she just turned left. That's crazy. I don't know how or why or whether that's the whole TikTok generation. I've got no idea. It cracks me up, that.
There you go. I posted her up in the side chat.
Yeah.
You guys want to know what's funny? I was actually reading Revelations yesterday from the Bible, and they actually say that there's an underneath of the earth. I didn't know that. This is like my third time reading it. I don't even remember that part.
Yo.
There's a below. I mean, and there's, like, yeah, there's
No, dude, it specifically said underneath.
Sheol. You talking about Sheol?
Yeah, Sheol. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it like flipped me. I was like, what? Underneath? Yeah, it freaking tripped me up,
I
dude.
don't
I
think
was like,
it's
what the heck?
considered so much as like an underside though, like as it is like a beneath, below, like an area, like with
Let me see if
another
I can.
surface probably. Like that's what they're thinking, like that It's another realm.
Let's see if I can find you guys the exact passage. As soon as I get home, or to a red light or something.
I mean, underneath the earth can just simply mean like buried as well, right? Like,
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah, you're right. Yeah, these guys in the side chat, are they even in the VC? Yeah, Sun's here, DJ in here. Able DJ. No, he's not here. Yo, Sun, you don't want to pipe up, dude? Talking on VC would be a lot easier. Or are you shy around all these handsome flat earthers?
Yeah, they're scared, bro.
I would be intimidated as well from all these handsome men. You're right. It's all right, son. Don't worry about it. Keep on chat skanking.
Anyone do want to pipe up? We got Riman or Ramon, Hasselhoff. Got some new names in here. It's on Coco. Oh, she's something new. Anyways.
Coco. Isn't that a server mod? Am I tripping? Never mind. I don't know. Ignore me.
We always do.
Let's see. See if I can go pull up something from the Flat Earth Reddit today. I freaking love this page. It's so funny.
I love when some flat earthers post some evidence, just 0 likes. It's just always at 0 upvotes every time.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like 85 comments, 0 up. I was LARPing as a Glober, and then I just completely turned it around. So I was getting upvotes and shit, and then out of nowhere, just all my shit got downvoted. Like every single, I don't know, they're insane, right? They looked up my name and just went to every single comment I made on the page and just mass downvoted it.
Yeah, dude, they send out like a bat signal, bro. It's like it's very culty. It's weird, and then they get everybody in that subreddit to go and downvote everything that you post.
Yep.
They're weird. They were like good posts. A lot of these guys aren't even good Globers. They're like day one Globers, just posting up like pictures of the moon, ISS trajectory, moon in the sky appearing different from either side of the equator.
I would not be surprised if that was the same guy typing to himself. Oh, you globe believing idiot. Oh, you flat earth believing idiot. It's the same guy.
Wait, mate. Wait, y'all know that song or no?
Here you go, Lats. Here's your chance.
Oh, people, I didn't even recognize you. I was so busy reading this. I posted up in the slide chat. This is the type of stuff.
Reading what? What are
This is
we
the type of
reading?
stuff they post in that side chat or in the side chat in the Reddit, by the way. This vague stuff like that. But I was just saying, Neil was saying that you're on the fence. Is that true, or are you still a Glober?
Oh, they lying to you. I said 40-60. That is definitely not on the fence, love.
That is on the fence.
That is
What do you
not.
mean? You got like one
I'm
leg over
not
the fence.
bi when it comes to
That's
globe or flat earth. They're lying
that's
to you.
literally one leg over
Wait,
the
why did
fence
y'all
already.
mute Son? I mean, why did y'all permanently ban Son? He was low-key funny.
He didn't even talk the whole time he was in here. I was trying to get him to talk earlier, but he was shy. He said something about being, too shy around all these
Hi,
handsome dudes.
Talon. Talon. Great. How you doing, buddy?
Helen got muted again for being a liar.
Oh, don't worry. He's been going through a lot.
I mean,
What
I guess
was I
that's why he
saying?
smokes all that weed, right?
What
He'd be
was I
going
saying?
crazy
I
on it.
was saying,
That
yeah,
you're on the
Son was
fence.
funny. He was just mean a little bit, I guess. I'm not on the fence. I'm never gonna be on the fence.
You said 40, 60?
That's not on the fence.
What does
Bro,
that
if I
even
give
mean?
you
40%.
a pizza and you eat 40% of it, that's a pretty big portion of that pizza.
Okay, then let me
If
say
you're trying to,
30-70 then.
that's still a lot of the pizza. That's what I'm
I don't
telling you to hop
care.
over
It's
a
not a big
fence.
You're
percent.
like close. You're halfway up the fence. You
Yeah.
haven't reached the top yet.
You got like one arm over the fence already.
So what are you 30% flat earth then?
Yeah. Can we unmute Thailand? He doesn't do
We don't
anything
even
wrong.
have anybody in
let's
here
ask,
named Thailand.
let's ask Eppo what the
His
30%.
name is Thailand. What are we talking about?
His name is not Thailand.
So what's his name?
Go read it again. What does it say? Otherwise,
Talon.
okay, beautiful. I was about to say we're gonna send you back into the English dub.
Thailand. It's the same thing. Talon, same thing.
That's not even close. No.
Talon and Thailand is the same
Talon,
thing.
Talon. That's whatever vowel you want. Doesn't matter.
One is just using the Thai, and the other word is just using the ION more. I
So
mean,
adding
ION. I don't know.
so adding a letter is the same thing.
No, one is being stronger on one syllable than the other.
Here,
We just said
we
Bro,
forgive you. We
AI.
forgive you. Listen. We forgive you. It wasn't quite as bad as Arrow Tostino's pizza rolls.
Eros
Oh my!
Tostina's pizza. Those things are disgusting. Anybody that eats that, I don't trust you. Cause why are you eating that for real?
Why do I believe you that she even said that? That's depressing.
No, they're nasty. Especially the little pocket ones. The little snack ones.
No, he's saying that
all right,
you were
Eppo.
saying
I
that
got a
Nick
question.
Johnson
Let's
and
get into
Tosh
some flat
is
earth. Let's get some flat earth
okay.
here. I got a
Yeah,
question for
we're
you,
good.
Eppo. I got a question. So, what 30% are you for flat earth? Like, can you state some facts?
Oh shit. That's a lot to
Oh,
do.
Can you state one fact?
Is it the radius or the circumference? I know the number. It's
No,
3959.
About flat earth, not the globe. Yeah.
Oh
Are you 70% flat earth?
no.
Okay, so give us one thing about flat earth since you're 30%.
Um. Uh, Give me a second. Technical
Come on,
difficulty.
Eppo. You're been in here every day. Turn off the TikTok. Come on.
Something that's because obviously, right? like you're saying, I'm 30% there with the flat Earth, right? Because obviously there's something that you've heard, or that you've discussed with the guys in here that has like compelled you, right? That's compelling. It's convincing, maybe to the point that you've gone 30% towards, like, yeah, could be like that way. What is it? What was those things that propelled you up to 30%?
Or at least give us a good steel man of the position.
Or you could say it was just our charisma that got you there.
Very
You could just say you suck at maths and you don't know what 30% is. That will also be a good answer.
Is there nothing that you've heard in here and gone, that's interesting? Like, yeah, maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, I can give her an answer. Just say you're a fanboy. That's it. Like, yeah, I like these people. They sound like they know what they're talking about. I don't know what they're talking about, but it sounds like they do. That's all I gotta say. All right, to be continued.
You guys see that animation that Talon posted in the side chat? Brother. Oh,
It's sad when your
that's
belief
so
system comes down to cartoons, doesn't it?
it's so good. Fucking hilarious. You know what's funny? Knowledge actually sent me something similar. He had to send me something just like that. Let me see if I can post it up in this side chat. And it's funny because when he first sent this to me, he told me that this laser was not bending, so I had to draw a red line to show them that it was bending. But you guys look at that. Oh, you know what? Why did I send like that? Hold on. I'll do it to you guys. I'll have to
That
click on it. Sorry.
that
But yeah,
weird
that's his. This
Bill
one's mine.
Bill Bob dude. That weird Bill
There we
Bob
go.
dude is still fucking blowing up my dreams. You
Yeah,
just
that guy's something else. You Talon, go ahead and post up where this cartoon was validated in reality. Thank you.
Here's what I think his answer is going to be. No, I'm not answering you. It's refraction. Or B, you're a effing R and you're dishonest. Those are what I think he's going to say.
it was posted in the prestigious Journal of Hanna Barbera.
Yeah, it would be cool if I like drew a picture of like a Lamborghini in my driveway and showed it to you and be like, look, this is reality. Then we can both go out and check and be like, oh, you know what? The Lamborghini really is there. Even though the picture sucks, at least the Lamborghini's there.
Like, no, it's my dad's Lamborghini. He only lets me drive it on the weekends.
And you know what? At least there's one there that we can verify. Even though we got a crap cartoon to look at.
No, you can't. It's in the car wash, right? It's in the shop, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and if there wasn't one there, then
But it's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just in the shop. You can't see it right now.
It's actually an '89 Fiero with a body kit, but it's there.
It's funny, normal rat. I was just looking at that guy on the left that's holding that laser. My goodness, dude, look at him. He's standing on another pair of legs. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
What is this, an AI generated image?
Yeah.
This is awful.
Yeah, I know. I'd rather almost wanted him to
He's taller
take it
than
out
the
instead.
trees. He's enormous. He's got 2 sets of
Yeah.
legs. What the hell is this? I would be embarrassed to share something like this.
No, it's okay.
If the source and the target are at the same level, and they're sharing, those 2 points share the same refractive index, how is the light constantly changing
Yeah,
and
exactly.
being redirected to end up back within the same refractive index?
Exactly.
And I've been told that the bands of refraction are uniform,
Uh-oh.
so the lasers stay within a band.
Yeah, I thought refraction was the opposite of that, like it changing, moving from a from one medium to a denser one continuously. So the target is always denser than its source.
Yeah, who was the one that said Talon was going to say that he proved it through calculations? Was that Neil? Or was that AI? I forgot. He
So
literally
what about
just
when it
posted that.
comes back the other way? So like in Taboo Conspiracy's 21 mile laser test, there were they both had the laser and they both saw each other's laser. So how is it for both ends that the air was denser?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I called him out in the chat. And the AI mentioned something. Right, one of the times he got muted, he started to say, "The you can calculate the amount of refraction by how much is visible."
Telling you, you've seen all of our laser tests. We've posted them up in the side chat for you dozens of times. Just because you do a calculation doesn't mean it's been verified in reality. You show a laser, right, curving downward from that side-on view, that orthographic view. Where's that in reality? We know this isn't a real picture, right? Because the dude on the left, like No More Rat said, he had 2 pair of legs. Can we please have a real observation, like Matrix said?
But it does, Tasselhoff. It does. Lasers do hit their targets 20 miles away from 6 feet, from 5 feet.
Yeah, Tasselhoff gets it. He doesn't know he
He
gets it.
understands.
He's
Yeah.
starting to get it.
The queen is back. I remember before I left, y'all was asking me a question. What was the question?
Why is Talon such a liar?
Talon is
Talon-
not a liar.
Talon,
Don't
do you
call
know-
him that.
Here's
He
the
used the
question.
word demonstration for his AI image with the guy with 2 legs.
April, why the lie? Why is Talon lying to us?
Talon is not lying. What are you talking about?
No, that wasn't the question. Neil has a separate question for you.
Yeah,
that
the question is,
you ran from.
give us one fact about your 30% like flat Earth, position.
Flat earthers are like okay people to hang around with. That's what I learned.
Well, that's
Oh, God.
that's a reason why you're 30% a flat earther.
Maybe 15.
Yo, I told you guys because we're charismatic.
It keeps going down. It was 60-40, then it was 30-70, now it's 15.
We're getting worse.
85.
So just because we're nice people, you've
Not
adopted
nice. I said you're okay to hang around with.
okay to hang around with. Okay, that's why you're here for 12 hours a day. And
Okay, what the fuck is that supposed to mean?
I mean, we're just okay. I mean, I think we're pretty great, but that's okay.
Of course you think you're pretty great. It's called self-glazing, idiot.
All right.
No, we're the smartest people on the internet.
That's why we're here.
You're fucking out your goddamn mind,
Hey,
hilarious.
there's like 10 other rooms on this server alone. Find another one.
And do you not think I go to those rooms? I'm confused.
Bye. Bye.
Okay, but I'm in this
Bye.
one. Don't give me attitude. I'm
Bye,
in this
Hippo.
one. Watch your mouth.
Bye,
Watch your
Hippo.
mouth,
People,
you
Lenny.
honestly
besides
think that
besides that, we're like 10-15% good people, right? Let's name one thing
You're
about the flat.
okay. Like you're the
Okay,
average person. You're not
okay.
overly nice. You're
Name
not overly rude. You're okay.
one fact about the flat Earth.
Um. Um. I still don't know. Wait, I
You
think I could
crazy?
think.
Come on.
No,
What,
I can
listen.
think.
Why haven't you been listening?
I have been listening.
Okay, so what is it we say about water, for example?
It always looks flat.
It doesn't always, because like it can be very wavy, but like specifically, it has a property. It has a property
Water
that
is flat, like when it finds its level or
when is it
something like
flat?
that. When it finds its level.
Okay. When it comes to rest and it's still, it's flat and level, right? And it's actually used as a gauge professionally to establish horizontal. So yeah, water at rest is level. Water finds its level is another saying, right? Water seeks its level.
Mm.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So you've been listening a little bit, kind of.
Right now, it's just I'm like absolutely crazy right now because like I went to sleep and I woke up with this major headache and like now like I'm just like calm, but like I'm still shaking. Like my body's still uppity. It's just like I'm trying to calm down. So that's what I'm trying to get at right now. I cannot think. Oh my god.
Yeah. Okay. The dog ate your homework. We get it.
But what was I saying? Oh, Talon, I think you're unmuted now. You can talk, buddy.
Hi. You're in the hot seat. You got to prove the Earth's a globe.
Me? Who's in a hot seat?
You are. Prove the Earth's a
I'm not.
globe.
I'm not in the hot seat, sir. I got you and needed three. You can prove your stupid glow proof.
It'll just be the same thing as before.
See, talent. So let me read what you posted over here. Okay, it says, I'm giving you a demonstration of the laser traveling 20 miles, which is perfectly matching over the curve of the Earth. Where's that demonstration at, Talon?
Cartoons are not demonstrations.
That is the frozen lake test.
AI
The
generated
frozen lake
images are
test
not demonstrations.
is a
That's
demonstration
not a
of the
test.
Earth with the
No,
laser.
that is
Two more
not a
days, guys. I'll be
demonstration.
live streaming.
I put it in the
Another
chat.
laser
Frozen
test.
lake test.
Okay, Talon, how was that a demonstration of a curving laser? Go ahead.
Oh, because when you shoot a laser through the atmosphere with a high gradient, you get to the laser will travel
I
20
apologize.
miles across the
Hey,
surface of
Talon,
the Earth.
is
Yeah, right. I
calculation
see what you posted.
demonstration?
Sorry about that.
No, I'm just saying, like, that's how you get it to do when like a laser will travel 20 miles when it curves through the atmosphere.
Is calculation demonstration?
What's that? Yeah.
Is calculation Oh, brother. You said yes?
Yeah, when you actually send the laser across the lake and you know there's going to be atmospheric refraction, you're bending the laser.
Okay.
So
Right?
I
Do
can
you agree with
add
that?
one Superman plus one Superman equals two Supermans. That was a
Yeah.
demonstration of me adding Supermans together.
It's a square Superman.
Yeah. No, that's you
You said
calculating.
yes?
No, that's a calculation.
Okay, so you just said that a
So you just
calculation was
calculated.
a demonstration.
So you just calculated.
Okay, so are you gonna make you were lying, or do you just misunderstand what that
You
word
don't
means,
understand.
or what is
Wait, did
it?
you say you were demonstrating there? You said you were demonstrating there. You were not demonstrating. You were calculating two Superman addition
You
of two
said
Superman.
Yes.
demonstrate.
I was
You
wrong.
said that you
No, I said
calculate.
wrong. I was
Okay,
wrong. That's a
thank you.
calculation.
Okay, thank you.
So
Perfect.
now we're
Okay, so
both wrong.
now we know that calculations are not demonstrations.
What
Where
do you
is your
mean? But
demonstration of a
your
laser?
premise just got burned. Like, how do you know that like calculating isn't demonstrating? If I shoot that laser and it goes
Because you're
20
not,
miles, which is
brother. You're not
longer than you
physically
would think,
demonstrating. What you're saying is
on a flat
occurring.
Earth, that would be farther, or that
On
would
a
be
flat
shorter
Earth. Oh,
distance.
gosh, dude, this guy.
What, can you handle that? Is that true or not?
Yeah, but this is why I asked you earlier. Why is he a liar? Why the lies?
Lying. You would be.
Ipo?
It wouldn't last that long, right?
He's not
Are you trying to?
lying.
Is it
Leave
lie?
Talon alone.
I'm trying to ask you a simple question.
Brother, you can't even answer a simple question yourself.
Dude, is that laser
Why
traveling through
why
the
why so
atmosphere
much
bending or
dishonesty?
not? Is it bending or
It
not,
doesn't it
Matt?
doesn't matter. You made a claim that it was bending. So
Yeah.
where's your evidence for that claim? I
Holy
didn't even
shit!
say if it was bending or not.
It's a refractive index, man.
Okay, so show that in reality, not on a sheet of paper or
Well,
in AI.
you think gravity's real?
Oh my
Brother,
god,
we're
this
not
guy
even
is like the weaseliest weasel. I just want to grab him by the freaking.
Demonstrate in
Oh
reality.
my
Like,
god.
what the fuck does that? I'm asking. Like, do I have to
We're
demonstrate
not
gravity in
talking
reality
about
right now?
gravity right now. Tell him we're
If I
not
wanted to
talking
talk
about
about gravity,
gravity.
do I have to demonstrate it in reality
We're
right now?
speaking
Hold on, I'm going to
specifically about
demonstrate.
the claim.
Hold on. I want to
Hold
talk about
on,
gravity.
brother. Hold on. You said specifically that lasers bend downwards in the
Okay.
atmosphere. Okay, we're not talking about gravity. We're not talking about mountains or gas pressure or anything like that. We're
Yeah.
speaking specifically about lasers bending downward in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Where is
Right.
your
So
demonstration?
that's dude. I can't like. I don't know how to fucking like make it more clear than a video of a laser traveling through cold air.
Just because
That's
a laser is
applied
traveling through air does not mean that it is bending
refraction.
downward.
Yeah, it
Right?
is.
Just because I have a video of a car traveling does not mean that it's proving that it's going
Do you
left,
think?
right, or bending over a curve, right? You understand that?
Do you think the atmosphere? Wait a minute. No, I understand that, but do you think the
Okay.
do you, wait a minute, but do you think that the atmosphere is a uniform temperature?
No.
Okay. So then what is it? What is it? Is it a gradient?
So what if it
Yes.
is tested and it's
Okay, so what
uniform
happens in light?
above and
What happens
below
in
the
light and
laser?
gradient? What happens
Yep,
to
that's
light and
great, Talon.
gradient?
What if it's been
Before you try to
tested?
you
What
can
if the
talk to me.
temp? Yep, you're not going to do that, Talon. I can assure you that right now. So let's say someone shot a laser. We've got a nice big green line across the sky. Also, at intervals along the laser, the temperature has been taken above and below said green line.
At
It
both
turns out
sides.
that the temperature is even, top and bottom, all the way along the laser. Now, the question for you, Talon, is the laser bending? Yes or no?
You're asking me if that's such a loaded.
It's not a loaded question. The scenario is quite simple. The laser has been turned on. Green line across the sky. Let's pick a height. 1 meter high. 3 foot. Temperature's been taken above the line. Temperature has been taken below the line at multiple intervals along it. It turns out the temperature readings are even, top and bottom, for the entirety of the laser run. Is the laser bending? Yes or no?
No, assuming that it's perfect temperature. But
Good
you're
boy.
making an assumption.
So there's no reason for the laser to bend because there's no gradient. In one of the tests, that's exactly what happens. They take the temperature, it's even the whole way along, above and below the laser.
That's incorrect.
That is not incorrect. Go and
No,
watch it.
you're still not accounting for atmospheric refraction because there's still a gradient.
That's how they did it, by taking the temperature. You clown show.
But if it's colder at the base, if it's colder below the laser,
No,
then
even temperature. Even.
no. But
Not
what happens when
colder,
it's colder? What
even.
happens when it's colder
It
though?
was cold. It was
What
fucking
happens when it's
freezing.
colder? But no,
It
what
was
happens when there's a
34
gradient?
degrees. There was
All I'm
no
asking you
gradient.
is what is there? What happens?
Ah, the level of retardedness is astounding with this one.
Take a deep breath, Matrix. We talked about this, buddy. Close your eyes.
They were closed.
Ready to close
I actually
somebody's
opened
eyes.
them to click the fucking mute button.
You sit with
You
your
damn angry
Jesus.
Australians.
I just can't believe how stupid this guy is. I gave him this scenario, and then he
No, I
turns around and
understand.
tells me they didn't account for refraction. It's like,
I
what the hell was the temperature taken for?
tried
Oh,
telling
they didn't account for the gradient. There is no gradient. He's just throwing shit at a wall now, and it's not even sticking.
else that off and just
He's talking about the pressure gradient. That's what he's talking about.
Even the whole way along. No pressure difference.
The pressure gradient alone, like, is not going to like account for the sort of refraction that they're hoping for. Like DJ points out all the time, the most significant and major factor which will determine the light's path is the temperature of the air and its density, respective
Temperature is
density.
about something like 95+% of the effect, or of the cause, I should say. Then it's humidity, then pressure, isn't it? And like pressure is only like not even 1%. It's that little of a difference. It's just not even worth bother
I'm not sure
taking
if they've
reading.
used the word negligible in the literature, but they probably do.
Sure.
I would assume it's like negligible.
And look at this. Dumb shit is in the side chat posting more crap about refraction. The argument's not about refraction, Talon. We don't disagree with refraction. We disagree with your lies and bullshit claims of lasers bending down in the first place. So unless you can provide lasers bending down, anything that becomes beyond that or after that is not even going to get listened to. You're just pissing in the wind, dude. You're wasting your time. Until you provide a demonstration of what you're expecting us to understand, you've got absolutely nothing.
Yeah, a real world, real life, like real time demonstration. Doesn't have to be real time. I mean, that'd be
He's
cool.
breathing
Like,
oxygen now. And look at this. Burden of proof
yeah.
reversal. At no stage has this been a burden of proof reversal. This is what you were asked for over an hour ago. Directly.
Well, it's been 6
Laser
for me.
bending down over a 10 to 20 mile laser test. Like you claimed. Nothing more, nothing less. It's like, holy.
The thing is, though, he claims he did. He posted that laser test, right, where it's hitting its target. Obviously, it hit its target because it's refracting downwards, right? I'm not sure that he really he does. He would comprehend what you actually want, like where it's visibly
Oh, he
and
comprehends it,
demonstrably and measurably has an arc to it, right? Not just assuming that because you have this bias that the Earth is a globe, that when a laser test is performed and it reaches its target, when the geometry should be preventing it from doing so, that refraction was involved somehow.
I'm not interested in his causational mechanism. I just want demonstration of what he was claiming in the first place.
Can't you see how damn straight
That's what I'm saying.
that laser is and that
He did.
water is? That's how you know it's a sphere. Come on.
Yeah. If the laser hits its target, then obviously that bending down of light was involved. So there you go. He demonstrated it. He posted a laser test.
So laser not curving then.
No, laser is curving because it hit its target. That's the demonstration of it. When you perform a laser test and it hits its target when the geometry should be
affirming the
preventing it from doing
consequent.
so, refraction, bending down of light was involved. Yes, that's exactly right.
So
You don't have to see it. You don't have to measure it. You just assume that it happened.
So a
That's just
reification,
terrible.
tucking in and affirming the consequent. Yeah.
Wait, why is there two of my things here? Two of my
Two
accounts.
of what things?
My account. It's right there. Y'all don't
Right
see it?
where?
My
No.
other account is right there.
Okay.
Why is it not echoing?
And this, boys and girls, is why you don't do drugs.
I'm not. I'm so
If
for real.
Steve-O, do you know why everybody here is so nice to you?
Look, it's right there.
Because you're so powerful, dude. Like you're like Cyclops before he got his goggles made by Professor X. Because he opened his eyes and destroyed everything around him with all this crazy power. But once he was able to get it focused and like directed, he's fucking awesome. And you just need to focus and direct all this crazy energy you have, and you're gonna be just a powerhouse.
Bro,
Big fact.
it is right there. Like it's literally.
On your screen, maybe. On our screen, no. I'm on the computer. There's only one hippo. Thank God for that.
Yeah, that's definitely not why they're like here. It's not because they're like simps or anything.
Hello. Ooh.
Flat earther simps, just simping for Ippo.
What?
Yep, that's Lats.
Hell no. What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay.
Hell no. Uh-oh.
Shut the hell up. Oh my god, that was corny.
Okay, here we go. Check this out, Talon. Post up a citation for you, brother.
Guys, don't be mean to Talon, okay? I
He's
won't
mean to
take
us.
up.
He lies to
I
us. What are
won't
you
take
talking
up for
about?
it. Don't be mean to him.
Not, it's not being mean. He's lying to our faces. What are you talking about? That's mean, isn't it?
You know what's mean? You always making fat and trans jokes towards me.
I've
That's really
never
freaking
made a
mean.
fat or
Yes,
trans
you
joke
have.
to
You're gonna
you,
say that.
brother. Stop it, brother. I've never done that.
Yes, you have. I know you're smiling. Yes, you have.
Brother, what do you no. Okay. Just because you project my comments onto yourself does not mean that I directed them towards you.
You're smiling, bro. I can tell.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Okay.
You're smiling.
Stop. I've never done that. Relax.
Yes, you
I've never
have.
directed just because I do make a comment of something like that and you take it upon yourself to direct that
Why
comment
would
towards
you even make
yourself,
a
that is
comment about
not
that?
me.
Like that time we were talking about Autumn's apples, and you were like, "Ipo, do you have an Autumn's?" And you were trying to be transphobic and funny, and it wasn't funny. You're
Hey,
just
it's not
lying.
a phobia. So, like, why do y'all keep saying that? We're not scared of trans. We don't like.
No, you're scared of trans people. Why
Not
wouldn't you
scared at
just
all. They can
not
all
like
line up at the
trans
door and
people?
try me one on one at a
They're
time. I'm not scared of any of
people.
them. I promise.
They're people. I'm so
I'm not
confused.
scared though. I don't care if they're
So
people.
that's going to qualify. That's going to qualify that and other things is going to qualify them for my liking them, right? Not whether they're trans or not. Okay.
Yeah, it's like the person who they are is going to be if you like them or not. But like if if you don't like that lifestyle, it's not you're not scared of them. So why is it a phobia?
Dude, I think you have a phobia of trans people because, like, a
I am not
transphobia,
scared of them. Okay, so let's establish that. Now look up the
trans
word phobia.
people do nothing wrong. The average trans
Okay.
person does nothing wrong. And
Yeah,
if
so
you
did
just
you hear
don't
anything I
like
said?
it or, like,
That's not.
you're afraid of
No,
that lifestyle, then
that's
you're
not the case.
transphobic.
That that'll have nothing to do with whether or not they're doing something wrong or not. Right. So their character
Dude, if
isn't going
you
to be
don't like a person,
defined.
you're
Their morals and character are
transphobic.
not going to be defined by their
If you don't like
sexuality.
them, like for them being trans, then you're transphobic.
No,
Oh my god.
phobia is a
Stop
fear
it.
of. Is a fear. I'm not scared of them. So find a new word.
Why are you so mad and pissy about the word?
People need to learn how to use the English language. If we're going to have discussion, we want to
Oh my
communicate with things,
god.
learn how to use
Nobody
the
is
word
upset about
correctly.
trans people. It's just you. Maybe
No,
you're a
I'm upset
DL.
about the word phobia. Again, you
You're
are
a
way in left
DL.
field. You're in left field.
You're a DL.
You
You
are
like them trannies.
retarded.
And
Find
you
a
like them
new
trannies.
word instead
And
of
you like them trannies.
phobia.
Tranny.
Childish bullshit. This is why I can't stand this dumbass. You don't like flat Earth. You want to tell us we're stupid. Why are you here? Just leave.
Why are you here?
I believe that the Earth is flat, and this is called
Okay.
flat Earth 24/7. Go find globe Earth 24/7. Go find childish people that can't use the English language 24/7. Go find something else. Just leave, please, for the love
I
of
wish they
God.
were real, but they're not. So
I'll
I
make
gotta
the
stick
room
with
for
this.
you, and then you can join it, and then I'll leave, and you can talk with all your other people that don't understand how the English language works.
Well, go
So
do that. Thank
frustrating.
you. You're making yourself frustrated for no reason, mind you.
For a very good reason. Phobia means fear, not scared of.
Why do you
So why does
care?
that make me
Trans
a
people
I
don't
do
do
transphobic?
nothing
find
to
your
you. I
choice
don't
of
like
online
them.
social hangout unusual, given
Okay,
given
back to the topic. So,
your
what is
character.
Tyler lying about? Yoo-hoo, lads.
Oh, what's up?
What is Tyler lying about again?
Oh, stuff like this that I'll be posting up in the side chat. Oh shit, I just posted that. My bad. Sorry. Let me delete that shit. Go ahead. You want to read it out loud for me, the underlined part?
Who, me?
Yeah. You said you know how to read, right?
Oh, why I gotta read that though?
Oh, here, I'll post up another one.
Read.
Okay, let me post it up where I got it from. Okay. I posted up 3 different citations.
Okay, great. What am I supposed to do?
Read
Is
them
that
out
for
loud.
Tyler?
Rub your two brain
Yes,
cells
it is. It
together.
is. It is for Talon, but I want you to read them out loud.
Okay. Okay, so several limitations of lasers. The line of sight, there is no over the horizon captability, period.
Okay, go to the next one. What does the next one say?
Oh, hold up.
Captability? Captability?
It's okay. It's close enough. Talon can understand.
What did you say?
Go to the one posted at 36 minutes after the hour. You see that one?
Wait. Reduces the net effect
What?
effective power of the laser, decreasing range.
That's okay. That part's for something else if he wants to talk about
Oh,
a
wait,
laser
why did
bending downward.
okay. There must be a straight line between the laser and the target since the movement of light is in a straight line. Happy?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
There's one more I
Now, the
posted up
real
at
important question
Oh,
is,
I'm
does
not
he
reading anymore.
comprehend any of that?
yeah, it was for Talon. We're just posting up use from military. Like another one I posted up at 30 minutes after the hour. Says
Why do people say
lasers would
that?
be limited to
I hate
line of
people that
sight
say stuff like that.
engagements, could not counter over the horizon targets or targets that are obscured by intervening objects, aka the curve of the earth. Right, Talon? You see that? So if you want to say that a laser is bending over the horizon to a target, right, regardless of what the military says, can you please provide demonstration? Thank you. Not just words. Appreciate you, buddy.
Lads, I got a
What's up?
question.
Yeah, what's up?
Why do you do that time thing?
Yeah, so if people listening to me can go back and be like, oh, Lats did post this up in the side chat at 30 minutes after the hour, 32 minutes after the hour, and 36 minutes after the hour. 3 different citations.
No, but like I literally like hate people that be like it's like 10 minutes before 5 o'clock, or it's like 2 minutes before it hits 5:30. Like I hate people that do that time junket rules because it's like, why are you doing that for?
Because it's because of a lot of us have differing time zones, but the minutes past the hour will generally be the same. So it's a good indication to just say this many minutes past the hour, the last hour, right?
Yeah, because for T-Dub
Oh,
right now, it's like 3 o'clock. For me, it's 7 p.m.
It's
I think.
12:39 p.m. here. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
10:39 p.m.
Yeah, see, everybody got different times, so you can't just say it's 7:39 because that's my time. And they always go
oh,
back and their 7:39 would be different than my 7:39.
But if he just
oh.
says past the hour, then I can just go, oh, he just means at 12:39 or whatever. Or
Yes.
for me.
So can we unmute Talon? Cause like nobody's debating. I'm pretty sure he has something to say.
Well, I'm waiting for him to read my citations and acknowledge the citations in the side chat, hopefully. Maybe like, yo, you know what? I
Maybe
read
he
those.
wants to like talk to you and say it. You know.
No, I'll wait, because he was typing in the side chat earlier, so I know he has access to it. It's not like he's going to lose access all of a sudden. You can read my citations and refute them with his demonstration. I've asked for this 7 hours ago, like 2
Period.
hours for Matrix. We do have other people in here, though. If anybody wants to talk, you guys are more than welcome. We got like 1, 2, 3, 4 other Globers in here. If anybody feels brave enough to VC, you guys are more than welcome. If you guys just want to chat skink, that's okay as well. We just say the Earth is flat because it's measured flat. And outer space is fake. And you guys need something to work off of.
What do you mean space is fake?
Yeah, so we only have one independent variable verified through the scientific method capable of pressurizing a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure. And it is a solid state of matter acting as a container or barrier. The mainstream claim of gravity as the independent variable for pressurizing gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure has never been validated. So even the globe Earth requires physical containment to have gas pressure. If the Earth is physically contained, we cannot leave. Outer space is fake.
I found the number one evidence for globe Earth.
Oh my God! Not you again.
Oh, what is it?
Yeah. Blind belief.
Yeah, that's true. I thought it was gonna be something crazy, but yeah, no, I completely agree.
It's the only one.
Religious connection.
Period. It's mysterious.
Brother, flat Earth engineer. Holy, is that the best you got, dude? Is that guy in here?
What? Thailand?
Thailand. There's nobody named Thailand in here. Talking about
Thailand, Thailand. I come
Luis
Thailand.
Dante, the guy that's scared to VC. He was in here earlier. I guess he's gone now.
Dante?
Matrix
Yeah.
engineer of
No.
sorts.
He said never
Maybe
seen a
he
flat Earth
doesn't
engineer
like
and dipped out.
talking.
He's talking a lot in the side chat. I would
Or
contradict that
maybe what
statement.
about if he's mute, or autistic?
That's what I'm saying. He could be shy around a lot of handsome flat earthers, you know what I mean?
Handsome where? Oh my god. That was cracking me up.
Relax, you're already used to us, okay? You're used to our handsome presence. Relax.
Used to funkiness, especially from Matrix. He never wants to be quiet on the creek.
Brother.
Quiet on the
You talk
creek.
more than anybody else in here.
Is Matrix not here? That's how I used to call him.
He's here, he's listening.
I'm surprised he hasn't muted me yet. I don't
He
think
might be
he's here.
working. He's probably in a good mood.
Maybe.
Yes, he was in a good mood. And shit, that was good timing.
Oh, shit.
It's lunchtime.
Oh, shit.
Why would you do that? That wasn't funny.
That's fucking hilarious. What do you mean?
I just do that to make sure he's here, so I can say what I want to say because I can't say it in front of him.
She misses you, Matrix. That's what she wanted to say.
No, not really.
Why is Talon muted, by the way?
Because he's a
Yeah,
lying scumbag.
This is
Because he's a liar.
racism against Democrats.
Someone mute him, that's why. That's all you need to know. Sorry, go on.
Wait, T-Dub, you kind of sound like Timbo. I be getting y'all confused.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Oh.
They're from the same area.
Makes sense.
We're not. Well, we're from
Your word.
Australia. He's actually not even from Australia. He's an imposter.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Sorry,
Oh, my God.
Timbo.
He's a ring-in, for sure.
Oopsies.
He's like Scottish, American, Canadian, something or other.
Scottish.
Australian.
Yeah, he's like baked beans, Heinz 57 variety. It's crazy.
Is Zippo still a globe parishioner or a globe
Yeah, he's a
heretic?
Glober.
Who's a Glober?
You're a Glober.
No, I'm not.
Not a globe heretic yet?
Were you not chanting about the globe 2 days ago?
Oh no, I said Timbo. I never said Tim Bum. Excuse me.
I could have swore you're reading from the globe scriptures of Google like 2 days
Shut
ago.
up. No, I wasn't. Loser. Who the hell are you? I said Timbo 20K ups. I said
20
his
cups
name
in here?
correctly. 20K ups. What the hell?
Oh, he hasn't.
Make him sound like he's a hillbilly. Just sitting with the banjo on the porch.
It's 20
Have
cups.
you ever watched
Oh, Tim Dub.
Kamboa.
20K ups. Are you scared to get on the mic? Because you know I'm gonna call you
He's,
out for
he's
like being
making.
in the
He's
closet.
like he's merging us together in name form. Yeah, he does that.
What's a
20
guy?
cups. Come get your girl,
Who's
though.
slow? What?
Do you believe in NASA live streams?
I believe in aliens that
Yes,
come to get your booty.
I've seen them on TV. I don't need to believe them.
Why do you believe if you have not seen?
Oh shit, no fusion, bro. Hell yeah.
Anti-Globers.
Cope Central is back.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
have my
you answer that.
gloves ready. Period.
You guys miss me? You guys miss me?
Yeah. Get Baguette has a question for you.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Oh, who's this?
Me, baby, I never left.
Nobody's ever talked to him before. What's this? Are you Glober
No, I
Imperial?
don't think we spoke before.
I was here
Oh,
yesterday.
yeah.
I think he
Yep.
was speaking with Matrix, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the
Or
Australian guy.
DJ.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Are you a Glober?
Like the Globetrotters?
No,
Yeah,
like the Globe Earther.
you guys talking Globetrotters?
Yeah.
No, we're
Like the
talking Globe
basketball team.
Earthers. No, like a spheroid, oblate spheroid, geoid.
Why
Type
is
of
everybody
Earther.
Like
why is everybody sitting in mute here?
Because
We're
I
all
have
creeps and we don't
Why
take
aren't you not?
showers. Boo.
Mike.
bubblegum
Makes a lot
Oh,
of sense, actually.
now I have a question for him.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
That's a question.
Are you a globe parishioner or a globe heretic?
Yeah, I'm a Glober, dude. I'm a Glober.
Parishioner.
I'm a goober.
Good. So why do you believe in the globe?
Why do I believe in the globe? No.
Yeah.
Well, when I was here
Can
yesterday
you like
trying to say
stop
stuff,
eating?
I wasn't allowed to really speak a lot, so I can't really. I don't know.
Stop the cap.
You're looking there, and it's tough. It's tough. You know, I'm a
So
nice guy.
you were reading stuff about it.
Well, as most people do, you know, you read books and stuff.
Yeah.
You have firsthand experiences.
All books are facts or stories.
No, some could be propaganda. That is true. I
Yeah.
will agree with you there. Yeah, some books are not true. It's like the
How can
saying,
you
the
tell?
victors win the right to history.
Hmm. Yeah. So how can you tell when you're reading facts or something which is pseudoscience?
The only time that I've found where there can be consistent fact is if it is a consistency of first-hand accounts. Everything else you should take with a grain of salt.
First-hand account means someone you read about or your own self.
Your own self. Any book can be lied. I mean, anything could be false, right?
Yeah.
That's written down. But if you see a consistent, so say you have like two people, right? They don't know each other, they never heard of each other, but they say the same thing based on a certain subject. It would lead you to believe that perhaps they're telling the truth.
Other people do that with ghosts all the time. Does that mean ghosts are real?
It's possible. We don't know. They could be.
You
Ghosts
just said it's
are
based.
real. What are you talking about? They've been captured on
They could be
camera.
real. They could be not real. I mean, I've never
What did
seen a
I
Yeah.
ghost
say?
personally. I don't know.
And I had a paranormal experience, mind you, things.
What was the experience?
I personally do not deny the ghost state because the Holy Trinity actually defines it as real. So that is a realm beyond our touch and reach.
Possible. It's very
Why do you
possible.
talk so slow? You should be frying me.
Man,
Because I
relax.
talk like
It's because
that.
you. It's better to talk slow and use accurate words than
But
fast and
when I do
incorrect
it, I
English.
get mocked.
Well, maybe because he speaks a different language and there's a translation barrier.
Yeah,
But my
English language is not my native language, of course.
It requires a high IQ to understand that. I know.
funny. Anyways, my paranormal experience, I was laying down and like I had sleep paralysis, and then like the demon like just came and it came on top of me, and I was like, Jesus, Jesus, help! And I closed my eyes and I prayed to Jesus, and it went away, and I went to sleep. Period. Yes. And like
Just the
other
paralysis.
ghostly things, like hearing your name being called when nobody's home, like shit like that,
This
you
is
know.
this is hilarious.
Weird stuff dropping around me, like
You
it
sure
was
you're
so
not
weird.
schizo?
I'm not
Are
schizophrenic.
you sure?
hmm
How can you know it's true though? You gonna read a book about it?
I'm not schizo. And then like one time I was laying on my bed,
Well, what
right?
if you are?
And I saw this like light behind my curtain, and it was like there, and I was like,
It's
whoa.
Hippo.
And
probably the
then like
sun.
when I woke
Yeah,
up,
Hippo, that's great.
It
How
sounds
is
like
that
you're a little
helping Get
schizo.
Baguette? That's great. How is your cool stories helping Get Baguette have a conversation with Imperial?
I
I
was
thought
gonna
someone
get
asked
the best
me
part.
wanted to
You
ask
cut
me a
me
question.
off.
They're not. Good call. Anyways, as you were, Get Baguette, you're asking Imperial something.
Yeah, thank you. So I was saying that I don't deny ghost state. When those people talk about something and they together believe it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, but that doesn't make it true.
Sure. Sure. What was the question? I may have not understood.
Yeah, the question was more like, how do you distinguish between facts and what is pseudoscience?
Hmm. That is a very interesting question, I do have to say, because
Yeah.
ultimately, in science, everything is a theory, right? The theory of relativity, the theory of gravity, the theory of evolution, they're all theories, right? So we don't
No,
truly 100% know.
not really.
Well, it's
No,
what they're called. It's what they're
They
called
are.
in English.
that's
One
what they're
moment.
called, but that's pseudoscience.
I know. One moment. They are called theories, but they are actually a model which they are trying to make. And
Sure.
reality is not a model because none of them can actually build a whole reality with everything that exists and with living things, life forms in it.
Okay.
We are far from this. So
We as humans,
actually,
or
even a lot of what you think that it is science is actually religion.
sure, yeah,
Yeah,
I can see that,
yeah.
where it has
So
its roots in religion.
there are
Yep.
real facts like the boiling of water, heat
Hmm.
causes the boiling of water, and then um, pressure can lower the boiling point of
Correct.
liquids.
That is correct. Yeah.
Yeah, we have verified, we have confirmed, but the very inner mechanics and mechanisms we don't know.
Are you speaking about just science as we know it in general, or specific things about science?
Yes,
Mm,
yes.
okay. Hmm.
So the experiment with the boiling of water, it's a fact,
True, it is. Yes.
but um, what actually heat truly is for a fact, or
Um,
what is this thing that we call time and energy, we have no clue.
you mean what is heat? Well, as far as I understand what heat is, it's a form of radiation. Um, and then what is radiation? It goes off the light spectrum. So I mean, anybody can deny anything, right? But
Well, no, that's a way for heat to propagate as infrared or UV
you're
or
asking like
whatever.
what is heat? As far as I understand from school, what heat is it's the increase of speed of molecules and atoms moving and vibrating to create heat. So when something is
Yeah,
applied radiation to, it increases the speed and volume of, I'm sorry, not the volume, the speed of those molecules, and it creates heat. As far as I understand from
That-
science class.
That's an
yes,
explanation,
that's
though.
correct. The vibration.
That's a model.
Now,
Yeah, yeah, vibration.
now,
That's a model. That's not.
what causes that vibration and what actually vibrates, we don't know for a fact.
Have you heard of the
Now
electron
we
microscope?
come to things like phonons and ultrafine stuff from quantum mechanics. But the whole quantum mechanics is just a model.
Hmm.
It's not reality, because when we try to use this model to recreate, to build a reality or something, we can't. You get me?
What specifically are you talking about that we can't recreate? Just models of like certain
Yeah.
things in science?
So, so
Hello, are you there?
I thought I made it clear for you that models are not reality. This is the point where I'm trying to get to with you.
No, no, I agree. I agree. Like a human making a model to explain something scientifical is not real. It's not real. But in regards to like atoms and molecules, have you heard of the electron microscope?
Of course,
Yeah. What's your opinion on that?
I haven't worked with one, but
Hmm.
I have worked with um, laser interferometers, ultra high precision measuring instruments in nanometer precision. So it's a very good microscope. It
So how
shows
would you
us
explain heat or hot that would boil water? How would you explain it? Get me.
not very different from what mainstream science says, the vibration of the protons and neutrons, and which by default makes the whole molecule vibrate. So it makes them propagate a lot faster through the medium in 3D space.
Right. I mean, I don't disagree.
Yeah, me neither. That's quite a very accurate and close description. But what are those things that are moving
The
or that
atoms.
are causing that vibration?
Oh,
That's
I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
debatable.
So what's
Yeah,
causing them to vibrate? Oh, I
yeah.
see. Okay, okay. Well, that is an interesting question. What is causing the atoms to vibrate? Well, I guess the what I've been explained to and what I understand is that it has to do with different spectrums of light radiation. So we have visible light, we have microwaves, all that kind of stuff, right? So I don't think any of us would deny that that exists, like that there is a
Yeah,
spectrum of light.
Different components of the light spectrum. No, we don't.
okay.
We actually use infrared to see long distance
Yeah,
beyond your claimed curvature rate or beyond the horizon. So how do you explain that?
yeah, very
Well,
good point, because infrared light has the lowest, is the least refractive type of light.
in the visible spectrum. But I gotta nip this in the butt, right? The proton, the neutron, the electron. Like we don't see the actual proton, neutron, or electron. What scientists claim they've seen is just the field that it's vibrating in. And so you can't physically isolate that. And so they built entire models around these things, right? Even though they don't know what they are. And that's what Get Beget is saying. You can't take a proton, a neutron, an electron, and then from there create an atom, and then from there create a molecule by stringing atoms together, and then from there, keep scaling up until you create life. All of these are just models to have an explanation of what their best guess is that's going on, but they don't know. It's pseudoscience. The modern science era is pseudoscience. They haven't really done anything great to advance science through the scientific method for over 100 years.
Yeah, one of my personal discoveries is that the visible spectrum, the electromagnetic spectrum, those colors, ROY, GB, YV, IV, that you see in the 7 colors, 6 of them, they stand for the 6 Cartesian axes of 3D space. They are depicting the logical construct of 3D space itself. So this 3D space with polarity charge distribution at 180 degrees in 3D space is actually a logical construct. It's not something by default.
Oddly, though, we're getting so far off from the curvature of the Earth, right?
Right. I would say
a
the
little bit.
scientists have done some very significant things in the last 100 years, like invent jet airplanes
Yeah,
and
that's great.
computers and the
The
internet.
ability of a scientist to predict things or manufacture something has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth because that's a question of geometry. Thank you for sticking your nose in again, Matthew.
And technology is not necessarily science.
Right.
Now, when we speak about light propagating through air and 3D space, it's already propagating through a logical construct and a medium. So
Correct,
it's
yeah.
propagating through 2 things at once. The problem is there is ohmic resistance in everything. All matter, all atoms in existence, they have a certain degree of ohmic resistance. There is no atom in existence which has 0 ohmic resistance. Only at extreme low temperatures.
So what do you think about quarks then?
Quarks, I cannot dive into that with you because this is the field where I have my own research, and if I'm talking with you about this,
Why are models
I'll
bad?
be giving from my house,
Why are models bad? Don't they provide explanations? Like
the problem is you generate a model from reality. You guys haven't done that. So this is the problem, Rupert. If I go outside because you are begging for a model, we have to have a model, flat earthers have to have a model, fucking models everywhere. I'm only going to be measuring reality and creating the model anyways. So why not just go outside and measure it directly?
Yeah, exactly. There shouldn't be anything in your model that isn't like something that you didn't already know from reality. So it's not even that, like, really, your model should actually be derived from observation and experiment if it's a scientific model. So it's going to depend what sort of model you're talking about, its intended use, and all that, and how it's developed. Different models for different things. Like I can
Well, yeah, there
develop
are
a
helpful
business
things
model,
about models,
right?
aren't there? Like back to the hot and
So
cold
if I
thing.
develop a business model, does that mean I'm a businessman and I'm suddenly rich? Because my model says so, right? No, it doesn't. I have to put it into action.
You have to be chosen. You have to be
I have to
chosen by the
demonstrate that my
wealthy.
model it will eventually become a representative of reality. It's almost even not like a model; it's like a guide. It's like a map, really. Like that's going to lead me to hopefully not to it's going to lead me to success rather than failure. But
But I don't think models are all encompassing. Like the discussion about heat, I think
then
describing
why did
how
we get asked for a
particles
flat
work
Earth
and that
model
sort
that
of thing
includes
is
how
just a
everything
part
in the
of the.
universe
Can you not
works?
interrupt me?
Oh, co-harder. You were the one
Okay, what
changing the
about heat?
subject matter back to heat and crap. And then you get upset you get interrupted. Damn.
No, we're
Yeah,
discussing
models have their use within certain contexts. Like, what's the sort of model you're talking about?
all models like atmospheric refraction and those sort of things. Those explanations for things.
There is no
Yeah, so
atmospheric refraction because the word itself, atmosphere, is an oxymoron.
Well, you can completely
Air.
deny them, but I don't think that's helpful.
No. Air is not spherical. Air is not a sphere. Air, the thing you breathe in your lung, is not a ball.
What is it then?
It's air, not atmosphere.
In my mind, I visualize like atoms as spheres.
Atmos?
Like oxygen atoms would be spheres, and
It's not oxygen. It's a mix of gases.
No, he's
Mixture
talking.
of
He's
gas.
talking about the.
I'm talking about the oxygen that goes
Yeah,
into your
oxygen
lungs.
itself, not about the nitrogen and the.
Is Atmos only oxygen?
No, it's not. But he's talking about
No,
the oxygen
it's nitrogen.
specifically.
Yeah, the oxygen is 4% in the air, or 6%,
It's actually
20%.
21% actually.
or 20, yeah,
20.8,
and
21%.
70 nitrogen.
Yes, that is correct. It's mostly nitrogen, small amount
Yeah,
of.
74%.
Well, the nitrogen
So
keeps the pressure, and
I
then
can
the oxygen is
say
what we
I
were
can
talking.
say better. We breathe nitrogen actually.
I mean, we breathe both oxygen and nitrogen. The nitrogen keeps the pressure for the for
Yeah.
everything, and then the oxygen is what our body processes.
But anyway, this mixture cocktail of gases is not spherical.
Are you talking about the atoms or just the cocktail of?
The air which we
Right.
breathe and we walk through it.
Well, yeah, it's just made up of. I'm just going to say as far as we understand, it's made up of atoms, made up of elements, whether it be nitrogen or oxygen, and they're mixed together. Well, of course, you can't physically breathe in a
Yeah,
sphere, right? But you're
they
breathing
are
in molecules.
they are self-referential with each other. Um, they are.
How would
You
you
can
show us
say
that
they
they're not
are
spherical?
very.
Like
Sorry.
all the times that I've been shown atoms and like told to visualize atoms, they've been spherical. Like, how would you show me
Yeah, but they
that
are
an
not.
oxygen
They
atom
are
isn't
actually.
spherical? Yeah, I know you
Okay,
keep saying they're not, but
I'll tell you.
how would I know?
Rupert, you
Okay,
guys are
can I
talking about
answer
different
you?
things. He's quibbling with the word atmosphere because
Can
it
I
assumes that
answer?
it's in a sphere around the globe Earth.
All right, yeah,
Yeah.
I understand that.
Listen, my answer is not Matthew's answer. So I'm going to answer your question. You asked, what's the shape of the atoms? They are not spheres. They have toroidal shapes. They have 6 arms, projections, in the 6 Cartesian axis of 3D space. That's how atoms look
What do you
like.
mean 6? I thought like a direction
Yeah,
is either plus a
yeah,
direction or minus a
they
direction.
have,
You're counting like one
they have,
dimension as 2.
okay, they have like a vortex pointing on plus z, 1, on minus z, 1, on plus x, 1, on minus x, 1, on plus y, and 1 on minus y. 6.
You're saying that atoms are not spheres. They're, you said,
Yeah,
thyroidal.
And there's 6
when you
dimensions.
view it, you don't have your eyes, and light is lying to you
Have you seen
because
this
you
shape yourself?
see one. Listen, when you look at anything in reality, you see 180 degrees from it. You see the surface. You don't have octahedral perspective vision.
Or what if you walked
If
around
you
the
had,
object? You could see all
you
around it.
will see that the atom has
Guess why?
6 projections. Now, when you view it with your eyes, you will see it like a star, like a 6-pointed star, hexagonal star.
Have you seen the star yourself?
No, this is what the latest images in quantum mechanics actually show the atoms, how they look like. So those guys with electron microscopes, that's what they saw.
Okay.
Because this, you were telling me about electron microscopes.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So now you see, I know some stuff. You heard about the electron microscopes, but you haven't looked what they saw through them, with them.
All right, so let's tie this back into the topic, shall we?
Yeah. So if atoms are not balls, spheres, they are toroidal shapes, obviously the mumbo
The Earth is one.
jumbo ball worship
Sorry.
fall. Yeah.
You're
We're
saying
like
that
so
because
far, we're like so far from like the topic. It's ridiculous. We're talking about theoretical models, and we're supposed to be talking about shooting a flat tangent over a surface to determine its deviation and whether or not it's curving. Like two different things. Like we're going from a theoretical model from pseudoscience, and we're comparing it to geometry.
Yeah. Well, the only thing that's curved is the equator. That's a circle around the north.
so if there's curvature around the north, why would it not keep extending?
Because it's a circle on a plane, on a 2D plane. I mean, not 2D, 3D, obviously.
The equator isn't on Earth.
The Earth has a depth, you know.
The
It
equator
has
isn't
the
even on the
surface.
Earth. Get.
It has the surface and a depth. How deep it goes, Nobody knows. No
How would
man.
anyone detect that circle, get beget? How would someone go about measuring that circle?
Yeah, you go to the equator and you will see the sun flying above
How
your
do you
head.
measure the?
That's the
How do you
sun.
measure?
It's not
How
measuring
do
it.
you
Yeah.
measure over water? How do you measure distance over water when you have no landmarks?
Well, the only way is with the stars, the sextant.
The
That's what I
stars are
brought up
constantly
yesterday.
moving, man.
Around what? Around the Earth?
The stars are just constantly moving.
That's correct. What are they moving around?
The
Not the
celestial
North
poles.
Star.
The celestial poles.
Well, one method they used to use was knots in a rope.
Yeah, but then you
That
have
would
to
give them an
the
indication of speed and time, and then use this speed and time to calculate the distance they travel. The rough, it's really rough. Like, wasn't perfect, but I think it gave them an indication. That's what they used to use.
Or the equator is on Earth.
Yeah,
no, it's in the sky.
that is.
The celestial equator is in the sky. The equator is on the Earth.
How do you find the equator if you can't see the stars or the sun or the moon?
Oh, you probably couldn't.
Right, thank you.
Well, you're
I
not
always
gonna live your life without ever seeing the stars,
I always
right?
ground myself hard into my chi onto the ground to make sure I'm earthed properly before I can even look for the equator. Really. It's really important that you understand where you are before you find the equator. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't make any sense. It sounds like pseudoscience mumbo jumbo to me.
Where are you right now in terms and relation to the equator? That's how you know where the equator is.
Yeah, 34 degrees latitude. Oh.
Well, then you know where the equator is. And if you know where you are to the equator, you know where to look.
But how do you measure it? How do you even know it's there?
You feel it.
How do we know it's a
Just like
circle?
you know what?
Nah.
Sometimes you just
We
got to
just
feel
dig
your
our
way.
toes into the ground.
Oh, what the
No, I don't think
hell?
you're being genuine.
If you get two magnets together, I think you could figure it out.
How's there an equator
Most
on
people
flat
don't
Earth?
even know which way north is. If you ask everybody in the room to point to north, not everybody could do it.
Only people that were
North
Boy
is
Scouts.
north is up, duh.
Wait, you're telling me you wouldn't know where north is?
You're supposed to orient yourself and know where north is at all times.
Just look up
Yeah,
and you'll know north.
that's up though.
But brother, you said you could feel it.
You can feel it. That's why you fucking gotta get in line with your chi. But if you gotta fucking know, you gotta look. If you're lost, you also gotta orient. You gotta close your eyes and you gotta feel it.
Wait, what does the equator feel like?
Oh man, it feels so
Hot.
warm.
Feels
It
hot
feels
over there.
like you know how like you've got like a Nern root in Oblivion. How it like when it comes near, it's like wow. It's like that when you're turning a specific way. It's like
You ever
wow.
lick an icicle? Licking the equator is like the opposite of licking an icicle.
Oh my god, like licking a battery, like a 8 volt or 9 volt.
Yeah.
Holy
Oh my god,
shit,
it's like
dude.
licking a 9 volt.
Scooters are crazy.
I'm right.
No, yeah, but we get called crazy for saying water's level.
The sky
How do mountains get
the
here
sky
if the world
constellations
is
tell
level?
you where the north is.
It is level.
When so I have two
Right.
different nipples. So like I don't know if this is a guy actor, but for women, all the ladies in here, like raise your hands and one nip if you
Oh.
Good. She was trolling. I mean, it wasn't even a very entertaining troll, but she acted as if we've never seen trolls in here before.
Yeah.
Not even a very good one.
No.
Oh, they muted her. Oh well.
Yeah. Thank you.
Level and flat aren't the same thing, right?
Yeah, correct. a line can be level, but it's not flat.
I have a question. Is it possible to show a flat Earth model that exhibits all measurable phenomena that we see on Earth
Just
at the
go
same
outside
time?
and measure it. It'll save you some heartache.
But do we have a model? Has anyone made one?
We don't require one. Obviously, your ears were painted on when
Yeah.
discussed earlier.
Why has there never
That's
been a
what
model?
I was trying to tell
A very
the
flat Earth,
previous
wouldn't
guy.
you'd have to measure a square mile to see if
What
there's 8
kind of
inches
model?
curve.
Can I ask, Imperial, what kind of model are you looking for?
Oh, a model that exhibits all measurable phenomena that we see on Earth at the same time.
That's impossible.
Why?
Oh,
There's no all-encompassing model. There's no such thing.
But why?
I thought
Because it's impossible to account for every freaking variable in one single model. What are you talking about? Models are
there's
broken up. Like
models.
the people that study the physical and natural world make models specifically about one aspect of it, or a few aspects of it. They don't make models that is all encompassing, like you just described.
But they've made a model of a spherical Earth.
So what? What does
Why
it
is
tell you?
It's not all encompassing though.
No, it's not.
It just explains some things or attempts to.
All right, so it's just attempting to explain things that it's gonna leave out other things, right?
So like a globe that you can buy on like you see like a globe, right? Like
Yeah, I
you
grew up with
spin it.
them. Yeah,
Why is there not one that's not globular?
there are.
I've never seen one. Where would I
You should
go
ask
to?
NASA. They apparently have one. Flat non-rotating Earth model.
Have any of you guys ever measured a mile to see if there's that to disprove the 8
Non-rotating
inches thing?
Earth model. I'm gonna look it up right now. Non-rotating Earth model. Okay, let's see what we got. They're all spheres.
Like, has a flat earther ever measured a mile to see if there's any curvature?
They've done longer than that. There was with a laser and trying to hit 2 points.
How far did the laser go?
I don't know. There's a documentary. It basically failed because even with a very strong laser, it gets too large and you can't. It grows over distance.
Another TikTok globe tard. I love these guys.
That's what culminators.
Lasers can go pretty far. I mean, I know like radar technology goes pretty far. Well, that's like That's more like electromagnetic waves rather than. I mean, I guess
It's
lasers are
not
also
electromagnetic.
Lasers are also electromagnetic, I guess.
No,
I'm looking it up.
lasers are light. Lasers are light. And
Okay, they're
light.
lasers have been shot over exceptionally long distances. Dayton University cracked one. What was it? 93 miles, which is 147 kilometers. And hit their
Light
target.
illuminate.
Did they see any curvature?
Was there any curvature?
No. They were testing for refraction. They didn't get any of that either.
Wait, how do they know there was no curvature?
Because the laser hit its target where they were aiming. If it was curving, it wouldn't have hit its target.
Not if the light's curving with the Earth.
Bro, I'm not gonna
They
lie. If you
did
believe
this
the
across
Earth
the
is flat,
Hawaiian
you're
Islands.
retarded.
The laser hit the
I
target. They
am.
aimed, they fired, they hit. If it was curving, they would have aimed, fired, and missed.
Bro, the
It was a
light
tri-band
refraction of the
laser.
laser.
3 separate frequencies.
Yeah, but light bends, right?
Yeah,
light
3
bends,
separate
exactly.
frequencies.
No,
Bro,
light doesn't bend, it diverges.
And look, someone's posting up behind the curve. Oh my god. Another very astute glober who came to the conclusion he lives on a globe because someone went, that's interesting. How did you come to said conclusion, Jax? Oh, Jax.
He's not in the chat.
Yeah, what did you ask me? Sorry, I was muted.
You weren't muted. How did you come to the conclusion that we live on a ball tard off of a Netflix mockumentary where the result was, that's interesting? So how did you get globe out of that?
So first of all, it was my headset. Second of all, I didn't come to the conclusion from the documentary. I was sharing a link to an article about the documentary because I'm the one that was saying that someone asked if there was any tests done with light or lasers, and so it's just a reference.
So you shared a mockumentary. They started off with a laser, they finished off with a flashlight. So it's not a very good example.
I did a laser test.
Are there any non-mockumentaries, actual documentaries?
Yeah, there is. There's heaps of laser tests that have been done.
What's
there was this flat Earth
what's the name of the one?
experiment where they took two large boards exactly 17 feet above the water, and a camera was placed on one end, and a person held a light source at the other end, and
That's the one that he just posted.
And light was held at 17 feet,
end,
but it could not.
The answer
it could not
was,
be seen because the
that's
Earth
interesting.
Yeah, the light was
you didn't
held
know
at 17
that.
feet. It could
They
not
didn't
be
tell you
seen
that. Yeah,
because the
Rumhead,
Earth's
they didn't
physical
tell you
curve
that.
blocked the
Can
path.
you hear me speaking at all? Rumhead, can you hear me speaking? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Excellent. So shut the fuck up.
Damn.
So mean.
Don't need to be rude.
That's common.
You were being rude by charging through. That
Well, I
was
was
the
talking.
test that he provided for you. That was the one that failed. They started off with a laser, finished with a flashlight.
What was there was a flat Earth test, so if it failed, then that means the Earth isn't flat.
It wasn't a test.
It
It
didn't
was a
fail.
fucking mockumentary. Are you not listening?
Yeah. What happened in that documentary was this. One guy with money, curious to find out the truth, bought the laser. And those guys who are globe Earth parishioners, they broke the laser because they knew the result will confirm.
They broke
So,
the laser?
That doesn't make
yeah,
sense.
yeah.
No, that's not
what they
what
did.
happened.
Why would someone spend $20,000 to prove that the Earth is
They
like
cooked
a
it. They didn't
globe?
spend
Doesn't make
20
sense.
grand on that. The whole fucking production probably cost that. They
Why
broke
would
the
they
laser.
break
They had
the
an accumulator on it, and they
Yeah.
cooked it for running the laser too long, and basically
So someone-
burned it out.
Yeah.
And they
So
turned
someone
around and
spent
said, "We've already
20K for-
invested." Yeah, that's great. We've already invested a lot of time, money, and effort in this. We may as well continue. Here's a flashlight. Keep going. The answer was, that's interesting. So if you've come out of that with, hey, Earth's a globetard, when the result was, that's interesting, you're a better man than anyone else on this panel.
Why is it interesting?
That's what the answer was. They didn't say, oh, fuck, it's a globe, or oh, fuck, it's flat. All the result was, that's interesting. That's it. Nothing more.
No, that's not what happened. They were trying.
Why'd they say it
They
was
were flat
interesting?
earthers. It was flat
No, they
earthers that were
weren't.
trying to. Okay.
The fucking producer was a globetard. It was a mockumentary. It was designed.
producer.
Jax, listen carefully. The
okay.
mockumentary was designed so fucking idiots would watch it and go, oh, flat earthers have fucked up. So all of you guys come in here on a daily basis producing that same video telling us that flat earthers produced a fucked up with their test. It was a mockumentary. You were caught hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah.
You took the
Why would
bait,
they
and now you're in here.
Why would they spend 20 grand to do that when they already have a bunch of other experiments for around Earth? Why would they need to
Because it's a
pretend to be flat earthers?
mockumentary. Obviously, you don't know the purpose of a mockumentary.
Is it like, did the producers say it's a mockumentary?
Well, if you haven't figured out that it's a mockumentary by now, you're probably not in the right conversation.
Isn't that biased by calling it a mockumentary without no proof?
It is a mockumentary, whether you consider it biased or not.
So who's Bob Nodell or
You
Knodell?
just think it's a mockumentary because someone told you that.
It's a mockumentary because if you watch the fucking second part of it, where they tell you that, you probably get to find out for yourself. It was a joke. You've got stitched up. You took the bait. You swallowed it, hook, line, and sinker.
So it wasn't Globebusters who did.
Kind of dumb.
It was the Globebusters who used the ring laser and the gyroscope.
Yeah, and we know the fucktards personally, so it was a mockumentary.
So they're not actually flat earthers. Is that what?
Not anymore.
But yeah, why would that
Bob
be?
Nodell's passed away.
Well, Bob's dead, yeah, so there's that.
Jaron was one of them in it, and he went to Antarctica with Duffy and saw a 24-hour sun, apparently, allegedly, and came back a glober. The other flat earther didn't. I'm not sure about the woman flat earther that accompanied them. I don't know what her stance is now, but with it, he remained a flat earther. Jaron changed his tune because he was heavily invested in an ideology and a model that refutes. So he turned away from his ideas about flat Earth instead of focusing on the actual evidence. Threw all that away to go back to the globe and support the globe and continue to debate for the globe.
What?
So it's
This
not
is new
possible
to
that
me.
he performed an objective test and realized that the Earth was a globe and not flat. Isn't that
No,
possible?
it's flawed. His reasoning is flawed. He was invested in a type of ideology of a cosmological model involving a flat Earth and its configurated land masses, right? And decided that since he's so heavily invested in that ideology and that modeling, that because of what he saw, that his idea about flat Earth can't be true. So he dismissed flat Earth entirely. But it was flawed. He had flawed reasoning.
It's really funny that the documentary set to prove out that the Earth was flat, and when their results failed, they called it a mockumentary.
No, that's
I
not
can't
what
even find
happened, bro.
I can't even find anywhere online where it says it's a mockumentary.
Yeah, there's documentation somewhere, like an interview that was done by the actual producers and directors, where they openly admitted that they didn't like the idea of children seeing this and being swayed towards a flat Earth. So they deliberately edited the program so that it painted flat Earth in a bad light.
How so? I mean, did they manipulate the test that they did?
by making these supposed tests seem like it went against the flat Earth and was in
How
favor of
do
the
we know
globe.
that the documentary just wasn't like shit on, and they were like, oh, like it was bad because it was a joke, not because we're stupid?
Because there was
You
people
don't even
there.
get to see much detail about that test. Like towards the end, you don't. It's dark. There's like lots of cuts. You see him say like
You're
you
explaining
hear
how
no, you
bad
don't even
flat
see
Earth
him.
is
You
then.
hear him. You hear a voice say, "Right now, raise it." And then apparently the light's raised, and in the viewfinder you see that the light is visible, and then you hear him say, "Interesting." We don't even know if he said "interesting" at that very moment. He could have said that, and it be edited in later, which is apparently
Let's get a little
happened. I don't know.
conspiracy. Don't you? That's
No, I'm not saying it's a conspiracy. We don't know. We
Why does
don't.
it
We
matter?
weren't the editors. We
Why does
don't
it
know
matter
the
if it's
sequence of
interesting or
events
not?
that occurred exactly. And by the way, that test was heavily flawed too. They didn't even have it aligned properly. You're never going to be able to align two holes like that over a distance perfectly anyway. And when their first attempt to do so was using a collimated laser, they left it on too long, and the collimator burnt out, and they broke the laser. So he decided to try it with a flashlight, for God's sake. And when you shine a flashlight through a hole, it becomes distorted and loses intensity, becomes diffracted. It cones
So
out even more. The whole
So
thing
up to
is
the
absolutely
up
flawed.
up until the
Jaren,
point.
Jaren that did the test himself. I heard him say in an interview that he went back like a day later or a couple of days later and realized that there were branches that they couldn't even see in the dark hanging out in front of their line of sight that he hadn't noticed before. So that could have been part of the reason why they got the results they did. Who knows, right? But it is not
I
a
have a
very
question.
good, sophisticated, and thorough test. We've got other
Why? Because it was done
demonstrations
by flat
involving
earthers.
light across bodies of water much farther, not 1.7 miles or not 3 miles. We're talking in the vicinity of tens of miles. Like so, where it was very thorough and very well documented. Okay, so
Is
if you
that
want to see
article
examples of
real?
those, we're happy to accommodate you.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
please.
thing is, with that experiment, there was a bunch of people that were there, right, from the globe side and from the flat side, people that I know personally, right, that were there, and everybody walked away from what they were trying to do there with the understanding that everything that turned out was inconclusive because they had the issue with the laser. They tried to do it with the flashlight, and everybody's like, "Yeah, this isn't proving anything."
Thank
But
you.
the documentary people made edits and cuts to make you believe that what was done there was some sort of definitive proof, even though even the Globers that were there walked away saying, yeah, this doesn't prove anything. There's too much going on here. We lost the ability to use the laser, so therefore the test isn't going to be conclusive in any way, shape, or form. And yeah, that's what took place. But you fell for the clever editing in a
Wait,
documentary. So there's that.
wait. So up until the point where the laser broke, there wasn't any testing done to confirm or suggest one way or another. Is that what
Yeah,
you're
no,
saying?
they weren't able to use the laser because they left it on too long, and the like basically the portion of the laser that was screwed on to the end of it to make sure that it was columnated and it was going to be able to shoot over that distance and stay at a very short beam, like a very small beam, like the laser overheated and melted it and it was off kilter and they couldn't use the laser anymore. So they never actually did the test with the laser and they tried to improvise with the flashlight and everybody's like, yeah, this isn't working, you know, test
Has anyone repeated the
inconclusive.
test since then?
I don't even think it's a good test to begin with,
Not that
but
particular
Yeah, so
version.
it's not worth repeating.
Look us
yeah,
in the side
exactly.
chat. Killer fucking laser transit tests. Multiple.
Yeah, there's been a ton of other laser tests that, you know, take the information for what it is, but it tends to prove out that the earth is not curving at the rate in which you would expect it, right? So
At any rate.
if you want to actually look into that information, that's fine. Or if you want to watch a Netflix documentary where the people admitted that they wanted to make sure that the flat Earth was put into a bad light because they didn't want children
Well,
to
there is
think
counter
that there was a
information, isn't it? We
possibility.
can also have a look at George Yutnick's measurement and see that there's counter information. So it comes down to someone deciding if they want to believe what laser test they want to believe, don't they?
Yeah, in my personal opinion, I don't think a laser test is the proper way to do it, anyways. So there's that. But people
Uh,
can choose to believe what they want to believe, right?
Well,
you can
but
verify this
given that
yourself.
both globals and flat earthers were part of the plan to do the test, wouldn't it be to reason that both groups agreed that it was a legitimate test in
No,
theory?
both groups believed at the end of it, right? Because when it took place, there was issues with it. That the determination was they all walked away from it saying it was inconclusive. That just
Well,
wasn't
issues
exact
with
right.
their specific test or the concept of how the test was going to be conducted. Like going into it, they agreed
I mean,
upon
I,
this is
I
how
think
we're going
there's
to be able to tell, right? Or
I
no?
think there was people on both sides that had doubts on to whether or not that particular test and the way that it was structured would actually prove out anything to begin with. It doesn't mean that those people there, like there was people there that would doubt whether or not it was going to prove anything one way or the another before it even started, right? I don't think everybody was in agreement that this is going to be some definitive test anyways. But then when you have the issues with the laser and everybody walked away saying, yeah, this is inconclusive, everybody was cordial about that. But
Mm-hmm.
the editors of the video basically didn't put any of that in, that have heavy edits to
Mm-hmm.
allow you the viewer to believe that this was some sort of definitive test, and then it proved that the earth was not a globe, or that the earth was a globe. because of a
What
failed
This,
test.
yeah, I
what's
get
the
you.
problem you have with the laser transit tests, Napalm?
But the
And what do you
lasers,
think that,
man.
that
Next minute, you have people that talk like this, going on YouTube and making little videos about it, saying there was a flat earther that did a light test and proved that his theory was wrong,
But
and everybody
lasers,
just follows it because the guy's got 1 million fucking subscribers.
lasers.
Yeah, I have a few issues with laser transit tests because um, there is always the ability for a laser to either increase or decrease its elevation based on refractive properties in the
Excellent.
atmosphere.
Demonstrate it, and then we'll accept your claim, and then we'll adjudicate what the causational mechanism is from there. So please demonstrate the laser bending down over a 10 or 20 mile laser test.
Yeah, even in some of the laser
Called
tests, it bends up
refraction.
and
It's
down.
called
Right. So
refraction. It has to do with
Yeah,
the
that's great. We
salt.
know what you believe the causational mechanism. You've got to demonstrate it actually happening in the first place. You're claiming lasers are bending. Provide evidence of such, then we look into the causational mechanism. If you wish to claim refraction, so be it. If some other numpty comes in and says, I think it's gravity, we'll look into that too. But first of all, you got to provide lasers bending downwards, as per your claim.
yeah, they deviate from normal up and down depending on atmospheric conditions.
show us?
Show me your fucking
Sure.
work.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we can certainly do that.
Sweet.
I don't know why. So you think lasers never deviate from their normal in the
Not
atmosphere?
down. They don't
That's
bend
not what we
downwards.
said. Yep, you're
I
going to
said
show us a
downwards and
laser.
upwards depending on the atmospheric conditions, bro. Like
Well, the
They
only
don't
problem.
bend downwards, Napalm.
Yep, and you
Wait,
need them to bend
are you
downwards.
you
saying
can
they
never have
only bend
atmospheric
upwards?
conditions
Are
where a
you
laser can bend
telling me that
downward.
a laser will only bend upwards?
Well, how about you
If
provide
you can,
demonstration of one bending down and we'll accept your challenge. You get us video or photographic evidence of a laser bending down in the open atmosphere over 10 or 20 miles, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, they don't
I
usually
need to make
bend
a fake science
downwards. They
paper.
diverge upwards to the Z
Typically,
plus.
it's going to be upwards, but there can be conditions, right? This is the reason why you can
I'm not
have
concerned
a
about the conditions.
superior and
Listen
an
carefully.
inferior
You're
mirage, right?
attributing the causational mechanism
The same
before
reason
showing
that
the
you can
cause.
have a
Yeah, you're
superior
not
and
going to do that, boy. Napalm, you're in the wrong room to go making claims and not backing them. You are putting the cart before the horse. You've made the claim that lasers bend downwards. I've got no issue with your claim, and I doubt any of the other flat earthers in here do either. What we would like you to do is back up your claim. Demonstrate the lasers bending downwards. Then once you've done that, you can then attribute whatever causational mechanism you wish. If you wish to claim refraction is the cause of your laser bending down demonstration, then that's great. We will all look into it together and we'll tell you exactly how much it should or should not be bending. But you still have to provide the bending down bit, mate. This is what we call a skip a step earther. You don't seem to
Okay,
want to
so
provide the first bit.
So, have you ever seen a
Can they
straw
bend upward?
in a glass?
That's
We're not in a
irrelevant.
Yeah,
glass. We're outside over a 10 to a 20 mile distance. So if you want
Yeah,
to
have
put
you
something
seen
in a fish
a
tank,
laser
that's going to
bend
be
upward?
fucking useless.
Have you seen a
Yeah,
laser bend upward in those conditions?
Matrix.
Yes, we have
That's
seen lasers
the
bending upwards. And we've
So
got
I have a
video
quote,
footage of it
right?
also.
Yeah. So you can have a
So,
deviation from normal upwards.
yeah,
right?
listen carefully. We're not arguing refraction, you fucking daft idiots. Get it through your fucking heads. It's very simple. If you say lasers are bending left, right, up, down, all we want you to do is demonstrate this. After you've demonstrated the laser bending left, right, up, down, you then can attribute whatever causational mechanism you fucking choose. We don't care what you claim is the causation. We want you to demonstrate actual happenings. At the moment, all we're hearing is fucking yap, yap, yap. You're not providing anything. If you want to claim refraction, fucking demonstrate it happening. Demonstrate these 10 to 20 mile laser tests bending downwards. And then the conversation will proceed. Other than that, hollow words, Napalm.
I tell you how they make them believe
So,
that the lasers
so
are bending
yeah. So
downwards.
what
It's
what
because they
causes?
show them. It's because they show them the laser shooting through an aquarium, through a liquid, and
Hey,
in a
Get,
liquid
stop. Please
medium.
stop. Get,
Yeah,
stop.
Bro,
We're not questioning refraction. We're questioning the
yeah,
laser bending in the first place. He has made the claim lasers
It's
bending. He
refracting
can back his claim up and show it.
upwards.
After
So
he
there's
does
no.
that,
So
then
the
he
laser
can.
never refracts upwards.
After that, Get, he can then make a claim of what the causation is. Follow the scientific
yeah.
method. Observation first. Let's get him to provide the observation. So, Napalm, in the side chat, please provide your observation of lasers bending downwards over a 10 to 20 mile distance.
Oh, I want to see that too.
why does it need to be over that distance? I mean, if it's proven at other distances, doesn't it translate?
No,
Why
no.
are you making that a requirement?
Show a
Because
laser
the problem
shooting
is,
through the air.
I think 1
Jax,
mile would be
the
enough.
other
Yeah.
demonstrator, we've got like fucking 8 of them, so you can go quiet too. The problem is, Jax, every time we ask for a demonstration of a laser bending down, we get fucking sugar water in a fish tank with some numpty pointing a laser through it. I
Yeah.
don't want to be rude, but I don't fucking live in a fish tank. I don't live in a fish tank full of sugar water.
I mean,
And these tests
bro.
are over 20 miles, not fucking 2 foot.
You're right, bro. I'm gonna lie. Get humble, bro.
Air is not liquid. Liquid is a different medium than air. So light has totally different behavior. They have to prove this, that laser is bending downwards through the air.
So the
I
claim
never
is
seen this
lasers bending
happening.
downwards. Give us a demonstration of it. Then, and only then, you can put forward your hypothesis. So scientific method, dude. Observation first. What is the observation? Lasers bending downwards. Okay, he's made the claim of lasers bending down. Fucking show it. 10 to
Nobody in
20
this
mile
room.
laser test. Because that's what we're talking about. So show it.
Yeah, nobody in this room has ever seen that. No one here is a witness
It
to
doesn't
I'll tell you how
exist.
it works, Jax. When these guys show it, I will then help them calculate how much whatever their causational mechanism is perceived to be. I'll help them do it. I just want to see the observation to start off with. And actually, I reckon a few others will help. If they can provide the laser bending down over 10 or 20 mile, we'll help them work out what their claimed causation is.
And if you this is why they want to kill the 6% of white European blood. You see?
What the
No,
fuck
and
are
then
you talking about?
Yeah.
and
The
no
future
no more
generations they're
claims.
gonna
No more claims beyond this, neither. You're going to follow this to the end. You're not going to jump off and start going on other claims, neither.
Yeah, I'd like to
We
be a
have to
witness
solve it.
over thin air laser bending down. I'd like to be a witness of that. I've
How did
heard a
my
lot of claims
post
that
get removed? What?
No, we're not talking about thin air. We are talking about real air from reality. The
that's a
air that is
colloquial
around you.
That's
term
what he
for the same
meant,
thing.
Get. You missed it,
Yeah,
dude.
Yeah.
Sorry.
colloquial term.
All
Sorry.
good. Out in the open air, 10 to 20 miles, lasers bending down, napalm. Can you provide this? Yes or no?
Because none of us have ever seen that, so please show us.
What if the
Yeah, I've been
laser
on mute,
point
so
on the
I
target
guess you didn't
moved
hear what I
up
was
and
saying.
down throughout
Isn't that
the day?
amazing? No one was talking, and they both went at the same time. Napalm first. Can you provide the laser bending downwards over a 10 to 20 mile test?
Yeah, I can find you some documentation on that.
Excellent. Can you please post it in the side chat? That
Yeah.
would be excellent. All right, the other one. Who was it that wanted to talk? Where'd he go?
Not documentation.
Rupert. I was asking, like, I thought the laser on the target, they have to take the test, in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening. Like, I thought the laser point on the target even moves around. I thought that was an indication of the point of light moving up or down or being refracted by light.
We're not questioning refraction. Again, you guys made the claim of lasers bending downwards. Do you agree or disagree with that statement? Do you, Rupert Cow, agree or disagree with the statement that the globers in this room, in this case Napalm, made the claim that lasers bend downwards? Do you agree or disagree?
I can't say his claim. Just let him.
I didn't ask you to say it. I asked if you
I
agree
don't
that
know.
he
I
said
wasn't
it or
fully
not.
listening. I wasn't fully listening what he said.
Excellent. So you probably might want to step out of this conversation then. Awesome.
I can't ask questions? What do you mean?
Well, the
If
funny
you're
thing
asking
is that
questions pertaining to the conversation and yet you don't want to be a part of the conversation, that's fucked up, dude. You either want to be in it and you're going to make a stance
No, I said
or
I can't
not.
speak for someone else who's not in the conversation.
You're not being asked to speak for him. You're just so tied up thinking that you're going to get caught in a gotcha moment that you don't even fucking listen to what's being said anymore. Napalm made a statement. Lasers bend downwards. Do you
I don't know.
agree
I didn't
or
hear him say
disagree
that.
with this?
I did not hear him say that.
Excellent.
I've
Well,
never
he
heard
did
him
say
that.
it. He did say
Well,
it.
that's
So
your
now
word.
this is what's going to happen. It's fucking recorded, bro. So this is what's going to happen, Rupert. He's going to provide either photographic or film or video evidence of these lasers bending downwards. Once that is done, then and only then can we listen to his hypothesis on why the laser is bending downwards. If he wishes to claim refraction, then we will look into that. If he wishes to claim
So
gravity,
you
we'll
want to
look into
see
that.
you want to see 15 miles of bent lasers that you want to see.
I mean,
10
Porsche and
miles,
Green's
20 miles,
Porsche
15
was
miles,
one
don't give a
was five,
shit. As long as he provides it.
Porsche and Green was 5K, and they saw downward. But that's not enough distance for you.
Who saw downward? What's the hell's portion green? I'm sorry, you were mumbling when you said it.
Yep. Hold on, I'm putting it in chat in a sec. There's more. Hold on.
I was just wondering if I could hear a globe
That's
proponent
paywalled.
describe the entailments of what refraction is doing to cause the lasers to appear parallel to the surface of water in
I'm not even
multiple
worried about
conditions.
that yet, Boogie. I just want their demonstration of the lasers bending downwards. And look at that. Get has
Yeah.
put the one where it bends up. So anyone who comes in and says that they can't see it because the air would be bending with it, full of shit. Look at that. You can see it clear as day. And there's also a great
Straight
side-on
upward.
shot of that.
Yeah.
So if you guys are claiming that lasers are bending, following the curvature of Earth, this should be shown. Should be demonstrated.
They do the opposite of what they do in a liquid.
What do you reckon, Jax? That looks pretty mad, eh?
Hmm.
That laser bending upwards. Your thing's behind a paywall too. We can't touch
Yeah,
it.
I'm looking for a ripped copy or something right now.
Free Palestine.
Which idiot said that?
I had one with a laser from a U.S. Navy ship those military laser targeting system showing how they were not able to set target with the laser because of the weather.
I thought there was another laser one too, where you could see the laser coming off the side of like a destroyer or something like that, with some mad ship, and the laser was coming off the side of it.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that one for a long time. I know the one you saw. I'm pretty sure we're talking about the same one.
That one, the image was like very red, right?
No, the one I'm thinking of was a green one.
Uh-huh.
There's probably others. Like, it's highly probable there's others out there.
The NLM approves around Earth.
No, it doesn't. Oh, he's going to keep doing that. Just drop in, say something stupid, and go away. That's not going to go down too well. Hey, clown shoes, I need to do it again. Yeah. Nice to see all these people looking for bendy lasers.
I can't believe they're actually doing it. This is the first time I've seen an attempt.
Yeah, I know. Most of them just go, nah, refraction. Yeah, but we're after the demonstration. Nah, refraction. And you'll do that for the next 3 hours.
Right.
What's this? Height increasing visibility over distance makes no sense if the Earth is flat. Okay, so the more denser air is down low, less denser is up high. As you increase in elevation, you also increase your visibility. I don't see the problem there. That sounds about right, doesn't it, Rat? Go up, get clearer.
Yeah, I mean, you could test it at a shorter distance, and you know that's true. It's obvious. When you get higher up on a flat surface, you can see further along it.
Better
Oh, it
angles
doesn't
of
make
view wouldn't help you
It's not a
on a flat
the
surface.
Sorry, Boogie.
No, I was just mocking. Go ahead.
I was going to say the surface has nothing to do with it, flat or curved. If you're getting elevated and
Yeah.
the air is less dense or cleaner, this has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. This has to do with either the density or quality of the air that you're looking through.
Well, so then what's the point of trying to prove that lasers can bend downward if that's going to, I mean, isn't that going to be your rebuttal to being able to demonstrate?
The lasers, mate, the lasers are sent 1 foot from the ground. That's the problem. You guys are claiming they're bending down. Technically, the rates you require, the laser should be just bending straight into the ground. They shouldn't even
But what
be
I'm
making
saying,
the targets.
I'm giving a hypothetical. If I can come up with find something that shows it's over, the 10 to 20 mile distance that you want, is the rebuttal then just going to be that it's the air that's doing the bending?
Well, that's what you're also claiming. So number one, you've got to provide the laser bending down. We understand that bit. After you've done that, then I'm going to ask you, what is your hypothesis for the laser bending downwards? Then you're going to provide something. Most likely, refraction.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can go and test it. We shoot lasers at different temperatures, different weather conditions. Oh my God, look at that. They go up, they go down, depending on what temperature is.
Wait, they go up and down? I thought you are asking people to bring you
Provide the laser bending downwards first. Don't stress. You just confuse yourself. We're just one step at a time. They've made the claim laser bends down. Demonstrate it. That's all we want to see first.
I mean, the terminology, though, bending down, I mean, that would imply that it's decreasing in its height above the surface over distance.
Correct. Not level.
So maybe more accurately, they mean to say that it's arcing because
Arcing
it's
how?
following
Okay, I'm good with that.
following a curvature of the surface.
Well, they're begging the question there.
Because if it's maintaining its height above the surface, then that's not bending down. That's remaining at a constant
Exactly.
elevation.
It's not a bend, it's a consistent curvature, parabolic curvature. In all weather conditions, regardless of distance.
Yeah, if it was the norm, every second video would be showing it. Well, actually, nearly everyone would be showing it. You might get one or two strays showing something different.
Well, one might argue that okay, it's not exactly bending down. It's only bending down relative to the observer's point and that observer's eye level, which would be a straight line perpendicular to vertical, extending out. But then they claim that when they do that, they're not seeing. They see that their line of sight is actually curved, or the light returning to their eye is curved, or the optic, whatever. I mean, it's such a. How are you even going to prove? Like, how are you going to show? Is it going to be a visual from side on, showing that it's like an obvious arc? I mean, we've got side on views of laser tests performed over like 6 miles.
There's so many what
where,
ifs.
where it's not
It'd be nice if we had a
obviously
permanent
not
laser test
curving.
that we
It's
could just keep
looks straight.
testing.
Get posted in the side chat. One bending up. There you go. The side on that looks awesome. It looks like a hockey stick. So the best they can come up with now is circular reasoning. We know the laser's curved because the Earth's curved. We know the Earth's curved because the laser's curved. Like, seriously?
Yeah, like more specifically because the laser hits its target.
Yeah.
And when the geometry of the globe Earth should be obstructing. I mean, that is their evidence. That's what they rely on as evidence. Because the laser did hit its target and is acting as if it didn't change direction, therefore it changed direction and the Earth is curved. It's it's pathetic. I mean, fundamentally, like you'd actually need the Earth curvature in the first place to be able to claim that light can follow its arc in such a manner, and that the conditions exist above the surface that are
I
required
just
for
find
it
it
to do that.
interesting that every single test always has different weather conditions, different temperature conditions, different lengths, and yet they all seem to hit their target.
Right, yeah. Or like that one person that did it in different wavelengths at different distances and different
That was
heights.
Dayton University. Was it IR 1500,
Yeah.
IR 1000, and what's the last one? 700 or something like. I can't remember what the last one. And they all
I think
popped
another
up.
guy did it too, like over an ice lake.
Yeah, there was the ice
And
lake one with the lights, the different lasers.
yeah, yeah.
Yep. Oh, how did he slip in here and no one knows? Hey, Helio, let's go, man.
Talking to me?
I'm talking to you. Yes. Hey, mate.
Been all right. Man, I attempted a little. I went on some guy's stream on TikTok a little bit ago, and it was some guy. He had some Globers in his. They were in his stream, and he was like, we got a bunch of Globers here. We're looking for a flat earther. I was like, all right, forget it. And I have 24/7 TikTok channel and my Helio Skeptic TikTok, but I already had. I don't know. I was on my 24/7 thing, and so that's who I was on there. And he was like, "All right, so we get 5 minutes for one person, one Glober to talk to this guy or whatever." I was like, "Dude, I really don't have a presentation or anything. I've been doing it a long time. If you guys have some questions." So what did they start with? They started with
Sun, moon, ice.
sure. I don't know. I can't necessarily remember, but then I did my best to bring them back to the ground, and on TikTok I don't think they're as familiar with like the Black Swan stuff as we are on YouTube and stuff. So, but then I mentioned it, and the guy that was doing the show, he brought up some images of the Black Swan, and we're all sitting there looking at the images, and I started to talk to him about the math, about the 1.22 times square root of the observer's height. And they're like, "Oh, where'd you get that math?" And there was one guy had Walter Business calculator. I'm like, "Well, that calculator is doing that math." And he's like, "Well, I did the calculator. It says you could see it." I said, "Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the horizon, And like, well, you're just wrong. The Walter Business calculator says you can see it. I didn't say you. I'm not talking about the damn oil rigs. I'm talking about the horizon. Look in the image. Where's the horizon?" They were like, "Is it in front of the oil rig or behind it?" And they're like, "Well, you can see it's in front of them." I was just like, "Fuck you guys, man. I'm out of here." I got too frustrated too fast, and then I tried to find the stream again to do it with my other profile. Not because I was, I just shouldn't go on live streams with that profile because I'm, representing the live stream, that kind of thing. Anyway, but then I had trouble finding it, and then when I did find it, I don't have permission to go live with that account. So anyway, so I come in here. I felt like talking, so I come in here and talk to you guys. But yeah, I mean, that's just it's the way it goes in here as well. It's just like you're not talking about the same thing. We're talking about the horizon behind the oil platforms. And if these guys are saying, "Well, yeah, I see it in front of them," no, you don't. You don't see it in the Walter Business calculator either, dumbass.
So what happened to Napalm and his evidence?
They're still searching, I believe.
Well, the funny thing is, I think Napalm used to be a flat earther. Still not a flat earther.
Yeah, I still am, bro. I'm just saying that light can make deviations up and down through the atmosphere. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, light can do that.
That's why you have superior and inferior mirages, because you have two totally different effects, whether or
not
not the light
disagreeing
is
with that,
bending
Napalm.
upwards and downwards, right? So that's all I was pointing out.
Napalm,
But
we're
then you
not
guys lost your
disagreeing
shit
with
about it.
light bending. For some reason, you guys seem to think we are arguing about light bending. We are
What do
not
you mean, you
arguing
guys?
about refraction.
What do you mean by you guys?
Every second numpty that comes in here.
Yeah, I've been around longer than you, bro. So I'm not just some
Probably
random
have.
numpty. Yeah.
How about the
Then if
argument
you
that
have, you would have been smart and said there is no lasers bending down.
well, it's
Yeah.
just like
Light can
well,
move
yeah.
up and down.
Well, okay, check this out though. Up and down relative to what? Horizontal, right? I mean, this is what we're talking.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly. It's still a
but check this
horizontal
out.
plane.
Hold on. When it comes to like, see, it's to the point where these idiots, that we have to deal with, will just say, "Well, you can't use a laser." They don't want to use any local, any observations, of course, because they can say, "Well, light does all kinds of weird shit, and that's supposed to be some kind of gotcha, and you can't use any optical experiment that you do across the surface of the earth." That's basically their argument. They don't have any solid proof that the earth is actually curving, with these observations on the ground. So they're just trying to do anything they can to kind of, because we have hundreds of these local observations, really here, right
Control.
here on Earth. And so
Yeah.
they don't have any, substantial thing to say, well, yes, we do have something right here. Here's the curve. I can show it to you. When we have hundreds, we can go, look, it's flat as shit. And then they have to come up with some excuse of why we can see something, from, 10 miles away, 20 miles away, whether you're looking from the observation point, you're always looking at the reflected light. Uh, if you're doing an observation through a camera, or if you're using a laser test, and well, from the other side, you're viewing the source point of the laser. Now, a laser, we have people use lasers all the time for leveling locally, quote unquote, right? And so lasers are known for, especially if they're attached to a level, for shooting a straight line to make sure that you're level for as far as the laser's good, right? It's the same way
Yep.
with surveying, and as transfer lines
Yeah.
across surveying, but it's level everywhere. So why isn't
Yep.
a laser good over a body of water, especially one that's specially designed to collimate the light to travel as long as and far as possible without deviating from source point? Source point. Go ahead.
Well, I would say it can deviate, and most of the time it's going to deviate upwards.
No, it's
But
not
for the
going to
state,
necessarily deviate in the way that they're saying, and that's where everybody's
correct.
getting lost in the sauce. We're not lost in the sauce because we know a laser points straight.
Typically
But
oscillate.
you're not going to see the point source of a laser light from 10 to 20 miles away with a camera lens if it's got whatever kind of deviation they're talking about. Because what I think that because if you level a laser on the top on one side of the lake and then the other side of the lake it's 66 feet, you're 66 feet under the lake, and you zoom in on as far as you can see on a horizon, which is going to be 3 miles away, and they're pointing the laser 3 miles away, you're not even looking at the same line. You know what I mean? On the curve that's supposed to be a curve. So it's like the whole thing's impossible. And to say that, well, you guys, you flat earthers are just mistaken. You're not seeing the source point of the laser on the other side of the lake. Well, I mean, just like with that Salt Lake observation, 20 miles. They did it during the day, zoomed in on, you could see the lake shore on the other side. Did it at nighttime, you could see the source point of the light, the laser. Flat lake. That's
Yep.
a flat lake.
It's all flat.
I didn't realize napalm you were flat Earth. You were just arguing about lasers.
No, I'm just merely
Well,
pointing out the simple fact that light can deviate from normal both upwards and downwards, right? So it's not necessarily that the laser experiments are poo-pooed because that can happen, right? I'm saying if you can have a deviation of light upwards, you can certainly have a deviation of light downwards depending on conditions. But what I'm saying is the laser light is traveling horizontal to a horizontal plane, but it can encounter certain atmospheric conditions that allow it to deviate either one way or the other. I'm not claiming that it bends downwards slowly over distance constantly at a rate of uh, 8 inches per mile squared,
here's
and
what
therefore
I
that's
would
the conclusion of a straight laser over a long distance. I've
How
never said
about
that.
how
I got
about
muted
what?
for before I could even explain it, so that's probably
That's
why you
okay.
thought I was
Yeah,
clever.
yeah. So, right, because we were talking about it bending down, and you were saying, yeah, it's possible. I guess it is possible. We just haven't witnessed it in the natural world, and that's what we're looking for.
How about check this
Yeah,
out?
that's why I was
There
bringing up
was
inferior and superior mirages, because you do have the appearance of refraction in both directions in atmospheric conditions. It's not necessarily a laser, but it's just simple observation over distance of inferior and superior mirages where you can see the deviation in both directions. So there's that.
in one way, if you did a laser test and someone was on one side of the lake looking to see if they could see the laser or not, what would you expect to see if the Earth was curved at that point? Now, at times I thought, well, I guess it would depend on the conditions, just like you're saying. You would either see the laser, depending on how powerful it is and how calm it is. You might see the laser point up in the air,
Like a beam,
or
like
yeah,
going
like a beam above your head.
diagonally up from the horizon, going up. It should be like
Or
firing.
if there's enough,
If you can see the beam, which you probably won't at that distance, though.
you
You'd see
might,
the
you
source.
might, you might or might not, or you might see a glow
A glow.
near
Yeah.
the horizon, whatever the color of
Yeah,
the
some kind of
laser is,
horizon
right?
glow. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I like that you're trying to picture like what it should look like, because
Yeah, well, what would it look like on a globe if you were able to see any of the light coming from the laser?
I think you're right. It
'Cause
might be a glow.
You're
It
not
might be
gonna
something
see
like that.
the people on the other side of the
Source.
lake pointing the laser at you,
Because
very
at that
bright.
distance, you have to be looking right at source, and it has to be pointed right at you,
Exactly,
or you're
that's
not
the
going to see
point.
it at that distance. You have to look at source. If you see it any other angle, you're not going to see it,
Yeah,
unless
you might see the color of it, or it, it's kind of dissipated, or what is some
Yeah,
form of
I would agree with that.
diffraction. You'll see a glow on the horizon, but you won't see the source point of it.
yes,
Yeah,
that's what
I would
I'd like
agree. The
to.
only way you would see any type of like source point is if they can actually make a calculation of the so like lasers certainly can hold a very tight beam over distance, but there is divergence, right? So their only claim that they could possibly have is that the beam divergence is at such a rate that you're catching the lower part of that beam divergence. But the problem is the map is not
Exactly.
in their favor.
It's
You'll
not,
never
because
see the source.
that divergence is so it's not very concentrated, so you can't see it anyway at
Yeah,
15 miles
the
away.
beam
You're not
divergence
seeing,
over that distance is not large enough for their claim to be accurate.
it's not bright enough. All you can
Well,
see
it's
is
just not large
source.
enough. The beam divergence isn't large enough for their claim to be accurate.
Well,
Well,
they'll
that
say it's
test they
like
did
15
in
feet. Or
FE
what?
Core, they had a really powerful laser, and that beam divergence, I think that one was like 8 feet, 8 or 10 feet, 8 to 10 feet over like 25 miles. So that's pretty
Yep.
good.
But the
How big do
divergence
you?
is invisible.
Okay,
It's
now
not
everybody's
visible enough
quiet.
for.
I want to join in. How big do you
Exactly, and
think?
that's why the source
How
point of the
big do you
light
think
is
the
the most.
beam is over
Exactly,
10
source
miles?
point.
I know exactly how big it is. How much do you think it
Hey,
is?
knowledge. Maybe if you were listening just then, over 25 miles, it was 8 foot.
How big is the beam?
Is this
Depends on
fucking
the
even
laser.
listening? Knowledge. Listen to my words. At 25 miles, it was 8 feet.
No, it
And
isn't.
and is it a blue
Yes.
beam or a green
At
beam? Because the
9.5
blue,
miles, it's 50.
yeah.
Wait, hold
What
on.
color?
If you're going to talk about beam divergence, you're going to have to be specific about the type of
Exactly.
laser used and everything involved with it. Don't just say
Yep.
some laser is supposed to have this, divergence at a certain point. You better start talking about some real numbers here, knowledge, if
Was
you're
it?
going to get
Yeah,
into
was it
it.
red, blue,
Yeah.
green? Which one?
Depends on the color, depends on the type of laser, all of that is relevant. So unless you have all of
Everything.
that information,
And if
do you
you're
have all
going to
that
want to
knowledge?
use it for a test like they did with every core, you're going to have to design it specifically for that. Collimate the laser.
I already calculated.
And
I'm posting
divergence
in
is
the
Oh,
chat.
invisible. It's
calculation. Here
not.
we go with calculations
It's
again.
invisible 10 miles away. You're not going to see it. You can
It's
only see
50
source.
feet in that demonstration when it's at like 9.5 miles.
Yeah, that's that demonstration. The one that FE Core did, they measured it. It came out at 8 feet.
And not only that, they had a laser. They had it on. They panned it across different parts of the lake.
It's not 8
too,
feet
you
at
know.
that distance. It grows over. If it's 9.5 miles,
Expert, shut the fuck up and start listening. The FE core test
You
came
don't
out
know
at
the
8 foot at that distance.
You don't
I
know
don't give a fuck about your broken ass calculations. If you don't want to accept what was told, no one's forcing you to be here. Fuck off elsewhere.
And FE Core used a blue beam. They used the tightest, basically collimated beam you can get.
And that's why I'm
Short of stepping
confused.
up to
There's,
IR.
yeah, it's just like, why are they saying that there was a problem with the test and the beam divergence? What are you saying? So the test was, I mean, there were people there, they saw the laser, they were on the other side of the lake. You know, so what's the argument? Are you saying that it was because the beam divergence isn't what we were saying it is? I mean, what is the real argument?
Okay, what they claim, Healy, I don't know if you've copped this one yet. The claim of beam divergence, so from point A, where the laser's launched, to point B, where the laser hits, that divergence actually spreads open with the curvature rate of the Earth.
300 feet. Like, is the laser still going straight,
That's
or
the
the
problem.
entire laser bending down, or is
No.
part of the laser bending down? Or that's
Well,
why I was
you don't
asking
get that
about
much
what
out of
you
them.
would see. That's what I was saying. What would you see from the other side if the curve was there? Would you see a little bit of glow on the horizon? Would you see the source point of the light? I mean, this is where knowledge. Since you're knowledgeable, why don't you freaking tell us what you're talking about? What would you see? Would you expect to see? Would you expect to see the same thing that we saw or everybody saw? It's been recorded. Since it was recorded, it was written down in text, all the specs of the laser, all the weather conditions, all that shit, everything there was cameras there, they took video of it. Which part of it did the flat earthers fuck up? Which part of the successful flat earth test did we fuck up on, and we're missing something about the refraction or whatever you
how
guys call
much
it?
does the beam expand from the center line?
How
much
Don't
does
ask
it
me
when
questions.
it
You're supposed to
travels?
tell me exactly how we
8
fucked
feet.
it up.
8 feet at 25 miles was the measurement.
No.
4
Don't
feet.
say no. That's what the numbers were. They did the
don't
test at
care.
25 miles. It came out
You
at
showed me
8
a
foot of
test.
spread at the back end.
test at
If you don't like these numbers, feel free to watch the video yourself and give us the real numbers.
I did. You banned me from the chat.
So 8 foot at 25 miles.
It's
I've
not
banned
8
you
foot.
from watching a
It's not 8
video.
feet.
You are next level
Not
stupid.
8 mile. We both
So
know
what was
you
the numbers
banned me
then?
from the side chat.
On the video of the FE
50
core test,
feet.
what was the numbers?
It's 50 feet.
So at 25 miles, it was 50
How
feet.
much
Is
does
that
the
what
beam
they gave
expand,
you?
buddy?
Or why do you keep fucking talking through me, you arrogant little shitstone? The 8 feet or 50 feet, as you claim, at 25 miles, is that knowledge calculations or is that the numbers given off the video? Which one is it?
Beam expands from the center.
Which one is it, knowledge? Is that your calculations or is that the numbers they gave you?
The
Hello,
numbers
knowledge.
they gave me was without beam divergence and without refraction.
Hold on.
The numbers given. How much spread at 25 miles was the numbers given?
At 25? So at like 9.5, it'd be 50.
No, not what you've calculated. What
I know
they
what I
gave you.
calculated. It's not what,
What-
they get. That's not true. It's not
What
that.
what
So you're just
what
going to
are
revert to
you
that's not
what are
true.
you
Fuck
using
off.
what are you using for your baseline in your calculation? What type of laser are you basing this off of? What is
I'm
the
just
color of the
curious.
laser?
I'm just curious. I mean, does he like do the
You
test
don't
was
understand.
done? There's video of it. There's information in the PDF document. Everything they did or did it as much as they could. You know, they spent a lot of money on making this test happen. Are you saying that is the video fake or the information fake? Which part of it do you have a problem with? I'm curious about that knowledge. Really, I'm like
How much?
you and people like you. Which part of the test? I mean, it's like So flat earthers, we're dumb as hell. We go out there with,
I didn't say
spend
you were
all this
dumb.
money for no reason to shoot a laser across the lake. And we see the laser from the other side 25 miles away. We show you a video
I'm
of
gonna
it.
ask
You
a
say we're all
question.
dumb and acting retarded because we're spending all this money
It's
just
not
going
dumb.
across the world doing laser tests. Okay, it's dumb because the reason it's dumb is because we didn't do what happened?
You didn't
What did we
include the
miss?
beam
What did we miss?
divergence and the
Okay, beam
refraction
divergence.
index.
Actually, some of that was in there. So,
No, it
what
wasn't.
part of all right? Check it
Where's
out.
his
Yeah, where?
calculation
How
though?
much
Where's
does it
he
No, I'm
coming up
wondering.
with his
Hold
give
on.
number?
me give me
I
the Gaussian
want him to say.
profile.
Hold on before you
Gaussian
continue.
profile, please.
I'll shut up after
There's a
this.
Gaussian profile.
Did they see the laser from the other side? Were there like was there like they saw it, or did they see it kind of like sort of see it, or did they see it, or have you've seen these laser videos where you can see the laser, when they
Yeah.
kind of pan the laser around until somebody sees it and they're like, yeah, I can see that motherfucker in there 13 miles, 20 miles. I mean, come on, man. Are they seeing the laser? Is the laser just like phew, like going over the curve of
Can
the
you tell
lake
me at
that they're
1
looking
milrad how
across?
much it expands with 1 milrad of distance?
Would you be able to see
Remember,
the fucking laser even if
what
it
is 1 milrad in
expands?
distance?
Hey,
How much it
knowledge.
We're not
expands?
We're
talking
not
about
reverse
beam
engineering
divergence.
it.
We're not talking about beam divergence. We're talking about seeing the goddamn laser from across the flat water or the curved water. We're not talking about whether you see a portion of the
Listen to
the
me,
the big beam
right?
divergence. You're
If
not
a
going to see the
BAM
source point.
expands
No,
Knowledge. Start listening
absolutely
to
not.
us. We
You're
don't
not
give a rat's
going.
ass about your calculations.
Doesn't matter how far the beam diverges. You're not going to see the source point if you're not looking at it.
He's still, hey, Helio, do you know how we get these other dickheads that come in and just squawk refraction all day long? Refraction, refraction, refraction. This idiot does the same thing with divergence. How much
Yeah.
bend should there, divergence should there be?
Yeah, in
Exactly
order
the
for
same.
them, in order for that to be true, the way that the videos show when they pan those lasers across and they flash them across the cameras from 10, 20, 30, or 50, I've seen them 13, 15, 10 miles away or whatever. They just move the laser around until it hits the camera on the other side of the lake, and it's like that's obviously not beam divergence. They're seeing the laser, bro. You can't you'll never see that if the water wasn't flat. Never. Anybody that thinks otherwise is a complete retard.
Yeah,
My
he's
opinion.
doing improper calculations on beam divergence because he doesn't have the specifics of the laser that he's
It
trying to
doesn't matter
refute.
how
He's
much
just
it doesn't matter how much the beam diverges at all.
Actually, that's incorrect, Indio. And the reason Indio, sorry. Helio. Apologies. That's incorrect. If the divergence was twice the size of the expected drop, then we'd have a problem.
Yeah, well.
exactly.
But
And
when
what's
it's
the
only an 8
expected
foot
drop over
spread,
that distance? What's the
20
expected
mile
drop
is,
over? Yeah, it's huge.
yeah, 30 miles, 600 foot, 20 is 266. So you're probably looking 300, 400 foot of drop.
Oh, who did 30?
So that means the spread should have to be 800 feet in order for there to be a problem.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Beam divergence isn't a factor at all when it comes to what we're talking about. Because
Wait,
you wouldn't see the laser. When you see that big bright like right across the camera, when you see the laser moving, you can see the light a little bit, and then when it flashes like real bright, when you see that in the
Yeah, you
camera,
see the core of
that
it.
means
Yeah.
that means the laser is pointed directly at you. Or at least, I mean, over that long a distance, it there's going to be some, with the air, it's going to be a little bit, but it's not going to be like 200 feet. You're not going to see it like go, it's not bend. That source point of light is not bending around, the earth like that. And then just like perfectly going like in a big arc if they pan the laser. Woo, woo, woo. That's so stupid.
When he was talking about the Gaussian profile in the chat, he said before basically he had a picture he put up and it was like the curved water. And the Gaussian profile shows the laser divergence going up and over like the curve of the water. And then he said the target is actually picking up the reflection of that beam divergence is what they're picking up, not the direct middle of the the laser. That's what he said before. I think that's what he's trying to say again. It's a ridiculous thing.
What's
He's
weird
also not
is
being specific about the laser and the wavelength, like the color, right? So he's just saying he's made a calculation, but he's not giving the specifics on it because in order for him to rebut the actual evidence that's put forth by FE Core, he needs to know all of the specs of the laser, the wavelength, the color, the amplitude of the laser, everything, in order for him to make that calculation. And they even did a measurement of the beam divergence over the distance, right? So
Mhm.
if his calculation doesn't comport to what they actually see in the field, first of all, his calculation's going to be incorrect. But I know he's not using that actual laser and that wavelength profile in order to make his calculations. He's just doing a generalized lasers can diverge over this amount per distance.
Probably. Maybe.
He mentioned the Gaussian profile. It's a calculation.
Yeah. Well, it's just like, why don't they? They're like, all right, flat earthers, we're going to critique every single one of your tests, but we're not going to do one of our own.
Mhm.
So, until you do, shut the fuck up. Don't come in here and say we did it wrong.
You did.
Yep.
What? Tell us what we did wrong.
You didn't calculate the Gaussian profile. Like
Tell us
if
how
a
we.
beam,
All
listen to
right.
me.
So,
If a
all
beam,
right.
like say, like for example, your
All right. You
blind
go do
test
the
for one.
same test. Go do the same. So we actually did what we did see. Our successful flat Earth test was
At least
wrong
let him
because
talk.
of the Gaussian profile. I'll shut up. But yeah, I mean, it's like you're just critiquing a test and just adding some bullshit to it. Why don't you just go do one and show us what you mean? Don't it's like, well, you did. You could see the laser, but no, but because of the Gaussian profile.
For the person who wants to hear his bullshit talking, he has been in here yapping about this crap before. He proves nothing.
Show me the globe laser test. One, just one of them.
Yeah, there isn't one, but he's not using the correct calculations in order to get his calculation to try to disprove it.
You know what'll
He's
happen? They'll go out there and do the same thing we did, and then just say, "Look, yeah, it is successful because here's the Gaussian profile." You can't really. They'll do the same fucking thing. So it's
Well,
just like
Helio, the
they don't
funny
have to
thing
go
is,
do one. They
the
don't have
funny
to go
thing is,
do one because they'll do the same thing we did and fucking do the
well,
same shit they're doing now.
yeah, the funny thing is when a laser hits its target over distance, then they make the claim that that's proving the refraction over said distance on a globe. Like
That's
they
right.
just
That's what I'm saying.
affirm the
They think
consequent. They
we
don't
already did it.
actually. Yeah.
We already did it. They don't have to do it. All they have to do is just sit here and say, well, math is the reason,
Yeah, they
dumbass."
go look at your
Well,
laser test. That's what their evidence is.
Yeah. And you see, it's you're just wrong because math. It's not a straight line. So the water's not flat. Show me where it's not flat. Oh, you have to go to space to see that. Okay. Oh, and then like Matthew, you see him and sitting in there. Oh, it's sunsets, man. That's
Right.
what I got. That's what I got.
Sunsets,
Sunsets.
moon phases, and the constant size
Moon
of the full moon.
phases. But no longer ships over the horizon, right? Because you know better than that shit.
Well, I think ships over the horizon are good evidence too. At least historically, that's why people started
Wouldn't
thinking
they
of
be
it as
going
real.
like within a couple of miles, 3
3
to
miles.
5 miles or
Yeah,
something
3
like that?
miles every day. Yeah,
Dude, why can
exactly.
you fucking zoom in on something 10, 20 miles away? Why would you be able to do that if it ships over the horizon, Matthew? Come
Yeah,
on, man.
sometimes you can, sometimes you can't.
Sometimes you can't.
so
Yeah,
I
If
just
you
you
ever
have
can, it's not the curve, bro.
Matthew. We've been over this a million times, man. It's perspective effects as well as sinking refraction, and even Andrew Thomas Young claims that sinking refraction is the closest thing to normal atmospheric refraction. There's no actual visual difference between what is claimed as standard atmospheric refraction and sinking refraction.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that sometimes the atmosphere is different, and we see slightly different things. That's why I don't think it's a very reliable
Dude,
distinguisher between the two.
well, it's like when people argue sunsets. It's like, dude, just imagine how the sunsets look, how much different they look like all across the world every night. You know, it's just like, dude, that doesn't
Yeah,
mean
usually it's pretty
anything.
humid or clouds in the way. I'm talking about sunsets where it's really clear and there's no clouds.
Yeah,
So
what
different
about
things.
stars? You
Never
remember we were
that's
talking about
never
the
the
distance of
case,
the moon
dude.
recently, Matthew? We were talking
Never?
about the distance of the moon and how the angular size change of 2% could happen depending on the distance to the moon, right? And you could see
Right.
the bottom up effects happening due to perspective. Remember we were talking about that recently?
I do remember.
Yeah. Actually, later that night after my hockey game, McToon and FTFE were in Earth Awakenings, and we were having that conversation. And they actually both dipped out right after I put them both on the ropes, helping with your mathematics that you gave me, actually. And they both dipped out. And then McToon basically, to his stream, said that I personally said that he should, when he's in Antarctica, he should walk away from the camp and die, is what he said, which I never said, which is kind of telling. When they were up against the ropes and they had no argumentation, he dips out of the server, keeps his stream going, and then says that, oh, Napalm's just a dick. He said that I should be in Antarctica. When I was in Antarctica, I should just leave the camp, walk off, and die. That's how big of a deceptive dick he is. That's the kind of people we're dealing with, which I never said that, funnily enough.
You can expect that kind of thing from him, though. I mean, he's off the rails, man. Both him and FTFE, they're just like I was in there.
And
I was in
funny
there
enough, the
during that live
conversation was
stream. I was
about,
in the live chat. I was in there arguing with some people in the chat. But
yeah, funny enough, the conversation that Craig got caught up on, that McToon was trying to back him up, like coming in and white knighting for him because Craig totally said the incorrect thing. We were talking about total internal reflection, which is interesting because that's kind of part of the conversation we were just having, right? With light over distance and how it can, appear, certain things can appear in different places, and you can have different optical phenomenon, one of which is total internal reflection, where you get mirroring specifically close to the ground, right?
that's because of your shallow angle and how much light and how much
Exactly.
what's in the atmosphere. Yeah, if you're really close to the ground, the sun's really bright. Yeah, it can do all kinds of shit, shimmering, all kinds of stuff on top of the water.
Yeah, that's when you get that like mirrored laking effect, especially over like a long road over distance. It appears as though the horizon was like dropping down, and then you have this mirrored laking effect. So what most people would perceive as the horizon drops way down, and then you have this mirroring effect that happens well below what the horizon point normally would be, and that's where you get a lot of like miraging effects due to total internal reflection of light. Craig
Well,
said
it's
that's
just like,
basically
wouldn't it
impossible.
be weird though? I mean, it's just like they're saying, well, they're going to argue with you about something like that, and because they never know where the horizon actually is, right? So they're just like, well, it's not. Well, if you can't see the bottom of a ship, well, that's obviously the curve of the Earth, right? It's like, well,
Well,
no,
yeah, for
and they
them, it's
know
some
it.
sort of
They know
like,
it. Well, they know it, but they have to come up with this. It's like, well, and you explain, well, yeah, there could be these mirages that happen that can make the boat look like it's floating up in the air, or look like you can't barely see any of it, even though it's only a few miles away. So,
yep, yep,
just get the fuck out of here with your. What are you arguing that it's? So yes, we agree, it's not the curvature of the Earth. But they're
yeah,
trying to
yeah,
say, well, no, it is the curvature. That's it's a result of the curvature because of refraction, and blah, 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 blah. Fucking
yeah. That's the
retards.
problem with their claim, is it has to be like a geographical location, the same way that like a
But they can't
mountain would
stick
be.
to it.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
can't own
exactly.
it.
Like
They can't
for them,
own
it
it.
would have to be the same as like a mountain occluding something in the distance.
Yeah, it
But the
has to be a
horizon,
hill.
but the horizon by definition is just merely an optical effect where the ground appears to meet the sky, which can change all the time.
It
the
does
appearance of it can
all day
change
long
all the time, and it does, right? Because it's merely an optical effect.
because it's not a hill of water between you and whatever object you're viewing.
Correct. But for them, it has to be. But they can never pinpoint where that actual location is.
And if it's somewhere it's not supposed to be, which it always is, they're like, well, they have excuse after excuse after excuse after excuse ad infinitum. That's why we're
Yep.
flat earthers. You know that?
Yep.
Because why?
And
Why the fuck
that's
would
why you
why would I give a shit if God made the Earth a globe? Why did I used to think it was, and I still believed in God, creation, all that thing. I didn't believe in the evolution story and all that kind of shit. So why would I care if God made it a globe? It's like, well, you just think it's flat because of religion. Blah, blah, blah. No, it's flat because the water's flat, man. I can't help it. If you can't see it, I don't know what's wrong with you.
Yeah, that's why I always use Andrew Thomas Young's sinking refraction against them, because it's the closest to what they claim standard atmospheric refraction is, which they're really off on all of those because they never take into account perspective. They don't understand perspective. They intentionally try to not understand how visually we see this world, and that things are always going to come to a vanishing point, and the horizon is an aspect of the vanishing, right? We have things from left to right that will come in towards the center point, and from up to down that will come towards the center point, as if your eyes being in the center of a long corridor, you're going to see both the floor, I'm sorry, the floor, the ceiling, and both the sides of that corridor meet at a point in the center. If that corridor goes on for a distance that is outside your range of visual perspective, but they never take that into account. They think that perspective is merely some sort of like artistic drawing technique. But then when you talk to them about it, it's like, why would you draw in a specific artistic technique? Why would you use these concepts of perspective to make drawings? Because you want your drawings to look realistic in the same way that we visually see the world. And I really tripped them up when I was like, hey, based on your visual plane,
Matthew
your
just gave us a picture of the curve of the Earth right there. That's the curve.
Look at that curve.
No, it's just a picture of a sunset.
Right there. No, it's a curve.
Since
Shut it
we're
down.
talking about a sunset, I put a picture of a sunset.
Okay. Well, I thought you were implying that it's the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, your occlusion point of the ground is set by a specific distance and based on your height. So your height is probably very close to the ground in that picture, and roughly 50% of that field of view is taken up by the ground and the sea, right? So those two things are taking up roughly 50% of your visual like your visual plane, right? Like your what you see in your vision, and that's roughly only about 3 miles worth of ground below you. So your obstruction point is set by 3 miles below you. So an object that's very large and very high above you will meet and interact with that visual occlusion point at a certain point and appear to disappear from the bottom up.
Well, I think the same. You'd see something similar at the top of the mountain, right?
Yeah, if you continue to increase in elevation, you're going to extend the amount of distance that you can see. But that's just going to extend the amount of time before that extinction point happens to the bottom of the sun. That's why a sunset is going to be i- the sunset. If you're at, like, I used to go to a beach bar all the time where we go watch the sunset on the beach, then we go up to the top level of the bar, and then we watch the sunset again because we increased our elevation, right? Thus increasing slightly the amount of distance that we could see. So that bottom occlusion point extended slightly further. And as the sun moved further away from us, it would then meet that occlusion point again because we extended our occlusion point by gaining elevation.
There's
If you
top limits
think
on that,
about it,
right?
Yeah, if you think, well, there's upper limits, but if you think about it, your actual with your eyes, your vision, to the horizon is only a few miles away. Uh,
Yeah, roughly about 3
so,
ish.
so if you think about that, and then you look above and below, now you'll see the sun. Of course, the sun's a lot more than a few miles away in that image. Uh, but you're only going to see the results of what it's doing above your 3 miles away vision, right?
So the
So
higher you go,
whatever's
the
happening
more you
through
see.
all the hundreds of miles of atmosphere, and it gets more and more condensed as the atmosphere, as the up meets the down, right? All the hundreds of miles of atmosphere between you and where the sun is. It's going to be noon for somebody over there, but for you, it's becoming sunset. And so you're just looking through all that air before it hits
Ma-
the ground, before you can't see
So
it anymore.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So basically, then just generally, the higher you go, the better perspective you have on the shape.
Sure,
Is that
you
fair?
should see more of the ground,
Not,
and so
yeah.
the horizon doesn't necessarily extend. You just see more of the ground. You can still see the same
Yep.
distance.
But
No, you do increase your distance slightly as
A
you
little
increase your
bit, but
elevation.
I'm saying you're seeing more of the ground because you've increased both
Yes.
angles, the angle
Yep.
to the ground and the angle above. But yeah, you're going to see more of the ground. So yeah, you'll see further on the ground, but you've increased that angle of view. Yeah, you'll see more of the ground.
you'll be able to see the shape of the ground. The more that you see, the more
Shape,
of
not necessarily. I mean, you
What
wouldn't necessarily be able
depends
to
on
tell
what
the
shape
shape
you're
of
talking
something.
about.
Whatever you're talking about, like
Actually, if it was a globe, the higher you got up, the less you would be able to see because it would be
well,
curving away from you at a ever increasing rate.
Well, at the rate of, say, the sphere Earth that we're supposed to live on, right? I mean, you're just going to see a big circle around you, and you can go up for a couple hundred miles, just still going to look like a big circle, especially above the sky. It's just going to be a big haze
Yep.
of air. You're not going to be able to see the ground at the very edges. You're just going to see white and kind of, that's if it's light outside. If it's dark outside, you're not going to see much either.
Matthew, do you have any mathematical disputes on the slides that I always post when this conversation comes up? I'm sure you've seen them before. I can post them again.
No, I don't have any disputes.
Okay. So you can see based on the slides that I always post when this conversation comes up that there is an optical illusion that takes place where you have this occlusion point that is set by the ground based on your visual based on how you can visually see only at a certain distance, right?
Right.
Okay. So that's cool. So you have no disagreement with my explanation and the paperwork and the mathematics that goes along with it that can prove that you can have bottom up obstruction on objects that are high above you that move at distance based on the horizon that's set
Right.
by the
Yeah,
ground.
yeah, yeah. In fact, I posted an image at 48 past the hour that sort of explains how that works.
Oh, so refraction is what you're saying.
No, this is on the flat Earth, not a globe.
But the picture that you posted is due to refraction, like it's lifting the sun upwards. Is that what it's saying?
Yeah, if the sun is still above a flat Earth, but it appears to be below, then there must be
Yeah, but you're
some
not
kind
putting
of
the
distortion in
so
perspective.
so can you take into account here? I'll post them all again and take into account the mathematics based on these known um, measurements and concepts. So let me just go ahead and I'll drop a whole bunch of stuff in here. You can take your time.
So just out of curiosity, and this is like relative to what you guys are getting into, dumbs it down a little bit. But I mean, what's when you get like images from low Earth orbit? I mean, what's the position that's just like that clearly shows it's a globe? Is it just a conspiracy, or
But no, it doesn't actually. It doesn't clearly show the globe.
how does it not?
Low Earth orbit does not capture the entirety of the Earth, the circumference in one take. It just doesn't in one shot. It's not high enough. you've got a view of about 3% of the total Earth surface from that altitude. That's if that imagery
3%?
has actually been taken from that altitude.
Okay, so let me pin this first point. What do you mean? So you think it may be a conspiracy? I mean, because it's not like it's just one source. There's nation states. There's private now.
They admit that the cameras that used for that imagery are wide-angle lenses. Use wide-angle lenses which distort horizontal lines, and we've had we've got astronauts, cosmonauts on record, on video, describing the Earth from their own eyes from that height, and they say it looks flat.
Well, they're not all wide angle. I mean, I don't think SpaceX uses their wide angle.
Yes, they are. Actually, when they do claim that they haven't used a wide angle lens, the horizon looks flat.
What about the cameras on Hubble or not Hubble? The James Webb.
I don't know that it's
K2.
ever pointed at Earth, bro.
Yeah,
It's never pointed
100%
at
has. Yes, it has.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, I'll Google it. Of course, it was like one of the first images that once it got to K2.
But we already know all those images showing curvature cannot be real because the curvature is not found here at the surface, right?
What about the weather satellite images? Are those real?
The Himawari has already been debunked, but most of the lenses
real
that
images.
they use on the ISS, those are like 24 millimeter lenses or even less, right? Which are wide angle lenses which distort your view. I mean, are you familiar with photography and lenses and lens distortion?
If that's
Wouldn't matter
me,
anyway.
No, I don't.
You can never ever confirm or verify the authenticity of such imagery. It is faith-based. It's I trust this guy, I trust this group, I trust this company, I trust this agency, blah blah blah.
I mean, what's the point? Why go through such an elaborate conspiracy? I mean, what's the benefit?
What, to present something to the world that isn't true?
Yeah.
Well,
if there's a financial gain, but so like NASA, for example, and
financial gain. Why does it have to be anything more than a financial gain?
Continued funding. They've got to show something.
Why does it have to be anything more than a financial gain? So you just admitted that a financial gain could be a reason why. Why would it have to be anything more than that?
No, I'm asking. I mean, what is but I'm asking what the financial gain is. The gain is for continuing a conspiracy.
I saw 70 million a day or something.
Yeah, tens of trillions of dollars that gets dumped into, guess what? All of the things that get made that allegedly go into space, those are contracts that go out to businesses that many of these politicians are invested in, and they can game the system and get not necessarily even kickbacks, but can be invested in these companies to make themselves millions and millions of dollars, right? So if they have the ability to make millions of dollars to confirm and basically perpetuate these military contracts, why would that not be a sufficient enough answer for you?
Because it has nothing to do with whether the Earth is flat or not. The objective is
Jax.
so like the military. No, hold on a second. So the yeah.
Would you lie to your mum for $70 million per day?
Yeah, of course.
There you go. Nothing more needs to be said.
Well, it does need to be said.
Is a very good reason for people to lie.
But who is getting the financial gain? You're saying these companies putting satellites. But where's the association between whether the Earth is flat or a globe and that financial gain? Because either way, they're going to put.
That's not necessarily to do with that, bro. I see where you go. Yeah, it's not necessarily to do, and it has anything to do with like trying to convince the people that the Earth is a globe. Hey, guess what? They didn't even need to do that. They didn't need a space agency to convince people it was a globe. All they needed was a bunch of stories about some ancient Greeks in sandals and togas measuring shadows.
Hold on a second.
Copernicus. That's all they needed, and the world was on board.
Things. Number one,
the world was on board.
They did not. Sorry, Tito.
I'm just saying they did not need space exploration to convince the world. That was already a given by that stage. Everyone was on board with that.
Yeah, but if you want
So I
to,
see it as more of an exploitation of a commonly held belief,
Correct.
which agencies and governments and groups have done for centuries.
Yeah.
but it's
Whenever a
honestly,
majority believes something, somebody else goes, "How can I use this to my advantage?"
it's a
But how
perfect
it
scheme, right? Because you created the final frontier that is effectively, in your mind, an infinite possibility to explore, meaning they can constantly dump money into an infinite exploration because you're never going to be satisfied with what they are exploring. So they have an infinite pool to be able to constantly dump money into, to be able to explore what you think is this infinite universe, right? So the more that they can convince you that now we're going to Mars, now we went to the moon, now we're going to Mars, next we're going to go to Neptune, now we're going to go this far out. We just need a little bit more money, then we're going to have something that's actually going to benefit human beings. But we've noticed that with 50 plus years of alleged, actually it's like 60 or 70 years of alleged space exploration, we have no real actual benefit to humankind that's actually come out of any of it. We just have this
Except for GPS and satellite TV.
huge infinite hole that we dump money into, that we take from the populace, and then we can give to our government contract friends where we can make money off of it. And it
Hold
never ends
on,
because
hold
it's
on, hold
infinite.
on. Money isn't necessarily real. It's real in the influence that it has. These are
Jax, you're gonna get
money
100
equals power, right?
reasons for that.
Money equals power. All right, now, yeah. As far as the influence of, listen, the globe is a religion. It's not, and everyone's just starved for more. It's like you're looking for love in all the wrong places. You're looking for God in all the wrong places. Look, it's the earth has always been here like this. This globe idea is the existential part of it. And this going back to like, well, why does from the ISS, why does the earth look like it's globe? Well, check this out. When you get up to high elevation, if you take that fisheye lens that you're looking through and it looks like a globe, if you turn to the left or turn to the right, are you following the curve down with your camera? Because that would be the curve. But if you just pan left or pan right, and then the left side that was down before is back up in the middle of your screen, that's not the curve. That means that the part that you were looking straight at before is now to your right, lower. You know what I mean? So that's not what happens when you're on the ISS. You're not looking at the curve of the Earth. Even if they are capturing images from 250 miles above Earth with that fisheye lens, you're just not going to be able to see the curve of the Earth if it's a globe from that height for that very reason. Because all you're going to see is 360 degrees around you. Like I was saying earlier, all of the atmosphere, all of the sky is below you, so you're not even going to see the ground at the edges of your vision.
Yeah,
So
exactly. It's over exaggerated. If you're a glober, you can be rest assured, even if you're a glober, that all that imagery is exaggerated. And some people, even like the science communicator Neil deGrasse Tyson, has gone public to say pretty much how disgusted he is with the media and with certain agencies doing that to the public, misrepresenting the beautiful globe we live on from that altitude, because he says you would not see curvature from that altitude.
stuff is flat.
Well, can we all agree there is no consensus on why they do it amongst flat earthers? We just agree.
No,
that
it's not
there's
about
measurement.
who's doing what. Most people believe it's true. So we used to believe it was globe. All the people that you think are trying to deceive you, they think it's a globe.
Here's the
Yeah, I
cool
mean,
bit,
there's the
Normal
people
Rat.
that are
If
deceived
they've already
themselves.
jumped to the decision that there are lies being told, that means they've already accepted the Earth being flat. We don't really have to worry after that.
Yeah.
It's like
If I could,
if I could convince you of that it's all right, here's why they lie and this is how they do it. I mean, even if I can give
That's a
you a
rabbit
good
hole.
reason, if I could give you a good reason, would that prove the Earth is a globe or flat?
That's the thing. They
No.
ask for a reason, but then when you give them a perfectly plausible explanation as to why it's taking place, they never accept it. So why do they even ask the question to begin with if they're not
That's what I'm
actually
saying. I
looking for
mean,
an answer?
that's why we always say, "Hey, man, look at the water, man. It's flat as shit."
Well, it's flat as shit because filling a mass, filling a hole up to
Well,
a
it's
water up to sea level. So it's not flat. I mean, if you take the water
it is
away,
flat, dude. It's flat.
the,
The water's
the,
flat,
the,
dude.
the water's
Don't
flat.
make excuses. Yeah, the
The
water's flat
water
on
is
top.
flat, but the
Okay.
water is not the earth. Hold on a second. The water is not the earth. The earth is what's
Yes, it is.
actually.
So,
Water is
so if
on
the
the earth,
water,
dude.
yeah, if the water is flat from Florida all the way to Africa, meaning that the level land, the beaches on Africa and the beaches on Florida are on the same level horizontal plane, then what do you mean the water doesn't matter?
Well, if the water was flat, wouldn't it?
It is flat.
Okay, so if it's flat, then why isn't it covering the entire Earth?
It is. Well,
Must be
Because
it
there's
water.
is from
elevation.
shore to. It's from shore to shore. The land that's above the water is above the water, and the land that's below the water is below the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the oceans claim to, like, well, 70% of the Earth's surface is claimed to be water.
Yeah, man, it's all land, but some of it's below water and some of it's above water, but all of the water's level.
Yeah, it's like if you take a small portion of the earth, let's say you take a lake like Lake Superior and you put islands in the middle of Lake Superior and you claim that all of the water in Lake Superior is perfectly flat, and then you ask, well, why would it all be contained in this area and why would there be land above it and land below it? You're answering your own question. We're just doing that on a very large scale.
It's the very simple question: is that water flat or is it curving at a rate of 3959 radius globe?
Does the volume of water have anything to do with it?
Volume,
Is it filling
nothing
the
at all.
space?
No, nope. We're
If
talking about the surface of the oceans, whether or not they're flat or they're curving.
Are you looking at my screen,
Okay,
Jack?
I get what you're saying now. No, but I will. Hold on.
Like if
Okay.
you take your front yard and you completely make it flat and level, and then you dig
Mhm.
holes in it, random holes all throughout it, some of them are connecting, and you start filling those holes up with water, you're going to get islands, you're going to get what would appear to be a shoreline, but you know that you leveled it all before you dug down, and then you
Mhm.
filled it up with water. That's basically what the earth is. You have elevation that's above the water, and you have land, right? Technically, earth that's below the water, but you have what we call sea level, which is a median or a mean
Mhm.
level that is consistent across that whole entire surface. And we measure that water level to be horizontal and level every time that we try to measure it.
Yeah.
I
So
got you.
Jack,
Yeah. Yep. I've made. I get.
are you looking at this 19-mile test that was
Yes.
done?
Yes.
This was done at a 5-foot height, and they got the air and water temperature
Mhm.
to basically get a differential of 0 on this date, which is nice. This is done in Utah, and it was done over almost 19 miles. They leveled this laser at 5 feet, and then another camera 5 feet at 18.83 miles away. And this is the observation, and you're able to see the reflection on the water. And you'll see later that like that's not, if that's a bulge of, that's not possible if there was a bulge there. But just so you know, with the math of the 3,959 mile radius, what should be in between this 5-foot laser and the camera that spots it is a 59-foot sagitta, and the camera should have to be 173 foot up to see the source of that laser, which is what it's looking at. And the sagitta that height is about the size of George Washington's face on Mount Rushmore, and that hidden height is 172 feet. It's the size of this monument to the discoveries in Lisbon. But what we're seeing is ground level. We're able to see the laser, the source of the laser, and the reflection.
Wait, so stay on.
Hey.
Go back to the last slide because I'm not sure what I mean, I hear what you're saying, but with the actual laser, the blue laser, I don't know what that reflection. Like what perspective am I looking at?
So
yeah, nope.
Camera.
One over. No, back one from where you just were.
Here.
Yeah, this. What's this here?
You're the cameraman, and you're almost
Okay,
19
okay.
miles away, and you've zoomed in with the P1000 camera, which has got a high zoom, and
Okay.
you're zoomed in to the source. You're able to see the source. You're also able to see the reflection on the water, which means the reflection, if it was bulge, it would be reflecting up here. You wouldn't be able to see reflection over here. You wouldn't be able to see it at ground level facing directly. What you're seeing is this blue line on the bottom. What you should see is a geometric horizon at 2.7 miles away. The bulge should start to block your view. There should be a sagitta of 59 feet. That's the size of George Washington's face. Okay. There should be a hidden height, 173 feet. So you should have to get up this high to be able to see the source of that laser like you do. And you shouldn't be able to see a reflection at all. You see the problem?
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. So I guess two things. Just for, and I should have said this earlier. I came in with that idiot chick earlier that you guys muted because she was bored and wanted to troll. So I've never really thought about any of this. So a lot of this, I'm just kind of going with the flow. So for whatever that's worth. But it's my understanding then that the Glovers then rebuttal to this is that laser beams can bend, and so this is this slide is based on the presumption that a laser's light does not bend, correct?
Yeah, they're saying they might say it bends down over this here, but we were just asking earlier for any observation where a laser in thin air like this is bending down. And the thing is, that observation doesn't exist. So I challenge you to go find us a laser in just natural air in the natural world bending down.
And you need more than an
bring us a
excuse.
picture of that.
You don't need a laser.
But you need more.
You can use.
Listen, bro, you need more than an excuse. You need more than a, hey, isn't it possible? Then it must explain it. No, show that that's actually what's happening. Show that the Earth's surface is actually curving first. That'd be a great start. Then you can have as much bendy light as you like.
Right, so is it okay if I debate? I'm a Glover. I'd like to step in here for 1 second.
We're talking
Hold on, this guy is about to say he understands both sides now. Do you understand that? What we're saying now?
I understand the act for the observation, but if
okay, cool. Because a lot of people don't even get to that point. They just get frustrated and all that kind of stuff.
Cool. One thing I've heard is like, in a response to like mathematical models, and it's just, made up and nonsense. But if there are established experiments that show refraction exists, not at this in this context.
No, bro. Look, in what sense? Refraction exists in what sense? Like refraction just happens? Like light can go through a prism and be broken up into a rainbow? Is that what you mean? Because we don't deny that. We don't deny that, bro.
Do you deny that light can bend? Light can bend.
That's why I wanted to make sure he understood the argument, so he could start making these excuses.
Yes, yes, I agree, but it doesn't give you. It doesn't give the globe a path, right?
Say that again?
If the Earth's surface is curving and light's bending around it, show that, prove it, demonstrate it. Otherwise, this is just an indication that the light hit its target because there was no curve in the way. Now, what is it? What is it? Are we supposed to go out and see that we can't see past the curve or not? Because that's what we were told when all this blew up. People said, just go out and see that you can't see past the curve. Look, you can only see half of that building. Look, you can't see that tree that should be there because it's hidden behind the curve, etc., etc. Look at that boat going over the curve. Now, is it that we can't see past the curve, or we can? Make up your minds.
Oh, I don't know. I've thought about this for all of about 90 minutes in my
Right.
entire life.
So,
So
so if you're going to say, well, we're seeing over the curve, right? We're seeing part light spending around it. Okay, what about when people present the imagery of boats half cut off by the horizon? What then? That's not happening then.
I got one version.
I don't know.
So does
Okay,
light bend
so
around the curve or doesn't it?
I've seen this experiment before done by Globers, and what they say is you're supposed to lay flat on a beach facing west if you want to see, it at is it at sunset? Let me get this right. Yeah, I think you have to you be west facing the sunset, and you see the sunset, and then after it sets, you stand up to where your eyes are 6 feet above wherever you were. Like if you have to stand on a little 6-inch box or something, and you can watch the sunset again. It's like the same experiment as the one you're doing. Instead of a laser, you have your view of the sun. And anyone can do this experiment with no equipment. Right? Hello?
Yeah, but that doesn't prove anything. That doesn't prove that
Okay, so the Earth
it's
is spinning, right?
is it? Is it?
The globe, yes.
Is it though?
That's how the day happens. It takes 24
Is it?
hours.
Is it? How do you know that?
Well, how do you? I mean, if I could jump in, what would your explanation or belief in how the day happens?
The sun goes over my head every day, passes from east to west, and then goes out of view.
And before we get distracted by things in the sky, I mean, the claim is that the Earth is flat, and if you're talking about objects in the distance, this is a really interesting one. If you're still looking at my screen, 3.5 foot height, the Rampion offshore wind farm. This is done by a PhD in optics. His name is Dr. John D. And he's looking at this wind farm. He's standing here at the beach, and he's looking at this wind farm at these 6 windmills, and the 6th one is 11.2 miles away. And that's pretty interesting because the horizon should be at 2.2 miles away, the geometric horizon. But we're seeing the horizon behind this windmill here. You can even see where the paint is being peeled off by the seawater at the bottom, the black. And that's a problem because at 3.5 foot height, there should be a 20-foot sagitt there and a 53-foot hidden height at that distance of 11.2 miles. So you should only see 53 foot up that windmill, and the sagitta, the bulge, should be the size of a 2-story home. The hidden height should be the size of the Delta Arch in Utah. Yet we're seeing the entire thing with the horizon behind it. So it's a problem because we should see the geometric horizon at 2.2 miles, but we see the entire distance with the horizon behind it. So this professor, he's got a PhD in optics, and he was not a flat earther. He went out to put this all to rest, and he started making these observations. They couldn't deny it. And then they even looked at this ship that you can kind of see like the bottom is cut off or whatever. Oh, is it going over a curve? Well, that ship is only 23 feet tall. And at the distance it's at, which is 12.1 nautical miles, because they tracked it that day, there should be 89 feet of hidden height covering that ship, which is the size of the Tower of London. But you can see the whole ship.
Can you explain what hidden height? What does that mean? I don't.
Well,
I just wanna...
hidden height.
Okay,
If you
so
look at
wait.
this right here, the red part right here, that's the hidden height. Then the sagitta is the bulge itself, but the geometric horizon is going to start to cut off your view. You're standing here at the 3.5 foot height. The geometric horizon on a ball is going to
They're
block your
trying to
view.
view. They're trying to view
No, we didn't
objects
ask you to
taller than
speak.
the hidden
No,
height.
thanks. So at 2.29 miles, there should be a geometric horizon that cuts off your view, and you should only be able to see things that are 53 foot high at 11.2 miles away. But we're seeing the entire object. We're seeing No evidence. You were talking about refraction. Well, refraction has effects, and if there's a high refractive day, you might see something crazy like what we're seeing here in this image here, like a superior mirage. Things are distorted. Odd things. This one's being mirrored above itself, and it's distorted. But you look at these windmills, you don't see any evidence of that. So if you're going to start to claim refraction, you'd have to be looking for evidence of that.
You'd be
And
invoking conditions which even academia agrees that doesn't, like the average conditions of the ocean. You would need exceptional conditions to produce this sort of effect. If you were living on a globe and you want to explain this away with refraction, average conditions don't produce these sort of effects.
So these exceptional conditions just aren't plausible, essentially.
No,
exactly.
I don't believe there's any refraction that can let you see over a 2-story house. That doesn't exist. There's nothing that's going to let you see at ground level around this house. It doesn't exist in thin air. But they'll claim it does. I don't care
So
how
going back to
refractive it is.
the windmill example, if the Earth were a globe, what would we be expected to see? I guess
You would expect a bulge at 2.2 miles away. This first windmill is 8 miles away, so the bulge the horizon should not be way back here. It should be in front of this, way up here.
And it's not possible we can just see from in its perspective by having objects there, as opposed to just the ocean. It has nothing to do with it.
Not sure what you mean. There should be a geometric horizon 2.2 miles away. But we're seeing flat. We're seeing this blue line. We're not seeing the red. The red is the globe surface that should be there. We're seeing the blue line. It's a problem.
In the geometric horizon, that's a constant.
Yeah, the geometric horizon.
Well, okay, this is what the so-called experts have been saying for decades, right? And they have a rule of thumb equation that they use, in surveying and things. Like where they've given it a formula of 7/6R, right? So that's your average general rule of thumb equation to for terrestrial refraction. Now, what that does essentially is it turns your 1.225 mile times the square root of the observer's height in feet horizon distance, right? I can go through that with you if you like, if you want to know how that math works, or someone else can. It extends that to 1.32 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for a 6-foot observer, say, seeing a horizon distance at 3 miles, add in the refraction, you're going to get 3.5 at the most, something like that. Like it doesn't extend it significantly enough and explain these sorts of things where the horizon distance is way in orders of magnitude further than that equation will allow for.
Right, and what's happening with that? Aren't they calling that the K factor? Sort of. There's another scale with K factor, but all they're doing is saying the reason you can see this like the Earth is flat is because of refraction. When we add these equations in here in this scale to make the Earth bigger in math, then that gives us. Well, is that evidence that the refract they like to call it the refraction? Have you guys considered the refraction? They're saying that because you can see shit that you shouldn't be able to see.
Yeah, so Jax, on this image, what's observed here is the sky meeting the water here, and that should be where your geometric horizon is when you're looking out. And you get that from this is the radius they give you, 3,959 miles. So NASA says they shoot rockets off and all that stuff. You can just do geometric math and figure out all these values and where this geometric horizon is supposed to be based on your height. So that's what we do.
how do Glover? Okay, sorry, continue.
I mean, that's what we do, and we've got observation after observation after laser test, all different parts of the world, all different climates. There's like 3 countries, I think, in the total, in just this deck I've put together.
Well, how do you
UK,
explain
Utah.
making a phone call and it being daylight somewhere else?
Hey, the claim is that the Earth is flat. I'm not talking about phone calls and daylight and the political. That's actually a political item.
Well, would you,
They
if you don't
changed.
mind, could you address at least the daylight and day and night from one place to another?
Yeah, you don't have friends that you trust that you make a phone call to that can live in
No,
Germany or
no,
something?
no. I'm
Like,
not talking to you. I'm talking to whoever the other guy. Because I mean, so
Well,
that's a
it all
like.
I mean, like the simple fact, it just all works. And like, do I know exactly the distance to the sun and all that, and how it's all working? I don't know. That's the honest answer.
But
I don't know. I don't know. It
wouldn't
seems to
that be
circle.
immaterial if the Earth was flat? Because it's either above us or it's not. I mean, it's
Hey,
moving
check
and
this
hitting.
out.
It appears
Yeah.
above us.
Oh,
I don't know. I don't
this.
know what it
I
is. I've
knew.
never been there. Never verified what the sun is or what it does. But it seems to process at a certain time of day, and so we get our time zones.
Sure, but that was happening long before we ever thought about it, or even the guys that came up with the globe ever thought about it. They made calendars, but humans existed on Earth long before these supposed
The globe is young.
pseudoscientists
The
came
globe
out
is
with.
a young
Yeah,
idea.
it's a very young idea. So all of these thousands of years, we've had all these calendars recording what's happening in the
The
sky.
Saros
Where we
cycle.
got our
Yep.
well, even Saros cycle came from the Babylonians. I
Yeah,
mean,
Babylonians.
how
They
long
didn't
ago?
have a globe.
And they might have got it from somewhere else. I mean, it could be 20,000 years ago. These calendars were built. Had nothing to do with the globe whatsoever. They just noticed the patterns in the heavens, recorded them. They even the gods were the planets, right? The sun was the main god in a lot of religions and still is, in my opinion, these days. So, so the earth is not billions of years old. The earth, nobody's been outside the earth to tell you that we exist in a solar system. This is a concept that they came up with. So now, if you want the earth to be a ball, then you're going to start making excuses for why it looks so goddamn flat.
well,
I
why
mean, I
was
don't really give a shit
Columbus
if the Earth
able
is evolved. To
to?
be honest with you, like that's I mean has no impact on my life. I'm just trying to
But you
understand.
also would believe that you would have to believe that the reason you think it's a ball is because someone told you, and they have evidence. Like Matthew was like, well, what about those weather satellites 26,000 miles away, or where those they're not sending cameras on these satellites up there to take pictures of Earth. If that was the case, wouldn't they have freaking a whole shitload of really nice cameras on the
They do.
surface of the moon, just pointing right at Earth with 24-hour stream? For what they
I mean, I
Yes,
don't
they
know if
would.
they would do
Yes, they
that,
would.
but
Yes, they
there
would.
is. Well, hold on a
I
second.
think
So what about
Indians
James Webb?
did that.
So James Webb has there's pictures of Earth from James Webb, and that's 1,000,000 miles away.
Yeah, that's 4 times
Are you
further. Is it
are you
3
talking
times
about the
further?
Discover
It's a cool
satellite?
story.
You
No, I'm
talking
talking
about
They're
the
about the
talking to
James
Discover
James
Webb.
one?
James Webb. James Webb
Telescope.
Telescope.
Yeah,
James
yeah,
Webb Telescope's not 1,000,000 miles away,
yeah. It
is
is.
it?
Yeah, it's about
It's
3
past
times
K2.
further. It's about 3
In
times further than the moon,
geostationary
approximately.
orbit?
No,
It's
no,
not.
it's
It's
in
in
L1 and
LQ.
L2 Lagrangian points behind the moon.
Yeah, it's one of
Yeah, it's
Lagrange.
1,000,000 miles away.
And so what about the pic? I mean, there's pretty high quality pictures that have come from that.
That's
Voyagers.
really pictures, huh? They put a camera in that telescope.
I mean, there's pictures of
Well,
Well,
yeah.
Bigfoot.
a better
There's pictures
question.
of Superman. There's all kinds of
No,
pictures.
I mean, don't
Hold on. I
make it
want you to
go with the
I
hyperbole.
want you
I
to
mean,
send
I'm
me
legitimately asking.
all right, send me one picture of Earth from the James Webb Telescope.
Okay.
And how do we know your friend just didn't take these pictures from a higher altitude?
Like James Webb Telescope is taking
No, no,
pictures
no,
of
no.
Earth.
He's taking these pictures of these objects where the base of the object is not obstructed. But like we don't know if he took the picture where he said he took the picture. Like
What I don't know where else would you take the picture from? I don't.
somewhere
What do you mean?
higher so that you can see over the Sagitta or the Sagitta, or I'm not sure how you say it.
Sagitta.
Sagitta.
Or that's what we call it. No, the Americans call
Never
it.
know. You better go verify it for yourself.
I've never really heard it out loud. I've seen it a couple times in
What I
appraisal.
call it in the globe model, if you're trying to make an observation, across the distance, and there's supposed to be the horizon of the Earth curve in the way, I call it the water hill. That's what I call it, just to piss everybody off. Where's the top of the water hill that's supposed to be in the way of something, off in the distance? Because they
Yeah.
don't like that.
Okay.
Because
No, the water hill.
water
You can
don't
call it a
form
water hill.
hills.
It's
Water
fine.
don't form hills unless there's a wave or something, right? So
No.
they're saying that the Earth
It's the
curve is a
curvature of the
big
Earth.
water hill,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I
100%.
call it a water hill to make them feel stupid because
But
there's
the
obviously
real
not one there.
question, if you're wondering which one is right, is the transit times between the flights around the southern end of the globe, the Argentina to Australia, Australia to
Mhm.
South Africa, South Africa to Argentina.
Now, if we're
Those
talking
flight
about a
times,
map,
according to the flat Earth, those flight times, they're like astronomical distances. Like the flight times should take months.
well, I'll tell you
And you can
something.
ask anyone who's been on any of those flights. They're all lying to you, apparently.
Listen,
Like,
So none of us are claiming that model
yeah,
that you're
that
using
map,
is what it is. Like,
that circle map is a globe, so the distances are the same as the
wait, no.
globe.
Is it a
So
globe or is it a disc?
it's a globe.
So
all
you
we're
think the
claiming is
Earth
what
is
we're claiming.
flat?
No,
We're
it's a
trying.
globe looked at. It's from the top. That's why the land below the equator or
No.
south of
A
the
globe
equator is
is
so stretched out.
a sphere.
I know. Well, look, the Mercator
The globe
projection,
stretched out, flattened out.
they're projections of the celestial sphere, and the
This
sun's
isn't.
path.
This isn't
Longitude
20.
lines.
Yeah.
If it has longitude and latitude, it's a globe.
This isn't the
Yeah,
24/7 cartography meetup.
yeah, you're talking
This
about
is 24/7 flat Earth. We
projection
measured
data.
the
No, but
Earth.
this is
That's
true. This is significant because people think this longitude and latitude maps are what we live on, and this is the whole
Well, I'm just
confusion of
trying
the
to
whole
figure out
thing.
how you figure out how long it'll take to get from point A to point B on your whatever
People have
map you
done it
decide.
before. That's how you figure it out.
Yeah,
Oh,
experience. Yeah.
okay. You just guess. You
No,
don't
no, you
actually
do
get
it,
figure
and
anything
then
out.
you do it again, and then 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 every
Yeah, but
time you
you're saying
do
that you
it,
can't figure it out. You
no,
can
what do
figure
you
it
think
out.
you're gonna
Like,
do? Just look at a map
no,
and
no.
say, okay,
Okay,
I'm
so
gonna go over here and go over there, and
when
hopefully
they
I'll
have
get there when I get there.
unscheduled flights for like,
They
like
did it
dirt
before.
field. Okay, for
How long
dirt
did it
field.
think you took? How long do you think it took them before they actually even tried to
Okay,
go across the
so
South Pacific?
I was trying to make a sentence. Is okay.
Yeah.
Right, so when they have like dirt field runways for militaries, like they need to know how much fuel they need to get from one dirt
Well,
field
they're
to the
not
other.
traveling across the South Pacific, are they?
When they look at the map and when
The
you're
map
at
is
the
a map.
poles, yeah, but when you're at the poles, even the routes change, like especially when you're at the poles.
Most routes are staying pretty close to land. They're not traveling across the
Yeah, but
South
if you
Pacific
travel the
or
route
the South Atlantic.
according to the disk-based mathematics or the route versus the
Dude, I
sphere-based
just told you they're
mathematics.
both the same map.
No, no.
They
The
are.
route. Okay, so the
You have
route
to
of
read the
shortest
map
distance.
right.
It's
You have
not
to
a
read the
flat
map
Earth
right.
map,
You're not
bro.
going to put a
It's
ruler
not a
on both
flat Earth map.
maps. You're
Okay,
not
I'll
going to
I'll
put a
show you
ruler
the
on both
picture.
maps and get the same distance. You're going to get
I'll
the
show you
same
the
distance
picture
if you read the
so
map
you can
right.
understand. I'll show you the map.
Yep.
We already
What a
I
lot.
understand.
already fucking. I already have it in my brain, and you don't need to tell me. I know you're
it's a
confused,
straw man. You're bringing up a map none of us are claiming.
dude. That map
Yeah.
is a globe. It's the same
What a
distance.
lot. What a lot of claimed flat earthers, claim to be flat earthers, present to the world as being a flat Earth map, is simply a north-centered azimuthal projection, equidistant azimuthal projection of the globe. It's not a flat Earth map. It is literally the globe flattened out, so that the bottom of the globe is distorted towards the outer rim, forming an Antarctica into an ice wall. right? Into an ice ring around the perimeter. And all the like Helio was saying, all the continents and all the land masses and all the seas and the oceans south of the equator are distorted greatly, right? It's a globe map, not a flat Earth map.
Yeah, anytime you're trying to reify a map, which is not necessarily bad in all situations, and especially if you're trying to see the whole Earth at the same time, at all at once, the longitude latitude system and the sun's path with well, the longitude is the sun, path of the sun, latitude is the where you can see stars from certain parts of the Earth at different times of the year. So these all these maps were built around this celestial sphere model. That's not that's not the Earth. That's where you can see certain portions of the sky at different times of the year. That's where the globe came from. It's not the Earth. And it'll take a long I know it'll take decades for people to get out of it, but eventually we'll get there.
And you have to admit, there's no maps or no plane routes or travel times that will change the way the surface of water is empirically measured.
Well, sure. I mean, and as far as traveling across these vast distances across the southern oceans, you're just nobody does that because it's too dangerous. And there's not enough people that go that way, so they have to travel along the coastlines.
Wait, aren't there flights from Sydney to Santiago, Chile that go over the ocean the whole time?
I
Not that
didn't say
changed the
there
way
wasn't.
water
I didn't say
measured.
there wasn't. I'm just saying it's not very. Nobody's really going that way, you know. So I mean, it's really
You're
expensive to
not,
do
wait,
it.
nobody's going that way, or some people are. What are you
Some
saying?
people
Wait,
are every
actually,
once in a while.
So it's
actually,
not
that's a
nobody.
good point.
That's
I'd like to
very
see a
dangerous.
flight.
But I'm not
Are
I
saying
there
the
do that
any
every day.
see,
flights?
Matt, I'm telling you, it doesn't have anything to do with the map. It has to do
All
with
right,
how dangerous
is it
the
okay if
flight
I
is
ask
or
a
whether
question?
somebody's going that way or not.
Can I ask a
Go ahead.
question? Are there any
Yeah.
flights that go over the South Pole?
No, none at all.
No, I'm just trying
No.
to figure out if the
No,
globe, the
it's restricted
Globers
airspace.
have any suggested routes that would make sense according to them to go over the South Pole to save fuel.
No, well,
Like,
most suggested routes or sensible routes are going to take you near
no, they
commerce.
go over the North Pole all the
So,
time.
Well, isn't
no,
it
they don't go over the
because
North Pole either. They don't go over the North Pole either.
they go closer to the North Pole, don't they? Like
Sometimes.
from like Detroit to like Japan. Like that's a flight I took once, and we went up over. I mean, I'm not the North Pole, but the northern
Right.
hemisphere. I mean, isn't it because it's more densely populated? Um,
For the most
the
part, I
northern
mean, that's why
hemisphere.
they're if you take a flight, you want one, no stops, or you want several stops, you get a cheaper ticket if you do several stops and you have layovers and shit like that. Just depends on the flight, where it's going, when you want to get there, because all these flights are traveling all the time. It's just like riding a bus, you know. I mean, it's like you're gonna pick one and go one way or the other. If you're like, oh, I want to go on a flight that goes over the North Pole, nobody goes that way.
There's nothing there.
Yeah.
It is more dangerous if anything goes
And
wrong.
it's dangerous because nobody's over there and nobody goes that way. So who knows what's up
Well, it's
there
not
or
dangerous because
down
of it.
there?
There's no reason to. I mean, I've traveled
Well, it
from
is
the other way
dangerous.
too across
It
the
can
ocean.
be.
I mean, how is
It
No,
that
can
any
be.
less
there
dangerous?
are
Well, it can be. You could be like, all right, well, this time we're gonna take this flight over the North Pole. Wouldn't you have to make a lot of preparations because you're gonna have to know where you're gonna land? You know,
yeah,
it's like
they
you're gonna have
do,
to go
and
on a different
they do it.
flight.
They do it constantly.
Who does?
I'll find you a flight. I'll see if I can find you a
A
flight.
commercial flight
Yeah, where you go over the North Pole. But
directly over the North Pole.
that doesn't disprove the
Oh,
flat
hold
Earth.
on. I want to see one directly
I'm
over
trying
the
to
North
find
Pole.
a South Pole flight, which I haven't found any
You're not
yet.
gonna find
But
one of those, but I want to see one directly over the North Pole.
they do.
I mean, but why would you if it's not
To bomb Russia
shortest path
during
to your
the
destination?
during the Cold War, a lot of the scheduled
Well,
flights to bomb
shortest
Russia.
path on a map doesn't necessarily mean shortest path. I mean,
Yeah,
people
a
say,
lot of the
"Oh, great
flights to
circle
Russia.
route," I mean, you're,
No,
I
a
mean, you have
lot
the
of the
North and
flights to
South Pole
Russia.
that aren't populated. And so why would you
Only,
go across an
only the
area?
military.
To
Only the
save
military
fuel,
does
we're talking
something
about
that's not.
thousands
Only the
and
military
millions
does
of
shit
dollars
that's
in
not
fuel. That's
commercial.
why. That's the answer to your question.
What?
If you
Say-
didn't always talk over people, you might hear something.
Yeah, what were you saying about the fuel cost?
Okay, so in order to get to Russia, both flat earthers and globers agree the shortest route is over the pole, and there's thousands of gallons of fuel, sometimes
Are you
hundreds of
reading
thousands,
Chat GPT right now?
tens of thousands of gallons of fuel. No.
You're not going over the
No,
North
no,
Pole
I
very
knew a
often to go to
guy
Russia.
in the Air Force, and he said they were planning to nuke Russia during the Cold War, and like he worked in Alaska, and they would fly over the pole. Like that was the route that they were planning. I mean, they didn't actually go and bomb Russia, but
Finnair 70 right now is on its way over the pole pretty soon. It's going from Asia to Helsinki. So there's an example.
yeah.
And also there's one in air right now going from Sydney to Santiago. I posted the links at 37 past the hour.
But the real issues the flat earthers have is the flights from Argentina to
Yeah, it's on
Australia.
the Mercator.
South Africa.
Nobody
Nice.
cares about the flights.
Look at
They
that.
care about the
You know,
measurement of
you
the
realize
Earth.
on the Mercator, Matt, there's no freaking South or
Well,
North Pole on there.
No, the
according to
point
the
is
map,
these flights make sense on the
if
globe,
the
but it's
Earth
hard to
is
see how they make
actually
sense if the
flat,
Earth is
it
flat.
would be shaped like a disc, and the
Yeah,
distances
no,
around the
no.
disc
What?
would be astronomical distances. They would
This
be
is a
like
non
almost as
sequitur.
far as
Oh Jesus, we're
going
talking
This is
to
a
the
about
non
moon.
distance
sequitur.
on
What
a
does this have
map
to do with the
now.
geometry of what we're standing on?
This is crazy.
It doesn't have anything to do with the laser geometry, but we were talking about the maps and the flights.
Yeah, what it has
No,
to do
we're
with
Map
telling you
geometry.
that all the maps are the same. I just told you that. All those maps that I just posted
So
that says globe, 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 they're all globe maps. Why
yeah,
are
the
we
The
talking
flight
about
conversation here
path.
is about what are we standing on? What's the geometry of what we're standing on? It's a geometric
What
conversation.
about operation of the aircraft? If you want to talk about aircraft, operation of the aircraft does not involve spherical geometry. It's all planar, especially when they're planning their descent. So procedures, landing procedures at 35,000 feet, 100 kilometers from the runway begins, right? And they don't worry about curvature and they don't worry about Earth rotation to do that. They
Right,
just
because
plug in the numbers that
at
the
that level,
airport
it's
is away from them,
immaterial.
on the ground below them, in a straight line on a flat surface.
I think they think you
No,
can't
you can
travel
use
across the flat
compass
Earth
reading.
with using a globe map. That's probably what they think, right?
No,
No, I think
you
that,
can
what
calculate
the
the
difference
I
compass
is
use a
reading.
globe map every day.
if you get to point A to point B, if on a globe versus a flat map, it's going to be different. So
Point is,
to
that
get
you
to
have
Russia,
to
for
use
example, the reason you go and it's not a straight line.
every single
Matt,
time. Say, hey, this is how the sphere is falsified. It's falsified by direct empirical measurements of the surface. And then all people want to talk about is things that cannot change that.
non
It's
sequiturs.
like,
Yeah.
dude,
So
I can use a globe map, and you guys think when you use a globe map, you're going over a globe. I know it's flat, so I'm using a globe map to go over the flat Earth. So
yeah.
But you
what are we
think that
talking about?
flight to the Helsinki, that they're not doing that? That they're not going over the North Pole?
No, we
That
think
they,
we think it's irrelevant to the way the surface matter measures is what we think.
Right.
Yeah, it's just you're going
Just
2 points on a
navigation.
map. You're going from one point to the other on a map.
The reason we Globers bring up these flight profiles is because they're well explained, both the route and the direction that they take on the globe Earth, but it seems like they don't match any conception of a flat Earth.
There's no
That and that's
conception of a
fucked
flat
up.
Earth.
The
The
map
conception
is
of
conceptual. The whole idea of the celestial sphere is conceptual. That's where the globe is. It's just like when you look at these points on the surface of Earth, they're supposed to be GPs of different stars. Like from the center of Earth, they're just expanded out to the celestial sphere, like a virtual sphere around Earth. That's why I'm saying the map is fine. You can use a globe map to travel across the flat Earth because that's how the map was created by using angles from different positions
Purpose-built.
when you move across Earth,
It was
and
built
then
for
you
a purpose.
consider that. Yeah, it's built that way because you can't measure while you're traveling across the ocean. You know, you can't measure how far you are or whatever. You have to use the stars and the sun. So
What do
that's
you mean you
just
can't
the way the
measure?
map is built. What? You think you can
You
get out
can't
in the
just
middle of
what?
the ocean and tell where you are without using the stars?
Yeah, I think it's done every day, isn't it?
Really?
I mean,
Well,
is it
yeah,
not?
now you can use GPS.
Oh, GPS. Okay, how was it? Did they build GPS without the stars?
And they have satellites for GPS. And how does gravity work
In
on?
space.
Well, satellites
Over
only know
global.
where you are because
Which gravity?
the ground positions
No,
tell the
I'm
satellites
just
where you
I'm
are.
just trying
What
to
are you
figure out
talking about?
how do
The
the
satellites don't
satellites
tell
stay
you
up
where you are.
there?
Yeah, no, the satellites don't tell
Linear
you where
momentum.
you are. You tell the
The,
satellites where
the
you
short
are.
answer.
This
No,
isn't
I
this
was
isn't
asking.
24/7 satellite,
Can I
24/7.
ask a simple question? How do the satellites stay up in there?
Linear
Without
momentum.
Why aren't you asking about the geometry of
Balloons.
the Earth? That's the whole claim of this whole
What?
conversation.
Guys.
We don't know.
there's
I don't know. Nobody
there's a
knows.
lot of
Yeah, the
Linear
existence of
momentum.
GPS satellites is a good evidence that the shape of the Earth is spherical, not flat.
Why would that
In
be?
what way?
Explain
In
that.
what
Yeah,
way?
please
That's the only way
dive
it's
in.
okay.
Why does
No,
GPS
okay, so
mean the Earth is
basically,
not flat?
in order to not
Oh my god. I
fall,
can't believe you guys are still arguing
according
about this.
to the globe thing, you have to go a certain speed at a certain altitude in order to not fall. And that's how the satellites are in orbit. That's why they don't fall.
Right.
Yep. Same with satellite TV transmitters in geostationary orbit, which has been happening since the mid 80s, I think.
Yep, that's how the stories go. But
Yeah,
it's
they're
all
nice stories.
non-Catholic.
Yeah, how
Yeah,
did
but
you
well, I
verify
mean, there's
any
stories,
of
but
those?
satellite TV exists, right?
How did you verify that the satellite TV is working the way you're describing it?
Because
You
satellite
can see the
TV antennas have
ISS.
been pointing up into the sky for 4 decades, and they work.
Pine
And how did you
testing.
verify
You
they're
think
pointing at
for
what you're
radio
saying they
towers?
are?
No, you can
As
see the
Because they're
satellites.
What do you
parabolic
mean?
You
So
antennas
can
that you
see
can see.
them.
The companies have verified this. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
just
if
look
you
at the
you
parabolic
can look
antenna.
up the location of the ISS and find when it will cross between you and the moon and see it between you and the moon. Like it's big. It's like
So, have you ever heard?
I
You
don't
guys
like
remember? How many times have you heard Globers come in here and say, "Man, you can go outside and see the ISS with a telescope." Now and then they'll back it up and say, "Hey, I saw the ISS with a telescope," but they're
no,
not.
you
They're
can see
not
it with a
talking about
naked
the
eye.
transit of the moon.
yeah,
Yeah, they
No, you
think
can
they
see
can
it with a
see it.
naked eye.
Really, you can see this. What do
That's a
you see with the
problem.
naked eye?
The
the
Big
ISS.
bright
ISS.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
satellite.
you
it's
can't
a
see it from
simple
the
Google search. There's plenty of pictures of it
Of
Yeah,
what?
How
it's
big is
like
it?
Of the
of the
ISS
ISS. Yeah,
with the
Yeah,
naked
how
eye?
big is
it's like you can see it if it crosses in front of the moon very
it? How
easily.
big
Can you
is
see it if it doesn't cross in front of the
It's
moon?
like looking at a mosquito.
You can if the suns
how
reflecting off it.
how big is its actual size?
It's big
It's
enough.
about
big
it's
enough to see.
100 meters, 100
Yeah, it's about the
yards.
size of an airplane, a big
And you think
airplane.
you
Oh,
can see that
I don't
250
think
miles
I
away
don't
with
think
your
I've
naked eye?
you
you
Yeah,
can
said
you can.
fucking see it.
250
It's
miles away.
110
That's it.
miles.
Yeah.
It's 240
Whatever.
miles.
It'll still be too small with your naked eye.
Too
You
It's
can
small.
not.
see it.
Well, and like I was getting at, the
If
only
you can
time
see
you
the
would
moon, you can
ever
see it.
see it, you'd be able to capture it with a camera or a
No, like
telescope, would be if it does transit the moon or the sun.
that's the
And
easiest way to see it. Yes, the
no,
easiest.
you're not going to capture it. Well, all right, you can see it other times. Is that like
Well,
you can see
it's more
the
difficult because like when it crosses in front of the moon, like you basically you like
You
have
have
a
the
giant
contrast.
spotlight showing you where it's gonna be, so you know where to look. So when you're looking up, you don't like get dizzy
you
and
only
like
got
fall
like
over. Like
you only got like
Yep.
half a second to capture it.
But technically, it depends on
But
what
no,
your
yeah, you can
definition
see
of
it.
seeing it is. Because, all right, when it crosses in front of the moon, it means that there's no sun reflecting off of it, technically, because it's in the Earth's shadow. So, therefore, you could actually see it with your naked eye. However, if it was crossing your naked eye's vision and had sun reflecting off it, then you could see it as a bright, pulsating light in the sky that is moving across the atmosphere at a faster rate than a star would, probably less than a plane would, but you can still see it. You can
Yeah, it
still
would
see the
blend
sun
in.
reflecting off it.
It would blend in with the other stars, and it would be
But
much more
it's the thing.
difficult to
But if
see.
you could see those other
I feel
stars, then
like
you can
we're in a
see it.
NASA fanboy room.
No, I
Yes.
mean it's really not that complicated. If it's not in front of the moon, if it has no sun reflection off of it, you can't see it because of the contrast and the perspective. The reason you can
Because
see
the sun
stars in the
reflecting.
sky,
Okay.
It's
if you
harder
can
to
see,
see
the reason you
stars
can
at
see
night.
stars
I mean,
because
during the day.
they're
Right.
illuminating light.
Did
The
they
ISS
did they
isn't.
did they
It's
put
a
like really cool
Schrodinger clock.
reflectors on the bottom of it, or did they put LEDs or
No,
something?
actually,
Have you guys
it's
heard of
dark.
the
It's very
Schrodinger
dark.
clock?
No,
I'm
that's the
just wondering if
point.
they put
Like,
these like
you put
big
the
mirrors
ISS.
on the bottom of it
I'll
so to
show
make sure
you.
you can see it
I'll
when
show you a
they're
picture.
going.
If you put
Yeah,
the
it's a
When did
ISS
they
in the
put
middle of a box,
when
right,
did
which
they
is
put
why
this
have the sun
motherfucker
reflect off
together
that box.
anyway? I've never seen
And
him ever actually putting this thing together.
you don't have security clearance for that, bud.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
You would have to
Are you
watch
I'm just
the.
wondering about the big
All right, so can I
big mirrors they put on the
No, you
bottom.
don't have
If
clearance
I
I
for
can
that.
answer
know
your
about these
question,
mirrors, these big LEDs that they
if you
put
could
on the
stop
bottom so
talking,
you
I
can
can
see
answer
it.
your question, Helio.
Answer it.
So during when the shuttle program was in operation, a lot of the shuttle launches were delivering large sections of the ISS.
It was assembled in the space. It was connecting little parts of it, like the Russian part from NASA
Yeah, he's
parts
right.
from
and it's grown
Japan.
over time, segment by segment.
Yeah,
The Russians
Oh,
helped as well. I forgot about the
when
Russians.
they run these missions, do they just send like an entire crate of like 10mm like socket heads or what? Because you lose those shits like crazy, man. So
Oh
like
it
God,
needs to
they're
not
like,
just
all you
connected.
need is a 10
There is just
millimeter, and you're like, fuck, bro, you got the whole toolkit.
not like
Like you just
assembled
need the
like you're
one.
assembling Lego.
I
It's not
think
like
a
that.
good
You
engineer
have
would have just left 10 millimeters out altogether.
Just all it's the only thing we're gonna need. I'm just gonna make it all 10mm and just go with
Or
it. Yeah.
and
Yeah,
just
just
only
send
10
it to like a
millimeter,
whole
everything 10
pallet full of
millimeter.
I'm pretty sure
sockets.
Chewbacca was up there helping him
For
out
sure,
too. He's
yeah.
pretty good at putting spaceships together.
Hey,
Chewbacca.
gentlemen, if I may, what's the angular size of the ISS from our viewpoint?
Yeah, it's 37 point.
It's below the
I
threshold
want
of
to
our
say
vision.
765 for 765 or something like
All
that,
right,
right?
I put an
Think about
image.
this.
I put an image
It's
in the
about the
side
same
chat.
size as like a football stadium, right? Like you could
I
put
would
it on
figure.
a football field, right? So when you're looking at from the ISS to the ground, why don't you see all these football stadiums everywhere?
No,
You do,
but
but
Helio,
what do you use? If you zoom in, you
hang on.
do. Yeah.
Hey, dude, hold on a second. Ask the angular size. Yeah. So in the actual size of the ISS is allegedly the size of a football stadium, sure. But from our vantage point, based on how far it is, how big does it look?
It's not letting
Right?
me post
Small?
images in the side chat. Do I need like permissions or something, or?
Yeah, they don't
Maybe.
tolerate. They don't tolerate.
No. I mean, actually, when you join
Shut
politics
up.
server, when you have to post a certain amount of text before you get, permission.
Yeah.
Got nothing
Yeah,
to do with
that's
that.
that's server wide. Don't blame us for that
Oh
shit.
no, you're
Well,
good.
Brenda, give me a break.
So there's a link to the image of the ISS in front of the moon, so you can see how big it is. I don't know. I mean, I can figure out the angular size, but it'll take me a moment.
Well, but have
Why
you
does the
seen the
angular
ISS?
size
Like, if
matter?
you really want to measure it, like, are you going from the base, or are you starting from the shaft and then going up?
Why does it
We
matter?
If you want to measure things yourself,
graduated
you
from junior high, so those
What
type of
the
remarks were
fuck?
not really appreciated here.
Yeah.
Why does it matter? Why does it matter what angular size it
That's
has?
what I'm saying, bud. There you go.
It's just a point of curiosity.
No, I mean, I was saying it matters. I mean, when you're talking about the transition in front of the moon, capturing the ISS, yeah, the angular size, even, if you you could actually do some calculations if you capture the ISS traversing the moon. Then you'd be able to calculate. Well, here's the size, the angular size
Yeah,
of the
you can
moon,
figure out
and
how fast
yeah,
it's
you can
going.
figure out how fast it's going or how big it
Yeah.
is and all that. Yeah, sure, you can do those
Yep.
calculations.
Red's
And then you
rhetoric.
could see it again. Yeah, you could see it again
flying
45
drones
minutes
overhead.
later and figure out how long it takes to go around the globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see that shit.
Timing
I've
is
never
like-
I doubt anybody.
Yeah,
can do that.
Red's rhetoric has
What?
done that.
Oh,
Has
it's a
done that,
website. They got that.
right? I mean, you know that, right? You can have two different observers.
That too,
And
yeah.
Yeah, you could have two different
relativity.
observers. You
Wait,
could
you're
have
talking
two
about
different observers.
Go ahead, Brenda.
You could have two different observers observing it go in front of the face of the moon, and then based on that, you could calculate how far away it is. Red's rhetoric did that with his friend Astronomy Live.
Yeah, but do the flat earthers disagree on the altitude of the ISS? Like,
We disagree that it doesn't change the shape of the surface. Things in the sky, things happening in the sky.
How would it
doesn't
be able
change.
to orbit?
Because
We're
of
not like
gravity. That's why it's in orbit
Well,
because
hold on,
of
hold on.
gravity.
What's your definition of flat? Can flat be like a ring? Like you're
a
saying the Earth
disc.
isn't a sphere,
I
but it's
think
a ring?
the only thing that makes any sense for a flat Earth would be for the Earth to be flat, like a disc. Like,
A disc or
No,
a plane?
everybody, God damn it, we just
That's
got
crazy.
done with that. We talked about that shit for almost an hour. Don't bring up those stupid disc Earth and all that kind of shit. We're not talking about that.
Do you not believe in a flat Earth?
The Earth is flat. The maps, I just told you, and I'm telling you now, and everybody else, all the maps, the globe and the disc
Oh
map
man,
and the
man.
Mercator, they're all the same
Hopefully
map.
you're having a rough night tonight.
So is
No,
it
they're
one
not.
dimensional? Because
There's
I thought
different
that
maps.
there were some flat earthers that thought there's one dimension, and then others that thought it was more like a frisbee.
No, we're talking about the Earth itself. We live on a horizontal plane. It's either all the water's flat or it's curving. That's
How
what we're
can
talking about here.
how can there
Okay,
be
Julio,
so
are
one
you
five?
afraid
dimensional.
of math? Are you
How
afraid
can,
of it? Are you
how can
No,
there
we're
be
just not the
five?
speculation channel. We aren't speculating. We're
No, no,
discussing a
I'm
specific
just
topic.
asking, are you afraid of math? Are you afraid of numbers? Like,
They're not afraid of it. They're just incapable of doing it.
Brenda, shut your mouth.
But it's true.
What do you mean? What do you mean by math? Are you afraid of math?
numbers,
Yeah.
equations, adding
We
stuff,
even referred
multiplying,
to
dividing,
Oh, I
No,
think it's
subtracting.
it's the number
smoke.
No,
7. Help!
we all went through the same education system.
So
There's nothing to be
you know how
afraid
to
of.
do a
What are you
Taylor
talking about?
polynomial series and integrate equations?
About
None of
what?
that's important.
Yeah, for what
Wait,
reason?
Yeah,
Doesn't
How
about
the
equate to
what?
time
flat
how about
Earth.
function
this?
works. When you
How
press
about
Like
this?
nine on a
we're
calculator, it's
talking
doing a
about whether or
Taylor
not the ground
polynomial.
is curving away when you're measuring distance across Earth. Are you talking
No,
about a ground that's curving away, or whether it's just it's level straight in front of you?
I'm
One
just
or the
asking
Well,
you a
other.
simple
curvature.
question. Do you know how a
Yeah,
Taylor polynomial works?
hang on.
Yes or no?
Yeah,
Doesn't
Yeah.
yeah,
matter.
dude. Check this out. Hang on,
Thank you.
hang on. Check this out, right? This question is kind of nonsensical, dude. Okay, there's nothing wrong with math. The big question is, what type of math are you applying? What functions
Well,
are you
if you look
invoking?
at
Well,
the
With
normal
which
Reddit
variables?
live
Hang
stream, you
on.
can
With
see that
dude,
the math for
Yeah, he's still
trigonometry,
well,
he
talking.
uses
He's
this
still
to solve for
talking.
the hidden height.
why are you talking over me, man? I
I was
wasn't
answering
done.
your question.
No, I was
Just
not
let him finish,
done.
bro.
You
You
asked me a
talk.
question, I answered it. You asked me,
To be
yeah,
fair, he
why does
didn't
it
finish
Finish.
it
matter?
I
really.
thought
You
he
interrupted
finished.
He's not
him.
done.
Why are you asking a question that wasn't finished? Quit
Yeah,
opposing.
Your
it
next
was
Hey,
it
chat.
20
was
cups. Hold on, 20 cups. I'm muting. Go ahead. Say
it
what?
Yeah,
was
dude.
actually
I mean,
pretty clear.
I was basically shut. No, Brenda, shut your mouth.
I
I'll
was
mute you. Fuck,
I'm supporting you.
right? Fine, but still, like, come on, man. Now I'm losing my train of thought. Christ. Problem is not the math. It's which functions are you invoking? Why? Which variables are you inputting into them? What degree of precision are do you have on these measurements, et cetera, et cetera. That's really the whole point. You asking us whether we appreciate math or not. It's kind of dumb, dude. if you're trying to straw man us,
It's
it's
a
a very
cop
poor
out.
attempt.
Yeah, it's a cop out, man. It's just like, oh, if you don't understand this, then you can't understand the difference between flat and curve.
Well, I mean, if I could just jump in, I think I've heard, when math has been presented from a globe versus a flat Earth, and it's just, well, that's made up. And so I think that's probably where the question is derived
Yeah,
from.
it's because flat
Well,
earthers
what
reject
well,
any
what is
Oh
conclusions
my
that refute.
God!
what
Stop it.
it depends. It depends what you're talking about. What is made up specifically? You're talking about, okay, we got these measurements of XYZ thing, and then we're going to pipe it through this function that we assume applies in this context. That might be worth questioning, right? Because there's underlying questions as to why you would use that function over another one. That's the type of shit that people might bring up as being made up, because you're kind of pulling out of your ass, assuming that it's even appropriate.
Yeah,
I've
why would you
actually never heard.
generalize and say, hold on, you guys are trying to generalize and say, well, flat earthers don't understand math. This is why they really think the earth is flat. And that's nonsense. Why don't you? Yeah, he's talking about let's go in what context. We're not generalizing shit here. Tell us what we're wrong about when it comes to the math. I mean, if you're just saying,
Okay,
So one would
that's
be,
fine.
so what, this is not, specific flat Earth globe, but the bending of light in lasers. That was a conversation earlier.
That
you're
has
gonna have to
nothing
get
to do
more
with what we're
specific,
talking about.
more particularly specific. Yeah, Brenda knows. And so you just said bending of light. That's very general and it makes no sense at all.
Okay, so we're not talking about lasers earlier and whether lasers bend upwards or downwards.
We went through that for about 2 hours, right?
Right. And so there's
And so,
control studies that have been done to prove that the math to associate to this particular context, because math doesn't change from one context to another, it's just what elements of the math you're applying to, it was brushed away like, oh, it's just made up. And this is specific to whether lasers light bends upwards or downwards. And the response
That wasn't
was, and
brushed
Can I ask what
away.
was done exactly? Could you post what you're talking about?
We requested an
seriously.
observation.
Yeah, no, post what you're talking about. Post
I'm
some
talking about.
studies. Yeah, post what you're talking about, so we can have a look at it and see if that's
So
what was
the relevancy
actually
of
done.
whether you believe in math or not is because you can associate math where there's been a control point that's been established from other studies that can then be
Yeah, I
applied
want to
to.
see that that's true. I don't know that that's true. Let me see that.
Okay, well,
yeah,
I mean, then it's just it's disingenuous
I think
conversation because I mean, if you can prove that based on different atmospheric conditions, light changes and
think
whether
what
it's
he's
upward or downward bent, then I mean, to say I want proof in a picture, I mean that's like
what he's referring to, I think, is like
Oh my God.
all of us,
Didn't
like
ask for a
we
picture.
have all these hundreds of flat earth tests that we present, and all of these globers go, well, you haven't considered the math and the refraction, and that's where he's at. And he's just like, well, yeah, we have all these flat earth tests, and they're they're showing kind of flat water kind of looking shit, and then you didn't throw enough math at it, and you flat earthers don't understand math, and that's why it looks flat. That's basically what he's saying. We didn't throw enough math at it.
No, not at all.
I'm unfamiliar. What flat Earth tests have you done?
All of them.
No, but I'm not familiar with it. So could you help me out, please?
Yes, you are.
Very
Don't you lie. Don't play that game. You're quite familiar
Okay.
with them.
I have never seen a flat earther present positive evidence for a flat Earth.
Have you seen us attempt it?
No.
Bullshit.
You've never seen a long distance observation or a laser test. You've never seen
What
that,
flat
Brenda.
earthers do, the long distance observations are attempts to refute the globe. I've never seen a flat earther present evidence to prove a flat Earth. They always try to disprove the globe.
That's all we're doing. Flat Earth
Isn't
is
it?
just.
I mean, if the Earth was a globe, wouldn't we find a globe when we did these tests?
Can you just link something? I mean, for me anyway, I'm just ignorant, so
Me?
it would be helpful. Anyone. I mean, any flat earth.
This would be
Yeah,
this
we've
would be
got plenty of
positive evidence that the Earth is flat, a measurement that confirms it's flat, not that one that debunks the globe.
Oh,
one that
Brenda's so
affirms.
scared of the globe. Look at her. Look at her. She's so scared of
I'm
the
not afraid.
globe.
I'm not afraid.
You're afraid as shit. Why don't you? Because you're just like, oh, I haven't seen. All I've seen is evidence that it's not a globe. What the fuck are you
I've never seen any evidence that it's not a globe. I've seen attempts, and I've never seen even an attempt to prove that the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
Holy
they have no
shit.
evidence. They
All
think
right,
it's
well, check this out, Brenda. If
Your natural
if the
experience is
Earth
evidence.
that's not true.
if the Earth is the globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, what is the drop over distance value?
What does that even
Uh,
mean?
It's 8 inches per mile squared,
there
typically,
you
is
go.
the
Okay,
shortcut.
so what is
So
the horizon distance from an observer standing about 6 foot tall from the ocean shore or whatever? You know, just the standard globe horizon distance would be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Would you agree with that?
the geometric horizon would be approximately that
All
that
right, so
distance
this is
away.
what
Yeah.
we're testing. That's what we do. So we're measuring flat versus globe. Every time we measure, do one of those tests, we're doing both. We're measuring for the globe and we're measuring for flat. So get the fuck out
So
of here with that nonsense.
how did you take refraction into account?
We looked
Why
for it.
should we?
Because it will change the apparent position of the horizon.
So for those who are trying to decide whether the Earth's flat or a globe and what their position is, can someone provide any sort of publication that
Green
outlines these
Flash's
tests?
Green Flash's website.
There's Dr. John D. Look up Dr. John D. Look up his
He's not
YouTube
a
channel.
doctor.
He's a
He's not a
professor of
doctor.
optics.
He's
He's a
not a
PhD in
professor.
optics. He's a
No, he's not.
PhD in optics.
And he did
He's
this
a
test?
PhD in optics. He did laser tests, long distance observations.
How did he account for refraction?
Yeah, like
You
350
can,
hours.
yeah, you can. He accounted for refraction by looking at the
Hold on,
temperature
what is this
differential at different
accounting
heights.
for refraction thing? What are you actually looking for?
Well, I
Because
mean, like, if you're looking at
check
this
this
one on
out.
my,
A simple thing. There's hundreds of. I don't know why people aren't posting this shit right now. You can just take a camera, one side of a lake. You zoom into the other side. You can see the people on the other side 10 miles away. You can see the shore of the lake and everything. All that water's flat. You can just zoo it, and then
That's not a
somebody like
measurement.
Brenda would say, "Hey, you didn't account for
That's
refraction."
correct.
Okay, and so what you're saying is that in all actuality, when you're standing on one side of the lake, the horizon, the curve of the earth is actually 3 miles away from you, and the rest of the water is behind that 3 miles, and the people that the shore of the other side of the lake that you actually see in your camera is being pulled up 66 feet from the other side, so it looks like you're seeing it straight ahead.
What I'm saying is that refraction will
Yeah.
affect what you see.
No, when you take it into account, it still doesn't help. Because
Yeah,
say you
no
get
amount of refraction.
1.22, so you get
It works out just fine.
1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and that turns into 1.32 miles, right? Not 1.225. So a very slight difference when you use
Well,
your 7/6R. Yeah. So it doesn't account
right.
for it. Sorry.
Right. So
False surprise.
refraction changes what you see. So you have to take it
Then
into
how do you
account.
account for it? Brenda?
Well, you figure out what the rate of refraction is, or else you just eliminate it in your experimental setup. You do it in such a way that it doesn't affect it.
How do you do that? How do you do that?
Well, you don't take observations 1 foot above the ocean. That's what you don't do.
Why not?
That's what, because the refraction
Why
is
not?
highest there.
Well, I thought you could account for it though.
Uh-huh.
So it shouldn't be a problem if you can account for it.
Yeah, but you don't
Well,
always
Right.
I provided
you
a
don't
study
Yeah,
that
you're tripping over your words now. Shut up.
no, you don't know.
Sit back and
You
let the
don't
new
know
people
what
talk, Brenda. Sit
you
back
don't
and let
know
the new
what the rate
guy
is.
have the chair.
so
You don't know
Ukoya's
what the
study
rate
that
is.
I posted really quickly, sorry, and then I'll shut up, that I posted in chat that proves refraction at near ground laser near ground laser beams. I posted it and the response was, give me an observation.
Yeah,
Give me a
The FE core experiment is known to be
Brenda, hang on.
bollocksed up.
Hang on. Yeah, how much refraction is being accounted for in these?
Well, the thing to do is to eliminate the refraction. Just don't make tests at night with the laser over
Oh,
cold water.
well, hang on. How would you know how much to eliminate if you don't know how much is present?
Oh, but we do know how much refraction is present
How?
under certain.
How?
Yeah, that's
How do you
just
know?
science. You would
How
refer
do you
to it.
know? You don't just use the word
I'm
test.
just
No,
trying to explain it to
come
you.
on, come on.
You just,
Brenda, no, come on.
Very
You can't
vague.
just throw in the standard refraction in there thinking that it actually applies
yeah, you
to every
can.
situation. No,
Yeah,
well,
you
you
can.
can. Maybe as a first attempt, but to think that it's actually
No,
accurate or representative of what's going
it is
on
accurate.
is very naive.
Yeah,
No,
how does
Okay,
refraction
refraction
is
actually
you
relative
work?
know,
to.
hang
Angry.
on, because
What?
you know,
How cold
hang on,
is it in
no,
this video?
shut the fuck up.
How
I'm
cold is it?
talking here.
You don't
Okay,
know what you're talking
eat
about, though.
shit, suck a dick, get the fuck out of here, Brenda. Okay, the light will deviate or change direction or whatever you want to call it based on the conditions, right? Humidity,
Yes,
temperature, air pressure, the gradients. Yes.
yes.
Okay. If we don't have the measurements of these gradients at set intervals along the path of the line of sight, how do you know how the light is going to behave?
Well, you can make guesstimates, and for the
Thank
physics
you
of
very much.
refraction,
Basically, what I
the
said before,
refraction.
right?
That's good.
You're going to
Physics.
ballpark using standard refraction to
Yeah.
start with. But if you
Yes, you can.
exactly, and that's what I said before, and you said no. Okay,
No, that's what you can do.
I granted you can start with that. Okay, but to think that it's actually representative of reality is very naive. Again,
Well,
okay, you can
instead
start
of
with there and maybe get an idea, but to claim that that's actually what's happening without the underlying data to back it up is fucking stupid.
well,
Okay,
what you don't do is do it at night over cold water, right? So you do it under better conditions where
Says
the
you
refraction,
because you're that's
because that's
ridiculous.
when
Why
refraction
wouldn't
is
you?
highest.
watch
You
this.
know
Watch this.
what's really cool is
Hang on, wait 1 second.
sorry, Twycross, go ahead, brother.
Sorry, dude. Just so you know, like she shot herself in her own foot. Because Brenda, if you can actually meticulously account for this stuff, you should be able to do it when the fuck ever. Not just ballpark, oh, let's do it during the day because conditions are XYZ or tend to be XYZ. No, you should be able to go out and say, okay, the temperature, humidity, and air pressure gradients are X, delta X1, delta X2, whatever the fuck. Plug it into your model and know exactly how the light is going to behave.
Yeah, we do. If we
Okay,
know
so what
all
are
the
those, please?
circumstances, well, if we know what they are,
Thank you.
and I
So
don't
what are
have
those?
the
What?
tables. I don't
Okay.
have
Okay. So
it in.
if you don't.
You
Okay.
know,
So
you ask
how do you know?
questions
How
and
do you
then you
know?
talk over me.
How can you say you know what they are if you don't have them? Have you ever seen
I
them?
don't, because I can find out, like, if I don't know the log of
Have you seen
10x,
them
I can look
before?
at a logarithmic table. I don't memorize
Have you
logarithmic.
seen it? I'm not saying. I'm not asking you to memorize shit. I'm saying have you? I'm asking you. Have you seen them before? Have you scrutinized them before?
Yeah, on the Green Flashes website.
Oh, thank you. Okay, very good, very good. Okay, so you
Yeah,
have seen it. Okay.
yeah,
So what do they have? What do they do?
he categorizes and measures the rate of refraction under a large number of circumstances, and he um, does things. He typifies things like towering, stooping, um, Morgana Le Fay.
Winking.
Yes, all of those different types of refraction, and he typifies them, and he lists the circumstances, what the index of refraction is under those conditions, like ducting. For instance, ducting is something that actually happens.
Okay, how does he gather this data? Go out and actually sample reality and
Yeah,
compare that with
yeah,
what's actually observed and all that stuff. Okay, great. Can you
yeah.
get one
Science.
thing out of there, please? One bit of it, one data set corresponding to what you're talking about.
Well, that's where you got the 1.22. You got that from Nathan Oakley. Oakley was quoting the Green Flashes website.
That's not what I'm
That's what
talking.
that.
I'm asking you. Get the data
That's what,
set. Can you? What the? Wait, hang on. What the fuck? What? The 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
yes.
That's a fucking
Yes.
geometric derivation. That has
No, it's
nothing to
not.
do with
No, it's not.
refraction. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it
No, it's
is.
not.
I've done it
Talking about the
myself.
data.
It's
You dumb
actually
fuck.
it's
I've
actually
done it myself.
no, it's a
That's
What the
crazy.
fuck
heuristic.
are you
It's
saying?
an estimation. It's actually an estimation. It's not
Wasn't
the
Brandon
precise
just saying we don't
calculation.
know math? That's
Hold on.
insane.
Hold
Out
on.
of
It's
3,900.
geometric. Yeah, dude. It's geometric. That's the geometric thing. Now
Yeah,
there might
That's
be a.
that's
actually an
not
Hold on.
approximation.
disputable.
The
Hold
1.22
an
is an
approximation of
approximation
what?
of the geometric horizon under
Yeah,
conditions of
how
zero.
is it derived? How is it
So
derived?
why you hang on? So why are you saying we're quoting this guy, this whatever the fuck person you're talking about?
Thompson.
Because it's
And
a
in the
rhetorical
context of
way to
talking
make us look
in the
disingenuous. That's
It's
why.
because you
in
get
the
your
context.
information.
Hang on. In the context of talking about refraction.
Right, it's because you get your information from Oakley, and he got it from
No,
three
I've done the
flashes.
math myself. You dumb fuck. You want to see it?
Where did you get the 1.22?
From
How
base
did you?
principles. You dumb fuck.
What base? What base
So,
principle?
Base principles. All right. All right. Finally, I can showcase a little bit of math. Yay! For the first time in a while. There you go. There's number one. Purely geometric. Number one. Number two. 8 inches per mile squared. Coming right up. Okay? Base principles of shit learned in fucking high school. And a little bit of college level stuff. Okay? This is purely theoretical. This is just geometry. We're talking about refraction. Fuck. I'm asking you, what data set does this guy provide, allegedly demonstrating that light under certain conditions can bend at the specific rate required for the light to actually bend around the curvature of the Earth we supposedly stand on? And you're jumping to the 1.2 the square root of the observer's height in feet. Why?
Yeah,
Why?
that's
You
standard
should be
rate of
providing.
refraction.
You should be providing. You should be providing a data set demonstrating angular shift over distance of the light under specific conditions. Never mind the
No, you have it
geometry.
right there
Where?
in your calculations, right? That's what
What
the
do I
rate would
what
be,
do I
right?
have?
That's not the
What do I
data,
have?
you idiot.
What do I have in which part on which page pertaining to refraction? We're talking about refraction, right? I only posted this because you talked about the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's a geometry thing. The
yeah,
only
you're
time
getting this
that can
shit
maybe
from
come into the
reality.
Yeah,
conversation.
I'm out in the
Hang
field,
on.
testing the conditions and seeing what you see under those conditions, etc., etc. Show the data set then. Where's the data set?
but
Hey,
he's
Brenda, the
given us
only
the
time the
math
1.22, the only time that the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet should come in to play, if at all, is to basically validate the actual the actual arc that the light has to take. But that's secondary. The main thing is the light actually bending at a specific rate consistent with the ground. But you have to show the light bending at that rate in the first place.
Yeah, you have it, don't you?
No, I
1.22,
I mean,
don't.
right?
I literally posted
That's
it
not.
in chat twice.
No, dude, no, you're
Literally what you
dumb.
have.
That's the ground. Hold on, that's the ground, right? That's the curvature of the ground, right?
No.
The claim on the table is that the light is bending around that curvature,
Yeah, yeah.
right? Yeah, exactly. So that's what we're trying. That's what I'm trying to get
Because
from you. What
okay,
do you have to justify that the light actually bends at the specific rate under the circumstances where the observers have gone out to witness certain phenomena
because
at specific
because we
distances?
because we can see it, therefore it's bending, isn't it?
No, that's circular reasoning, you dumb fuck.
No,
Affirming the
no, that's not
consequent
it's not
That's
affirming the
conjecture.
consequent.
a
So
It's
complete
not.
affirming
when
the
you see it,
consequence. Yes, it is
No,
because
it's
you're
modus
assuming.
tollens.
Yes, it is.
It's
No, you're
it's not
assuming the ground
it's
is curving
modus
in the first
tollens.
instant.
It's
You're
modus
assuming the
tollens.
ground is curving. You're assuming the ground is curving in the first instance, right?
No, no. I'm not assuming.
No.
I already know it's curving.
Okay, no, you don't. You don't know
Right,
that.
so I'm not
We're
using
using
this.
this.
We're not
No,
using this
this is
to
the thing.
prove. We're not using this to
This
prove
is
that the
why I
Earth is
say
curved.
prove the
Why are we
1.225,
talking about
right?
it?
Prove that.
We're
Prove the
not
geometry
using.
first. Then you
We
can
need to
argue
regress
about light
back.
going around it.
No, we're not using this to prove that the Earth is curving. We're assuming that the Earth is curving
Well,
to.
you should be.
Thank you
No,
very
you're not
much.
assuming that. You're not
Thank
assuming anything
you.
here. Sorry. You
Thank
will start with a
you.
base
You already
premise, which
said
is
it.
fundamentally and absolutely 100% proven, or you can get fucked.
So
Yeah, thank you
if
very
the
much.
Earth
You
is
already
curved,
said it. You're assuming it.
if the Earth is curved, we will be able to see the light, right? We can see the light, right? That's the confirmation that the light is bending,
What the heck are you talking about?
right?
You're so stupid. You're
If
so
we're on
dumb.
a curved surface and we can see the light that is beyond the horizon, then it's curving, right?
No.
That's fine. But why I'm pointing? Hold on. No, that's legit. But you have to prove the ground
Yeah.
is curving in the first place. The
Well, we
only
do
reason
that in
why
other
I'm really
ways.
going, the only reason why we've gone down this route is allegedly this was supposed to be evidence that the ground is actually curving, but you're using it
No,
in this form. It's affirming the consequent. So we should just
no.
completely disregard this for now and go to something that actually proves the ground is curving at the rate that's stated.
The black swan was
You
never meant
mean
to
no?
try to prove, because the black swan was not meant to prove that the Earth was curving. It was meant to disprove it,
I'm
and it
not talking about the
failed.
black swan.
That's what we're talking about.
I didn't invoke.
1.22
I I
is the.
I no. That's not the black swan. That's the geometry. That's agnostic to the black swan or any particular observation, right?
Okay, so
Yeah. Thank you
you
very
have
much. Thank you
calculated.
very much. Thank you
So
very much. So
can you let me
therefore,
speak?
we should actually. No, it's good. It's good. I got you. Okay.
Right.
So
So
therefore, we should actually be talking about something that's actually going to prove the ground is curving at the rate that you guys say it is.
so if the Earth is curved at that particular rate, then that model would predict, right, that we can see light that's over the horizon, right? Because the light would refract around the curvature.
Wait, hold on. Which model? What model?
Oh, his
The
model.
is it the refraction?
No, his model. He
Whose model?
calculated. I don't know names. I don't know the name of the guy I was talking to.
So it's the refraction. That's
No,
the overall the refraction, that big one.
he was talking about
Is
the
it a
curvature of the
big
Earth.
R or a little r?
He was talking about the curvature of the Earth, right? He said it was 1.22 for a
No,
6-foot observer.
that's
right?
what it would be on a presupposed
Yes.
No, that's the
spherical Earth.
Yes, that's
the
his
distance to the
calculation, right?
horizon.
Mate, you're
That's the
talking about
distance to
ad
the
hoc
horizon.
hypotheses. It's just stupid. It wouldn't matter if we showed you from 1 inch above the surface of the water the surface. We could determine that we are seeing the surface 100 miles away. You'd still say it's refraction of some sort.
Well, if my
It's
model
just a cope
predicts,
mechanism. It's not
no,
proven. You don't have a logical syllogism behind it. It's ad hoc.
if my model predicts I can see it and I see
It
it, that's
doesn't,
Which
confirmation of
though.
the
model?
It
model.
doesn't.
Which
You can't
That's how
just say
science works.
because if the Earth was a
Yes, I
sphere
can.
and if the light behaved in its atmosphere in such a way that the light went round it,
Yes.
then we see things. We see things.
Yeah,
Therefore,
that's
all that's
literally
true. That's
that's
ridiculous.
how
Yeah,
science works.
It does
Science.
Brenda.
not.
That's
That
literally
is
how
Brenda,
science
not how
works.
science works,
It
dumbass.
literally is. Let me explain it
No,
Brenda,
to
here's
you.
the
Let me
problem.
explain it
No,
to you.
here's the
that's
problem.
how
No,
Let me
you
no,
explain
affirm
no.
it.
the
Here's no,
consequent.
no.
You affirm the
Science doesn't
consequent of
affirm
the
the consequence.
consequent of the consequent.
Brenda,
No,
hang on a
science
second.
makes
Hang on, hang
predictions.
on. Brenda, hang on a second. Which model are
You're
you talking about? The geometric model that I put forth that just reaffirms the values that everyone's been throwing around for a long time that you seem very confused about, or are you talking about the model that actually predicts the path of light itself, given the constituent parts that allegedly that supposedly contribute to its path deviation? Which model are you referring to?
I'm saying that if I have a model, right, that the Earth is X size, some size X, right, and I have a
Okay, so
model
the
of
geometric one.
optics. I wasn't done. I have an optical model that says light will curve so much within a certain uh, distance given these circumstances, right? And if I can see
And
it,
how do
if
you?
I
Oh,
can
thank you
see
very
that
much. Okay,
light,
gotcha, gotcha. Okay,
and
let's hone in
and
on
if
that second one. No,
and you didn't let
I
me
got it, I
you
got it.
didn't let me
I got
finish.
it. You know what?
You
I
didn't
actually
let me
don't
finish.
care. I don't
I know
care
you
because
don't care.
you're waffling on. You're waffling
I'm
on.
not.
Okay, this second piece. Okay, this model that predicts the path of light under certain conditions. Where is that? This is what we branched off
On
from
the Green
before.
Flash's
Allegedly, this
website.
guy. Thank you very much. Now that we've settled all this, can you go there and gather a data set that demonstrates what you're talking about? The light is actually curving around a specific rate, okay, under certain humidity, temperature, and pressure gradients. This is what we want, dude.
This
Come
is
on,
like 19th. This is like 19th century science, dude.
then go
What are you
get it.
talking about? Why?
Then go
It's
get
like
it.
it's like elementary. It's elementary stuff, right?
Oh,
It's
if it's so
weird.
elementary, then it should be easy for you to provide, right?
It's like we've been
If it was
pretending
so
the globe is
elementary,
it's a globe for hundreds of years. You haven't figured it out yet?
yeah, if it was so elementary, what would be the need for this guy to rebroadcast it on his site? If it's
Yeah,
so
you
elementary.
Yeah, where's the globe? If it was so obviously a globe, where the fuck is it?
What the fuck is this stupid reasoning? It's not even reasoning. It's brain rot. Christ almighty, what the fuck is wrong with you? Okay? We need a model that we need a model that predicts the deviation of the path of light under specific circumstances, and we need to see that model align with the geometry that we've been talking about. You can't just smush them together and say they work. You have to show it.
Well, this is just something you can find out rather easily. The coefficients of
Thank you very
refraction,
much.
right?
So how about this, right? So here's the
Easy for
reality,
you
right?
to say.
You're gonna go get it and post it in the chat or eat shit.
And then maybe we
Thank
can
you.
get back to the other guys that were talking earlier.
I yield.
That was good, 20 Cubs. Yeah. 1.22. When she said, I don't know what you're talking about the 1.22, it's just like, get the fuck out of here. It's like you've been doing this for years now and you act like you don't know what we're talking about. That's just the most disingenuous fucking thing I've ever heard her say.
well, I love
That's
it, man. I
ridiculous.
love it when they come in here and show everybody how dishonest and how desperate they all are. Fucking love it.
Yeah, definitely don't do science by affirming the consequent.
Yeah, and then she just doubled down on the shit. Oh, well, you flat earthers don't know the math. And it's like, dude, this is the math. I don't know
The
what not
world's flat and you
denying the
can't
math.
tell me otherwise.
Well, we definitely can tell you otherwise. I mean, you're going to show us the globe. I haven't experienced it. I've seen the globe on TV, and I'm a huge fan of science fiction. I still watch the space TV channels and shit. I like it, man. I like the story, but it doesn't change the Earth. Fascinating stories. I'm a fan of like the spaceships. I like the like fictional stories like of captains on ships and the whole relationship with the crew and everything. I love that stuff, man. And fictional stories
You
with
know what?
space, good
You
stuff.
got me. The world is a square.
You know what? It might be a cube, but we haven't been outside of where the sun goes. Because if you try to go where the sun doesn't go, you die. Sorry to say.
But according to Huey Lewis, that would be him.
I was just yanking your chain. I don't think the world's flat.
Good. We don't either. We know it is.
Yeah, it's just
Imagine.
it's a realm here. You can pretend you're on a globe, and you can even use globe maps to get around, and they work pretty good. Doesn't mean the Earth is a globe. Because guarantee you pull out a big globe map, and you can point at Dallas, and you can point at New York City on that map. But when you want to go from Dallas to New York City, you're going to pull out maps that are smaller and closer. And you're going to go from Dallas to Texarkana. Then you can go up to Little Rock, probably, and go to I-40. Then you're going to head over I-40. But you're going to be pulling up local maps all the way there. You're not going to use the full globe map to get where you're going. You're going to use localized maps. And those already have a longitude, latitude system of the other map built in. The mileage is approximate, it's functional, it's pragmatic, it works, doesn't make the Earth a globe. It's a beautiful system. It works good. I mean,
Right. And a ball's not round.
no, the Earth is not round, but the map is. People will it'll start to make sense to a lot of people in the coming years, but yeah, the map has been the globe the whole time and the Earth never was. Because it's a conceptual idea, the globe map with north and south poles, the path of the sun amongst the celestials. You have the tropics there in between. This shit's been happening for thousands of years, been recorded in calendars and everything. This globe idea it's mostly been promulgated by communists and atheists and shit. So anyone that truly knows there's a creator, you should not believe in the globe. It's nonsense. It's Satan's ultimate trick.
I just
Wouldn't
want
that not be a
to give
counterfeit?
you a compliment real quick. You know, you sound exactly like Nicolas Cage.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it the one where he was leaving Las Vegas where he was all drunk all the time?
No, I wasn't gonna go there. It was a
I'm
genuine.
just
It was
fucking
a
with you.
genuine
Chicken
compliment.
shit.
No, it was a genuine compliment.
Hey, I
You really
appreciate that.
do. I was like, wait a minute, why does this guy sound like Nicolas Cage?
No, it's just like I've been a fan of Nicolas Cage a long time, but at the same time, there was a period of his career where I'm like, there was a lot of movies he made. I'm like, God dang, that was a shitty movie. But he's made some great movies too. It's like, I guess that's the same thing with a lot of actors. You know, it's just like, man, I love that guy, but I hated him in most of his shit. But he's played some really good roles. So yeah, thanks, man. I like Nicolas Cage. He's a good guy. Yeah, but when it comes to this flat Earth thing, dude, like I was saying earlier, if it was a globe, it would just be a globe, and I wouldn't give a shit. You know, I didn't. I mean, there was enough. I was on the conspiracy path for years. You know,
Fucking idiot.
decades. And anyway, so yeah, the flat Earth. Of course I ignored it. I thought it was dumb, and everybody thinks the Earth is flat is a dumb retard or whatever. And then I did give it a chance, and you know, here we are. Where's this globe that everybody says is there? And now I figured out, you know, it's really just a virtual globe, and it is a grand spiritual conspiracy. People looking for the like who lied. You're lying to yourself, and yeah, it's the devil. He lied to you. It's as flat as it looks and as flat as it feels everywhere you go. Up is up to everyone on this earth, the same direction. Down is down, same direction. When you're pointing east, or if you're say you're in I'm in Arkansas, If I point toward London, I'm not pointing through the ground, through a freaking part of the earth, and I'm not pointing north through the ground. I'm pointing, east toward London. Like it's over there, across the
What?
earth, that way. It's
What?
not down like the Aussies. I'm not pointing down through the earth to point at Australia. I'm pointing across the earth
You
in that
don't
way.
believe in space?
Space? You mean outer space?
Yeah, space.
Outer space? You mean like they have on like Star Trek and shit like that?
Yeah, like where is no up, no down.
No, no up or down. I don't know. See, what would that even be? It was just like I've thought about that too, like in these outer space depictions. It's like, oh, you're gonna travel somewhere where the sun doesn't make the time anymore. So you have to have. I was always like, what are they? How are they telling time? On that spaceship when they're making another galaxy and shit. It's like, all right, are they going by Earth time? They're still communicating with Earth, or are they like, anyway. But yeah,
They
yeah.
have
No,
atomic
no, I
clocks.
don't believe in atomic clocks. Well, that's not gonna that's not still not gonna tell you what time it is on Earth necessarily. But anyway, yeah. So outer space, yeah, it's a beautiful fiction. I do like it, but I don't believe it's true. No.
Hmm.
I don't think outer
Have you
space
ever
exists at all.
have you ever been to um, the circus?
You come here every day of the
I'm
week,
trying to
though.
remember if I have the circus, probably a form of it, maybe when I was little, like some cheap ass white trash, circus comes to town kind of thing. Yeah. I've been to State Fair, here in Arkansas. Pretty big deal. They had, you go in the tent and look at the fat lady or some shit for a couple bucks.
Yeah, people fly in those tents.
The gypsies, they're around a
No,
lot of circuses and shit.
the exhibitionists, the acrobats.
Acrobats, yeah. That's good stuff, man.
They throw themselves in the air. They fly.
If well, use they use leverage and weight to fly for a minute, but they're actually falling and they're just going up for a little bit, then they fall back down like in an arc and shit. The acrobat
They
thing.
use ropes too, or cranes. That's where NASA learned from.
They learned what? Parabolic arc.
How to float in space.
Oh, they learned how to float from falling.
No, not from falling. At the circus, they are hanging on ropes.
Oh, on
So big
wires.
swing,
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
With
Seen
with
a
a
lot of this.
little bit with a little bit video editing, you can eliminate those ropes, and they look like they really fly.
What do you think about? Yeah, that's really cool, and it makes me, a lot of the science fiction movies in Hollywood, like Gravity, those movies where they're like going around the spaceship, just floating around and
They
stuff.
look better than
Really cool.
the.
Yeah, way better than the ISS stuff. So, so it's supposed they have to make that shit look shitty on purpose to make it look, well, this is government funded, so it's a little bit
Yeah.
worse. Yeah, that makes me think of that ISS tour. They have a couple of them, those tour videos where they do a tour of the ISS, and it's like 45 minutes long, and they're just like going from different points on the ISS. Here's where we sleep. Ooh, here's our little touchpad. And then they're going, we got some science over here. We're doing some science over there. There's some science. Oh, there's some science here. Oh, and here's where we poop.
You
Oh,
don't
we
you
poop in this tube and then we pee in this tube. And it's a chick. And it's like, how do you poop in that tube and
make
pee in that
coffee.
tube? Yeah, and then we poop and then it goes chugga chugga chugga. And then we get our coffee. Congratulations. Now you're an astronaut. I didn't think I'd
It's
be I didn't think I'd have to drink poop coffee to be an astronaut, but congratulations.
yeah, what did that guy called it? It's high engineering or what?
Oh yeah. Oh, it was oh
Don
shit.
Petit.
Yeah, Don Petty. He said really good engineering. That's what he said.
Yeah.
It's like, well, what if you have a leak in the cupola? You know, it's like, well, then you have a leak. That's what he said.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, I'm glad you're not in charge of freaking emergency situations in the ISS. You got some bubble gum and duct tape because there's quite a bit of pressure differential from inside the ISS compared to the outside. Because from what I've heard, and I don't know if you guys heard this or not, but it's like 10 to the negative 6, 7 torr outside the ISS. That's
And
a pretty. And
there's only
inside the
two
ISS, it has to be at least, I don't know, like normal air pressure on Earth, somewhere similar, 13, 14 psi. And on the outside of that is like 10 to the negative 6 torr. And if you look up the differential pressure, so there's these little walls on the ISS
it's
that are holding the
exponential.
pressure in from that. That's pretty
Well,
astounding. Those
no,
engineers were brilliant.
no, you're wrong. You're wrong. It's not the walls that hold the pressure. It's those really good engineered two rubber seal O-rings.
Yeah, I don't think that works that way because if you put shit inside
Yeah.
a vacuum here on Earth, that shit fucking explodes.
Rubber being rubber at
It
minus
doesn't matter what
200
kind of steel.
Celsius.
I mean, they have to put fucking 10 feet of concrete and rubber seals and metal, all these to build a vacuum chamber strong enough to simulate what it is on the outside of the ISS. They have to do that here on Earth. But when you get up there, the differential pressure, no big deal.
Uh, excuse me, but that lies on the presupposition that the absence of matter will actually necessitate the suction force.
Who said anything about suction? I was just talking about
Just made it.
differential
I mean,
pressure. This is a thermodynamics issue. It have nothing to do with suction.
differential pressure has nothing to do with the thermodynamics.
What?
Yeah, it has to do with fluid
What?
mechanics. Plus, the fluid mechanics does not actually say exactly what you have said right now.
Really?
This is new.
So you have two different gas pressure environments right next to each other. One is exponentially different than the other, and the barrier between cannot stop the differential pressure by any means. But
You're
as
making the claim that it necessitates that. What's the argument?
yeah, there's pressure inside the capsule in the ISS, and there's a vast amount of differential pressure on the outside. And I've heard you guys
You're
say,
just
well, I mean,
restating the problem again. I'm asking what's the argument of
it's
that.
so close to zero that it's just like it might as well be one.
So what?
So you don't think there's a problem when there's a 10 to the negative 17 torr on one side of a wall, positive 14 psi, which is about 480 torr on the other side of the wall, and a fucking shit seal in between, you don't have a problem with that.
That's still restating the problem. It didn't
Yes or no?
providing the
Do you have
argument
a
for the
problem
false
with
claim.
that?
There's no problem with that, no.
Why not?
Because there is no reason for it to be a problem in the first place.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, what do you think that? What do you think that second law of thermodynamics? You know, what do you
Second
think?
law of thermodynamics has nothing to do with this, by the way.
Really, what?
It
All right,
doesn't
so
know.
Yes, it does.
explain it then. I mean, how can you have that differential pressure between these two places if there's not a structure in between that's going to stop it
Yeah, state the
from
second law of
equalizing?
thermodynamics.
Yeah, because they're going to have to equalize unless something stops it.
He denied it.
He said
The
it has
second
nothing
law,
to do with
I
it.
was asked like an ad hominem question. I'm gonna be happily to indulge. The second law of thermodynamics
No,
states that
I
the
didn't
total
ask
entropy of an
ad
isolated
hominem
No,
system must
question.
let him
always
say
increase
it.
over
Let him
time.
say it, JBJ.
That
I want
has
to hear it.
that has nothing to do with pressure or nothing. Entropy is just basically like how the system is gonna be within a disorder state, rather than pressure or
And how it
anything.
goes back
But
to
if
organisation. So you've got a high pressure next to a low pressure, and you're claiming that there's no second law of thermodynamics problem there, as long as that barrier stays there. So the really good
Okay, can you
engineering
say
stays,
okay?
you're all good.
Can you say okay? Can you just restate what I said about the second law of thermodynamics, please, related to our problems, please?
It's you that's got to restate it because obviously it hasn't sunken into
No,
your head.
you're the one with the you're the one
You're
with the
not
better
listening.
argument here.
You seem to think
I'm
you've
just
got some argument. You do not. You seem
all
to
right,
not
man.
have a problem with a high pressure system next to a low pressure system and a shithouse seal in between. You know as well as I do,
Yes.
these two systems must be separated. There must be a barrier between them. Correct?
Okay. So
Well, the problem is there's an itty bitty little seal, and the question put forward was if the seal breaks, what happens? Oh, it won't because of really good engineering.
okay. I'm not.
So
I'm
you
not
are
sure how.
making a big mountain out of a molehill.
No, Matrix. You're the one who's actually making the claim that it's gonna pose a problem.
You
It
know
is
what
a
would
fucking
happen
problem.
with that
If that
much
seal breaks,
Yeah,
differential pressure? With that much
show
differential
me,
pressure, it's
Robert.
immediate.
All right, man.
Immediately,
Listen.
All right,
Show me
man. All right,
rubber
man.
being
equalize.
rubber at minus 200 Celsius.
It's gonna immediately try to equalize. There's no fucking way. Anyway, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, he ran off.
no, he's still there.
May I remind you, the second law of thermodynamics has something to do with differential pressure, by the way, even though it has to do with entropy rather than pressure. But carry on.
No,
Cool.
not
No
just
worries.
pressure. I mean, it describes our entire environment, everything that has to do with everything. So yeah, and one of the main things about the second law, there is not necessarily a transfer of energy. It's equalization. And so if you have this tiny barrier in between these two major pressure differentials, unless the barrier can stand up to the if the pressure is too vast on one side, they're gonna it's gonna force the barrier to break down and equalize the
Hey,
pressure.
Skeptic, I have something to ask you, right?
Actually, why don't we ask him
No,
something? You've
in the
seen the little
beginning,
homemade
the
vacuum
moment when
chambers. Elfram, you've seen the homemade vacuum chambers, the little glass boxes or Perspex boxes that are about 1 foot cubed. You've seen those?
all right.
What happens when you put a can of soda pop in there or a can of Coca-Cola and activate the vacuum? What happens to the can of soda pop?
But you do realize the vacuum within, like,
Answer the question. What happens to the can of soda pop?
It explodes.
so I'm gonna tell you
So
why
that's
this. No.
so that's 6 psi
Matrix,
with 14
Matrix.
psi around it. Holy shit, dude. And you want to 10 to the negative 17. You're not very good at this.
Matrix, you do realize one thing. The way we can actually generate vacuum within Earth is different than we understand vacuum within space. We do understand that
Because you
vacuum.
don't. There is no vacuum.
Matrix.
You're making up stories, dude.
Are you going to stop interrupting?
You're making up
Yeah.
stories. You've got
I'm not making
absolutely
up stories,
nothing
no.
to validate your
Can you tell me what
claims
is
of
vacuum?
bullshit in space. You've got
Can you tell me what is
absolutely,
vacuum?
you
I
have
wanna
got
see how-
absolutely nothing to back up your claims of bullshit vacuums in space.
What is vacuum?
We're not talking
process
about
of
necessarily. We're not
extracting a
talking about.
gas
No,
from a
Yeah, we're not
container.
necessarily talking about a
I'm
vacuum.
not
Hold
letting you
on.
off the hook. I'll do
No,
this
he's
one.
talking
Can you
about
tell
the
me what is a
same thing
vacuum?
we're talking about. We're not talking about vacuums. We're talking about differential pressure.
All
And
right.
the barrier that's in between whether or not it has enough force to separate the two. They will have to equalize. That's the second law of thermodynamics. It will have to
The
equalize
second law
without
of
a barrier.
thermodynamics has nothing to do with this book, by the way. Do you know what an entropy
Dude, it has
is?
everything to do. Go ahead.
Do you know what an entropy is?
Yeah, we do know.
Okay, but
Yeah, it's
the
got absolutely
entropy.
fuck all to do with the high pressure wanting to go to the low pressure when the barrier breaks.
Can you stop, Yellow?
Absolutely nothing to do with it.
The entropy all it really means is a disorder within a system. Nothing more and nothing less.
Yeah, and you've got an exceptionally high differential, a
You're
high
talking about-
account
no,
of disorder.
So what? So what? So what? You're just begging the question again.
It's not begging the question.
You
On
are.
one
It is
side,
begging the
high
question.
pressure. Other side, low pressure. That's not begging the question.
So what?
That is stating fact.
Differential.
You know what's
Yeah.
interesting to me? Hold on. They're trying to say, all right, you can take something here from inside this system. Everything's working good. Sun, moon, and star. We got boom, boom. We got oxygen. We got life. We've been going on for thousands of years. The way it is now, we're gonna say here we could take this capsule, and we in this fictional story have this area outside of Earth that we can put ourselves in as long as we have this capsule that we keep some sort of life environment like it's on Earth. If we go to this area, we can put people in there, and here's what happens when you get there. The differential pressure will be much, it'd be super, because they're talking about you have to use torr values at that point, because on Earth you can use psi, but out there you have to go into torr values, which are much stronger differential pressure values.
Oh,
And
they
so
are
he's saying, all right, so we're trying
smaller
to
units.
recreate an environment in this area, just like with an airplane. You have to have a airplane pressurized, commercial airplane, travel at 35,000 feet. Now, I mean, you're talking about something that's going into an environment that's going to have on the outside of the capsule is going to have a much higher differential pressure than you would be at a, say a commercial airline flight. And he's saying, well, and to be honest, the ISS, the structure of it, as far as I know, it's not too much different than an airplane. They didn't reinforce it with like this.
Yeah, but the problem is, it is skeptic. You're just using differential pressure in the wrong way here. We do
Really?
understand that. Yeah. What is the differential pressure? Go ahead.
I'm just saying.
Oh, so we're using it the wrong way, and now he wants to know what it is.
Yeah, it's like I'm telling you, they're telling us it's like 10 to the
I'm
negative
just
64
asking you,
on
like,
the
what do you think a
outside.
For
differential
an
pressure is?
hour, and this guy is asking us again now.
What a retard,
Look,
man.
look. The first time he got the vacuum wrong, he just said
No,
vacuum
Lou.
suck.
I
That's
didn't
number
No,
one. And
Lou.
number two,
I didn't
differential
say
pressure
vacuum suck.
all
You
really
did,
means
dumbass.
is that
I didn't say
the
anything
differential
about
pressure
sucking.
within a system. So you don't understand the conflating
Fucking retard.
between.
No, I didn't say suck. Nobody here said sucking. We're talking
Yeah.
about differential pressure. Have been the whole time. One
I
barrier
didn't hear
in
it.
between differential pressure. We talked about vacuum chambers on Earth. There's only certain place you have to build them up to keep the pressure solid. If you want to pull more air and more air out of it, then you have to build a bigger and bigger, stronger structure here. Now, when you take a structure like that, well, you're not going to be able to put that in space. So what are you going to do? Send a tin can like an airplane up there, and you think that's going to withstand the differential pressure up there? That's what I was saying. So don't
You're using
fucking
differential pressure
tell me.
incorrectly here.
Really?
Yes.
All right. So how am I? So
air pressure inside a container air pressure outside a container. There's a fucking
do you
difference.
understand?
Yes or
Yeah.
no?
Do you understand? Do you understand?
Do you understand if you talk through me again, I'm just going to fucking yeet you? Pressure on one side of a container, different pressure on the other side of the container. Differential. Difference. Not the fucking same.
Ask him to define pressure differential.
There we go. You just heard get beget. I don't have to retrace what he said.
You miscalculated differential pressure again. It's within a system, not the
No,
system and
you
surrounding.
define what is differential
The moment
pressure.
you say outside of a container, you're talking about the surrounding of a system, not the system itself.
You
Yeah, we're talking about the
define what
ISS. So we're talking about the
Yeah,
ISS.
the ISS.
All right. So what is the air pressure outside of the ISS compared to the inside? What is the differential pressure? Which side? Which one is it?
The pressure difference is going to be very huge. But when you talk
Tell
about
me
differential
what it
pressure,
is. Tell me
when,
what
when,
it
when
is.
you're talking about differential pressure, you got to talk about what's within the system. So can you tell me what is the system within the context of
The
ISS?
system is the entirety of space. Congratulations, you're now talking about the same
all right,
thing.
good job, man.
Yeah, I've
This
been
guy just
told
said
that
the system is entirety
outside the
insane, man. It's
ISS,
fucking hilarious, wallah.
I've been told outside of the ISS, it's about 10 to the -6 torr, and inside the ISS, it's anywhere from 10 psi to 14 psi. Heard in different space capsules, them say as much as 3 psi, which I don't think that would be impossible for a human to live in. But anyway, go ahead.
All right, it's hilarious. Just to tell you guys, the guy
The only
literally
thing that's
failed the test
hilarious
for
is you
chemistry.
coping. You've
No, it's
absolutely
really
provided
hilarious.
us with nothing.
You made the blunder.
The only thing that's funny is that you little globetard zealot believers have to tie everything to the fucking sky. How about you show us where this curvature exists outside of your dreams? So tell us where the Earth curves
All right,
in order
man.
for
If you
you to
fail at basic
validate.
chemistry, I don't know what to tell you. If you look in the
Chemistry's not going to prove geometry, you fucking spastic. Thank you for trying. You're not very well enlightened. Try harder, please. The problem you've got as a ball-tard, you require curvature to justify your little spaceship going round and round in fucking circles around said sphere. With no curvature, there's no sphere. No sphere, no orbits of your stupid spacecraft claims. So how about we get down to the crux of it? Can you demonstrate curvature of this ball-tard you believe you live on? Yes or no?
Dude, these anti-FE guys are getting more spastic. Like the
Oh, he took
weirdest
off.
shit, bro. They have the weird. What is that shit that he just posted? What is that? System plus surroundings plus universe. What is that? That's supposed to do.
Helio.
Is that?
What this guy was not understanding is that when you have lower pressure on the outside of the ISS, that 14 psi air inside it exerts a much greater force against the walls.
Yeah, of course. That's why I said it would explode.
Yeah.
Everything in there would
So
just be. It would just
yeah.
vaporize, basically. The differential pressure at that point. What they're saying about 10 to the -6 torr compared to the inside of the space station. Doesn't matter if it's made of fucking solid steel. That shit would vaporize.
Yeah. I mean, those train steel containers that
carts.
carry
Yeah.
liquids, if you empty them and they make vacuum, they
Shit's because it's just.
squeeze like.
Well, I mean, we can't make a vacuum that strong, but yeah, I mean, even fucking some of the strongest elements on Earth, they'll vaporize in a vacuum eventually.
Yeah.
So just get the fuck out of here with that nonsense.
That train.
And gravity, the weakest force, is supposed to stop that from happening.
Well, that's not. That's 1 atmosphere, 14 psi, against a low vacuum.
No, the
Of
whole of outer
about
space
1
is
psi.
no, the whole of outer space is supposedly 10 to the negative 17 torr, somewhere around there. And so if there's no barrier between Earth and there, then there's no fucking barrier, so everything should be that.
Yeah.
So it's just retarded. The Earth is an enclosed system. The sun, it's an enclosed dynamic system. The sun, moon, and stars. This is where the laws of thermodynamics come from, because we live here. Anything else is science fiction. What he was talking about was science fiction. You know, the outside the realm of, you know, you think you can send a pressurized thing into this non-pressurized environment, and it's going to you know, not explode.
It's gonna
You
touch
can buy,
everything.
yeah, you can buy a bag of chips, you know, at the bottom of a mountain, go to the top. That fucking bag of chips would be like a big balloon.
But you know what's
You'd be like,
interesting?
oh, they're like, well, yeah, that's evidence of gravity. No.
You know, one thing that I find kind of interesting is they'll come in here and start talking about like, oh well, you know, it's not that big of a pressure differential. It's only 14 psi of a difference, right?
No.
The question I
Lower.
have on that is, go ahead, go ahead.
I wanted to say that the lower the pressure outside, um, the higher the force against the walls of the container will exert the inside pressure of 14 psi.
Right, right, right. That was my thought
Yeah.
too. Like, you know, because if you take one system that's you know, at 28 pounds per square inch, sealed by
Yeah.
a barrier, to another system that's 14 psi, right? That's a differential of 14 psi, right?
Yes.
How much force would be needed? How rigid of a wall would there need to be to resist that from equalizing? And would that rigidity need to be the same if you just shifted that over down to a 14 psi and 0, let's say, right? Still the same pressure differential.
I'll give you a bigger equation than that. So the bathysphere that went to the Mariana Trench. Look at that difference.
I'm not too sure what that's all about, but to my point, it's the same pressure differential. But is there a different need or a different amount of rigidity needed to withstand it, even though it's the same pressure differential? And it sounds like GBG, you're saying, yeah, right?
Well,
it's almost as if there's something to do with the ratio between
the
the two
bigger,
pressures.
no, the bigger the pressure differential is, the force exerted against the walls of the container changes, increases.
Yeah.
The problem
By
is that
magnitude.
inside chamber pressure in the ISS is constant, is 14 psi.
Yeah.
But the force exerted by those 14 psi against the walls of the ISS increases exponentially the lower the pressure goes.
On the outside, yeah.
Yeah.
Even though it's the same pressure differential, right?
Yup.
But if you have
No,
10
By
it's
to the
not the
negative
magnitude.
same pressure differential.
yeah.
When you have same pressure, when the pressure is equal, you don't have force against the
Yeah.
walls.
So if you go
So
from
again,
14 psi down to 7 on the outside, that's double the energy. You go
Yeah.
to 3.5, that doubles the energy again. You go down to 1.5, that doubles the energy again. Don't think of it as
Yeah.
just pressure differential. Think of it as
yeah.
how much
So,
energy is required
yeah,
to get to that.
When you
and that,
put
yeah,
a
and that's what I was.
balloon, when you put a balloon into a vacuum chamber, the more you vacuum the gas out, you will see the balloon will inflate and
Yeah,
fill the
yeah,
whole chamber.
yeah. It's just the way it's presented when people come in here start arguing this point is that all that needs to be taken into account is the raw difference, right?
Yeah.
Whereas matrix, what it sounded like you were hinting at is it's almost as if the proportion between the two values
Yeah.
would be a function like the amount of energy required to resist the equalization would be proportional to the ratio between the two. Like for example, if you have the ISS, it's at 14 psi, right, and outside in the vacuum of outer space is 10 to the negative 17 torr. For all intents and purposes, this part it's basically zero, right? So you have a pressure differential of 14 or just about, right? But it's not actually 14.
Yeah.
Let's say 13.999, whatever, right? But if you take the proportion between the 14 and the 0.0000000 etc. 17, that's an
Yeah.
astronomical amount, right?
Yeah, it's a 10 with 17 zeros.
Right.
It's
So if
huge.
you divide,
And yeah, listen.
14 by that,
Mhm.
right? It's a crazy
Yeah.
amount. Whereas if you have a pressure differential of 14 in a with two systems that's 28 and 14, let's say, right? Box 1
Yeah.
next to box 2, 28 psi, 14 psi, differential of 14 psi. The ratio between the two is just 2,
Well,
right?
I
18
want to
divided by
tell you
14.
something. Um, I advise you to search into the sensors in the industry, which they use in mechatronics and all this stuff in the industry. Search for a pressure gauge which is capable of measuring 10 to the minus 17 torr.
Does it even exist?
Well, I would buy one. I'm interested. I've searched. I haven't found. I found
Yeah.
like stories about magical NASA tools, some kind of technology which is not accessible. It doesn't exist in the industry.
Yeah. I mean, my understanding, I thought I had
Oh.
understood that they have gadgets that'll go down to like 10 to the negative something torr, where that negative something is, a single digit value or something like that.
10 to the
Like that.
negative 9 or 12. That's
Okay.
like
Okay. Oh,
a
really? Okay.
trillion. Yeah. But
Really? Okay.
17,
Yeah.
I don't think
Well, I mean, I'll extrapolate it
actually
out, right?
physical sensors exist.
Yeah, I see what Clive just posted here. He posted a big paragraph. The first part of it, he's saying it's about 1,000 times the pressure when they get deep in the ocean, which the submarine would be designed for that.
Yeah.
They knew how to design it to go deeper and deeper because of engineering. They knew how much pressure it
Yeah.
would have to be able to take. Right now, 1,000 times. Apparently we're capable of doing that underwater here. Now, when we're talking about the differential pressure of this, anything and it's a spacecraft and it's supposed to go into somewhere where there's that much differential pressure, not 1,000 times. We're talking about millions of times.
And
The
not
other
only
thing to
that,
take into consideration,
Not
Helio, is
millions.
there's a difference between tension and compression. Underwater, it's
yeah.
compression. Steel and that handles differently under compression than it does when it's getting ripped apart.
That's
So
true because
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
yeah.
1,000 times
Yeah,
blowing apart is totally different to 1,000 times crushing.
Yeah, because
exactly.
you can design the steel to push against itself, and yeah, and those submarines are designed exactly that way to withstand that pressure. So how are you going to design something instead of pushing in to that pressure going the other way from pulling apart? You know,
Okay. So we got two things here, right? So we got the pressure differential is not only inverted, right? We've also got amplified by like millions, if not billions, of times.
You've seen cans of Coke in the mini vacuum chambers. Just imagine that times a million.
yeah.
Mhm.
And you talk about a little gas chamber, little vacuum chamber. Put a can of Coke in it. It's about a 1 foot by 1 foot cube, and they'll pull as much air as they can out of it with a little motor. But what they describe about outer space, uh, that type of differential pressure.
Okay, Helio, hear this. 10 to the minus 17 torr means 100 quadrillion.
Yeah, I looked up
This is
one time the difference between 1 psi and 10 to the negative 17 torr, and it told me it was 5 quadrillion. That's what
yeah.
ChatGPT told me. It was 5 quadrillion times pressure
No,
difference
it's
between
100
one,
quadrillion.
yeah,
Yeah.
1 psi, 1 psi and 10 to the negative 17 torr is five is did I say 5 quadrillion? Something like that. But anyway, it's
Yeah.
quadrillions of times the pressure.
This is like a lot more than trillion is the
Yeah,
next
yeah. It's not just
big
a little bit of
number.
water on the outside causing a lot of pressure.
Yeah. I mean, the difference between a billion and a trillion is astronomical for us. It goes beyond our lifetime,
Yeah,
you
well,
know.
I mean, a quadrillion is 1,000 trillion, isn't it? So yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
it's yeah, bro. I'm talking about
But it's
quadrillions.
100 of them. So how did NASA measured with this kind of precision?
They didn't. Nobody's measured any Tor value. All of that's calculated in their stupid globe idea.
they
Nobody's. You
they
can't measure,
pulled it
dude. It's
out.
been established here with AV talking to other people too. AV is one
Yeah.
of the big ones that brought it up, saying, "Hey, well, how do you measure the pressure after a certain point in the atmosphere because the barometer doesn't work anymore at a certain point? You know, they send weather balloons up every day." All across the world, all these, because we had Brandon, he was a meteorologist. He's like, yeah, we send up weather balloons every day. Every day they send these balloons in the air to measure the weather, and they use the Doppler radar, the weather balloons, and satellite information locally to give you the weather when you watch it on the news. This is what they do. So it's not so when people are like, "Oh, what about these weather satellites?" You know, it's like, dude, there's no fucking 4K or 8K cameras on a satellite they send up there 26,000 miles away taking a picture of the earth to tell you what the weather is. These weather satellites, quote unquote, have sensors on them. They have different types of cameras. They're not taking a picture of the earth. They're gathering information through sensors, and then they're imprinting them on the globe map. All of it's everything has to do with the globe map, the coordinate system map, and it's compared to that. So they'll overlay the information from the satellite or Doppler or whatever. All they coordinate these systems together in the globe map, with the coordinate system to tell you what your weather is going to be locally. And they do this, and There's this guy I follow, Max Velocity on YouTube. One of the best weather guys out there. He's on there every day, just following all the world weather. And now he's not talking about this, but from what I've gathered, it's like, yeah, they have all these different systems across the world, and he somehow has access to all these different weather connections. He talks to people all across the world about what the weather's going on in this part of the world, this kind of stuff. Mostly concentrated on North America, but yeah. So these weather satellites, they're not up there with cameras taking a picture of the Earth so you can see what it looks like, what the storms look like. No, they're sensors. And of course, they would say, well, the weather satellite. I had someone a couple of weeks ago and was like, oh, what about this weather satellite? What about this image? Well, then I look up a satellite and it's like, well, it doesn't have a camera. It has a lot of sensors on it. And for one thing, a satellite, it doesn't matter if it's 26,000 miles away or 4,000 miles away or 100 miles away. The sensor imaging from that, it's only going to reach a certain range, just like when we're viewing something from the ground, we have a certain range of view. So it's like, yeah, if it's a sensor, it's going to have a certain range and it's more than likely going to be circular. It's only over a certain portion of the Earth anyway.
Wanna hear how crazy big that number is, Helio?
I pretty much, I think we already established that, but yeah, we can add more to it so people can understand that the ISS would be, it wouldn't be existing, it would explode.
Yeah, listen. If you were to count 5 billion every second, then it will take you 7.6 months to finish counting to 100 quadrillion.
By 5 billion.
Yeah,
5
5
billion, 10
billion
billion,
every second.
5 billion, 10 billion, 15 billion.
That's how much it takes a CPU running at 5 gigahertz, one thread, no
they're like,
parallelism.
flat earthers, you're dumb. You don't think outer space is real? No, this is why, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Outer space? Is this what you mean by outer space? I mean, it's like if this is what they mean by outer space, and you're going to send a ship out there with a little, aluminum barrier between this
A
differential
beer
pressure
can.
happens. Yeah, a beer can out there, and it's not going to
that's right.
explode.
A beer can in thickness.
Yeah, it's not going
Outgassing
to
all the way.
explode.
Yeah, those proper.
Well, that's what I was
Yeah,
telling Jen. I've heard you talk about it. It's like anything, if you have anything that much. Oh man, I've heard so many people say what I used to say
Differential,
too.
yeah.
Well, I say differential now, but I used to say negative pressure, but there's no negative pressure, no
Mhm.
such thing, because
Yeah.
it would be less than zero.
It's low.
Because yeah, it's very, 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 very low, extremely low
Very low.
pressure.
Well, the experts, hang on, the experts in vacuum and the minus 12 values, they refer it to as negative pressure because there's nothing pushing back, you see. That's in a term of endearment and the way they speak. That's the language they use, negative pressure. Nothing wrong with doing that.
Right, but at a
It gives,
certain point, it's never measured. It's only
it gives the
calculated.
uninitiated the idea.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's
although
only
it may be only
calculated, just
calculated.
like
The point
all
is
the other bullshit, right? It's
bullshit.
all calculated.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
Jen, right?
It is calculated, but there is such a thing, though. There is such a thing as the minus 12 values, because when you start to pull out the air from a vacuum chamber, you're going into the minus values, and then you're removing any pressure that can be existing in there.
No, it's still
Almost,
a positive value. It's still a
Oh.
positive value, but it becomes exponential. That's why they have to tie the 10 to the negative 17 to it. You have to,
Yeah.
you have
Well,
to
they have
tie
to give
a
you. They
number.
have to give
Yeah,
you the
Jen,
idea. They have to give you the realization that the pressure that's in there is not enough to contend with the spacecraft, the pressure within the spacecraft. There's much more going on
Yeah,
inside the spacecraft than outside. There's almost
yeah, Jin,
nothing
check it
going on.
out.
Go ahead.
It's a lot.
Jin, check it out.
Right,
So
guys?
in
Hold
this
on,
context,
hold on, everybody, shut up. 20 cups,
it.
go.
yeah,
Oh,
Jin,
come
check
on.
it out.
I haven't spoken
In
for
this
ages.
context, I'm sorry, I just quickly, right? So Jin, like in this context, right? 10 to the negative 17, right? The negative, it's not that it's a negative pressure in this context. The negative is being attributed to the exponent, right? So if you take 10, the number 10, and you square it, right? 10 to the power of 2, right? You get 100, right? If you take 10
Yeah,
to
10 to the minus 17 is 1
Hold on.
or 10
by
to,
100 quadrillion.
I was just gonna go in reverse, right, to make it easy.
Yeah,
So 10 to the
reverse.
negative,
Yeah,
10 to the
it's
1.
a fraction. It's a small fraction.
Yeah.
We
Can
know
we let
that.
Hold
Jimmy
on,
come and get
Jimmy,
it out
Jim,
though,
let him
please?
finish it.
Ah,
Let him
Come on,
finish
let him
it,
finish
please,
that.
Jimmy.
oh, okay. Sorry.
He's got to.
This is
I know,
important.
TPG, I know you know it, right? But obviously,
Yeah.
not everybody does, right? 10 to the 2, you get 100. 10 to the 1,
Yeah.
you get 10, right?
Right.
10 to the 0, you get 1. So we're
1,
going
yeah.
down, right?
We're going
10
down,
to the
exactly.
negative 1, yeah, 10 to the negative 1, you
Below
shift the
0, right?
decimal over to the left, so now you have 0.01.
Yeah,
10 to the
right.
negative 2, right? Exactly. So the negative, it's not that it's a negative number,
No.
right? It's a negative exponent, and it's just a very concise way. Like, what would you rather read? 10 to the negative 17 or 0.00000 with 17 zeros?
Yeah, well, that's
1.
right. So, like, for
You know what I mean?
example,
That's
on
all
the
it is.
hang on, guys, I'm trying to get some words out. On the lunar
Yeah.
surface, they say that it's 0.0000002 psi on the lunar surface. Okay,
Right on.
that's what they say.
Right on. So
Right.
that's equivalent to saying 2 to
Yeah,
the
look,
negative 7 or something.
Yeah,
it's just
10
a
to the 7.
convention.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
just a convention, like with with temperature, we know there's no such thing as -0, right?
yeah.
There's always temperature of some sort, right? No matter how low. So, but we have Celsius, which you can go into the minuses with, right? It's just a convention.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where the bar has been
Oh,
set at a certain standard, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Where,
Yep.
wherever water freezes, that's
Hmm.
0.
Yeah, that's 0,
There's still
right.
energy in there, but a lot less than,
Yes, it goes. It continues. That drop in temperature does continue. Yeah, and that's why when they say 10 to the minus 17 to, and then they give us the 0.0000 plus 0.0002, they're giving you the image. You can now picture what's going on by those minus numbers, right? So when
yeah,
the experts
yeah.
use the terminology negative pressure, that's only to help the uninitiated who don't understand. That's all. You understand? When they do use that language, that it's negative
I've
pressure,
heard,
what they're saying is that there's nothing
yeah.
pushing against the spacecraft. If it weren't just in space, there's nothing pushing against it.
Well,
Okay, nothing.
essentially,
I
really
guess it might be
differential. I would
context.
say differential pressure and negative pressure.
That's the correct
It
terminology.
could be
Yeah,
necessarily
differential.
it's the same thing, but yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's the
mean,
same thing. That's
yeah,
the
yeah.
Well,
professional way of saying
maybe.
differential. That is the actual
But
way.
maybe. But maybe though, like I guess maybe in this context, but in other contexts, right? I thought I've understood the term negative pressure
Go ahead.
basically be if you have a pressure differential in a system, where like
Yeah.
on the left hand box you got whatever 10 psi, and on the right hand box 14 psi, right? If you're comparing
Yeah.
box 1 with box 2, right, you got a 4 psi difference. Now, if somehow you just swap the pressures in the opposite, like you inverted them, so the one on the left is higher or lower than the other one, comparing the same box 1 with box 2, that pressure differential shifts into the negative, right? From 10 to
Yeah.
14 from left to right to 14 to 10 from left to right. Right? It goes from positive 4 to negative 4, depending on which side you're starting with in the equation.
Yeah.
Right? That's
Yeah.
the context that I've heard negative pressure or negative pressure differential be used. So it's very,
Yeah.
we got to be meticulous with the language here in context.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
and they
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
that it's only just it's just a little bit this side of one,
and we're on the other side of one.
Yeah.
One is just one. So it's really, even if it's less than 0, it's not a big deal because we're only 14 ahead of one, and
Yeah.
so
Well,
zero's
okay.
0, but as long as we're in one, this is what they think. I think they think that there's not really a big difference between
Yeah.
1
And
10
who
to
is
the
the they
negative
you're referring
17.
to, by the way? Who's the they? They? Who's the they?
All the Globers that I've argued with about this
Right,
before.
brilliant. Okay, I just
I
want to
think
get that clear.
like
Yeah. Whenever you hear me
yeah,
talk about negative pressure, ladies and gentlemen, I mean that in space, where that spacecraft is supposed to be, it's not there. But if it were to be there, there is nothing pressure applying any pressure to that spacecraft. That is what they mean by negative pressure. They're speaking so that you can understand that there's no pressure. When it's on Earth, there's 14.7 psi pressure
I
being
think
exerted
they
all around.
misunderstand it on purpose, Jen. I really do.
Yeah, of
I
course they
think,
do. Of course they do.
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Or
they
they're
do that
or they're
deliberately.
referring to the negative, or they're referring to the negative exponent in the pressure
That's
value.
right. Yeah, again. Yeah,
They're
yeah, yeah.
just
And again,
conveying. They're just conveying. Yeah, they're just conveying such a small amount, which is basically goes to what you're saying, where there's basically nothing out there
yeah,
pushing up against. Yeah,
You're like,
same
well,
idea.
what's the difference
that's right.
between 1 and 0? What's the
That's right.
difference between 1 and 0, you dumb flat earther? It was
Well,
like, well, 10 to the
exactly.
negative 17. Of course,
Yeah.
there's a big difference between 1 and 0 if you're talking about exponents, that way.
Well,
Yeah,
no, see, this is what I was bringing up earlier, Helio, with the 14 to 20, to the 18 to 14 versus the 14 to 0. There's still a difference of 14, but in one context, right? One would
You're in 14, you're alive, and 0 or 1, you're dead.
no, but what I'm talking about, pressure differential between box
yeah,
1 and box 2 of
That's
28
what
to
I'm talking
14,
about.
right? Well, yeah, but versus a 14 to 0, there's still only a 14 psi difference.
yeah.
Now
That's right.
they're claiming that's all you really need to worry about is that pressure differential, but
No.
not taking into account the amount of energy or
Yeah,
force or whatever
Yeah.
required to withstand not
yeah,
the pressure differential itself, but like there's got to be something between the like something to do with the ratio between the two things, the two
yeah. There
values.
Well,
must
I
be
mean,
some kind of value which can be registered, and you can get a degree of
it's been
power
studied.
from that.
You
Yeah.
just put something
Well,
in a
there you go.
vacuum chamber, remove the pressure, you can see what happens. It's
Yes,
like, put
you can see
yourself
the
in a
intensity.
all right, go from air, you stand in a vacuum chamber, you go in there and do it. All right, then take it down to 13.
No,
See
you
how you
wouldn't
feel
make it.
then.
You'd be gone
No,
in
yeah,
less
see
than
how
three
you'd feel at
seconds.
13. You might not die yet, but you're gonna feel
Uh,
extremely uncomfortable.
well,
Now
you'd
take
be
it down to
knocked.
12. Take it down to
Okay.
12. Your eyeballs are gonna start to swell up a little bit. And you know,
Yeah,
then
Yeah,
continue
LeBlanc. Listen,
down to
LeBlanc.
1 and see what happens. See if there's a
Well,
but
look,
difference.
again,
LeBlanc. Look at the astronaut LeBlanc. Hang on, the astronaut LeBlanc. Yeah, he went into a vacuum chamber that wasn't in the minus values; it was in the plus values, and he was out within 2 seconds because the suit expanded and the hose connecting the air supply to the suit disconnected, and that was all happening in 2 seconds.
Yeah,
He was
I
gone.
mean, if you wear a suit, I mean, the suit has to be
Yeah,
designed for that environment.
yeah.
Yeah. And so, yeah, continue. Sorry, 20 Cubs, you want to say something too? We're all
It's
like,
okay, Helio. Nice to hear your voice. Anyway,
I'm just
Helio.
saying, it's okay. It's okay. But you're right. Yeah. So if we operate optimally at 14 psi, the moment that
Right.
we're exposed to a 14 psi environment, something's going to shift around. No problem. That's it.
Yeah.
Good, right?
Yeah.
They say
Yeah.
they
Those
maintain, right? They say up there in the ISS that they maintain within the ISS capsule a 14 psi differential. So the guys are operating optimally, right? That's understood. Okay, fine.
those
We'll take that face value, right? The problem is not the people and how they're operating. The problem is how much force are the walls having needed to
Mm.
withstand
Yeah.
between
14
basically
psi.
0 and 14, even though
14
it's only a
psi.
14 psi differential,
Yeah.
right? They're
Yeah.
saying it's not a
No,
big
that's
deal
how
because
much
it's
pressure is being
only
applied
14
to the
psi.
walls.
It's like, oh, look at my tires. I got, my tires are 35, 40, 45 psi, and outside is 14. That's only a difference. That's a difference of 30. That's not a big deal.
14
Dude,
pounds per square inch being pressed against the walls.
Yeah, my car knows when my tires are bad, not right pressure. Go ahead,
You know what?
Tito.
But you know what I mean? That's a 30 psi difference.
It's
They're like,
14
oh, well,
it's
if you're
14
worried about it there,
it's 14 pounds per square inch being applied to the surface of the inside of that of that chamber.
That's right. I mean, like, check this out with your tires. You know, when you inflate your tires, right now, you say it's 32 psi. You know, you average, tire psi. Well, is that 14? Is that 14 plus 18? Is that how you get the 32? Because when you don't have the tire
No.
inflated, is it 14 as well? You know what I mean?
Good
14.7 or
point.
whatever.
Good point. Good point. I think it would be so my tires are like 40 or something like that. So 40 on the inside, outside's 14. So you subtract, that's what, 20, right? So there's a 26 psi differential between the inside of the tires and the outside,
Yeah.
or whatever. I
Yeah.
could be wrong. Maybe the actual pressure differential is 40. I forget how that's actually calculated. But you see that value 40 or 26. Those are big values, and they're like, oh, well, your car can withstand it. Why can't the ISS withstand 14? It's such a smaller value. That's how they're
Okay.
thinking about it.
Right. Let's spacesuits just quickly whilst we're still here. According to Scott Henderson, who's an expert in vacuums and spacesuits, he stated that the spacesuits that NASA used, for example, for the Apollo missions, would never have worked because the human body needs to be in the environment of 14.7 psi. Now, if you had a suit that could perform that, you would be like the Michelin Man. You wouldn't be able to move. You'd be too stiff. Okay, you'd need to have servos on all your joints to help you to move around. It would be a mini spacecraft. That's what it would have to be. So anything below 14.7 psi for the human body, the body begins to feel uncomfortable. Now, in the suits, they were pressurized at 3.7 to 4 psi in the suit. That would have killed the astronaut because he would have just continued to expand and die in that suit.
You would
Yeah,
think,
go
and
ahead.
I've also had people say, well, it's it's like 3 to 4 psi, but it was pure oxygen. They told me it was pure oxygen they were
That's
breathing.
right.
It's like,
That's
wouldn't
right.
they die just from breathing pure oxygen?
They would have
And
died. They would have died
it's
from
just
breathing
fucking
that
stupid,
alone. Yes.
dude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
oxygen
Really?
poisoning.
No, I did look that up, and it's just like some sites I looked at said, well, you wouldn't die from breathing pure oxygen, but you will want to do it for very long.
Yes,
But you don't want to do
It
that.
can be
One
fatal.
spark and you're up. Go ahead. Yeah.
They
So
need to say that they did not. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just
No,
going
go
to say,
ahead.
so you guys mean to say that even they say that they don't maintain an internal pressure within the suit of 14 psi.
No, they don't. Yeah, they don't. It's 4
No.
They have to do it
Or
at
in the
4
space
psi.
capsules and stuff. Yeah, because they notice the differential pressure. They know that there's something to it, right?
Yeah,
So it's
yeah.
like, dude,
Tear the fucking suit apart.
Exactly.
You would explode. Everything would explode. Everything.
That's
Wow.
exactly what they say, you see. So the suits would have to
So they
be.
acknowledge. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, you go. I yield. Go ahead.
Yeah, so they acknowledge that they have to reduce the internal pressure to like what 3 or 4 or whatever it was, right? Because
Yeah.
outside it's what negative whatever 10 to the negative 6 or whatever the hell they do.
If they're on the lunar surface, it's 10 to the minus 12 torr max there. Supposedly,
Minus
we
12.
don't know that,
Okay,
do we? Right.
so they should So theoretically, they should be able to test for in that ballpark or even worse. Just as a stress.
But they didn't. But they didn't, did they? Because the biggest vacuum chamber on Earth is in Ohio State, owned by NASA. That's 10 to the minus 6 torr. So how can you? They didn't test it. They didn't test it to 10 to the minus 12 torr. And even if you do, you'd want to go to 10 to the minus 15, 17 torr. So you've got redundancy in case anything else
There you
happens.
go.
Right.
For
So
stress
no,
testing.
man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah. Stress
Okay.
testing.
Very good.
Right, and the famous test we have of we have the astronaut trying it in an astronaut suit, going in the vacuum chamber, and he passed out. So
And that was
LeBlanc. I just said
and that
that.
was
Yeah.
and that one was the 10 to the negative 6.
No. That was a
he
plus
didn't even
value.
get
That
there.
was
Yeah, he
hang
didn't
on.
even get close.
Hold on. That was a plus value vacuum chamber. So it wasn't 10 to the -1 even. It was plus, okay? And it was simulating
Really?
from the Earth's
Didn't even
surface
get
about
close.
2 to 5,000 miles from the Earth's surface only. That's what that chamber was doing.
Wow.
That was it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So
Well, that's
inside
what I was
inside the
saying. I mean,
suit.
you step a human
Yeah.
inside a vacuum chamber with or without a suit.
Yeah,
If you start to suck the air out,
Wow.
I mean, if you get down to 10, 13, 12, you're going to notice
Yeah,
really
you're very
quick.
uncomfortable by this time.
Yeah, you're
You're
going to be like, dude, you're going to about to die.
Yeah, what
So,
happens is
yeah.
depending on your fitness, you're right, you're going to collapse. That's what happened to LeBlanc. Remember, his last words were, he said, "I could remember the saliva on my tongue bubbling up," is what he said as
Right.
he collapsed. And when he collapsed, if you look at the way he fell backwards, much like a tree just drops on the ground. He didn't even try to break his fall. That meant he was out at that point.
Yeah.
Because,
So
human
here's
instinct kicks in. And
yeah.
especially if you're a fit astronaut, you try to correct and land and control your fall. It happens instantly if you're a fit
So
individual. That go
yeah,
ahead.
Jen. So check this out. Here's the interesting part, right? So inside that their suit, let's say they were able to maintain a 3 to 4 psi. Outside the suit, they were trying to get the chamber down as far as they could, but from what I heard you say before, they didn't even manage to get it into the negative exponent area. So they were probably around 1 psi or a little bit
I
above
don't
that.
think they even got close to that. No,
No, they
no.
didn't even get close to that. That's right. They were in
No.
the 800 plus psi. That's what it was. Plus.
800?
Okay.
What?
And that simulated being as far as 2 to 3,000. Sorry, 2 to 5,000 miles from the Earth's surface. That was it. That was what they
Wait,
could achieve.
hold on. 800 psi or 800 torr?
800 Tor is what I'm talking about. My mistake there.
Okay.
Tor.
Right,
Thank
right,
you.
right.
Yeah.
It'd
That's
be
what I
nice.
meant to
I
say.
think it would be great. Let me see if I can get a converter on that. So inside the suit, it's like 3 or 4 or 5 psi.
Supposedly,
And
yeah.
outside the suit
Was
is
800
800
Tor.
torr,
Yeah, it was in the plus.
which
Yeah,
amount.
definitely 800 Tor,
Yeah.
something like that. It was.
So
You hadn't
so
gone to space. They said you hadn't gone to space yet. You haven't even got anywhere
okay.
near
So check
space.
it. So 800 torr.
Mm.
800 torr is 15.46 psi. So it might not have been that high.
Yeah,
Let's say
think,
600
hold
torr.
on.
600 torr is 11.6 psi.
Okay.
Okay, just so you know.
Mm.
So let's say, for example, the inside was 14 psi, and outside the space suit was, I don't know, fucking 11 psi.
All right.
Let's say it was that. It was just a small difference of 3 or 4 psi,
Mm.
and the guy couldn't withstand that.
Well,
So they
the suit began to expand. You see, the suit instantly began to expand, and then the
yeah, like
hose that's connecting the air supply to the suit disconnected because of the expansion of the suit. You see, and then he collapsed
yeah,
backwards. He fell backwards,
yeah,
and that was it. He was out. And then they opened
yeah.
the chamber way too quick. They could have killed him. They didn't kill him. Okay, so they managed to get him out within like 5 minutes or so. He was out of there.
Well, check this out. I mean, all of us knowing what we know now, if we wanted to do a test like that, if any of us were brave enough to get into a fucking space
Stupid, yeah.
and do this fucking vacuum chamber test, we're all looking at it, right? All right, cool.
Hmm.
All right, we got him in here. We got this. What were they testing to see if this spacesuit would, like, this guy could
They were
survive on
testing
the
the
moon?
spacesuit. It was the suit test. Yeah.
Like for the moon, right?
Yes, that's
All
right.
right,
Yeah.
so they had a predication about what the atmosphere would be like on the moon. They wanted to
Mm.
make sure that this spacesuit would
Mm.
work on the moon, right? Is this what they were
Right.
doing? All right,
Yeah, that's right. That was the whole
this
point of
is
it.
what
Yeah.
I'm. All right, cool. So they say, hey, we have this mock-up of what it's going to be like when you step onto the moon in this spacesuit, right? And so when you step out there, there's going to be this atmosphere, quote unquote, right, was going to be exponentially less pressure outside, right? So
yeah.
what we're going to do is we're going to put you inside this huge vacuum chamber to simulate what it's going to be like when you step outside of the capsule when you guys land on the moon, right? And so they put this guy in there, and this brave motherfucker, and he's like, all right, all right. So when the light turns green, that means we're going to turn it on, right? And he's just like, all right. How nervous
Yeah,
do you think he was at that point?
he's probably very nervous because he was walking on a
I would
treadmill.
be. I'd be
He,
like,
he,
oh
he
my
was walking on
god.
a treadmill, angled at about 30 degrees, right, to simulate an uphill climb there, right? And he was on the treadmill as well, yeah,
He
walking on
could
the
be hiking
treadmill.
on the moon too, huh?
Yeah, there you go.
So he's hiking on the
So,
moon, and then
yeah,
he's like,
so it's
"All right,
definitely
guys,
not.
I got,
Yeah,
I,
yeah,
I don't got it. I don't got it. I don't got. Give me the fuck out of here!"
yeah, yeah. The whole the result of all this conversation, ladies and gentlemen, is this: NASA was ill prepared to be going to space anyway. They didn't have the equipment; wasn't fit for purpose. Period. They didn't do the tests required to verify that they could take that equipment to the moon if they could go anyway. They don't,
Well,
because we don't have the technology to test it to those levels anyway.
dude, they did that test. They did that test, and then they sent people
Nothing.
there anyway. They
Yes,
sent
that's
people
the
there
arrogance of it
anyway
all.
and said, "Hey, man, I guess that test didn't tell us what was really going to happen when we landed there because look, we got astronauts dancing around, playing golf, we're driving moon buggies. So I guess our tests on Earth, thank God for these brave astronauts that went to the moon because from all our tests here on Earth, it looked like they were going to fail, but woo,
Yeah.
thank God they
Woo.
made it.
Yeah, we made it. Yeah, and
They
that's how
even
they
came
sold it
back.
to us.
And when they
That's
came
exactly
back,
how they sold it to us.
they had a press conference and they all looked like they killed their grandma or some shit. They didn't
Yeah.
come back going, "Woo! I'm an astronaut. Woo! I landed on the moon." They just looked like they had some really
Well,
bad
they knew
news.
that. Well, when you look on their faces, they knew that they had to lie for the rest of their lives. That's the expression they were wearing. They knew from that moment onwards they were lying. They're lying to the world, and I've got to do this for the rest of my life. Can you imagine that?
I think Buzz at a certain point gave up and he's like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna drop some hints."
What he did was he became an alcoholic first, right? And then he was
It's all
getting
right.
drunk.
He was
Apparently,
probably
we're
already.
getting this information is coming from Buzz's sister. He said my brother went through a period of getting drunk and walking around asking people if we went to the moon or not. Buzz Aldrin, that was okay. Yeah, that's why his nickname is Buzz Aldrin rather than Aldrin.
Or buzzed
Yeah,
Aldrin.
yeah, Buzz. Thank you. Right.
But
There you
yeah, I
go.
mean, but at the same time, shoot, I mean, he's he's put some good
Yeah, he's been
information
dropping
out
hints all over the
there.
place. Of
And
course he
uh
has.
and William Shatner, someone
Yeah.
asked him, "What's the difference between science and science fiction?" And he's like, "Well, there is no difference." And then
Yeah.
they put him on the Virgin Galactic, and he's like, yeah, I was really not I didn't really see the curvature of the Earth. Sorry, guys." And
There
then
you
he went
go.
on a podcast last year and was like, "Yeah, the Earth kind of looks flat. I was up, it looks flat." And
Yeah, William Shatner's been
he's
very, very
yeah, he's
precise
not
in what he
saying
said.
he's flat earther, but
No.
he's like, "Bro, yeah, science is science fiction. Earth looks flat." From what
Yeah,
I
he's
gather,
good. Yeah, I'm glad his integrity is there a little bit,
he's an
and he looks
actor,
quite
and he's an
well.
actor. Yeah,
He's 90. He looks quite
yeah.
well for someone
I
who's
can't
90.
believe he's still alive. Yeah, he's freaking
Yeah, he's
crazy.
90, and he looks well.
He's pretty spry for an old guy.
Yeah, yeah. I'm going to give him that. I'm going to say, well done for maintaining your health to that level. You've
Yep.
done it. You've done a great job there. He doesn't look frail at all.
No, Bill Shatner is one of my heroes, man. I like that guy.
Yeah, I like him as well. I liked him when he was as Captain Kirk and that Captain James T. Kirk of the USS Enterprise. Yeah, he was
Well,
brilliant.
yeah, I liked him in that and everything he's
TJ
done,
Hooker.
really. It was just like, yeah, TJ Hooker. I mean, it's like he's got a certain character. It's like
Yeah,
he owns. He's like, "I'm Bill Shatner. Fuck
yeah, he
you."
owns the role that he has. You know
Yeah.
what?
It's like
When
in
you see him in black and
every
white,
circumstance, it's like he knows how to play every role.
Yeah,
go
yeah, he owned it.
interviews, everything. I mean, he's
Yeah,
a genius, man. He's brilliant.
he was, because when you see him in his first film appearance, he's an attorney for a child that got into trouble, and he played that role in his first appearance. He played it perfectly. It's black and white, and he just owned it. He owned the psychology of the role. Now, that's an important thing to try and achieve, to make it realistic. He was that person. He owned it. That's what I like about the actors of the old days.
Well,
They
and
bring the
also
psychology to the role to you.
that's true,
Go ahead.
and a lot of the older actors too, they don't let a lot of modern political kind of shit get to them. You know, and
No,
Bill's like
absolutely not.
that. He's just like, you know what? I've been Bill Shatner, so, you know,
Yeah.
since the 50s and stuff. You know, it's 50 years later. He's like, I'm not going to change the way I am. And if I say the
No.
Earth's flat, and you're not going to do anything about it, I'm riding on
Yeah.
Virgin Galactic. I could pretend to be in a space capsule if I want to with green screens. Fuck
Yeah.
you.
Just give me the
And
money.
I'll tell the whole fucking world that I was in Virgin Galactic and, you know, floating around in a spacecraft. Shit. I was
Yeah.
doing that shit in the 50s, 60s, I mean, or 70s or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, but that's what I like about William Shatner. He's like, I know the gig. Give me my money.
Yeah. It's true.
And I mean, there's a lot of Hollywood actors are just really sensitive about what people say about them and all that kind of shit. So, and Bill's not
Yeah.
one of them. So,
No,
I
he's
like
not.
him
No,
for that.
he's a people person. He really is. He meets the people head on. He's not shy. Not shy at all. And that's how you should be. You know, you're in. You know, the people have made you famous. You've made yourself famous for from your acting, and people appreciate that. And he's, you know, giving it back. He just, you
Yeah,
know, he'll extend a handshake.
seems like he's made his own way as far as a lot of that goes. I mean,
Yeah.
imagine, you know, I mean, you know, with making Star Trek and all this space stuff, you know, it started with.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure
I
he
mean,
knew
of all the
Gene
actors,
Roddenberry, you know, and Jaden Roddenberry was like part of this whole creating space kind of, you know, cartoon
yeah.
thing. And
His
so, you know,
integrity is there, isn't it? Much the same as Clint Eastwood as well. He's getting on
yeah,
now.
he's a
Clint
good one.
Eastwood's another guy. Although I didn't like it that he did the was it the one in space? What's it called? Come on, with Pillock. What's her name? Pillock in it.
Oh, Apollo 13, or is that what it
No,
was?
no, the other one.
No.
Gravity. That's it. Gravity. I think he was in
Oh,
that.
he was in that one?
Gravity or one similar to that. Right?
Well,
They
either
used
way.
him to put space anyway. So I took a dim view on that. But his acting career has been good, and you know he's quite sound. Even now, he's still all coherent and everything. Clint Eastwood. Yeah, man. He's hanging on there. The last of the best westerns. You know, cowboys.
Clint
Still
Eastwood.
going.
It was called Space Cowboys.
Oh, thank you. Space Cowboys.
Oh,
There
yeah.
you go then.
Well, at least it
Cheers,
was
man.
kind of a parody on space, and also
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
what was that other Western space movie with it had uh the guy that played James Bond? Fucking what was his name?
Sean
Is he in
Connery.
that? No, the other
Moonraker.
guy.
Moonraker? No, Moonraker. Yeah, I think it was Moonraker, wasn't it? That was with Sean Connery. James Bond.
Probably, but no, I was thinking of the other guy that played James Bond.
Well, you got Roger Moore, Sean Connery, Pierce Brosnan. Who
I
else?
think
And there's a
it's
couple of others.
yes, the blonde
Timothy
haired.
Dalton, I think, is another one.
I can't remember his name. But anyway,
There's a few of them anyway. Even David Niven.
but anyway, outer space. Yeah, it's fiction. I mean, it has been fiction like Earth itself
Well,
and
okay. Have you heard the
humanity.
latest news?
The
Have you heard the latest?
dynamic. Say that again.
I said, have you heard the latest news about the moon? It's going to be impacted by Elon Musk's booster rocket. It's going to be landing there in the next few days, crashing into it at 9,000 kilometers an hour. That's
I saw
5,600
something
miles per
about
hour.
a. I saw something about a SpaceX launch when I was scrolling earlier. Is that what that is?
Yeah, yeah, well, basically, it's drifting out of control, and it's going to land, impact the moon, and you'll be
Oh,
able to see it with your telescope. and then the orbiters that they've got orbiting the moon will be able to pick it up. All
Are you
crap.
gonna see it with your telescope, or we're gonna
I'm
have
never
like
going to see it.
two?
I'm
We're gonna say here's what I predict. If this is what they're gonna say, we're gonna
Yeah, go
have
on.
two major videos. They're gonna be shared across YouTube and be
Yep.
like, oh, and who know? And they're gonna be like, who took that image? And they're not gonna be able to tell you, and it's just gonna go viral for a little bit.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
They've
like a
already
big fluff
put a
piece.
disclaimer there that the orbiters that are orbiting the moon currently will be able to pick them up. They said, yeah, but this thing is going to crash at Mach 7. Okay, Mach 7, 5,600 miles per hour, smashing into the moon. It's going to kick up a lot of debris, and it's going to make a new crater. That's what they build it as. There's going to be
Are
a
you
new crater
fucking
on the moon,
serious?
man-made. There
Can
you
you
go.
send a link to that?
It was
You
on the
sent
BBC News. I'll have to look. I'll look it up and give it to you. Yeah, hang
Yeah, if
on.
you can send a link, dude, I'm sure Crit would like. He's probably already on that shit.
Yeah, I'll do that now. Give me 5 minutes, okay?
Holy
While they're on.
crap! So they're predicting that this latest SpaceX launch is gonna. You say they said it was out of control and it's gonna
Yeah, it's actually
accidentally
on the
hit the
way. It's
moon.
on the way to the moon now. Yeah, and the question that I was asking was, well, how comes it's not hitting any of the space debris and the 18,000 satellite objects that are out there? And this thing
Well,
is out of control, but it will miss all those other objects as well, rather
now wait a
conveniently.
minute. Where was it supposed to go in the first place?
I think it was supposed to be part of practicing, to get rockets into space to go to the moon, and
Well, I
the
thought they
rocket
did
was lost
that.
and found.
They did that with Artemis a few months ago, but
Well, Elon Musk, he must
oh, he
keep
wants to
practicing.
do it now. Oh my god.
Yes,
Ugh.
yes, this is the thing.
It's like they're not going to share the information of how they did the slingshot around the moon with Elon, right?
There you go.
He's going to have to figure it out himself.
That's what they do, you
Just
see.
like he did it. And now Elon has to try it and crash into the moon at first, and then there's going to be a big uh Tesla advertisement up on the moon, and we'll be able to use that our telescopes to zoom in on that, right? Because in all honesty, if they could get to the moon, wouldn't they have like advertisements on the moon right now? It would be like billions sent. Like talk about corporations would be like, all right, I'm gonna hire Elon Musk to put a fucking McDonald's sign that we can see with our telescopes on the moon. Because the side of the moon that's facing Earth, it's always facing Earth, so it's always going to be there. All we have to do is send a rocket up there, plant that motherfucker there. I mean, there should be at least 100 high definition cameras on the side of the moon that's facing Earth. Unmanned flights, you can't just figure out how to zip it up there, land something like you did with the lunar lander, just land it there, but it's just a camera. You don't even have to launch back off, but you just set the camera down, hit play, boom, you got a full view of the Earth.
That's right. I've sent the article into the side chat, okay, in the box. It's there now, okay? I hope it's helpful, but that's the one.
You sent a link to the Google search. Let's see.
Yeah,
Judge
Elon Musk, SpaceX. It's all
says
there, okay?
Judge denies request by Elon Musk to pause Minnesota. Oh, never mind. That's a different thing. Hold on.
Yeah, it's definitely there. Elon Musk's rocket is on course to slam into the moon.
A discarded SpaceX Falcon 9 upper stage in a high speed collision crash course into the moon on August 5th.
There you go.
Traveling at 5,400 miles per hour, the impact
There
will
you go.
create a new crater and a massive dust plume.
Yeah.
All right.
It's all going to be CGI, baby. It's going to be CGI there
So
because
that's
nothing
going
is
to be
nothing.
3 days
Yeah.
from now.
Yeah, yeah. Nothing,
Yeah, I saw
nothing
something about a
man-made.
new launch. Yeah. All
Yeah,
right. Cool.
yeah.
Dude. All right. So
They're lying.
if that's the case, hold on. Check this out. If that's the case, now everybody in the world that has a good camera or a telescope, if they're saying this, they know exactly when it's going to hit the moon, right?
That's right. What they should do. They got
So
the maths right.
can't everybody, they should be like footage of it. There should be a bunch of it. So,
There should be a
the
whole heap
amateur
of it.
footage, yeah, I mean, it's like everybody that's amateur, everybody that's got telescopes, cameras,
Yeah,
whatever. Look at this
yeah,
shit. Zoom in on the moon and let's see this thing hit the moon. Let's
yeah,
see. I
yeah.
want to see it. Yeah, it's
Yeah. We
supposedly
should.
August 5th, so that's 3 days from now. Let's see. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
I didn't know about
Five.
that. Thanks, Jim. That's good stuff.
Yeah. 5,600 miles per hour roughly. They build it as Mark 7 impacting. Okay. The same as the rail projectile basically. The railgun projectile leaves the muzzle five Mark 5.7. So there you go. Sorry. Yeah.
I got one from ABC News Australia. This one says 9,000 miles per hour. So, yeah.
No, that's 9,000 kilometers an hour.
Oh, kilometers. Yeah. A drifting SpaceX rocket is on an
That's it.
unintentional. Dude, now
It's bullshit.
Yo,
it is,
Absolutely.
man, because any other, they don't design Falcon rockets to go farther than low Earth orbit, do they? I mean,
That's right. That's
how could
right.
they fuck that up? I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
it would never make it to the moon unless it's intended. This is stupid.
Right. And there's no air
So
there. What's it
dumb.
pushing off of? They're just
Yeah.
lying all the way.
Well, it's just like
This
it
is
would have to
another.
be like it would lose fuel at the very least at low Earth orbit, and then what? Where's it going to go
And
after
then
that?
it's just going to fizzle out and then just be
Well,
there floating
well, if it gets
or
between
drop
the
back
Earth and
down
the
to
moon,
Earth.
it's supposed to it's supposed to start falling around the Earth like all the other orbital things.
Yes. Orbital
Fucking
decay will take place. Orbital
yeah,
decay will take
yeah.
place.
Yeah, we're all fucking retards though. We're just be like, we're gonna watch it go to the moon with no propulsion after low Earth orbit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
Come
yo, I
on,
got a
man.
question for Flat Earth Room, and I ain't even pressing y'all, but I put in side chat. This guy took a timeline of his roof casting a shadow over the seasons, and I'm curious what your
Oh,
explanation of this phenomenon would
the
be.
analemma.
That
Is that what you're talking
demonstrates the
about?
flat Earth quite well. Well
Yeah,
done.
analemma.
But how so? How so?
I didn't even have to look at it. I knew what you're saying. Analemma. It's called an analemma. What it does, the shadow of the sun. You could use a roof corner. You could use a stick in the ground. It doesn't matter which part of Earth you're on. You're gonna see the same pattern throughout the year. Now, someone will tell you, well, the reason you see that is because the Earth is a globe, and there's an explanation for the solar system model, but that shit was happening before they came up with the solar system model. You realize that, right? They had sundials, they had shadows and sticks in the ground, path of the sun. They built the calendars from it. It had nothing to do with a globe Earth model. Shit was happening. You just put a stick in the ground and trace the shadow over the year.
But I guess
That's what you
why
get.
wouldn't the shadow be in a linear line if the Earth was flat?
Because it travels between the tropics. When you're on the Earth, you watch the sun. You live on Earth, right? It sounds like you're an American. So the summertime in the north, sun travels in a certain path till it reaches a certain point, the peak of summer, and then it starts to travel south again. And now the explanation is because we're globe Earth and we're tilted a certain direction, and on one side of the sun we're this direction, and then when we go in orbit around the sun holding the same tilt, then it's another season. They only made that up because of the path of the sun between the tropics. That was observed from Earth, never been observed from outside the solar system. The solar system is a creation made from observations on the ground. It's a
But
concept.
how do you explain or visualize the trajectory of the sun on a flat Earth? We have a 24-hour sun, so how is this possible?
We don't have a
We
24.
don't have
We
a
have a
24 hour
24-hour
sun. Yeah.
sun. I mean, you have 20. I mean, each longitude line or meridian represents an hour
Yeah.
of day. Of where the
Yeah.
sun is. But like I said, it travels north and south.
Yeah,
So
and
you're saying
hang on a hang on, hang on
wait,
before we
wait.
get. Hang on
So
a second.
that's not an answer to the
Looking to the
question.
sun. Hang on. Looking to the sun most certainly does not prove the shape of the Earth. Okay.
No,
No,
he's
but
trying to
you can't
picture. He's
explain it.
trying
You
to
know,
picture the
you
Conflict,
cannot
solar
two
explain
different
system in the
the
ways.
outside.
Okay.
trajectory of the
I'm
sun does
still
not.
talking. I'm still talking. Thank you. We're measuring the surface of the Earth flat. It's got nothing to do with the sun. Okay. You're looking in the wrong
But it
direction
does.
if you're looking for
But it
curvature.
does.
Right,
24
but
hour
when
sun doesn't
wait,
prove,
but okay,
again,
but
24 hour sun
if
doesn't
I
prove
was to
shape.
ask you, you know, how do we navigate
Don't
it?
ever ask when I'm talking, though. When I'm talking,
Hold
you don't
on,
ask.
I got you,
Yeah,
but
bro.
without GPS, you would say, "Oh, we look at the sky. It's all based off the sky. How we figure out where we are on the ground."
Not how
So
we
the
say. That's
sun
not
and the
opposition. How we
trajectory
got.
of the sun is not explainable on a flat Earth. We can all see
Wait,
the sun,
hold
but
on,
the
Sorry,
Donald.
we're
trajectory doesn't
measuring the
work on
Donald,
a
sun.
flat
There's the
Earth.
Donald,
circuit
hold on.
explained.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
Donald,
So
the
show us
word,
that circuit
hold
on a
on,
flat Earth.
Donald, think about what you just said, the trajectory of the sun. Now, trajectory implies something totally different than what the fuck you're talking about. Use your
Yeah.
words, bro.
Again,
The
our
sun
observations
doesn't
of the
have a
sun cannot.
trajectory when it
Our
comes to
observations
this.
of the sun with relative to Earth cannot be explained on a flat Earth unless you can show me
Wait,
something
wait,
we
Your
can
wait,
see.
wait,
statement
wait,
doesn't
wait,
make
wait,
sense
wait,
because
wait,
we're
wait.
measuring a flat Earth. We're
No, what are you
measuring the
talking
Earth
about?
flat.
We're observing the
Yeah,
sun
again, this
from
does
the
not mean that the sun cannot be explained on a flat Earth.
The sun
No,
We're
doesn't have
measuring
to
the
be
Earth flat.
explained on a flat Earth.
yeah,
And
we're
I'll tell
looking
you
at the
why.
sun from
Because
Earth.
the sun is not the Earth.
Yeah, we're
Thank
Right,
looking
you.
at
but
the sun
again,
from
if
Earth.
I was to
Not
ask
right,
you,
but
how do you?
again.
No,
Full
doesn't work
stop.
that way. That's
Yeah, if
the
you're
end.
just
Yeah.
gonna say it can't be explained again, then fuck off with your nonsense. Tell us
Thank you.
why.
Thank you. What a wally.
What flat Earth are you talking about?
What are grandpas doing on Discord?
Sorry?
Go lay back in your rocking chair,
Shut up
Grandpa.
your mouth, you young spewer. Shut up,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
young spewer.
yeah.
I want
That's
to. I
what you
want to hear
sound like
Don.
just a
I
Get
want to
little
some
bit.
hear.
tampons. Put
Hold
some
on. I want
tampons
to
in your
hear
mouth.
I would
Donald
kill
explain
myself if I were
why.
your child.
Shut
I
up,
want.
you lemon
How
woman.
about we put that one on mute? Gin,
Yeah.
pause.
Open. I
Helio.
want to hear. Yeah, I want to hear Donald explain why it
Yeah.
can't work on a flat Earth. Whatever trajectory he was talking about.
Proceed.
Okay, so if you take known observations of where the sun is relative to Earth, that cannot be added up to make sense on a flat Earth.
From where? From where? Where are you
Everywhere
observing
on
the
Earth.
sun
Everywhere on
from?
Earth. Everywhere on Earth.
So,
Okay,
so
you
let's
go
just
on.
map this
Hold
out.
on. Yeah, let's
At my
go.
house,
Yeah,
I
please.
see the
Yes,
sun
please.
come up. Donald, pause. At my house, the sun comes up in the east, goes away in the west. What's the problem with that? It's
When you add,
observer-centric.
when you add up,
It's observer-centric.
okay, again, it
Please
doesn't
make
depend.
sure you understand
If
what that
you're right,
means.
if there's
It's
someone okay,
observer-centric.
right, but if there's
Don't
someone
just say,
standing,
okay, I don't want you to fucking talk for the sake of talking. I want you to talk because you've
reality,
understood
okay,
something.
but
It is observer-centric. You've got a problem, Donald. You like talking for the sake of talking, hearing your voice. You are no better than Talon. If you're going to present something sensible, do so. Don't just wait to fucking flap your gums.
I want to hear him flap a little bit because I want him to explain how he observed the sun doing what it does around the Earth from outside the solar system point of view.
am I unmuted?
Yeah, I want you to explain how you
Okay, yeah,
know
okay, yeah.
like, from
Saying
like a
okay,
holistic outside the solar system point of view how the sun does what it does, or how we observe it that way from the third rock from the sun.
because we rotate around it. So when this other guy says that it's observer centric, every observation is by definition observer centric. When you
Okay,
add up
that's
the
how
observations,
the
yeah,
model
but
was built. Yeah.
when you add up, like for example, if
So
there was a
tell us
train,
about your God's
Hold
eye
on,
view.
God damn it, Matrix.
if there was a
Okay, go ahead.
train that ran around
No, no,
town
no.
or ran around some area, you could add up the known
We're talking about the
positions.
sun, not fucking
Jesus
planets.
Christ! What are you
Again,
talking about? I thought we were going to
you're
talk about
having
the sun and the
can you
earth.
let me finish the sentence, or
Well,
is
don't
this
give any
too
fucking
hard?
stupid hypotheticals. Talk about the
I'm
sun
trying
and
to
the earth.
explain to you how you can add up observations to
No,
make.
We're
real
not
make
world
adding
and,
up observations.
dumbass.
well, that's part of the issue is that you don't actually add up all the evidence, and when
No,
you
we're not
add up
going to
all the collective
pretend.
evidence,
You haven't
you
We're not
will
given
going to
us any.
pretend
you
we're in
will
a
okay.
solar
When you
system.
add up, you say, oh, the sun goes from it rises in one area and then it sets in the east or sets in the south.
So
And then
what's the
that's
problem
all
with
you see.
that? Donald,
Because
breathe.
some people,
You're
because when
gonna
you
fucking
add up,
do yourself a Donald, you are going to do yourself a mischief. You're not calling a fucking rodeo. You're not calling a horse race. You can speak normally. The only reason people speak like 100 miles an hour is because they're hiding something. Stop doing that.
Well,
You are not
also,
hiding something. You're supposed to be presenting something.
and also, not only that, Donald. I mean, let's talk about the same thing. If we're talking about context from, hey, we're talking solar system perspective. Yeah, we all know the story of you're the third rock from the sun, tilt, and all that kind of shit. But the only place that anyone's observed these things happening is from Earth. Anything like solar system concepts, that's only in people's minds.
again, that assertion assumes mass conspiracies that anyone who has
No,
sent any
no, it
object up to
doesn't.
space.
We're
Yes, it
talking
does,
about
because every
observation.
right, because
Dude,
every observation that would happen to be from not on the surface of Earth, like from orbit
oh,
or
I
from space,
guarantee you
would
there's nobody
be
ever seen the whole solar
okay.
system.
So okay. But
Doesn't even
again,
matter if they're satellites.
observations of Earth. Can you be honest or not? Like honestly, like you're not listening to the words I'm saying. And the other guy is
You're
obviously
not
not
listening to the words you're saying.
no.
You don't
When
have
I
a
say
God's
no,
eye
again,
view to
yeah,
justify
again,
anything you said. I love how he just says, and again, like as if we need to fucking hear it again. We don't need to hear it again. You're flapping shit, Donald. You have not got a God's eye view to justify anything you've said. The way you're preaching this stuff is like as if you personally have a God's eye view and you can sit up there and go, I know these guys are wrong because I can see the whole fucking lot. You
Yeah, and
don't.
it's not. And I know for a fact that it's not him that has done it. He thinks that somebody else has done it, and we're dumb for not believing them. He believes them like wholeheartedly, as if there is some established system that somebody
am I
knows
allowed to
for a
speak for
fact.
myself?
Do it. I want to hear. I want to hear you speak for
Okay,
3
yeah, without
minutes.
this other guy interjecting every sentence I say. I didn't
Please let him
claim you have
say
a
it,
God's
Matrix.
eye view. That is a
Just say
complete
it.
lie of your own fabrication that is only made to justify
All
your own
right.
ignorance. When it
All right.
comes to
Say it.
our observations of the sun, we can add up what people see on Earth. So if a person next to you, standing next to you, sees the sun happen to set and rise in the complete opposite direction, that would be a fucking anomaly. That would be breaking news. One of you is either going insane or
Excellent.
having
So
an issue.
tell us when this has
Or
happened.
okay,
Yeah.
so collective reality, unless you can show that that's happened, it is viewed by
You're the
everyone.
Donald. Stop
the same.
speaking for a second.
So okay, now you're
Just
interrupting what I'm
pause.
saying.
I know
No,
I'm going to
no.
interrupt what you're saying. When you say stupid things, like when someone sees the sun rise and set in complete opposite directions, this is your nonsensical bullshit. Either
Yeah,
make
you're
the
gonna.
claim, back it, or don't say stupid shit in the first place.
Yeah, you're gonna have
If
to
you
be a little
don't
more
want us to pull
detailed.
you up, don't say dumb shit.
I mean,
Holy.
just say, all right, this person saw this sun setting
Bro,
over
this
here.
guy's just
This
wasting
person
everybody's
saw
time.
it over
Seriously.
here, and
Again,
here's where they were,
am I
and this
allowed to
is the
speak for myself or
situation.
no?
No,
No,
stop interrupting him when he's explaining
Okay,
this to you.
I'm not allowed to speak.
no. You said that sun was observed setting in different directions from
He
two
left, bro.
different
He ran away.
people.
He ran away.
That's normal.
All right, actual loser. Do you have something better to offer?
I mean,
Actually,
I'm just amazed, bro, at how many people fell for the propaganda in school, man. That's my only input. I'm amazed. Like no critical
What
thinking skills
propaganda?
whatsoever. That the Earth is a globe. Now there's math and
You think
science
it's
to prove
do you
it.
think it's propaganda or is it just misinformation being passed on?
No, I'm skeptical enough to believe that it's an agenda being pushed on.
Yeah,
So
there
who
is an
I don't think it's
agenda,
just
but the point
misinformation. I
is
think it's an
this.
agenda.
Yeah, there is an agenda, but the point is when they taught us at school, our intellectual skills were not fired up at that age. So you're gonna listen to your teachers and believe what they tell you. That's how you go to school to learn. So That's for me. It's understandable how everybody
I
got
know
duped into
it's
the
really
globe.
predatory, bro. It's really predatory. It's really weird.
Yes, yes, I agree to that. But what I'm trying to say is it's quite understandable how everybody fell into that trap. It's easy. You were taught at school, and then it was reinforced all through your school life. Cartoons, films, music, comics, news, science programs, and then you go on to secondary education, and it continues. It's continuing today still. So look,
I gotta tell you the
rocket
most
gonna smash
infuriating thing
itself
about
into
it.
the moon. There you go.
Every
Come on.
globetard that comes in here, bro, they have this air of superiority, like you're the retard.
Oh, they do,
Like
yeah.
that's what pisses me off so much about it.
Yeah, that pisses me off as well. It pisses
Yo,
Matrix off
you
as
guys.
well. You already gave it to Donald just a few seconds ago because he's going on like he'd been to the moon and he's seen it all. That's correct. Yeah, no, it pisses me off
Donald's
as
like
well.
that all the time, Jen. Don't lose any sleep.
Yo,
No,
Jin.
no, you don't, because you let them have it when they deserve it. That's why.
But no, actual loser. Can you change your name because you don't sound like one? Like seriously,
Yeah,
your name doesn't
yeah,
match your voice. I'm sorry.
yeah,
Bro, I appreciate it.
yeah,
I'm flattered, man. I'm flattered, but
yeah.
this is
Don't do that.
branding,
Yeah,
bro. I can't lose
and
it, man.
I'm glad
It's
Matrix picked
branding.
that up as well because I'm very sensitive on names. If it's a
Here's
silly
what I'm
name,
thinking would
I
be
won't be
really
saying it. You
interesting.
know.
So check it out. Actual, one of the lads that comes in here, Heretic, he actually developed his own razor, Heretic's razor. So the way it works is simple. We only get the dumbest of the dumb come in here to confront us. And
That's
the
right.
reason for that is because out in the real world, there's so much propaganda and shit blasted to them that says flat earthers are retards, flat earthers are stupid. So naturally, anyone of high intellect will go, I ain't conversing with those muppets. And we only get the dumbasses that come in here because they think they're more
Bro, that is
intellectual than us.
exactly what happens. Like 90% of people in the server
Yep.
won't even engage.
Heretic's razor. Correct.
Here's what I'm thinking though. This would be really interesting. Like,
Yeah.
obviously the community here is pretty big. I'm new to this community, but what if everyone pulled their money together and like built a rocket ship, filmed it, got together in
No, we can't.
location?
We can't. No, here we go. Look. No,
I'm just saying.
It's not really a requirement. It's not really a requirement
Have you
to
seen
do.
the laser test that's been
Jin.
done?
Like, make a
Actually,
big
have you
event
seen
about
the
it.
laser tests that have been done?
I think so. I think so. I was in here a while back, and is that the one where you're shining the laser over the horizon?
Oh, there's a whole heap of them. Hold on, we'll load a couple up for you.
Yeah. When you see the laser beam tests and that, you don't really need rockets going up. That's not really, I mean, we've got high altitude balloon footage. That's good enough. That's good enough,
Check the side chat, man. I just loaded it full of them.
Yo, Jin
Oh
and
yeah, I'll check this out.
Helio.
Sorry, go ahead.
So is Helio still here or no?
I think it is. Helio, are you here? Very rare occasion, and he's gone already. Shame.
He's probably going
Yo,
to
so
grab
anyway,
another
Jin,
beer.
so I did a little bit of research, and it says it's going to be impossible to see the crash. So that's just how you
Yeah,
know they're
that's
full of
what I
crap.
thought. That's exactly what I thought was going to come up. Of course, it's going to be
Impossible.
impossible.
Yeah, of course. It's going to be impossible to see it with a lens and all this stuff.
Right, and with the telescopes, you know what they said? They said that our orbiters is going to pick that up. So there's the deception right there, because there are no orbiters orbiting the moon. Nothing there, right? And if
It's
that's
so
the case,
dumb.
then I'm expecting the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter to capture that rocket on its way to the moon, because it gets to see the Earth 12 times a day. That's every 2 hours. So from whatever direction that rocket is coming from, should be picked up by the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. But no, we're not going to have that.
The moon's already supposed to be getting
So
bombarded by minuscule up to like rock melon size objects every day, all day.
Yeah.
I mean, if we hadn't seen something like that by now, what makes them think we're going to see something they smash into it?
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
they
We're not
claim
going to
to
see it with
smash
our
into it.
telescopes. Typical, isn't it? Typical. Yeah.
Man, I gotta ask though. I'm new to all this stuff. What actually is at the edge of the world? Is it the ice wall, or is it something different?
I don't claim an edge. All I claim is the bit that we're on is planar with topography. That ice wall get up is a Glober thing. Was it US government? Who was it? Captain Cook said something about the ice wall. I think Admiral Byrd was involved in Operation High Jump. They said something about an ice wall. It was also on National Geographic, one of their shows. And there was another group that said something about the ice wall too. But technically, Antarctica has one of the, what is it, highest elevations of all of the continents, and the majority of it's ice. So it sort of
That's the
stands to
highest average
reason that,
elevation above sea level. Yep.
yeah. So it pretty much stands to reason that if you're
I
sailing in
got you.
there and you go from water to ice, there is probably going to be some kind of ice plateau or something in front of you, which probably would look like a wall. So if you want
Yeah,
to
I just
call
looked it up as
Antarctica
you were
a
telling me
wall,
this. He
yeah.
described an ice wall 10 to 12 feet high. Blocked his expeditions up north.
There you go.
Yeah, let me tell you. Here's the way I kind of look at it after all these years of trying to. A lot of people will kind of come in. They, of course, everyone wants to know, and so do we. Of course, want to know what the whole thing looks like, right? These maps that we have, including the globe map and the depictions of Earth, it took centuries and wars and billions of dollars and lives for these maps, the ones that we use now, to be developed. And these people will say, "Oh, show us your flat Earth map." It's like all the maps were made from Earth. The depiction of a globe, that's a globe Earth map, and the globe Earth idea, and the gravity situation. It's all made under uh, the concept of gravity and balls in the universe and what they're supposed to do. So it's in an interpretive framework of the gravity situation, as if the Earth were a globe, when the globe only comes from angle measurements to the stars from different parts of the Earth, and this is where the maps came from. But it took hundreds of years to develop the maps, and it also took hundreds of years for people to develop these quote unquote scientific concepts, which are pseudoscience, a lot of them, because they're based on the gravity model, which is another interpretive framework in an idea. And a lot of it is based in naturalism, where they're trying to figure out how creation basically could have come about uh, with no external uh, without creation, basically, without God speaking it into existence. So they're searching for a way to explain the universe through a naturalistic process. This is where there's 14 billion year old Earth, or the Earth being like 4.5 billion years old, and the 14 to 20 billion year old universe and that kind of shit, right, comes from. And it's supposed to be expanding and then collapsing in on itself and expanding again and collapsing in on itself. And this is where you get the redshift and blue shift in the cosmic and all that. This is an interpretive framework that's only been really in their mind codified less than 100 years. And then you have all these assholes out here saying, "Oh, well, the smartest people know that this is true now because we're the biggest, fastest, smartest because of evolution, and we're the highest humans that have been developed, and all the other cultures were completely retarded and ancient and dumb, and they just made shit out of rocks, and they were cavemen." It's like, dude, they don't understand humans at all, and they don't understand Earth at all, in my opinion. So it's like, yeah, I can be flippant about the globe because it's dumb. You don't understand humanity and history. You only know what you're told about about what happened in history. And guess who gets to tell the history story? The victors. And their whole goal, the leaders and the teachers of humanity at the higher levels and who controls governments and shit, they're how can you know anything outside of what they tell you? So you just kind of have to glean from some of the information that you get leaked down from the top, or from other it's just like, oh, we have alternative resources for information. It's like people make fun of you for that. It's like, oh, you didn't get it from the general information. It's like, well, no, I didn't get it from the general information because do you trust the government? Do you trust everything they're saying? I mean, do you think they built the education system so that you could be smart and follow all the rules? Yeah, maybe, but humans are unpredictable, and I'm telling you, it's only been 100 years since the real globe kind of thing, kind of has been going on. The Earth really kind of has nothing to do with that because this wave of kind of stupid globe shit it's gonna kind of crest one day and it's gonna fall apart and everybody's gonna be back to where we were going. What the fuck is this place? And this is where the ages, just like obviously there were ages of destruction in the past. There's fucking pyramids at the bottom of the Atlantic. That means it wasn't underwater at the time. There's pyramids and cities off the coast of every continent. That means sea level was a lot lower at one time. There were people traveling all over the earth thousands of years ago. Don't act uh like we're the biggest, fastest, biggest humans ever. This this freaking uh of one continent, what do they call it? Where the continents split up. What do they call that shit? No, I can't remember.
You talking about
It was
Pangea?
one thing. Yeah, Pangea, and then all the continents spread out due to plate tectonic theory and all that kind of shit. I call that bullshit on that because they're basing that basically on a sea level being approximately what it is now. And we know that's not true because sea level used to be much lower because all across the world there are ancient cities under the ocean. So they would have to have existed for a while to create a city on land, but they're buried now by water. So, you know, there's something else going on. In my mind, knowledge about this globe and supposed evolution and the history and that kind of shit and all these dating methods or whatever. We know how old everything is because we can dig down a little bit, and these layers are supposed to be ages of the earth. I think that's a bunch of bullshit, and it's only maybe 100 years old. This theory of evolution and the globe theory. So it's going to fall by the wayside eventually. So a lot of people are waking up to it, and as many people are coming in here saying, that are opposed to it, uh, to the idea that all these quote unquote scientists are wrong. Yes, they're wrong. There is no globe. There is no evolution. It's never been the case, and we're on the same boat as every human has ever been in a place of wonder. What is this? So when you finally realize that you personally don't know what this is, you may have a haughty spirit that says, well, I know what it is because smarter people figured it out, and you flat earthers are dumb for not believing them or whatever. I used to believe a lot of the shit. I don't have to believe it anymore, and I don't, because you know why I don't believe it? Because the water's flat. If the water wasn't flat, if we went out across the earth and tested the water and we found the curve, I'd be a fucking glober in a heartbeat. There's no curve, so no globe. I wasn't opposed to the globe when I thought it was a globe. I had no reason not to think it was a globe until somebody said, "Hey, take a look at this. It's not a globe." And I was like, "Oh shit." You know what? The whole time they told me it was a globe when I was growing up, you know what they never did? Show me that the earth was actually a globe, that the ground is curving. They never did that. And guess what? Every time we come on here and ask for people to show us the ground curving, they do everything but that. Every time you see an anti-flat earth video on media, social media or whatever, on the news or whatever, they're like, "Oh, these flat earthers, here's what they're saying." It's always a straw man, not what we're saying. And so what are you supposed to do with that?
You're supposed to fucking use it to find the truth, nigga.
What truth?
The truth.
The truth. Well, I know where the truth is, but a lot of you guys can't handle that shit.
Right, yeah. Oh yeah. The earth is flat and they're just hiding it and they succeeded in doing that for thousands of years. Congratulations. They
No,
Nobody's
hey,
hiding it. No,
dude, they
nobody is
don't have
hiding
to
it,
hide
bro.
it.
Nobody's
They don't
hiding
have
it.
to hide it. They don't have to hide it. That's what I'm
right,
saying.
right.
I used to think it was a globe. I really did. I really thought it was a
How is it
globe.
hidden? How is it
Mhm.
hidden when it's right in front of your face and you can just go out and see it?
Yeah, you
How's that
go out
hidden?
to the water. You go out to the water. You look across a lake
Oh,
that's 10 miles wide. You can see the other side. That means it's not a globe.
that must be the whole world is flat. Yes, of course.
Yes, most definitely.
Right. That's a totally rational conclusion to make.
Okay,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
it's
All
not
the
flat,
water is.
all
Yep.
right.
All
If
the
it's
water
not
is.
flat, yeah, all the water's flat. So if it's
Oh,
not flat, show me where it's not flat.
all the water's flat. Right. That means it's all flat because it looks
Yeah.
flat. It looks flat, therefore it must
No,
be
no,
flat.
it measures flat. That's what I was saying. You can go
Oh, it
to a
measures
lake.
flat.
Yeah, you
Oh.
can go to a lake, you can take a
Uh-huh.
laser or a high-powered camera or a
Uh-huh.
telescope, look all the way across the lake, see the other side as if you're standing you can look at your friends, you can zoom in on your friends standing on the other side at the beach, they can wave at you 10 miles away when they should be 66 feet down below your feet, and they're sitting there waving at you when you look at it through the camera, and you're gonna tell me
Right.
it's a globe. You don't understand why that means it's not a
Oh,
globe, but
yeah. I'm sure somebody with a high school degree knows how to take proper measurements, accounting for all the variables.
wait,
Totally. Right.
wait, this is no,
We've been asking for
hold
that
on,
for several years.
a fucking kindergartner knows the difference between flat and curved.
Oh yeah, we should listen to kindergartners. Mm-hmm.
No, you should listen to me.
Yeah.
There's one line, it's flat, and the other line's curved. If you put
Mm.
them together, they're not the same.
Oh yeah, for sure, man.
All right, so if you're standing on one side of a lake and you take a camera out, a high-powered zoom camera, say like a P900 that has 83 times zoom. You zoom in all the way across. I think Kiwi Buzz is showing one right here. You zoom all the way across the lake. You can see the shore on the other side. That means that the lake is not curving away from you.
Right.
Yeah, so the Earth is not a globe.
Right.
Do you understand the mathematics involved with that?
Brother.
That would be a yes or no question. Do you understand how much curve there should be across that lake? Scared. He got scared, ran away. Too scared of their own claims. It can't be that easy. It's either flat or curved. What are you saying?
I have a new claim that was made. I'd like to bring to the attention.
Why not?
Jen, are you there? Love me some good gin. How you doing, buddy? You there, Jen?
Jen's
I'm
here.
here.
I
Yeah.
think he's
What's up?
listening.
What's
Go
up?
ahead.
All right,
What's
what's
up?
going
Yeah,
on, brother?
yeah, yeah. What's
Yeah,
up?
what's going
What's
on there,
up, bro?
brother? Yes, indeed.
Nice.
All right. I wanted to. So I was talking to some, of course, circular reasoning men, some good circular reasoning folk, and they try to say that the Earth. They found that there's this research that says that north to south has been circumnavigated successfully. Can we just
Right.
like disprove that somehow? I'd love to hear some sources on why that's not true.
Yeah. Well, it's not true, one, because we're measuring Earth flat anyway, right? That's the first thing. And any attempt that has been made to do that, when we follow the course that they take, it is not actually doing a north to south, back to north circumnavigation. They always come off course. When you look at the route that they're trying to take, yeah, they don't do it properly at all. And if they were to do it, all they'd be doing is doing a U-turn, right? If you can
Yeah,
imagine
Jen,
that they are flat.
I'm curious if he has one in mind that does prove or that they did do, because I'd like to
Yeah,
take a look at that, because there should be a specific one. If there is one, let's analyze that, because a lot of
yeah,
people haven't heard about this, because people say, "Oh, well, yeah, of course, if the Earth is a globe, yeah, you can go straight across
Yeah.
Antarctica." Yeah, do you have
Look, we're
one?
talking about that Guinness World Record. Yeah, again, I tried to bring up the fact that we do not have substantial evidence of this actually happening. So, of
right,
course, the regular person will give me the source that's nearest to them. So,
yeah,
obviously, it says here that the first surface circumnavigation with Sir Randolph Fiennes. I'm going to send a link now, but I'm just overviewing it, where they said 1979, a UK team, quote unquote, circumnavigated North Pole, South Pole to North Pole. So they started in 1979 from the South Pole. December of 1980, they wound up back in the North Pole, or they were, excuse me, North Pole at 1982. So it took them from 1979 South Pole. They got to North Pole in 1982.
Wait a minute, they
yeah,
started from the South Pole?
yeah.
Yeah, they started from the
Yeah,
South Pole.
yeah, they're
Right.
How the
supposed to
fuck
go
are you
back
going to
to the
start
South
from the
Pole.
South Pole? There's nothing there.
Wait,
You're gonna
whoa.
if
I'm
you're
gonna
gonna
send a
if you're
link.
gonna start from the South Pole and circumnavigate the globe and go via the North Pole, you have to go back to the South Pole. You've only
Yeah,
done half the circumference.
that's right.
Yeah, that was
That's
the
right. You see?
Guinness quote unquote world record here.
Yeah, that's
Just want,
nonsense.
I just want to talk about
And
this because yeah,
It's
yeah,
just
they were
like,
pretty hard about this.
wouldn't they have to at least maybe meet up in Argentina, then go to the South Pole with their supplies, then go to the North Pole one way? Even if they did
exactly.
that, they just went from Argentina to the South Pole to the North Pole.
Another thing that's often missed is that the military would have this record in place well before anybody else. They have the equipment and everything else, and it's all about getting the record. So why haven't the military done that already yet? They have the equipment, so this is nonsense. Really is. Okay.
100,000 mile route, by the way, right? So again, they did not successfully go. They went north to south. quote unquote, and they
100,000
did not
miles. Holy
go.
shit!
Here, look. Here's another one.
That's more than
Alrighty,
double the fucking
hold on a
circumference.
second.
Another source here.
That one that you've just put up, young fella, with that Ralph Reynolds Fiennes and Charles Burton, wasn't the Sir Reynolds Fiennes the one that had the court cases, got his asshole basically
That's
grieved
right.
for lying
Yeah,
and shit?
that's the one.
Fake, yes. Fraud.
Yeah, yeah, the
Thank you.
fraudulent
Hey, is
scumbag.
this a
Yeah,
picture? Let me see what
Well, if
this
you
is.
hear
Sir
someone
Randolph
say I
Phoenix.
started at the South Pole, you know they're full of shit.
yeah. See,
Wait, what is
Did
what's
you make-
this link? He faked accidents for TV expedition. What are you talking about?
that's right. Yes, he was faking it. He had his cameraman there all along, just staging everything. And the other thing is this, ladies and gentlemen, I'm serious. The military would have this record in place long time ago. They have access to do that kind of thing. It's that obvious.
Well, we had
To hear that
Admiral
it's never
Byrd.
been done
Admiral
is a joke.
Byrd is probably the most. I mean, there's a lot of
Yeah,
controversy about what he did, but I mean,
Mm.
as far as the military goes, I mean, he was the youngest admiral. He
yeah, he was
he
the
went to the
youngest
north
admiral.
and the south,
Right. He
and
seems the
so I
most
mean,
But he
credible.
never made it
Yep.
to the north.
yeah,
He never flew to the north because he's a pilot. Told us, right? That he never did it. They never made it. They came back earlier, so they
but
knew
he
there was
did
something up.
okay. But anyway, he
Yeah.
did a couple of expeditions in the south, and there's
Yep.
some videos made. He came and talked about it. But who else did that? Nobody.
Nobody. Yeah. It's crazy,
They
isn't it?
killed him though, but they also killed him, so he's definitely
Well,
super credible.
well, they killed him. That's a
Yeah,
whatever.
because he was revealing a little bit too much of all the little
Maybe,
America and
maybe, maybe
all the
not.
free.
Shit. As far as we know, that motherfucker's still alive. Shit. No, I'm just playing.
No. They killed his son as well. His son also died as well, by the way,
I
mysteriously.
know. I know. Yeah, and it's
Flipping
just
it up in
curious.
Agatha right now.
Well, and
Thank you.
that goes to show what I'm saying about the globe Earth idea really is young. It's a really new idea.
Yes,
Like
you're
we're
right.
really pushing this the past couple hundred years, mostly, especially since the evolution theory from Darwin came. They wanted everything's supposed to be supporting naturalism, and the idea that there is no creation, and what the weird spin is that all the religions, including the Muslims, they're like, yeah, well, yeah, okay, yeah, God could have, did it over millions of years and this kind of shit. They're just like trying to compromise with Satan on this, in my opinion.
Jin, though, I see what you're saying though. Just looking more into this research here, though, you're saying it's more like they did a U-turn. Yeah,
They
I see
did,
what
yeah. That's exactly what it is.
it
Yeah,
was
that's
a
what happened.
U-turn, really.
Thank
They
you. Yeah.
didn't actually circumnavigate around. They didn't cut through
No,
the
that's
entirety of
right.
South Pole. They touched the
That's
South
right.
Pole, come back around to
Yeah.
North America, and then go all the
Yeah.
way past to North Pole. Oh my goodness, boy! I tell you,
That's right.
these fucking
They
ignorant
never did.
jackasses. I
All
tell
of
you,
them do that. Every single one you look at is going to be like that. They're going to go down, take a U-turn, come back.
that's some shit right there. Wow.
There
Yep.
you go. There you go. See, you're getting it now. That's
No, you
exactly
know
what
how I
we've
always
been.
do, Jen. I be just bringing them back to the clan. I see what's up. I know they be like, oh no, they did it, they did it. Oh my goodness.
No, they did not. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, you
It's
got to
so-
laugh at this stuff. You got to laugh, man. It's
no, because
ridiculous. They're like
they
children.
swear it's so real. They just swear it's so obvious. Oh no, we did it, we did it. Oh man.
Dude, what's even
It's
crazier is like all the Glovers are like, well, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. They actually did it. They think that means it's a globe for some reason.
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
They'll
They're so
freaking
desperate to
argue with
believe,
you
man.
for hours on end that even if you were like to take that trip, like some of these guys will just sit there and argue with you for hours and be like, well, it doesn't mean that it's not a globe because they did this and they'll make up all kinds of shit. Why do the Glovers make shit up? They'll just come up with shit on top of their head, just like, well, it can't be this because, and then just throw shit at the wall, see what sticks, or just waste everyone's time. But yeah, you see it, Tim. Boom, go down to the, to the ice wall, go over to the left a little bit,
turn back up and tell everybody you circumnavigated north to south.
Golly, right.
Yeah.
Golly, man. It's so
Yeah.
fucking ignorant. Oh my
Yeah. I
goodness.
think there was one they did in 2018 or thereabouts. 2018. And when we Helio, you were there. We followed the course. Do you remember on the home base, and we followed the course, and
And
they
so,
deviated off the track, so they
yep.
didn't even follow the course they were meant to follow. Do you remember Helio?
Well, and they can't. I mean, dude, it's treacherous.
Yeah.
What they're what, dude? Somebody, what was the guy's name? The guy that took some supplies to Antarctica, like he went by himself. Now he didn't circumnavigate, but he went by himself, like carried all supplies with him, like on a sled. What the fuck was that guy's name?
Not a Molson. You're not talking about a Molson.
I can't
And then you got
remember, but dude,
yeah. That would have been a
that
Molson
takes some
with his
guts, bro, man. I mean, it doesn't
yeah.
matter
A
how far
Molson
you
did it.
get
He was
into
from Norway,
Antarctica,
I
bro.
think, or Sweden or somewhere there. He was the first one to make it to the South Pole. He beat Scott, if that's the guy you're talking about,
Yeah,
a
I'm not
European. He
sure.
went with Huskies, didn't he? Took the Huskies with him.
There's
And he
actually a
ended
lot
up.
of doubt shed on
Yes.
many of those stories. I mean, even
Yes. Thank
within
you.
the mainstream, they
Yeah.
kind of like wonder whether they actually did what they said they did, because it was a big thing to be the first, or to be at least one
Yeah.
of the first, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
T-Dub. You absolutely. I'm with you on that one, T-Dub, all the way.
Yep.
I agree that
kind of like
there is
another.
a lot of questions being raised from that lot being
Yeah,
put forward. Yeah.
kind of like
Okay.
the Cold War,
Well, let me
Mm-hmm.
ask you guys: Have you ever
and the space race.
have you guys ever planned a trip and then get like halfway through it and be like, "Oh shit, this is really hard. I think we're just gonna
Yeah.
call it a day.
When
I'm
I was
gonna
going
go
to do
back
Mount
home."
Fuji. Yeah. When I'm doing Mount Fuji,
I
for
hope that
example.
didn't happen.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
that's what happens with all the Antarctic trips. We're gonna circumnavigate Antarctica, and then they get halfway through, like, "Fuck this shit, I'm going home."
I think we did enough research, boys. Let's go ahead, man.
We've done
You know,
enough research
people.
to know that the worst thing is you have to do a number two, a poo on your trip, and that's not a welcomed event, no matter wherever you are. Sorry, especially in Antarctica. With all the layers you've got to put on, you've got to take all those layers off to
I've had
expose your
that.
bum to do that shit.
Yeah,
That's not a comfortable thing to do, because you've got to
I've
take
had
all your harness off your sledge and everything. Your jackets have got to come off to get your your underneath garments off.
well, do you
It's
remember
stupid.
watching that movie with Admiral Byrd, the expedition where I
The
mean, it's
secret
like they
land,
set up
yeah.
yeah, they set up
Yeah.
a base down there. They had
Yeah.
airplanes flying supplies in,
Yes.
and
I saw
then
that.
he took the airplanes, and on this airplane there was footage from the airplane. They were like, "All right, we're gonna run out of fuel and shit." They started throwing shit out the side. You guys remember that? Watching
I
that movie?
remember that. There was
I
they
gotta
were
Yeah.
see that
throwing
movie.
stuff
Anybody got a
so
link
they
to
could
that?
get over
I'd
the
love to
mountain.
see that.
It's
Yeah.
called the secret land of all things. Like, why would you call it that? Why would you name your documentary that? The
And
secret land.
then he came back on and went on Longines Chronicles, said, "Hey man, we found another continent on the other side of the
Yeah.
South
As big
Pole,
as Little America.
as big
Remember?
as Little America." He said, "On the other side of the South Pole, whatever
Yeah.
that means." That's what he said.
Yeah.
Beyond
And
the
there's a lot
South
of
Pole,
untapped resources.
untapped
Yeah.
resources, uninhabited land. What
Yeah.
did he mean
Yeah.
by that? Now, I'm not saying that means necessarily anything, but and it's often I wonder because I tell people it's like, okay, well, have you people say, well, go to the edge. It's like, well, how are you going to go somewhere that's not covered by the sun? Because if you're not, between the tropics and the extent of the sun after the tropics, that's where we get our north and south pole from. There, it's going to be cold and dark. If you get it outside the extent of the sun's reach, it's going to be cold and dark, and you're not going to see anything, and you're going to die. Doesn't matter if you go north or south. So if you go north, yeah, it seems like you're going to just go to another part where the sun is going to eventually reach. As far as south, I mean, yeah, just like we're saying, it's hard to explore, hard to define what's actually south. And if you're going to go south, What are you going to use? A map? Are you going to use a compass? I mean, you're only going to know, you're only going to go to certain parts of Antarctica that are known, you know, and they're only reachable by regions of that are fairly close to land that's, land.
Yeah, well, I think that the biggest part when I was having this, I guess, debate uninterrupted with my good black brothers, which is so sad. I was literally getting to the place where, look, even if we just scrap the board, all the history here, and say flat Earth is wrong or right, and say that the round Earth is wrong or right, what is stopping us from our current technology from literally circumnavigating the north to south? Like honestly, besides literally everything
It's
around us, the
yeah,
geopolitics and all garbage,
yeah,
we
it's
could
government.
afford
It's
a trip.
governments.
We could do
Dude,
this. This is not hard.
nobody's looking for it. Nobody's looking for it. They're too distracted. No, they think flat Earth is dumb, of course, and they're supposed to because that's part of the rhetoric. Now, and even if it was flat, the government still wouldn't want you to explore. So it doesn't, as far as all of that shit, they don't care if it's round or flat, globe or flat, all that kind of shit. It's power and control. That you're still not going to be able to explore this place.
Yep. Yep. Power and control, my dude. Power and control. I agree. Absolutely. Yep. All right. Well, I mean, I just
Well,
wanted to bring that to your
well,
attention.
that's what I'm saying. Like people will be like, "Oh, flat earthers, where's your map?" I was like, "Well, it's the same fucking map you have." I mean, how are we going to build a map that took centuries to build? What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm glad you brought it up because we don't often talk about that point. The circumnavigation thing. So that's important.
Yeah.
Because it is a massive anomaly in all this story that they're telling us, right? And like I said, the military would have had this locked down years ago. And like we said, Admiral Byrd, and even then, we can't even trust him. There you go. You see what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, 100%. And
Well, they
people
killed
want
them, so you can't trust them because they killed them. So.
Yeah, that's right. And all these anomalies have no place if you're trying to tell the truth. If you've gone there, let's see it properly done. It can't be done because we're not a globe. That's why.
Yep.
So then it makes you ask the question: where are they actually going when they say they go to the South Pole? So they've got this Union Glacier, yeah, and Hercules Point where they begin from. Okay, but that doesn't represent the bottom of the Earth. Thanks. That's a flat Earth location.
Hey, check
Mm-hmm.
this map. This map I just posted. This map. I'm not sure if you can, if it's detailed enough. I think you can see, but see these red lines on this map. Now the map itself
Yeah.
is a longitude latitude map, but those red lines between the islands and shit they have on it, it tells you the distance in miles on there.
Ah, right.
And look, and just judging from how this map looks, like even saying from top down, this is how it looks. You can already concede that that circumnavigation claim was fucking lies. It's a U-turn for sure. How do you go
Yeah.
from Europe and then you go all the way down to South Pole, you come up and now you're going to America? Why wouldn't you
Yeah.
come through that ocean over there on the side where China is? Why wouldn't you come back from what is that? Australia area? Like why wouldn't you be seeing that kind of concept? Like that's
Yeah. Yeah.
fucking lies. Such fucking lies.
Well,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
like
It
people
is. It
that
is. It is.
get caught up in maps. I mean, the maps are fucking awesome, of course. I mean, like I said, took
Yeah.
centuries for them
I'm
to
glad you
build these
said that. Yeah.
maps.
Awesome.
And but you have to look at them in context because you're not looking at Earth when you're looking at this map. You're looking at different places on Earth where you can see certain stars from and the sun. See, the longitude and latitude lines are different parts of Earth where you can see certain stars. That map was built from that. It wasn't necessarily built because they took a tape measure out to each different part and measured all the coastlines and all that kind of shit. This is depictions of the Earth from different parts. It took centuries, like I said, to build this. So, and this particular map, it's a military map. That's why it
Yeah,
has the distance. It has the distances
airports,
on
aren't
there.
they?
Yeah.
Those
Yes.
those Those are flight paths, right?
Yeah. Well, a lot of them
From
are.
the
Yeah, yeah,
U.S. Air Force, 1940 something, isn't it?
yeah, yeah. It's a military air map. So yeah, it just gives you
World
the
War II map.
distances. Yeah, yeah. I think I got it from Heretic actually, if I remember right. But yeah, this is so and this the see the maps with the red lines. It has a number. Sorry, I said I'm being redundant. The red lines give you a number on them. That's the mileage distance. Now that's not to scale. That distance number on there, that's not to scale on necessarily on the map. I wouldn't think. It's just telling. See, like a map doesn't have to be to scale. That's what people don't understand about maps. Like I was telling somebody the other day, I can give you a map and I can tell you how to get from Los Angeles to New York in one page, and I can tell you what highways and freeways to get to, tell you certain points on the map, and it won't be to scale. I can even draw a number on it, tell you it's 500 miles here, but even though the line is only 2 inches long,
You're
and
500 pounds and you're fat. Shut up.
well,
It says
and then the next line could be 300 miles to the next city, but my line on the map might be a little bit longer, but I'm gonna write 300 on it because I wanted to show you something else on that. The map is not to scale. None of the maps are to scale.
it's hard to read, but it says up the top in the right hand caption, it says explanations of projection. It says this map is made on the North Polar Azimuthal Equidistant projection. This means that the world has been projected on a plane tangent to the North Pole with the parallels of latitude as it's too hard to read. It's really blurry, but yeah, that's in the
Yeah,
top
it
section.
says.
Over on the other side, it says global war strategy map. Global war strategy map. That's
Uh-huh.
what it is. Yeah, but the writing is really. I've never tried to read this before. Yeah, but it's really blurry when you blow it up.
Yeah, but when you
We
look
need this
at it,
in better format.
you see
Read it.
from Los Angeles to some of these South Pacific islands got 4,000 miles. Well, it's not exactly 4,000 miles, but it's probably pretty close. They know where it's at. They knew where these places were. They knew how long it was going to take to get there. They knew the distance approximately. Now this was in the in the latitude longitude system, and likely a lot of these distances will line up with the 69-to-1 thing, right? But I bet you a lot of them won't.
Yeah, it's got the scale in the bottom right. So yeah, latitudes is a standard linear scale, but I think the other
Right.
longitude
Yeah.
is
Yeah. It's just like the AE map. Yeah. Same thing. So that's why people are coming,
wait, no, it's the
someone came
latitude
in
that should
earlier.
be scale differently. Oh,
Well,
hang on.
if you want to know the distance between, um, between continents or whatever on the outside of the map or anywhere around radially around, you have to measure from the center first and then calculate. That's the way an azimuthal projection map works. So you have to measure from the center and then calculate based on your latitude.
Yeah, and you can actually make one from any point on on the known surface of the Earth. So you just pick it anywhere and make that the center, and you can
Yep.
project the rest of it as if that's the center of the world.
Yeah, that's
So
your
you could
globe.
actually do it from the other way around and make the North Pole the outer ring, right?
Dude, as a matter of fact, I think I have it saved. I got a South Pole projection map too. Hold on. I got one. So yeah, you can project the map from the South Pole too, which no, there is no. They didn't make this map because they've been there or something. Where's my fucking maps folder? Here it is. South.
It seems like everyone
Thank
is.
you, Matrix.
Do we have anyone for debate about flat Earth?
You think it's a debate? Give yourself a high five.
I can't find that map, but this one's cool. Yeah, this kind of explains. I mean, it's like it's the globe. It's just it's azimuthal projection. And like you were saying, you can pick any point on Earth and do the same thing with it as this. But it have to be depicted based on a latitude, longitude, and that kind of thing. But yeah, it's just a projection from those points.
So where's this young chap? Why do you think you live on a globe, mate? Tell us all about it. Don't you ride off into the sunset.
You scared him.
He's
Like,
still
it's
there.
not a debate. Oh, okay, well, it's not a debate, but it is a. It can be. I mean,
Well,
certain aspects can
let's
be
make it one.
debatable, I guess.
Yeah, let's make it one. Horse rider, tell us about your globe.
Yo, bro, skeptic. I had a question, bro.
Yeah, what's up?
So, what made you a believer of flat Earth, the Earth being flat? Like, how did your journey
It's
start, bro?
for the most part. I'm going to tell you something, man. The first thing that really, I looked at a lot of flat Earth videos. I was really kind of like, I thought flat Earth was dumb, of course, at first, just like everybody else does. And I can't tell you exactly what hit me, how it was, but all right, it really kind of hit me. I didn't think that Earth would look like it does in the high altitude balloon footage videos when someone sends this balloon up above this clouds and it's like 100,000 feet, 120,000 feet, and you can see the
Yeah,
sun in the sky above the clouds, and you see the sun how it moves across the earth above the clouds, and you see the light how it moves, and then you kind of think about what it looks like when you're on the ground, and it's like, wow, man, this really kind of weird. You don't necessarily always see both perspectives.
yeah,
And then I started looking at it, I was like, oh, that's really crazy. And then all these, it's like, well, you can look across the ocean and you can look across all these bodies of water and see that, well, they told us the Earth is a certain size. And
yeah,
if the Earth was that size, I wouldn't be able to see the other side of this lake. You know, I wouldn't be able to, shoot a laser or use a pair of binoculars or a telescope or a high zoom camera to zoom in across this body of water that's supposed to be curving according to the globe geometry. So, yeah, that's it. I mean, once I figured out the water was flat and that the sun's not really what they told us it was, then it's kind of like
yeah. So I
yeah.
really struggle with the question, right? So we know that moon is round, the sun is round, But what makes you believe that the only planet in the solar system that's flat is Earth?
To be honest, I think as far as looking at the moon, looking at the sun, yes, they
Yeah,
look round. There's
yeah,
circles in the sky,
okay,
high intensity light.
yeah,
Uh, but as far as sun or moon being a sphere, I have no
yeah.
evidence. I have no evidence that the sun or moon is a sphere.
No, we can literally look at the sun and it's round, bro. So how can I falsify these people who tell me that the sun is flat?
No,
I
no,
know
I
some
didn't
of
say
We're
it
not
was
saying the
flat.
sun is flat.
No, I don't know what it is, and nobody else does either.
so this it's just a belief like a Christian faith.
No, no,
No.
it has to do with what I observed from the ground. Look, I consider
Yeah,
myself to be a human, like you should be, saying,
yeah,
"Hey, I I do believe in God, so I mean, but this really doesn't necessarily. I have been a human
which
on
way?
this earth, just like
Yeah,
everybody else is a human. I'm not deferring my intelligence or whatever I discover to someone else and say, "Well, I'm not smart enough to figure this out," right? So
yeah,
would I say, "Well, that shit looks flat." I mean, I look across the body of water.
and I look at the sun, I look at the way it moves across the earth, I look at all these things that are happening on earth, even though I see it the way that it actually presents itself and without all the different interpretations that I was taught when I was young. I'm a man on earth. I actually, for all my gathered intelligence, have made a decision for myself to
Yeah,
know
that's true.
that I can trust my own eyes. When I see across 10 miles across a lake and that lake is supposed to be curving, the water is supposed to be curving on the surface and it's not
Bro,
curving, I'm not going to make
but
up excuses for why I can't
yeah,
why I see the other side. I'm just going to say, well, that water's flat.
yeah, the water is definitely flat, bro. But I don't think 10 kilometers is enough distance to evaluate whether it's
Why?
flat
You're
or
going to
not.
have to tell me what. You're going to have to tell me why.
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Because we don't live in the outside, we don't live in the surface of the earth, right? We live inside the earth. So how am I gonna rebut to
No,
someone who claims,
we live on top of the earth, and I'll tell you why it does matter. Because
bro,
if
we literally
if you
don't live,
hold on before
we
you
don't
tell
live
me
in,
why it doesn't matter, you're gonna have to tell me what the radius they say of the ball Earth is. What is the radius of the ball Earth?
you mean you
Because
want to know the rate?
no, I already know the radius. I want to know if you know it. Because that way you'll be able to tell whether or not you should be able to see the other side of that body of water.
Yeah, so the radius
That
curve is
because
something
that's going to tell you.
right?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
You are asking me for equatorial radius or the polar radius? Which one is it?
No, the radius of the ball Earth.
Yeah, I know, but there are two radius, right? There is one equatorial radius and there is a polar radius. So which one is it that you want to
Take
know?
an average. We're good with that.
Dude, yeah,
Okay,
I
okay,
mean
we'll go.
it's there's only like 14 miles difference, so yeah,
So
it's the
yeah.
same.
There's only 40 miles difference. So it's like 6,300 somewhere
Okay,
in that bottom. If you take
6,000 K, right? So
yeah, 6,000.
hey, Matrix, are you better at kilometers than I am? I'm a miles guy.
You want me to translate for you?
Yeah, we can do miles. It's like almost like 4,000 miles. Or slightly less than that,
It's
right?
39, 59. Yeah, it's really close. Yeah. With that radius in mind, then when you see these pictures of Earth from space, you're looking at the whole Earth, and
Yeah,
it's supposed to be a sphere. And so that 39, 59, when you're on the Earth, you're going
yeah,
to be able to see. You're everywhere you're on the Earth, you're standing on top of it, right? It's a ball.
yeah.
And so when
You
you're
know,
looking
not
straight
the
ahead, or if
top of
you're
the
using a camera,
atmosphere, right? We're
I'm
inside
sorry.
the atmosphere. So we are not literally at the top of Earth.
No. Beyond excuses about air density and all that kind of shit, what might affect the light that you're going to see or whatever. Simple geometry of the Earth. If you're standing
Yeah,
on top of the ball, when you're looking
yeah.
straight ahead, or whether you're using a tool or not, when you're looking straight ahead, the surface of Earth will be dropping away from you, right?
So, bro, you might have
On
inspired
the
me to go on
sphere,
a walk. You might have inspired me to go on a walk. So I'll start in a straight line across the
go to
across the
your
world.
closest lake. Go to the closest
Yeah.
lake.
Okay, so
When you
listen to my idea. Okay, we can go
okay,
walk in a straight line, and I think at some point we'll reach to the end of the earth, right? Because since we believe that it's flat, so is it going to be like I'm going to be able to drop off outside the atmosphere, or what's going to happen? What's your theory?
Yeah, no.
why hold on. Why would you talk about something that I'm not talking about?
No, I want. So you really seem experienced in.
I don't want you to talk about what would happen if maybe I walked forever. That's
Do you
not
think
what
it's a
we're
good idea?
fucking talking about, bro. I'm talking about what you're gonna see when you go to the edge of a lake. You stand on
Yeah,
one
when
side, then you look
yeah,
to the other side. Don't start talking about the whole earth and what might happen if you walk far enough. That's retarded. Stop talking about that.
bro. When me and
We're
my
talking
friends,
about you asked me why I think the earth is flat. Do you really want to know? Or do you want to talk
yeah.
about what would happen if you stepped off
Nah, bro,
into Narnia?
I'm just trying to learn from someone with more experience than me, so I don't think you should be this angry.
No, I'm not angry. I'm just asking you. I'm telling you, listen, you sound like a smart guy. you know whether you can tell if the water's flat or not, right? From 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, you'd be able to go to a lake and look across the lake. And if you can see the other side, if it's supposed to be curving down and away from you, if you can see the other side of it with a camera, you know, that you zoom in and you can see the whole other side of the lake, you can see the beach on the other side. If you could see the other side when you're standing on the edge of the lake, you can see the other side with your camera. Is the water flat or is it curving?
So, but there is not enough distance, you know. There is no enough distance to
It
come
happens
across the
every day. We have hundreds of
But there
examples of
is.
this. Do you want to see them?
Yeah,
You,
I
you,
like
you
this.
may be you may be under a misconception about the actual size of the Earth that they claim. Right? You need to know
It could be.
the numbers in order to know the curvature rate, in order to
Yeah,
know how much curvature there would be over a certain distance. And it's actually quite a lot more than you'd think.
yeah, you think so?
Yeah, based on the claimed radius value, it's like 66 feet over 10 miles curvature drop.
Yeah. Yeah, they want you to think, well, Earth is really big. You'll never be able to see the curvature on the ground. You have to go way, way, way up high, and then you see the curve. But then they'll show you pictures that are only not very high, and it's curved everywhere. And it's like, well, that's not what you see when you've been in an airplane probably. I mean, it doesn't look curved; it's flat. Well, when you're on the ground, it's flat too, and on the ground you can actually measure it across the Earth. You can take a laser or a camera, look all the way across the water, flat as shit. You're smart enough to know that. They want you to feel like you're too dumb. When you see the flat water, and be like, that shit's not flat. When you know it's flat, they're going to tell you you're too dumb. You don't understand physics. How's that make you feel? When the water's obviously flat, and the reason you think it's flat when it's obviously flat is because you don't understand physics. Is that what it is? I don't
He
understand
rode away,
physics.
bro.
That's why I don't understand physics. I don't. That's why I think the Earth is flat because I don't understand physics, even though the water's obviously flat. Mm-mm-mm. Silly Glovers. Fucking. Well, what? Well, hold on. I see what you're saying. Not. What would happen if you just kept walking in straight forever? Like, I don't know. Find out, man. Just go fucking. Why don't you just walk out your side your door now? You walk straight, and then when you get back to your door, why don't you fucking come and tell me what it was like? That's
Or
retarded.
he
But
might never come back because it would just
that's not
keep on
for
going forever then.
He's not gonna come back.
forever. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's not forever. That has an end point.
Why don't you
You
walk
need to.
until you walk off the edge and then come back and tell me? Dumbass.
It is funny the things they come out with, man. In their desperateness to leave the globe.
Well,
Well,
that's what Mr.
I get
Ferrari
it.
claimed, isn't it? He went on TV with his little rock that saved him. He hung on to it while he
Oh
dangled over
yeah,
the edge.
yeah, yeah. I haven't heard that one in a long time. That one. Yeah, man. Bloody ridiculous, isn't it? We're so proud of that bit of rock he had. Well, Wally.
Goodness
I'm amazed he was able to climb back up and dislodge the rock and carry it out of there.
Embarrassing.
We try to be nice to the noobs, man. I mean, I guess that guy kind of sounded like a noob. I was hoping he'd stick around and kind of see what we were saying, but I guess since we couldn't answer his walk straight forever question, he got pissed off.
Well,
I'm
he did
trying to
admit he
picture
didn't.
myself. I'm trying to picture myself asking that type of question when I came into flat Earth. Is like, would I say, okay, what would happen if I just walk in a straight line forever? I don't think I ever really thought that would be a question. This is like,
You know how many people go missing in like like forests that are like 20 like 20 square miles, like they get lost. They need rescuing.
I know, and it's like,
My
and other
God.
people will say, "Well, what? Well, why can't I see Mount Everest?" So it's like, motherfucker, is it in your backyard? How the fuck are you gonna see Mount
Right.
Everest?
But it's big, isn't it? Should be able to.
Yeah, it's fucking big, but it's way over there. How the fuck are you gonna see it? And I really see, like I'm saying, I mean, when I was new to flat Earth, I would have never came up with these dumbass questions. I was just like, it was kind of like, oh, I see, like I knew enough about the globe where shit already kind of clicked with me. I was like, oh, I see now. Yeah, oh, and it's just like more revelations every day. It's just like, oh, now, okay, okay, that's why I thought it was a globe, and yeah, now, yeah, okay, never mind. I wasn't married to pseudoscience like a lot of people are, and I wasn't also. I did know enough about the pseudoscience to kind of have something to compare it to. Where these guys talking about walking off the edge of the earth, they really are just lost. Like I never would have thought about that question. I mean, even though the circle map was thrown at me right off the bat, with Eric Dubay and all that kind of shit. Oh, here's the Earth, the circle map. Took me about a year and a half, probably, and maybe a year to figure out. Well, that's a globe too. So what the fuck am I supposed to think? So that was 2016. So I'm 10 years into knowing the circle map is a globe, and all these people still talk about circle map with a dome over it as the flat earth. It's like, dude, we got another 10 years probably before that shit starts working itself out. And I have 10 more years learning on top of that, which I look forward to. So cool. I love it. I love the flat earth, man. In case anybody didn't notice. I want to start doing, how like reaction videos are the hot shit on YouTube and different places. We need to do some reaction videos to those stupid anti-FE videos, man. Some of us just like fucking go live 30 minutes, scroll through a fucking Simon End video, tell him how he's a fucking dumbass, and then fucking shut it off.
What, you reckon just filming me for 5 minutes would be more than enough entertainment?
Fuck yeah, I want you to do it. I want you and me to do it. I'm thinking about doing it on my Helio channel, man. We'll just like have a Sunday night show, like fucking every fucking anti-FE video that came out with all these dumbasses, McToon, all those dumbasses. We'll just do a fucking reaction video to all their dumb shit they put out that week and all the straw men. Tell them exactly how they're straw manning us. And then we can put their names in. That we'll get some of the traffic from their shit by putting their names in the title of the video.
Are these shows R-rated? Because they're gonna be.
Oh yeah, dude, it's on my channel. It's on my channel, man. Oh, shit, you seen this? Yeah, I'll fucking do it on my channel, man. Fuck it. I will call them names and humiliate them, dehumanize these fucking anti-flat Earth fucking haters because they have nothing but rhetoric, nothing but rhetoric. No science, no evidence, nothing but rhetoric and pseudoscience and false
information. I was gonna say false flags, but I meant
Them too.
yeah, false flag and strawman. Strawman and they just
Straw man, circularizing and affirming the concept.
yeah, and they misrepresent everything we say for their audience because they think we're not they think we won't go onto their platform to defend their strawman on their platform. Fuck you. So the only recourse we have is to just take their videos, make some reaction videos to them, play a couple minutes, be like, this motherfucker is saying this about this, boom, 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 and then we each make commentary on it. Played a couple more minutes of it, do some commentary, like, thank you very much. This asshole is an asshole. Don't follow him. He's dumb. McToon, retard.
Oh, McToon's flip out with DJ was one of my favorites. That
That
was
was pretty
great.
solid.
Dude, I was in his chat the other night. He had a live show. What was his show on? Anyway, I got in his chat for a minute and they all dogpiled me and I was like, that shit. I don't like to even chat, type out a lot of stuff. It's just like, dude. But I'll talk shit all day. So I want to do some live reaction videos of some of their shit. So I'll pick a video and then I'll go live and you guys just come if you want to and I'll just talk shit. I would
Do it
like
over
to
in
see.
home base so we can all just get in and take the piss out of it.
Yeah, well, yeah, we need to make sure though. I don't want it to be like this room where anybody can jump in. It needs to be, you know, people
I'm
like
pretty sure we could lock a room down. Do
yeah,
a staged event. So you can pick, say, 4 people. That's the panel. They're the ones that are going to be ripping the video apart. But anyone else that wants to sit in can sit in.
excellent. Yeah, I mean, I think we should do stuff like that. Yeah, kind of at least at the very least to kind of break up the monotony of doing what we do 24/7 here, which is awesome. But yeah, it'd be fun. We need to do shows throughout the week, different times. I know DJs start talking about starting to do some live streams. We need to do stuff like that, man. Just like an hour stream or something a special, a certain time every week. Boom, special. Everybody knows we're gonna do it. Boom, we do it.
The Angry Aussie Hour is going to be the most popular. You know that, don't you?
Oh well, make it. I I don't know it until it fucking happens. I ain't gonna be jealous. You motherfuckers make it happen. I'll watch it. Or if you want me to host it, I'll make it happen. Shit, I ain't messed up about it. We just need to have a schedule and stick to it. Have a little bit. We don't even really have to have a lot of content to critique because we talk so much shit. But at the very least, we'll have something. Hey, this point, this idiot said this on this, and let's play the content. We'll play it, listen to it, and then we'll analyze and go over why. Just like we do here, but sometimes a little more concise without the interruptions. And who knows? I think it'd be fun. I also another thing I was doing tonight, which I been wanting to do. I was I live stream from this one PC, which was like 15 years old. It's I think it's on its last leg. Been having issues with it, but it's seems to be back up and running now. But I can also live stream from my laptop. Damn, what was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought. To me. Damn, there's something else I want to do. Oh, I was what I've been doing with my laptop is uh I have OBS and right now I think we're streaming on my main Facebook shit too, which it is what it is. But in the portrait
mode. I have on my OBS. I have it set up for landscape for YouTube and X and all the others, and Rumble. But I also have an add-on that's in OBS goes portrait mode. And now I forgot again what I was why I was bringing up the portrait thing. Oh, I was using my laptop earlier to take that portrait. I have OBS on my laptop, and I can screen record in portrait mode shorts from the videos from either on the level or videos that I have archived videos. Make shorts out of it pretty quick. I just record a short, put it in portrait mode, boom, upload it to TikTok, then share it from TikTok to Instagram to Facebook to YouTube. So I'm gonna start doing that a lot, like probably at least 3 to 10 videos a day, just shorts. Bam, busting them out. That way it'll show up on people's feeds when they're doom scrolling and shit.
I see the algorithm's still doing its thing. I looked up something about earlier on when knowledge was telling us about how much the lasers spread. I looked up. I just punched into AI. Well, first off, I just googled it. How much would a laser of 0.08 millirad spread over 25 mile? And it was giving me web pages links as per normal. And one of the very first ones was debunking flat Earth with lasers for absolutely no reason.
5 a.m. and you retards are fucking yapping about this flat Earth shit.
Well, it's not 5 a.m. for me, bro. It's like 20 past 7 at night.
Yeah, it's 4 a.m. for me, and I should be. So, Breton, what do you know about the flat Earth? What do you think we're saying?
It's almost like we have different time zones because we're on a sphere.
No, well, the time zones were happening. See, what's funny is like all the humans on Earth long before the sphere idea were experiencing time zones. What do you think they said about it?
You're basing your scientific knowledge on the shape of the Earth based on what some fucking Neanderthals 2,000 years ago thought.
No,
Oh
flat's
yeah.
Hold on.
Who measured the Earth again?
Wait, flat's not a shape for one thing, so I don't know what you're talking about. We're all living on the Earth, and the sky is above us. So there weren't Neanderthals for one thing, and so yeah. So no, I'm not basing
2,000 years ago.
Yeah, I'm not basing it. Yeah,
2000. I bet you will though to support your belief. I bet that's one of the first things you'll fucking go to.
Yeah, he's gonna go to Aristophanes 2,000 years ago. Who's a fucking retard now, Breton?
So,
How about
Breton, tell us about
Aristophanes?
what field of science deals with shapes. This would be entertaining. Because that's what this question's about. You guys are claiming it's a globe or a sphere. So, what field of science would be dealing with such a question? Don't be embarrassed they call you a retard. You wouldn't be the first.
Yeah, it's okay, Breton, man. Of course, you
Well,
think you
chemistry?
think we're dumb. We don't understand physics and all that kind of shit. Yeah, because we're dumb flat earthers, right?
Looks like the rat has got his tongue. Rat got your tongue?
Rat got your tongue.
He evolved.
There you go. See?
Well,
all noise and no trousers, mate.
brother, you think the Earth is flat?
It's measured flat. Yeah.
My goodness.
He'd be
And
better
they,
off just dropping in saying, I can eat with a knife and fork, but I still drag me knuckles. That would have been more acceptable. Like, seriously.
yeah.
Well, it's just like, dude, I really, I won't say I feel bad. Well, I feel bad for a lot of like the newbies. It was just like, well, I always feel bad for everybody, of course. You know, it's just like it's like you're not asking the right questions, and then they think we're dumb. It's just like, no, come on, man. Have you considered where we're coming from? You know, and they'll of course go down the list. We got the, ships over the horizon, the curve on the moon, all the standard flat Earth, globe Earth proofs or whatever. It's like, dude,
Globe
uh,
jargon, junk.
it's like, how do you help, dude? I've always looked at this place as a place for us to find each other. You know, it's like we have these conversations because it's fun, but at the same time, really, we're looking for diamonds in the rough. Other people to get involved. Uh, and we always tell
That's
people,
never
we're
happening.
not we're not trying to convert people to flat Earth because that's ridiculous. You're only going to be able to convert yourself. So
You know
I
when
can
my
vote
pity pulls up from
many people.
Helio? It pulls up the very second they repeat something that someone like T-Dub or yourself, or it doesn't matter who, has just explained to them. And then they repeat the same stupid question. That's when it comes to a screaming out with me.
yeah, I mean, they haven't heard, or they heard you, but there's zero comprehension, zero. They're just waiting for you to get done, or they heard you, but they totally just missed the point.
Yeah,
But they're all.
Hippo comes to mind when you say that. Actually,
I think Ippo. As long as she's been around, she cannot deny. She can't just claim ignorance now. She can't, because I
Yes,
know
I
she's paying it.
can. Shh.
I know you're paying attention. I know you're paying
No, I
attention.
haven't. I literally haven't. I'm on my phone
Okay,
right now.
tell yourself. It's all good.
We know you're on your
But
phone.
yeah,
That's how you use Discord. Well done.
but
No,
uh,
you
but
guys
yeah,
are on my iPad and I'm on my phone.
she
Like I'm watching
accidentally
TikTok.
clicked it. She accidentally clicked it in here.
No, what? Was I hot miking again? Because I fell asleep 2 times.
No, not you just joined.
Just so
But
you know, you snore like an absolute champion. That's why you're
I
hot, mate.
do? Wait, stop. I snore. I snore. Wait, because I remember
Oh
before I
man,
left
I need no bait to go fishing these days.
the first time I left, uh but like when I first woke up and then like when I came back because my phone was dead. So I'm saying around maybe like in the afternoon time. Oh my god, in the afternoon time. Was I hot miking again? Cause I was asleep, bro. I don't snore. Nobody ever told me I snore in my sleep before. I don't believe that. I don't snore.
Well, you've been told now. Smile, be happy, enjoy it.
Bro, I never snore. That's not me. That means somebody was by me because I never snore.
Ah, copium levels that run through these halls is amazing. When I learn how to run my
There's no
car on this
cope
shit,
in that.
I'm going to be rich.
Okay, lads, you're here, right? Was I snoring when I was hot miking, or when I was hot miking was anything embarrassing? Cause like I had people sleep on the phone with me before, and nothing embarrassing happened. But when I'm sleeping in the living room, that's when all that embarrassing shit be happening, bro. And once my like mute mic pastime goes over, and I still don't answer to y'all, just like don't ban me, but just kick me out of the little voice call because that is so embarrassing. Oh my gosh. Hello, lots. You who? Hello? Oh. Well, y'all are talking in chat and I didn't even know. Oh my god. Girls don't fart or poop. Don't you understand that? Oh my
The fat you lose, you breathe out.
Yes, I know you're losing calories when you sleep, bro. But still, like, it's embarrassing. So, like, did
That's
y'all
to
hear my
fart and
family
stink
or
a little
something?
and bust your ass and be a cripple.
What? Anyways, did y'all hear my family in the background or something?
No, we just heard your bodily functions. That's all.
Ew, come on, man. Girls don't fart.
Well, I was being polite saying I thought it was snoring, but if you want to tell us it's that, that's up to you. Anyways, we've got an unknown name down the bottom. Musab. Musab? Please tell me how to say
Yo.
it properly to start off with. That'd be cool.
Sorry, what?
Your name, how do you pronounce it?
My pronouns he, him.
No, not pronouns. Pronunciation of your name.
My pronunciation. Okay. It's Musab.
Musab.
Musab, actually.
Cool.
The
Nice
Arab.
to meet you, my friend.
Nice to meet you too, man.
What brings you in here today? Just hiding from someone in another channel, or you thought this was interesting? Clicked the wrong button?
No, just I'm sitting here hoping like to hear some conversation on the flat Earth.
Ah. So what do you know about it? Why do you think we're flat earthers?
Oh, I mean, there is not one single flat Earth position, right? People have some tweaks here and there. Some say it's just an ice wall. Some say it's a dome over. So it's different. So I don't really know exactly what your position is. So what do you
No,
think?
why do you
What is
think we hold the position?
You hold the position because you think there is no sufficient evidence to conclude that the Earth is round, right?
Wrong.
Okay.
It's actually measured as flat. When you go out to measure it, there's no measurable curvature. That's why we're flat earthers. It's pretty simple, eh? I know you're probably expecting some epic long-winded story, but yeah, it's that simple.
All right. So I can understand that one experimentation like kind of makes sense only on the flat Earth, but how? What about the other natural phenomena that we like directly observe from our eyes,
Such
such as the sun rising?
so how does the sun rising prove you've got a curved surface?
And not just sun rising, the sun rising alongside with half of the Earth being in the daytime and half of the Earth on the nighttime.
Well, the daytime nighttime cycle is just the sun moving. The light can only travel so far through the medium of air. So when the
Yeah,
sun's
then.
directly above you,
Okay.
it's daytime
Mhm.
there, probably 12 o'clock. And being
Mhm.
that I'm a long way away from you, it's nighttime for me. And as the sun follows its circuit, it illuminates the next
Mhm.
portion of land that it's above. It's as simple as that, bro.
Okay, but then how do we see the sun rising everywhere where the sun appears?
That
We don't
that
see
is
it
just due to
appearing.
the that is just due to the air and weather conditions. That's all. If you hang around long enough and get old enough and travel, you will get to see the sun setting and rising. Just the opposite thing. Sometimes it looks like it's a drawn out, slow disappearance down into a little dot. Other times it looks like it's falling directly straight down. Sometimes it looks like it's setting larger than what it looks like at lunchtime. Other times when it sets, it looks like it's smaller than what it is at lunchtime. There's all these different combinations, and all based upon weather conditions, what's actually blocking it in the first place. We've noticed that whenever there's hills or something in the way obstructing it, it looks like it sets straight down. And whenever there's 100% clear view, it looks like it fades off into the distance, which is really, really interesting. So there's a couple of things all happening at the same time, which is really cool.
Can you please share some source that shows the sun disappearing, like going further away, or like appearing
Yeah, I
by
can
coming from further
chuck a
away?
couple up for you. Wrong folder. Try that one. And all the flat earthers will agree these folders that we've got are starting to get ridiculous. When you start collecting things, that's one. Where is that
That one
one?
you put in last night in the side chat too, Matrix.
Say again. Sorry.
I put those ones DJ put up in the chat last night in the side chat.
Oh, did you? Yeah, they're pretty nice. I like those. So I've just put two up for you. That's the Africa time lapse. You get to see the sun fading away. And there's another one that was just I don't even know where that was taken from, but it's another time lapse out of a high rise. I just think it's really cool how the weather conditions can dictate and change it that much. But I'm actually in the process of purchasing camera equipment, and when I get my setup done or complete, I suppose it'll never be complete. I'll buy stuff and then I'll go, oh, I want some. When I get the majority of it done, I'll actually be doing my filming of sunsets just to compare, because there's a nice little area that's about 40 minutes drive from where I live, and I can get up onto a range, and it's reasonably flat. I won't say it's perfect, but reasonably flat. Not much hills and stuff to the west of it. So yeah, I should be able to get some pretty good views of that. What do we
Uh,
got?
well, the thing is, in the videos you send over here, I can see that the sun is actually going behind. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you compare it to the still images directly above it, the ones above it looks like the sun's setting only about 2 miles away, as opposed to the sun dragging out for long distance.
I mean, then we're going to know like what exactly that is in the GIF that has been sent. So, but in the video, we can like see the horizon fog and stuff. So the sun is
So
going
what's
behind that.
interesting
Yeah.
is you've got to take
Yeah.
into consideration that you're supposed to be on a sphere, and the horizon is dictated by your elevation. So if you are 1 foot tall, the formula to work out the distance to the horizon is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and the answer will be in miles. So if you are 1 foot tall, square root of 1 is 1 times 1.225 equals 1.225 miles. Really simple stuff. So if you're on a ball and you're lying down at the beach, the sun technically looks like it should be setting a mile, or just under a mile and a half away. It doesn't do that.
What do you mean doesn't do that? Like when you
It
lie
doesn't
down
do that. It doesn't
straight
look like
on.
it's a mile and a half.
So you're telling me that if I lie down on a horizon like a looking at the ocean, and then I won't be seeing the sun setting down over
It all
how
depends
much
on the
was it?
weather
1 point.
conditions. There's
Uh-huh.
multiple factors tied in together. That's the problem.
Yeah,
How
that's
are you
also
going
true.
to
The
isolate those
atmospheric
factors?
friction. Mhm.
So
Right,
you've got
and
atmospheric lensing and things like that.
Mhm.
How are you going to isolate them and say, right, we've isolated, and now we've got X?
here's
That's the
something
hard
else.
bit.
Here's something else to consider as well. Say you're standing on the western shore of an ocean and you're watching the sunset, right? And with that formula he just mentioned, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, that's going to give you on the globe Earth, absent of all the atmospheric conditions, the physical globe Earth. If you're standing 6 foot, if you're 6 foot tall observer, it's going to be about 3 miles, a little over 3 miles to where the curvature starts to drop away, right? That is going to be your physical horizon where the curve starts to go away. Now, when you're standing on the beach, you watch the sunset. So you're watching the sunset, and your physical curve, you can't actually see it, because there's atmosphere or whatever. But the sun is way high in the sky, right? Now, if you're on the globe and you're watching the sunset, here's you picture yourself, you're standing on the beach, you're watching the sun. Now, when you watch the sun move toward the horizon, you, in the heliocentric idea, in the globe model, you are the one moving, the sun's standing still, you're moving backwards away from it. And then you'll see it eventually disappear over on the horizon. But that's not what actually you're seeing. What you're seeing is the sun move across the sky until you can't see it anymore. Now, since we're talking about the horizon, the physical horizon, the Earth curve only being a few miles away, and when you look north, south, east, west, whatever, when you look west, you're going to see the sunset. But if you look all the way around, your field of view, if it's all flat, say there's nothing, mountains behind you or whatever, you're still seeing the same distance everywhere. So your field of view is only that far plus whatever the arc of the sky is above you. So when you're seeing that sunset on the horizon, that horizon Earth curve is only a few miles away. Now the sun's obviously not a few miles away, but does it look like that sunset is a few miles away? Yeah, to me it looks like it's not. It looks like it's hundreds of miles away. But now what it looks like and what it is, that's completely different. And you can't excuse me, you can't measure that part of it. You can't say, well, I'm going to measure the sun, and then when I see the sun touch the horizon, blah, 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 right? So, what you're going to have to do to find out whether that water is actually flat or not, the water that the sun's setting over, is to have a known object on that water, like a boat or, say, an oil platform that's anchored to the ocean floor, that's sitting on the ocean surface, that is a sufficient distance away from you to determine whether that Earth curve is starting to move away from you, at 3 miles or 4 miles, however, that's going to be dependent on your observer height, right? So if you're 6 feet, it's going to be a certain distance. If you're 10 feet, it's a little bit further. If you're 15 feet, it's a little bit further. You understand? So when you have an object that's on the ocean at a certain distance, then you're going to be able to say, okay, the Earth curve should start at about this distance, and then you'll be able to say, well, that this object that's at a certain distance away from me is going to be obstructed by the Earth curve at this distance. If it's really tall, then I'm going to see a portion of the bottom of it disappear, and then I'm going to see the top of it. This is what people say, hey, boats disappear over the curve. Now that if the boats are disappearing over the curve, they're going to be disappearing over that curve. It's going to be within
a couple of miles distance from you, 3 to 4 miles if you're standing on the shore. If you take out a zoom camera and you uh, see something that's 15 miles away, 20 miles away, and you still see the horizon behind that, beyond that, the horizon is no longer the curvature of the earth that should be considered. So so where's this curve that's supposed to be dropping away? Basically, is what I'm saying. I said it in a convoluted way, and I'm sorry, but basically that's where the flat Earth is. Most people want to see the whole Earth. All right, you flat earthers are saying the Earth is flat inside some other system because you guys have a solar system. We all thought the Earth was a globe and a solar system too. So yeah, the flat Earth is this in the solar system. No, the flat Earth isn't in space in a solar system. Nobody's seen the Earth from the outside. Nobody knows what the whole thing looks like. So when you stand on the shore of an ocean and you watch a sunset, in your mind you want to say, well, the reason I'm saying that is because I'm on the globe, I'm spinning backwards, and the curve of the Earth is getting in the way, blocking the sun. But that's not really what you're seeing. And if you go to an ocean or a body of water with this in mind, or if you go outside and watch the sun move across the sky, watch it if you're not even close to a body of water, just start paying attention to everywhere around you. You'll figure it out. There is no curvature of the earth. The curve and the globe, that's on TV. It doesn't exist in reality, and neither does outer space. So nobody's going to see the solar system. Nobody's going to see Earth as the third rock from the sun. It's a concept that was sold to us, and their model. It's taken them quite a bit of time, a couple centuries, to actually put it all together and convince everyone to believe in it. But now we're dismantling it, and we're going to show everyone that what they're saying about it is not true. Earth was first. All their solar system bullshit came way later after they couldn't figure out what this place is.
Well, about that, what was that? The beach stuff, the beach or the ocean, whatever.
Sure.
So looking at that, like I have personally seen at the beach that I see the sun setting. Okay, so the ocean seems to be a horizon, like beyond which I cannot see at some point. It's just a complete empty ocean, and I literally just see the sun setting, right?
I got you, and that's why I was saying, yes, it's very hard to determine. See the way on flat Earth, when you see the sun moving away from you, picture this: you're in wherever you are in whatever country. When it's noon, the sun is far above your head. Now, depending on time of year, it's going to be north or south of you. Uh, depending on the season, but it's always going to be moving to the west. And so when you see it leave your point of view, it's just leaving your point of view. It means it's over someone else's head on the earth, right? And we're told that it's because we're on a ball, and our this where you're on the ball, it's spun away from the view of the sun.
Yeah.
Now, that's something you have to picture it from the outside. Nobody sees that, nobody experiences it. Now you have a question about it because it's like, well, this is the explanation, right? Because the Earth curve's getting in the way. That's why the sun is setting, and that's why I was mentioning about you can't tell when you're watching the sunset over the ocean if that horizon is the Earth curve. An explanation is that it's the Earth curve, and that's why I was mentioning if you can go to a place where you have something to look at, say you're on a peninsula or something, and there's another part of another piece of land that's maybe 15, 20 miles away that you can see across
a fairly calm ocean or a lake or something, you can look across that body of water. If you can, you won't be able to see it with your naked eye, but if you have, a high powered
Telescope or
zoom
something.
camera or telescope or something, you point it horizontally. If you can see the shore on the other side, 20 miles away or 30 kilometers, something like that, then that water's flat. All of it.
I mean,
If
is
that
it is it
water's if
flat or
that water's
because
flat, that means all of the water's flat on Earth. Because
no,
if all of the water is curved, then it's all
mhm.
curved. It's either all curved or it's all flat.
Well, so the thing is like whether is it appearing to be flat or is it flat? Because the
That's why
Earth
you
is
measure it.
way
That's
too
why you
huge.
that's why you do that. Because you're going to compare what you should be
Mhm,
able to see on a globe Earth
mhm,
compared to whether, I mean, naturally we experience like your bathtub water, your cup of coffee. When you make a cup of coffee, the water on top's flat. Pour your bath, flat. Go in a swimming pool, flat. The small lake, you go out there, it's flat. Fishing pond, whatever, a pond, it's flat. Go to a bigger lake. There's some huge lakes in the world. I mean, some of them are,
mhm.
dozens of miles long and whatever. That water, is it curved or flat? Because if the entire Earth is curved, then that lake's curved, right? You can tell yourself, all right, well, yeah, the water on my cup of coffee's flat, my bathtub's flat, my swimming pool's flat, local pond is flat, local lake, pretty big, looks flat, but if it's 10 miles wide, I'm going to tell you something. Do you do feet? Like, do you do metric or imperial metric? Would be what's 66 feet? Probably about 100. Not 100. That's shit. I have trouble converting. 66 feet. It's about 20. It's about 20 meters. Yeah, something like that. So when you're standing on one side of a lake that's uh 10 miles long, which would be about 14 kilometers, 15 kilometers, 16. That means the other side of the lake on the globe should be about 20 meters below your starting point. 60 feet, 66 feet. So if you're looking straight ahead, you shouldn't be able to zoom in and see the other side of the lake straight ahead. So when you take a telescope or a high zoom camera and zoom on the other side of the lake, you see the shore there. That means the water's flat. So what you're
So
seeing is the flat
but
water. You're not trying to see the whole earth all at once because I'll tell you what,
mhm,
even though you think you have and somebody has, even though you've
mhm,
seen it on TV as a globe, all that
mhm.
shit, you've never seen the globe. There is no globe to see when you're on the earth. It's only on television or on a TV screen or a computer screen or whatever. So it's like, oh, you flat earthers only, you don't believe anything. Well, we do believe stuff. I'm just saying that the water's flat. When you go to a lake, you look across the lake, you see the other side, and there's supposed to be curve there, and there's no curve. Then does that mean I'm stupid because I see the other side? I don't understand why I see the other side. And I perceive the water as flat. Is there something wrong in my intelligence? Am I not comprehending that the water's really curved and I'm not seeing what I'm seeing? Am I some type of, what is this delusion that I'm seeing the other side when the water's supposed to be curving away and I'm not supposed to see the shore on the other side? Is there something wrong with me?
Well, when it comes to the lake analogy or the lake experiment, perhaps, the thing is the lake could be flat, but when it comes to, it's far much better to observe the ocean which we see with the naked eye, looks flat. But how does that just automatically prove that the Earth is flat? Right? That does not
Yeah,
prove. Like
because the
it's still
most of the surface of Earth is water. So if the lake's flat, the ocean's flat, and most
yeah.
of
So
the
it
Earth is water. You know, is
Mhm.
or at least the
Just
surface area is
just by
water.
staring at a patch of water doesn't actually prove anything. It proves your eyes are working. That's about all. What you need is to, number one, know your elevation above the water, and thus you can calculate at what distance the horizon should be. Then you need some other identifying marker that's out in the water, like a boat with a GPS tracker, or maybe oil rigs, or a buoy. Who knows? You could use something as an demarcation. If you know the distance to the demarcation, for example, demarcation is 10 miles, and the horizon should be at, say, 2 miles, but you're seeing it beyond the marker, that's when you should be asking questions.
Well,
Does that make
even then,
sense?
refraction of light comes into play, right?
Excellent. I understand that, but what if there's no visible miraging?
Uh, no visual miraging. You mean
So
the ship
you've gone to make
going
an
below the
observation.
horizon?
There's zero visible miraging that you can see. You can see the marker. You know the horizon should be in front of the marker, but you can see 5, 6, 7 miles beyond it.
6, 7.
So what is miraging? The
No, I want to say, I
object
want to
that
ask you though, what do you think? We can show you an example. It sounds like you've probably seen the Black Swan kind of thing with the oil rigs and the horizon behind the oil rigs 9 miles away. What do you think the refraction is actually doing? So here's what the argument would be, in the globe, from what I understand. The horizon's actually there, the physical Earth curve, the geometric horizon. It's actually there in front of what we're seeing, but
Well,
refraction
refraction is malleable.
refraction is bringing up it's allowing you to see something behind the physical Earth curve that you would otherwise not see. Is that what you're saying refraction is doing?
and technically, yeah, refraction absolutely does that.
So,
It shifts
all
the
right, give me
it
an
bends the
example.
light.
Give me an
It
example that's not a flat Earth test. Give me an example that globers have done and said, "Hey, here's some refraction showing, where
light
the
bends.
horizon's right
Travel.
here. No, across a body of water or something
Well, you don't even
that
need
says
water.
the
You could look at a
horizon's
long
right here."
road in the desert and you see the mirage on the
No,
in the
no, I want
distance.
you to show me where the horizon is, the Earth curve, and then show me where refraction brought up something that's behind the Earth curve into view.
Oh.
Would you agree that light travels
No, I'm asking you to
differently
show
or
me
bends?
where
Yeah.
refraction has brought up
Uh-huh.
something from behind the Earth curve up into visual where I can see it from behind Earth curve.
Uh-huh.
Show me
Well,
where
to
refraction has done that.
Yeah.
it's a fair
Well,
question, but
yeah.
it's begging the
In
question.
order to understand,
Show
in
me
order to
where
understand that,
Example.
something
how
has become from behind the
It is.
horizon that I saw in my
Mhm.
vision that has come from
Uh,
behind the Earth curve. Light is refracted up from behind the Earth curve to where I can see something that's actually physically still below the Earth curve, but now I can see it because refraction has brought it up into my vision. I would call that a
uh,
hologram. So a hologram of the refracted curve part thing.
well, that's not hologram. That's just a false assumption that we're gonna make because of the refracted light that reaches
Well,
to
you're
our eyes.
saying that
Like
something that I'm
yeah,
looking directly at is not there. It's a hologram. It's being brought up into my vision from behind the Earth curve.
yeah. I mean, that's what the bending of light is.
Holy
Light bends
shit!
when it goes through different mediums.
Holograms!
That's not a hologram. Hologram is different.
What
Look,
the hell
the
else
thing is,
would it be? If you're seeing it and it's actually it's beyond the Earth curve and it's being lifted up into your vision from beyond the Earth curve, that would be a hologram, wouldn't it?
you know how we see things, right? Like the photons travel by going back and forth, like from the
It sounds
source of
like
light,
somebody's going.
and then we
Why are
can.
you making up your own
That's
thing? Why are
basic.
you making up your own thing now? Come on, man.
Okay, okay,
Don't make up
okay.
your own
I
shit.
didn't.
Well, the
Okay, okay. I'm
photons
sorry.
do blah, 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 blah,
Okay,
photons.
okay. If you don't
Yeah,
believe in
you don't have
photons,
to.
then
I'm not have
that's
to.
totally
Why do I have to
fine.
believe you? Why don't you just show me
Okay.
where the light from the
Uh-huh.
object is refracting up above the Earth curve to make the Earth look flat, and I'm able to see something behind the Earth curve because of
Yeah.
refraction.
Yeah. So basically, light travels differently through different mediums.
Oh, so it's the flat Earth observations. That's where we're seeing the refraction happening.
That's basic science.
No, it's basic bullshit.
Bro,
You're
that's
taking
pure
our
science, man.
successful flat Earth observations, like the one posted here, Gene CBR1,
No, I can
Chicago
just show.
It's not
skyline.
the problem you've
Wow,
got,
man.
Musab. The problem you've
Mhm.
got, in order for you to claim refraction, you've got to have already measured the curvature of the Earth in the first place to justify it actually bending flat. So you've got to prove that you're on a curved surface, and then off of that curved surface, you can calculate the light bending flat. At the moment, you don't have that.
Yeah, you can't take
That's
our flat Earth observations and say, well, yeah, it looks flat, but it's
it's not a
refraction.
flat Earth observation. It's a
Really, it's
homemade
refraction. It's a
explanation.
refracted
You
observation. Is that
can
what you're saying?
you can shoot a laser light, a small laser light, through different mediums, through air and through a glass, through water, and you can observe how light travels
Yeah,
Air
differently.
is one
water
medium.
behaves
You see?
differently to air.
Air
That's a known
is one
fact.
medium. Air
Yeah,
is one medium.
Yeah, that's what I'm
yeah,
talking about.
but
That's just what I'm
but
talking
that
about.
doesn't mean it behaves in the air the way you imagine it does.
Why not? Air contains humidity. It means it
You'd
contains
have to
water,
you'd
so
have to
it
show that the
attracts light.
conditions you'd have to
Well,
show, you'd have to demonstrate that the conditions required for it to do so exist.
a little bit of trivia for you, Musab. You've just claimed the air contains humidity. Humid air is actually less refractive than dry air.
Most certainly is. Diffraction becomes crazy in water, in very humid air. I mean, like fog, you can't even see through fog. That's high moisture. You can't see it. So yeah, don't good
Mhm.
luck. Good luck saying there's a high moisture and then you're going to see more.
It's not about being high moisture. It's about being
Really?
different density of the air. You know, that some air has more moisture,
Excellent. The
some air has
problem is
less
Density
we're
of
moisture.
shooting
what?
these
So light travels
lasers at
differently.
one elevation.
Yeah.
I've got no problem with you claiming refraction exists. I cannot
Uh-huh.
and will not disagree with you. Okay?
Mhm.
We all agree that refraction is a thing and it exists. The problem you've got, like this fellow who's on video at the moment, who I'm going to ask very politely the first time to turn his camera off. Thank you very much, sir. Pseudo, shut your camera off, bro.
Do I instill an inferiority complex in your bitch ass? Is that what's
No,
going
No.
what
on?
it is if you put a camera on in this room, it limits the room to 25 people. So anyway,
Yeah,
go ahead.
anyways. Yeah, so what's happening when they do these laser shots, Musa, is the lasers aren't getting shot up into the air. They're getting shot horizontal and only at very low levels. So it's not like they're going through 50 different gradients to justify them bending. They're staying at the same temperature. That's the problem. They're not going through different gradients in order for you to claim your refraction. They need to change gradient for this to happen. And it's not doing that.
But if you're talking about something very far away and it has a certain height, so it might be doing that. So how can we
Well, it
just say
might
that
be.
it's
Should have,
not?
would have, could have. If you're claiming it
Yeah.
is, please demonstrate it, and then you can attribute your causational mechanism afterwards. Now it's time to go
Okay.
scientific on your ass.
Yeah, I mean, if the globe Earth proves it might be, then then it's not what are we looking at? Because we all used to think it was a globe, and you think we're convinced by some bullshit, and you think, oh, it might be, it might be a globe, but it sure looks flat. It's like, give me a break, bro. Look at these specular reflections Jen keeps putting up here, man. It's good stuff. These are flat water.
Yep.
You won't have that
Uh,
specular
it's just an
reflection.
illusion.
Yeah.
It's all an illusion. Reality's an illusion.
Yeah, specular reflection, especially on the salt flats, dude, miles and miles of fucking flat water. just reflecting the sky perfectly. I mean, come on. If it was curved, it wouldn't look like that at all. It would look like a funhouse mirror. Like that. See, Jim's in the same
He's on the ball. But, well, no pun intended.
So yeah, I mean, we're not taking the piss out of you, brother, man. We're just, I mean, yeah, it may be new to you. I mean, a lot of times we get a lot of people come through here. They've heard some of the arguments before, but they haven't been through here. You know, if you go to TikTok or other platforms, talk to some of the flat earthers that talk on there, they don't do the same thing we do here. We get to the brass tacks and the flat water. That's what we're about. We're about the flat water, the flat earth everywhere. If all the water's flat, all the earth is flat. Nobody's been outside the earth to see the whole thing. Nobody's seen a solar system. That's conceptual. There is no solar system. Sun, moon, and stars have been here and contemplated about since time immemorial. You know, the calendars, the old calendars that we have, all of us calendars based on
Can
the
I
patterns of the
ask a
sun, moon, and
question?
stars. Yes.
I mean respect too. I don't want to get muted again. I always come with that intention. But anyways, so refraction, I've heard this argument from you guys many times, and I've tried to understand it. And you
The
guys say,
argument's not from us, Goran. The argument is
No,
from you guys.
"Who's you guys? I'm not a glober."
hold on, hold on.
Yes.
Hold on, in context. Hold on. Let's hear.
Can I finish though, real quick? I'll make it
Yeah,
concise.
I want to hear
promise.
your whole
Yeah,
thing just so we get
I'll
in
make it
context.
concise. I won't monologue. I promise. But I'm just saying, I've debated you guys, and actually tried to understand refraction. But you guys say that the globers misconstrue it, but you guys point to their calculator to disprove it. But what does that prove? You're just using their
I'll tell you.
tools.
Okay, check this out. Because you, I, and everyone else in here goes outside, uses the earth, utilizes it as a level stationary plane every day. All of us do it. Even airline pilots, ship captains, they use the water as flat. Everything's level. Everything's considered level, right? So they say there is a curve, but curved is level, right? So we're trying to figure out where this earth curved is. Now, refraction is a specific thing. That's the slow light will deviate when it travels through a media,
That's a
a
mirage.
medium. No, refraction isn't a mirage. A mirage is something else. Refraction itself is when light travels through a medium, it will deflect or slow down depending on the density
And it's
or of the
distorted,
medium and all that kind of stuff. Yes,
which is a
but
mirage.
that's no, Jesus Christ. A mirage is not refraction in this way. When you talk about light traveling through one medium from one medium to another medium, that's different. When you're talking about air and what they call atmospheric refraction, all kinds of weird shit happens, right? That's there's turbulence from the temperature, which is a very intense factor when it comes to this. So that's why if you're going to make observations across the water, you want to do it on a day where it's fairly clear day, the water's calm, the water temperature and the air temperature are very close. So, and I think that's what we try to do when we make these observations. Uh,
Right, but
because
why not
if
throw
it's
out?
really,
Can I ask you? I get where you're coming from. Believe me, I've debated you guys many times on this. But
you
why not
can't
throw?
debate it. You can't debate this. Just tell me what you think.
Okay, fair enough. Why don't you throw out the term altogether? Because it's not something that is
What
like you
term?
use refraction.
I do. I don't even fucking think it's a real thing.
Right.
Atmospheric refraction causing lasers to bend. I don't think it's real. You guys, all the globers do. I'm just
I'm you
telling you.
guys.
You
I'm not
can
a
see the
glober.
fucking laser from the other side of the lake because the
Right.
lake's flat. There is no
Yeah.
refraction.
My point is, you indulge their term enough to where
No,
they
I
harp on
don't.
it.
I don't,
Okay.
but other people do.
Right. Yeah.
Now,
Yes.
atmospheric refraction is a thing in their paradigm because they have this idea that there are certain layers of atmosphere, the temperature differential. I mean, now atmospheric refraction, as far as miraging goes, I mean, you could put it in the same category, I guess. But I mean, if you're talking about atmospheric refraction and refraction, light traveling between
Two
between
mediums.
two mediums. I mean, you're talking about like light into water, traveling from
Into
air to
glass.
water. That's something, or light through glass, or into water,
Right.
or a different medium, or light into glass and make
But
a
you
prism
can
or
give it
whatever.
a
That's
okay.
refraction.
I get it.
But not
But
not not going through the air, light traveling through the air.
Yeah.
right.
Going to be
But you're
more
giving it,
diffracted. It's going
sir.
to be
You're
more diffracted than refracted
Yes,
necessarily.
And
that's
I'm
right.
glad, by the way, I'm glad you agreed that you don't buy into the whole refraction thing. But it's interesting to me how you guys don't indulge, like, when the globers say, hey, the moon is, a sphere because it looks like it, but you guys like hand wave it and you go, well, we
Yeah,
don't know
because we
what's
don't know. We
behind it.
have to hand wave it. Hang on, we have to hand wave it because
Right.
of the standard. Hang on, I'm trying to talk. So I get
Well,
two
I didn't
words
finish
out.
my statement. I was
Yeah, let him
We knew
finish
where you
again
were
real
going.
I'm really
quick.
concise.
Hold on.
I won't
Just
monologue. I promise. But
just
I'm
let him
just
say
making
it,
a
Jim.
Well,
yeah
get
my
on with it.
point, which is okay. I will. So similar to how you guys hand wave that and don't even indulge it because it's like, have you seen the back of the moon? No, they haven't. But you
No,
don't do that
that's
for
false.
refraction. Well,
The reason
okay,
we hand wave it is because looking up into the sky proves absolutely nothing about the shape of the. That's all.
right. And you're referencing a term that has a bunch of loaded equations and shit behind it, like
Not
refraction.
really, no. It's called integrity. If you don't know what's at the back, you've never been there, you can't make any claims to that. And if you do, you have to say, I don't know, I haven't been there, but this is what I think. We have a standard. That's what you're not understanding. There are times when we have to take the
Well,
globe standard. I'm still talking now. Thanks.
that's
We
me. I'm
have to
sorry,
take
Jim.
we have to take the global's standards and show them the flaws in their standards by using their standards to show the flaw. That's not a crime, okay?
But if
Okay.
you indulge it, then you're kind of getting
It doesn't. No, it's not indulging.
credibility to the
Listen, it
argument.
is not a
I
crime.
don't see how looking at the
Yeah.
moon is sequitur to
Thank you.
what you were talking about when
All right.
we're talking about looking across a body of water.
It's called an
That's non
analogy.
sequitur when we're talking about the moon. Now you're
Yeah.
trying to make it something that it's not. We're talking about looking across the earth. Now you're going to
Thank
talk
you.
about refraction. Or why did you talk about refraction or whatever
Because
atmospheric
I've heard,
refraction, and
I
then you
brought it
talk
up.
about the fucking moon?
Okay,
Exactly.
it's called an analogy, right? Because I've seen
No,
how you
it's
guys.
well,
No,
it's
it's not
not.
the
It's
same
not
thing.
analogous.
It's not
It's not.
analogous.
No, you
It's non
don't,
sequitur.
sir. You guys go into the rabbit hole of refraction,
We
but you
don't go
don't
to
go
an
into the
analogous. We
rabbit
take
hole of the.
standards.
No, I don't entertain it. I just told you that. I think
Yeah.
we see the other side of the lake. I think that we see the laser light because the lake is flat. I'm not going
Yes.
into refraction.
Right. Don't even give it a
Right.
descriptor except for mirage, which it is,
Well,
right?
that's because if they're going to say it's because of refraction, they're the
Mm.
fucking idiots that have to
The,
prove
the
it.
problem is,
Yeah.
Goran, there's two things going on. Number one, globers argue for refraction when we're saying lasers are shooting straight. They come along and say refraction makes light bend. So what they're claiming is a causational mechanism to an event that they can't produce for us. So my limitation is to not entertain it and request that they demonstrate lasers bending downwards. And then, and only then, when they do demonstrate this,
Yeah.
I will entertain any causational mechanism theory that they put forward. Until they
Well,
demonstrate a laser bending downwards, they can fuck off.
Right.
exactly. They
I
have
agree
to
with that.
account. Hang on. They have to account for every molecule across the distance. Let's say 28 miles, where the laser beam is hitting. The beam of light is hitting a target 28 miles away. They have to account for all the conditions for the whole length. It's an impossibility. Not even a computer can calculate that. Why? Because it's continuously changing. You can't.
Right.
It's an impossible thing to do.
Which is why it surprises me when you guys indulge it for 30 minutes to an hour. It's
Yeah,
like,
I mean, it would. I already
Oh,
know
I
it
don't indulge it for
wouldn't.
that long.
Yeah,
Seconds. And
I know it wouldn't look like that if what they're saying is like
yeah.
if the Earth was a globe and the if you have a camera, like the Salt Lake images, we have a laser test at Salt Lake in Utah. we also have daytime observations where you zoom in across, you see the entire thing, you see the lakeshore on the other side. Uh, if you're gonna try to say that that's light refracting up
I won't
266
say that.
feet or whatever, I know. I'm just saying, but it's not refraction anyway, because it wouldn't. There is
I don't know
nothing
what the
in
fuck
the.
it is.
It's not. It's flat water. That's what the fuck it is.
Right, and the convoluting comes in when they try to get you in that fucking rabbit hole of like fighting their terms, and it's like,
Well,
okay,
yeah, and you
I
say,
I
well,
reject the premise.
if it was atmospheric refraction, it would do this and that and that. No, I don't entertain that bullshit.
Right.
No,
Oh, that's good.
because well, and as far as like light traveling through, the atmosphere, there's more. I would say diffraction and dissolution of the light, as it travels through the air, especially if there's a lot of moisture, you're just going to get more haze. Light's going to diffract more, the more moisture. So that's why you want to do it kind of like on a dry
But
atmosphere, water conditions, the same
can I
temperature as the air. There's not going to be,
can I interject really quick?
sure.
The way I look at it, right, is like just from my perspective, is that I think if you describe it in that sense, or you go, it's a distortion based on elements within the air and distance and like fog, whatever the case may be. But if you give it a descriptor, people automatically assume one thing. So why give it that term when people have
They're
a
coming
different?
to us with it. You need to comprehend that. We're not going to them.
Okay,
They
reject the
are
term.
bringing it to us.
Reject it then.
Yeah, okay. We reject your claim. Yeah, but refraction. Again, we reject your claim. Yeah, but what about refraction? We
Okay.
reject your claim. What it is painted on. Yeah, but there's still refraction. You just deny refraction. It goes on and on and on. You
Yeah, it's
can't
one of the
fucking
That's when
escape
you hit
hundred.
it.
them. That's when you hit them with the articulate it in your own words so I can understand it.
Well, that's the
It still
problem.
doesn't
I'm
work.
not going to sit and redefine every fucking word just to make you feel better.
Yeah, they do the same shit. But I understand that too. Yeah, they do that. They do. Doesn't matter how flat the earth is, it's still a globe because flat earthers are dumb. And the
Oh.
smart people have sent satellites and taken pictures of space. And so all the flat earthers are dumb. Doesn't matter
Well,
how flat the
it's
water is.
I do agree with you guys that the claim that they have of every curvature every so many miles is definitely bunk, but to say it's entirely flat, that's where I find disagreement.
What's entire flat?
The Earth.
The earth? Well, what is the earth?
That's what I ask.
Okay, well, it's under your feet. Do you think any of the water's not flat?
No, it's flat for the
Okay,
perceivable,
well, it's flat.
layman.
Or
Yeah.
what do you think you're gonna go somewhere on the earth where it's not flat?
I mean, I don't know.
Well, I don't know either. So it might as well be flat, right?
Well, like if we like, I know this isn't like. I don't want to get too far off and get muted
See,
again, but
you think you may be like us. We don't know what the whole fucking thing looks like.
right, I'd have a problem with definitive
Okay, but the
claims.
people that are arguing it, they do know what the whole thing looks like, and people that are smart and know physics and blah 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 have been to space and they've seen the whole space rock. They think they know what it looks like, and
Well,
they want us to tell them what the whole flat Earth looks like when nobody's ever seen that. How the fuck am I supposed to know?
yeah, of course. That's a begging the question because you don't. No one does. But
Yeah, the whole concept of globe came from viewing the stars, and it's like I was saying earlier, the it's a new concept. I mean, even
yeah.
though it feels old to a lot of people, oh, everybody's
Can I ask you
smart. Listen
something
to
though?
universities. It's new. It's only a couple hundred years old. Come on,
Can
man.
I ask you something?
Yeah.
So, and this is something I find contention in here with, but I think I can articulate it better now. Is just because one claim is disproven, does that mean the opposite is true, or could it be unknown?
No, it's
No,
still just
if the
disproven.
water's flat, the fucking water's flat.
For what we perceive and what we know,
No, it's flat and
which
level.
disproves the curvature claim every so many miles. I agree with that, right?
What
But
do you
then
No,
to
it
say?
say,
disproves the curvature claim upon any and all water.
Why
And
would are
allegedly,
you?
it's supposed to be 72% of Earth is water covered.
I bet you any money this dude
supposedly,
still wants outer space to be real. I get you
no, I
any
don't.
fucking money.
really
I'm more
I bet
focused on
you
beneath us than above us, personally.
really you a Hollow Earth.
No, I don't know what I am.
Yeah, well, that would be a waste of time anyway. Good luck with that shit. Below
Okay.
us. How are you going to know? The deepest they've drilled,
Oh,
7.6 miles. Hang on, 7.6 miles, 12 kilometers. And that was the Russians, 1972. It took them 20 years to do that. And they made their predictions as to what they were going to encounter through those 7.6 miles. And they were wrong every step of the way. So they don't know, can't know, and they can't begin to tell us there's molten core 4,000 miles deep. They didn't even know what was at 7.6 miles. They knew nothing there. You
I
see?
tell you what,
Yeah, it's unknown. I agree.
the ancients have depictions of what's below us, and it doesn't seem like it's fun.
Well, who knows? But I
Yeah,
just
yeah, I'm talking about Sheol.
Yeah, that was a good
Sheol.
one. That was a good one. That was a good one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sheol, hell. There's 7 levels
It's not
down.
very not very
It's
not
not
very
very
happy.
fun.
that's
Doesn't
just a
look like it's a
theory.
very fun place. Oh, we'll see. I
That's
guess
make
we'll find
believe.
out, won't we?
I
Guess
think
we'll
there's
find
power
out.
in saying you don't know rather than a claim.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure about a lot
Which you
of
guys
that.
do to Glovers, but you
Spiritual.
don't embody the same thing. So
No, what's really crazy to me is it's like most of the Globers are, are I would say Christian or Muslim, whatever, Buddhist. They believe in a creator, so uh,
Yeah.
this
well, how do
pseudoscience
they?
is totally it's totally
Sir, I'm a
magnanimized the
Christian,
globe.
but you can claim anything. It doesn't mean you're that, right? And like similar to if they claim they're Christian and then you ask them about the what separates the waters from above and below, then they go to, oh well, they say that's not. I don't believe that part, right?
That's right.
Or
It's like the first book of Genesis. I believe the whole Bible, except for that part.
right. Exactly. It's argument of convenience, lukewarm Christians. So I don't really give much credence to that.
That's what I'm saying. You were talking about what's down below. I'm telling you, whatever's down there, it doesn't sound like it's fun.
Which I'm not trying to. I don't want to make this religious because I know you guys like stick on the science. But when something coincides with your beliefs, like you say, like the vacuum argument of when is like if it just magically transforms into like now you're
No,
floating in
that's
space, right?
mathematics. That's mathematics. The
Well, it's
vacuum
also
part.
scientific where we've never seen
Sure.
anything except within a container in some sense, right? So when then you look at Genesis, it says separating, so there's a barrier. Um, why don't you guys go down the religious aspect? Because obviously that's the truth,
Oh, well,
right?
like the dome thing.
Well, I don't know what it is. It's just a separation.
Right. Oh, we do.
Well,
There has
some
to be a
planets do,
container,
yeah.
but we don't necessarily know if it's a big dome around a circular Earth or something. We don't.
Yeah.
There's no way
The
we can know
reason
that.
for it, as soon as someone puts their hand up and says, "Hey, I believe in X," what's it made of? What color is it? What height is it? How do you know it's there? What temperature is it? You get asked 4,000 million questions non-related to the subject matter.
Well,
That's
how
why
about
we just say gas pressure requires containment.
okay, but also you can use like things like this is something that could like it's obvious, right? Where like you look in at a light underwater and it twinkles, right? And then you look at the sky and you see the stars and it's like it twinkles the same way. So it gives credence to the whole theory of water as above, so below, or whatever. Like where those are lights in the sky, but water's distorting it. I know what that looks like. Now you're gonna tell me it's a fucking planet or whatever? That's just a theory.
Car headlights twinkle from long range too. They're not underwater.
True.
Yeah, it's a weak argument, so we don't really go. I don't go down that route anyway. I
Right.
never do. Yeah, I never go down that road.
Yeah.
But some Christians like to use that. That's fine. They can present their case well and articulate it okay, and people accept it fine. But at the end of the day, it's not proving the shape of Earth. That's for
Right.
sure.
Well, the thing it's not really proving anything. I don't believe in that. I believe more of shifting the perspective of somebody and to get them like you guys similar that when you say show me an example of water conforming to a ball, right? And that gets people to
Yeah.
think. And it's like cuz they're now referencing what they've experienced and it's deprogramming. Similar to look at the sky and look at the stars and someone's going to tell you it's this CGI image rather than what you've experienced when you've seen light through water, right? So I don't know, just gets people to think, which is all this is.
Yes, it's debunking the globe and totally smashing it into a gazillion pieces. That's
Right.
what it is.
Exactly. I still wish you guys would indulge more than just the science aspect of things.
Well, it's just we're operating under a standard where we don't
It's
leave room
backing
for
the
any
claims, bro.
doubt.
That's the problem.
Right.
Yeah.
But you can make a strong argument outside of the science.
Well,
Yes,
we
you
do,
can make a
and we do.
stronger. You can. There's quite a few things you can make strong arguments about, but stand alone, the Bible doesn't prove flat Earth. But here's the kicker:
Yeah.
flat Earth proves the Bible, our
Yeah.
biblical literature, correct.
Right. And
Yeah,
I wasn't
that's it.
referencing the Bible in what I was just saying, by the way. There's other arguments, but yeah, that's one of them.
You know, we hold a standard and we keep it. That's how it is.
Yeah,
That
more power
way,
to you.
there's no confusion. You see.
Yeah.
And then there are times when we do indulge in that, and it works well for us at that point as well. So you haven't been around to.
Oh, I've been around for years. I come and go. I
Years,
was
so
here
I
when the
don't know how long you've been there.
GF6 guys were trolling you guys. I've been around for a while.
Okay,
Scott
well,
Maxwell.
okay. So then you should have heard us go down that road a few times anyway, because we have.
Yeah.
You probably
Different.
wasn't around when we did that, so it's been many a time when we've been down there.
You guys tell me to come back on Sundays, but Sundays is dead or whatever for the other theories.
Well, it's speculation Sunday usually is what it used to be, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, speculation is all good when we clarify that. Purely speculation, ladies and gentlemen. You know, theorizing here.
Can I ask you a
Nothing.
question, Jin?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm curious, how did you specifically, not everyone else, how did you come to Flat Earth? Like, what was your
Yeah, I came
progression?
to Flat Earth via all the other conspiracies first and foremost. So Flat Earth was the last. So if you got all the other conspiracies that actually happened, I'd studied all those, and then I spent at the point I came to be a Flat Earther, I was into a 14 years study of the Apollo missions. 14 years. I'm still studying it now. Okay. And in 2014, flat Earth videos were being suggested in the recommendation bar, and I thought, what stupid idiots putting that up? The Earth splat. You know, you give it one glance and you ignored it. So I ignored it
You
in
hand wave it.
2015. Yeah, I totally ignored it, but it was stupid. And then in 2015, by the time we got to this, I ran out of the missions. Now the year mark. Clearly stupid flat Earth. What could I possibly learn from these idiots? And when I clicked on a video, that's when I realized that I was the idiot. 5 minutes in, I realized I was in error. It is indeed flat. What a fool I've been. And then that started an 8-hour binge watch of all the material that I had during 2015, 2014, for example. And then after that 8-hour binge, I went straight upstairs and informed the family. That was that was that day, December 26th, 2015, and that's how I became a flat earther in that sense.
No,
I've always kept it real, you see.
But I'm
Yeah.
glad you said that, because similar to me, I hand waved it. It's like Flat Earth is the go-to conspiracy of, oh my gosh, I believe in conspiracies, but I don't believe that. That's crazy, right? But then we have that moment of like when the curtain's lifted, like Wizard of Oz, and you can't put the curtain back down, right? So now,
No, that's right.
and so that's why I focus on this even with the Globers, which I'm not a flat earther, but I'm definitely not a Glober, where it's like I just want to lift that curtain to the point where it's like, oh, well, if that's a lie, then surely this is also probably a lie, and you
Yeah.
don't have to prove
See, I
anything
came the other
else.
way around, though, didn't I? I came in the reverse. I came from all the other conspiracies, and then it was the flat Earth that was the last one, you see. And then when I ignored it in 2014, thinking it was stupid, I didn't realize that I actually was believing in the globe because I hadn't confirmed it. But for me to hand wave the flat Earth was rather arrogant of me because at that time I was still running on 1000% belief. I hadn't proven that the Earth's a globe. I didn't realize that about myself.
But
It
you
wasn't
said
until I clicked onto the video in 2015, December 26th, that I realized I've been a jackass for 48 years. There you go.
right, which is why you have to, which is why I have more sympathy to the Globers, even when they're dickheads,
So do I.
because
So do I.
I was misled, right? But
Yeah.
like a very important thing you said is you came to it because of the Apollo. That was your segue, right? Which
Yeah, that's right.
I think that's you guys don't talk about those things enough to where it's like that is the switch. If people can believe that that was bunk and bullshit and they murdered
Mm.
astronauts and like the globe is or they went to the moon is a lie, then it's
Yeah.
like easier to get them down because now you're just fighting an uphill battle if you just go straight to flat Earth. A lot of these people believe in the fucking moon
Yeah,
landing.
yeah, yeah. Well, I came that route. You know, what I mean, all the other
Yeah.
conspiracies, and then I studied, like I said, 14 years. By the 15-year mark of the research into the Apollo missions, flat Earth came along, and I went, oh, it's stupid. Okay, let me check. What could I possibly learn from these idiots?
Right.
I'm giggling as I'm clicking the link, and then the giggling stops. You get that cold chill. That's true. That's true. Hang on a minute. That's true. And I'm beginning to sink into my chair. That's true. Fucking hell. Wait a minute. Fucking hell. And
Yeah,
I
there's
started
something
doing
to
this in my head.
it.
I've been fucking, what? It's flat. Fuck.
Right.
Wow. What the fuck have I been doing? And I paced up and down in this classroom, up and down, smacking my head, thinking, I've been living wrong. Fucking hell.
How could I
And then,
be
and
so
then guess
misled?
what I said afterwards? I actually said, I also suck at research because I've just done 15 years of bloody Apollo missions. I should have picked it up there. What a wanker. Oh, what about when I jumped out of the aeroplanes parachuting? Oh, and all my life came flooding back. And I just went, fucking hell.
It
What a
just
wanker I am.
unravels. But
Yeah.
you had a precipitous, which that's like it's fucking important because I feel
Mm.
like once that happens in that one
Yeah.
thing, like the thing for me, I could like you can't. It's my belief. It's not a fact, but I don't think you could become a flat earther without
Mm.
believing the moon landing's fake, right? I think you have to believe that first, and
Yeah.
then once you believe that, so I believed that. Then I saw that video of
Yeah.
the Australian guy asking people on the street, when have you ever seen water conform to a ball? And I was just like, he's right. When have I seen that? And if I
Yeah.
haven't seen that, then it's not science. It's
That's right.
it's
That's right.
something else. And that it just clicked for me for there. But it
It's
wasn't
it's the
equations or
psychology of the deception.
right.
Psychology of the deception becomes apparent right there. Right there. That's what I mean. When I dismissed the the flat Earth in 2014, thinking it was stupid, I hadn't confirmed that the Earth was a globe. So I was running on a 1,000% belief without even realizing.
Yeah.
I'm going on like I knew the Earth was a globe when I dismissed it. Okay, that
And
was my attitude.
and you say, by the way, Jin, you said your experience is unique to you, but what's crazy is I bet if you ask many other globe or flat earthers in here, they have a similar
Mm.
experience where, like you said, you went to tell people because you were so like, holy shit, this is enlightening, right? Which we all probably did,
Yeah,
and we don't convince our
yeah.
family
My
because there's
family came first.
and but
Yeah.
they mocked you, right? And then it's like you're now
No,
the crazy
no, no,
person.
no, 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 no.
Well,
My
they mocked
family did
me.
not mock me because at this time I got four boys. Okay, so they were all still one or two at secondary school, elementary school. Okay, so I sat them down and asked them the shape of the earth, and then I said, "How do you know what?" And then they showed me their books, and that's when I explained to them the CGI imagery. And then I said, "Go and ask the teachers if they measured the curvature." Okay. My wife, on the other hand, wasn't interested. It took her 8 years later she then agrees. Okay, 8 years because she didn't think it was important. That was her position, and I didn't force it on her. She agreed in the end because I
Right.
would always be talking about it with everybody. And when we had a family reunion about 3 years ago, family reunion, January, New Year's Day, all sitting down, I was talking about it, and then yeah, she said,
But
"You know
what
what?
you
I
just said
agree."
is
I said, "Yeah,
important, by the way, Jin. There's the
yeah,
kids
go
who
ahead."
are malleable and influence that you're
Mm.
like you can influence, but the deprogramming happens with your wife, who it's a gradual similar to like your parents or
Yeah, yeah, she
whoever.
had to hear it over many, many,
Right.
many times because she wasn't really interested. She didn't think it was important. But the children took it on because I said to them, Daddy, okay, so now, as you well know, show me how the aeroplane flies. And then they ran around the room, with the aeroplane flying horizontal. I said, yeah, but didn't it fly like this? No, Daddy. Okay, when we go to Hawaii and Guam the next time, we're going to use this bubble app and we're going to check whether or not the plane is taking a curved trajectory. Okay, okay, we're going to climb Mount Fuji together. We're going to check the scene, etc., etc. And that's what we did see. So they got firsthand natural experience,
Right.
so they know the Earth's flat.
But you're
They
also
know
teaching them how
100%.
to think critically and not just absorb,
Yeah,
foundations, which is
yeah,
very important. You got to
yeah.
which that's the key thing with any conspiracy is just to at least with this especially, because this is like you said, it was the last one for you. It was the last one for me too. But because you know, there's a perception with flat earthers. People
Well,
just
isn't
put
it
us in a
kind of
box.
like a start over? Because let me say, let me ask you something.
Yes, but it shakes your
Because
foundation, which is why
we
a lot
were
of
on,
people disregard it. By the
well,
way,
like you and probably Jen and many others. Jim was already on. He was talking about the moon landing, but how about some of the other major ones? Because I was following David Weiss when he started talking about flat Earth, right? But prior to that, he had a channel where he was focusing on the big
Yeah.
three. The big three,
Yes.
you remember?
I watched that. I watched that. Yeah, yeah,
9/11,
yeah.
9/11, Sandy
Yeah.
Hook, and the Boston
Yeah.
Marathon,
That's
right?
what with Jim Fetzer. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
Jim Fetzer too. So
Yeah.
but you're
so
questioning
we're
authority at that
sitting.
point, which
No,
is a big
listen,
part.
check this out. So were you part of that?
Of
I
course,
was.
Like, no, I know you were, Jim. But what about what's your name again?
building 7 was my precipitous.
No. What about Sandy Hook, which
Oh yeah,
Alex Jones lost his
Sandy
whole
Hook.
fucking
yeah.
thing because of that.
Drone footage of the people doing circles walking in and out of the building. Yeah, it's bullshit.
All right, so yeah, but we still can't talk about that.
Yeah, silly.
And we
Yeah.
can't talk about what happened in 2020 either. So it's like, dude, why can we talk about flat earth? We can't talk about the fake Sandy Hook bullshit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because Jim Fetzer
Like,
covered
think
it.
about that shit. Well, and it's just like, well, I mean, school shootings are real, aren't they? They happen
And
all the time. It's
The
like,
Boston remember the
no,
Boston bombing as well? And the Boston
dude,
bombing, remember?
of course,
They covered
yes,
that as well,
yeah, it
didn't
was
they? Dave Weiss
complete.
and
They had
that.
two sites. One was for the stage. They had two sites of the bombing. They had one fake bomb and two. Well, they had two fake bombs, but one was toward the real finish line. The other one was a stage finish line.
Right.
Yeah.
And so this is the facade. This is the play. You know, like it's like it's the narrative being crafted, right? Which isn't
Exactly.
so it breeds a distrust in authority or supposed quote unquote authority positions, right? And that's a huge part of it, which is why if someone doesn't believe in any conspiracies, they definitely won't believe in the moon landing or flat Earth. But
Exactly.
it's
Exactly
just
that.
getting people to think like. But this is I will say this. This is the contention I've always had with you guys, and I mean it in all respect. Is that we talk about these things now, but what turned me away from the flat Earth was when I heard a hollow earther come in here and he tried to, get his narrative out and he was mocked and ridiculed by you guys. But like you said,
Yeah, because it is stupid. That's
Jin,
why though.
Jin, I
I
want to say
remember it.
this. Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, go
like
on.
you said, this is the thing that turned me away is that
I'm not against Hollow Earth. Why are you against Hollow Earth, Jim?
I just think it's silly.
oh
What?
sure,
What do you know about it?
right. The same
Oh,
way you said you were misled by the flat Earth and you were,
yeah.
how do you know what he's saying isn't? Who
What,
knows?
people living underground? Come on, man. Come on.
Dude, there's people living on dude, there's tunnels all over the earth.
Yeah, there are tunnels, but
Seriously, yeah, there's cities under the earth. I know that.
I don't know that.
No, whether or not
Well,
it's modern times and the modern governments have built these cities, they're there, bro.
Oh,
and
I know the
also
modern ones that man have
there's
made recent
Right.
years,
Well,
but
that's not necessarily a hollow earth theory,
no,
but
it's
there
not, is
there
it?
are tunnels. They have been for a long time, centuries.
yeah, Mammoth
These
Caves.
underground networks,
Yeah,
bro.
man with the caves,
Come
yeah,
on.
but yeah.
But
Well,
No.
that's the
again,
thing is we don't know.
Now,
Yeah,
Hollow Earth is something that also involves giant, some kind of
yeah, there's a lot
woo-woo
more.
shit.
There's a lot more
Yeah,
to that,
but at the
and we're
same
talking about
time,
shape of Earth.
there's something
I'm talking
to
about
it.
shape of
So
Earth.
there
to
is.
totally
Yeah.
just be like, oh yeah, fucking dismiss Hollow Earth. Oh, we're not talking about that. Yes, we're talking about the flat Earth. It's flat on
Yeah,
top,
that's
but
right.
all
We're
the
talking
water is
about the shape
flat.
of the Earth.
All
See,
right, up
it's not an opaque spheroid.
underneath there is something, and even if it's just
Subterranean.
yeah,
That's what you're calling it. The
yeah, if
subterranean.
it's
Yeah.
subterranean, yeah, if there's,
Yeah.
but that would be something different than the hollow Earth theory, of
Yes,
another world, kind of like Journey to the Center of the Earth kind of shit,
that's
right? Where
right. Yeah.
that's
The
something different.
the thing with Hollow Earth though, that like I don't know if I believe everything with it. I have no clue. But when I see something that doesn't pass the smell test, like I know you guys hate this, but the Admiral Byrd thing and the James
Yeah, I was going to
Force.
say, where would you go to access this? Who
Well,
said, who's been there, and what did they say about how to access
Yeah,
center of the
yeah.
earth? And that would be there's a guy from Norway, a sailor from Norway, and his son
Smoky
went and met
God or
some.
whatever.
Yeah, they met some giants at the North Pole. They went into the center. Of the, they went- they had a shipwreck or something, and these guys came from somewhere, and they took them to the
Wow. Which sounds crazy,
down
but
into
then
the center of the earth over a waterfall kind of shit, right?
right, but then you hear, which is like that's a story, and you're like it could be
Right.
Atlantis. But then when you hear, actual fleet went out to
No,
Antarctica.
Atlantis. No, that's a different story. But
Well, I'm talking about like the guy
Yeah,
who
you're talking about
commissioned
Admiral
the
Byrd
fleet,
now.
James
Atlantis
Forrestal.
actually existed. That's
Of
in
course.
at the Atlantic Ocean.
Right.
So anyway,
No, I think it's very interesting because I think that's the strongest point right there is, which I don't indulge in here because I know you guys don't like it, but to get people to realize like the guy who commissioned the fleet got fucking sent to a mental institution in Navy Bethesda and then commits suicide. That's like Pete Hegseth getting forcefully removed and then jumping out of a window when he's about to get released. It's just that
Yeah.
well, it's like
draws.
how long did Admiral Byrd live after that Longines Chronoscope
Yeah. And
interview?
his son, who was
Yeah,
on the
only a few
fleet,
more
and his
years.
son
Just a
died
few
It
years.
was only a
mysteriously.
couple of years. Yeah, it was only a
Yeah.
few
Yeah,
years,
and then his
and
son
he
dies
died.
mysteriously as
Yeah,
well. Yeah. So they
youngest
did shut them off
admiral in
in
the
the end.
United States Navy, youngest ever in the United States Navy, and
Yeah,
then a few
but
years after he
I
said that
always
shit,
knew
he
he
died.
wasn't to be trusted, though. I could see in his eyes that
Well,
he was keeping some
Well,
secrets.
dude,
well,
a lot of
Jin,
those
hold on.
military guys back then, of course. I mean,
J-
it's like look what
Yeah,
happened in
there's
World
chain
War
of
II. Holy
command, but
shit!
I just found
yeah,
this out recently, by the way. You can say you can distrust him because he was a Freemason and all that, but what he did was when he
That's not
went
why.
well, when he left after Operation High Jump, he purposefully went to a South American country against his orders to speak to a journalist off the record, like he wasn't allowed to do it, and
mm,
they reprimanded for him for that, and it's like that breeds
Oh,
trust.
okay, but they let him go on Longines Chronoscope and said all the shit that he said. Come on, man, all of that's just fluff. Not we don't know what's real or not
We
about
don't.
yeah,
that.
yeah. The thing is, he lied about going to the North Pole anyway in the aeroplane, and that for me shuts him down completely. Okay,
Okay.
that's the end of him. And then the fact
Well,
that he dies shortly after the Longines interview, and then his son dies mysteriously. It was a controlled pawn. He'd served his purpose, and he's gone. That's it.
yeah, I
That's
mean,
it.
it's been what, almost 80 years, I think, since that. So it's just like now we have a lot to go on. There was some good information from Admiral Byrd in those videos, him going to
Yes.
Antarctica and stuff, but don't don't listen to what necessarily what he says. Just you kind of have to listen to what he says, but also say, compare it to
Oh
and
yeah, have
contrast it
discernment.
with
Yeah. Read
there's a
between the
lot of
lines and pick
information. Yeah,
everything up.
yeah,
Of course.
exactly.
Yeah.
Good philosophy to have on these things.
But yeah, bro. Uh, like
Let's
as
go to the
far as
flat Earth, right? Like
coming to flat Earth. Now, flat Earth isn't a conspiracy. That's the whole thing, right? It's like we're like, well, we came to flat Earth because we were already following conspiracies, right? Which is true in our case, but a lot of people come to flat Earth and they haven't really understood 9/11, Sandy Hook, Bouts Marathon the way we understand. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
Yeah.
totally knowing that the media is complete fucking total fluff,
Corrupt.
all
Yeah.
made to mind control you. So they come in and say, "Oh well, why would they lie about this and lie about that?" Well, it's like we already
Right.
know how they lie and how they manipulate everyone. So I mean, how are you supposed to explain it?
Well, that's what
And
they
so
try to
yeah.
harp on, which is so silly because they go, well, why would they? It always inevitably leads to, with the flat Earth, especially. I've seen it many times in here. Of why would they do that? Why? And it's like they're
Well, but
asking
it's
a
not us
question.
asking. We're actually trying to get them back focused on, well, it's not a conspiracy. It's the Earth. The Earth isn't lying to you. Go outside and look at it.
Yeah.
Right, but you don't have to answer the why to poke holes in their reality. That's
Yeah,
the
but
thing.
They want us to answer that so they don't have to pay attention to what we're really saying. They don't want to know. They're asking questions, but they don't really want to know. I know that for a fact.
The why is a trap.
Yes, they don't want to know because they'll ask us, "Why do you guys think the Earth is flat?" Which is rare because they don't really want to know why. Because they want to ask us that question or other questions, anything but the Earth. Why we know for a fact that all the water you see everywhere you go, everywhere you travel across the Earth, water, no water, mountains, high, it's all based on a level stationary plane, just like you experience it.
Right.
You have to be told it's a globe because you never experienced the globe.
Of course, but it's perception at the end of the day, right?
Yes. So yeah, so they're taught the globe and they're saying, well, yeah, gravity. The only answer is gravity. Because otherwise, I mean,
Which
how
is
could the
just
Earth be a
density.
ball? No, no. Gravity's not density. No. Gravity is what makes balls. And that's in the magic. That's in the magic concept. Density's a real thing. That's up and down, density buoyancy.
No, I agree
Yeah.
with you. I'm saying they create terms upon other
Yeah,
terms.
but would you
Same with
need
refraction.
the word gravity if you weren't trying to pretend you live on a ball?
No, it like you said, it's
Yeah,
magic.
so gravity's not a
It's
thing.
yeah,
So
right.
your density and buoyancy is the reality. Gravity is a concept you need if you want it to cause things to pull to the center of a ball or cause balls to spin around each other in a universe and all that kind of shit, right?
Exactly. It's
So you don't
fluff.
need gravity for anything when you're on Earth living like everybody does. Nobody's going to space and using gravity for anything. It's nonsense.
Right. I agree. Man, it's interesting because you guys are very knowledgeable, which is why I like to talk to you guys. But
Yeah,
What
thanks
about
for that. Yeah, I posted 2 documentaries in there. Admiral Byrd, if anyone's interested, a couple of goodies there for you.
Alone on the Ice? Wow,
Yeah,
that's I don't think I've seen that. What is that?
yeah, it's where he that was his last challenge, right?
Is that the
Before he
one
finally settled down with his wife and all that.
oh, is
Yeah.
that the one where does it have where he's like on where they're like throwing shit out of the plane and shit? Well,
No, that's not. No, it's not that one. No, this is where he's on the
yeah,
ice
that was more
on
of a
his own.
military. Yeah.
Yeah, this was a personal challenge. His last one before he finally settles down with his family.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
save that one. I'm gonna watch that later. Cool.
Yeah.
I was on PBS.
Yeah, and then the other one is a discovery one where um, it's the one about him going to the North Pole in the aeroplane, but he never made it, and it all came out in that documentary. There, it's a really good one. Mini expose on Mr. Bird himself.
Yeah.
Supposedly being the first man to get to the North Pole by plane, but he never did. He never got there. He never actually got there.
Yeah, it's just like crazy. I was like, who did and who told us what's really there? Because
Yeah.
when you look at the maps now, if you have say you have the Mercator, right? That
Mm.
doesn't it doesn't even show you what's above like 30, 40 degrees latitude. There's nothing there. And you have the AE map, which shows just water there as the North
Yeah.
Pole.
Shows you the good
But
configuration. I do like the
you
setup.
look at some ancient maps, dude, there's 4 lands there, 4 rivers, like it says in the Bible,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
it's kinda like, well, can somebody go there and find out? Well, not really. So, well, how the fuck are we supposed to go? It's like,
exactly.
if you ask the world and the military all the militaries, no, there's nothing to see up there, it's just ocean and ice, and it's like, I don't believe that shit for a fucking millisecond.
Yeah. Now I've got some military testimonies that tell you that the Earth's flat and that. Yeah, I'll put it in the. I'm gonna put it in the side chat in a minute.
It's can I
Yeah.
say this too? It's a lot of diversion and keeping your attention elsewhere to take you away from the what you should really be looking at. Which, by the way, like they try to focus you on the sky in the space and all
Yeah.
that bullshit, but that's purposeful because I think what's beneath, like when I say the waters earlier, I mean that is what's interesting to me because we see Navy pilots say, "Oh, they saw the UFOs underwater," and it's like, well, that kind of goes against what we've been taught. Why are they underwater, right?
Yeah.
And do they come from up or below? I just don't know. It's just super interesting.
I
Same with
think
Antarctica.
I think those older maps with the four lands around the center, that shit's still there. It's there. And all right, speculation Sunday, fuck it. It's Friday.
Pretty early.
And the tide, I was like the tides, people are like, where's the tides come from? Dude, the earth is breathing. The life,
Yeah. That's
the
what I
life,
said. The earth is breathing.
the life of earth. It's like, dude, in creation, we're part of that. This is the breath of life is in the earth and it's in us.
Which is
Yeah.
what when you guys, I know you guys reference water a lot, and I've gotten banned and muted in here for bringing this up because if we go back to like the Bible, which I'm not using that as a reference or a source, but if we're gonna like
Why
say that,
not? Why not? It's a historical document.
I agree, but not everyone else does. But when you see something like when about the flood, for example, where it's like we all acknowledge there was a flood. How it
Well, I
happened,
told you that Atlantis is in the Atlantic Ocean. It's under the sea.
right?
Not
There's a
because
reset.
it's always been under the sea, because it was there and then it got covered up with water.
Exactly. Yeah. There's a
So,
reshifting of what of the Earth over the resets or whatever you want to call it. But it's like same
sure.
with Antarctica, right? Where they tried to tell you there was no way life could be in there. It's a ice wasteland. But then researchers went down beneath the ice and they saw organisms and like a whole thing, right? Ecosystem. And it's like, oh, well, that's interesting.
Shit, I wouldn't be surprised 50 years from now if like there was very habitable parts of Antarctica. It's like people are so short-sighted these days. It's like,
Right.
oh, it's like everything is happening right now, and if you're not paying attention to what's going on, you're a fucking retard. You're a liberal Democrat or you're a conservative Republican. Get the fuck out of my face, dude. I'm looking at the long term. I'm looking back long term, and I'm looking ahead long term. And you guys are gonna look stupid
Right.
caring about this nonsense right now because the earth is not this stupid globe everybody's been talking about. In 50 years from now, everybody's going to be making fun of you globetards
There will
because
be
you'll be trying to go to space the whole time and pushing it back 5 years again.
yeah, you're gonna be hitting the firmament and blowing up.
Or
Trying.
you're even hitting the firmament or whatever of it, you'd be skating across it. Bleep, bleep, bleep. You'll be water skiing on the firmament forever. Just playing. I don't know what's up there, but
Yeah, there
it's
is.
just fucking crazy. It's like, dude, how long can they keep the space story alive? It's fucking not very long. I don't think it's going to be much longer.
Well, they're going to crash into the moon shortly. That Elon Musk's rocket. Remember, they're
No, it'll
keeping
be
it
in a
alive
couple of
everywhere
days.
they can.
Yeah, but they're saying, well, you won't be able to see it with your telescope. It was like, dude,
You know what it's
when
going
I look
They're
at my
also gonna
fucking telescope, when I look at my camera or my telescope, even 50 times zoom, I can see the moon fucking pretty good. I think
Yeah.
if a rocket was going to hit that motherfucker, I think I'd be able to see it.
Yeah, you'd be able to see it with your Nikon P900. You know what they said?
Hell yeah.
Only the scientists are going to be able to see it.
Fuck
of
that shit.
course. Trust them.
Only
Bullshit.
the
Yeah,
scientists.
All of us would be able to see it, especially if it hit on this side of the moon. We
Yeah.
would definitely be able to see that shit.
Hey man, they're
Yeah,
gonna
that's what
bob
that.
and weave through that Van Allen radiation belt and just perfectly get back to the moon. Just perfect.
Yeah, exactly.
Man,
Dude, that's crazy, man. We'll have to blow up X with this fake SpaceX bullshit. No, the Wandering Falcon. We'll just call it the Wandering Falcon X. It just wandered to the moon and crashed.
Yeah.
Little
What
St.
the fuck?
James X.
Because
Drift.
isn't the Falcon supposed to go up and then come back down?
It's supposed to come back down.
Yeah, how the fuck did it just accidentally leave Earth orbit and head to
Yeah,
the
it
moon?
drifted away. Apparently, it drifted. The words they used was it
Shit.
drifted off.
Oh my god!
How did it drift?
How the fuck did it?
You know,
And it not only drifted off this trajectory, which is supposed to be coming back down to Earth because of gravity, it just happened to accidentally go far enough outside of Earth's gravitational pull to fall into the enough orbit where it's going to
Remember,
eventually hit the
traveling at
fucking
Mach
moon.
7. Traveling at Mach
Wait,
7.
wait, is the
700
are
years.
the rockets still going?
That's what they said.
Can I ask you a
Yes, no, the
question?
rocket. What? I mean, how much fuel does that motherfucker have?
This whole I don't distrust all astronauts. I actually just believe the ones that got burned alive because they had a great quote before they got burnt.
Talking about on the
Was
Challenger?
Yeah. How are you going to
Apollo
get to the
1.
moon if we
Oh,
can't communicate
Apollo.
between two
Oh, yeah, the
buildings?
Challenger astronauts
Yeah,
weren't burned.
exactly. How are we going to talk
Yeah.
between? You can't talk between a couple buildings. We're supposed to
Yeah.
go
How are we going to
to
get to the moon if we can't communicate between two buildings? And then you hear,
Very illuminating quote.
yeah, it was.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. This space fantasy is it's going to take a while to go by the wayside. I predict about 30 years.
Yeah.
All the space fantasy shit is going to fall apart, and we're going to be back on the real Earth again.
Yeah,
We'll
that's
just come out
realistic.
with another Star Trek movie, and we'll be back to square one.
No, everybody's done with that nonsense, man. I mean, the story, the fiction stories. Like I said, I love Star Trek and Star Wars. I love the fiction stories,
Yeah, they're the
the
best ones.
camaraderie between the characters, the idea of
Mm.
being on a ship, a captain, first mate, and all
Yeah,
that
it
kind of
was really
shit.
good.
I love that. I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that same story is on the oceans of Earth too. So they're sailing the skies or sailing the heavens, just like they sail the seas. And but sailing the
But
seas
it
is the only place you
perpetuates.
could do it.
The thing is, it perpetuates the narrative, right? Like when you see Harry Potter, you're like, okay, that's all make believe. But then people watch Star Trek and Star
Dude,
Wars, and they
that's
go,
Harry
"Oh,
Potter's
this is
closer to the real truth than fucking
exactly."
than outer space. Yeah, Harry Potter, I would think, is more close to the real truth because it actually has spells that are real in it, and that's no bullshit. It really has spells. J.K. Rowling is a spellcaster, Satanist. In my mind, yeah, I think J.K. Rowling is a Satanist, but
Aleister Crowley, yeah.
yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. These people, some of these well, even some of the space novel guys back in the 30s, 40s, those guys were Satanists. They were in theosophic societies and shit like that, theosophy and all that kind of shit. They're involved in that Satanism. People that started the space program, fucking uh, Jet Propulsion Laboratory with Jack Parsons.
JPL.
Yeah, they were
Yeah,
occultists.
JPL. Yeah, he's a fucking Satanist. So I mean, it's like, dude, all of it's Satanism. That's what I'm saying. It's like Satan can. He has his little runs every once in a while, but it's all good, man.
But it's like
Space is
it's deception.
space will be fake again
It's
soon.
deception at the end of the day. It's misdefining
Well, it's
and
the opposite. I
redefining.
mean, Satan deals in opposites too, right? It looks flat, but it's not.
Right. Let me convince
See,
you. Let me
everything
deceive your
here.
eyes.
I'm going to tell you something. Spirits. Here's something you understand in the spirit. When you see something that like, dude, that's if it's somebody trying to give you an exact opposite of what you perceive and what you know to be true, that's Satan. That's the devil.
It's also you don't know what you're fighting. So if you don't know what you're fighting, how can you?
Oh, I know it. That's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
I'm just letting you know if this is a signature of Satan, is something opposite, like something directly opposite. I'm talking about it's some as a spiritual person, you should be able to see it. If someone's telling you something, hey, this is okay and this is true, but it's the exact opposite of what you know to be true. I mean, the exact, like mirror opposite. It's like, dude, just like flat Earth globe. It's either flat or it's curved. Yeah, of course it's not. Now, but that's not the only example. But this is one of the most obvious here in this platform. But yeah, dude, Satan gives you little opposites every day. God gives you wards against them because
Well, it's a
you do
mass
have.
hypnosis, right?
It is. Yeah. Yep.
Which is why the Globers always revert back to, well, how like you're gonna go against all the scientists and all the NASA guys. It's like
Right. I mean, you say, well, just show me one evidence for the globe, and then they just say, well, they start asking you questions. It's like, no, you said the globe is true. Why don't you show me that the globe is true?
right.
And then they
Put
start
the
asking
burden
you
on them.
questions. No, I'm not asking you to ask me questions. I want you to show me how you know the Earth is a globe.
I
Right.
will explain to you right now. Really simple. Coriolis effect. Snipers actually have to account for the curvature of the Earth.
Give me an example.
No, right there. Like that's the example. Snipers literally have to account for a Coriolis effect.
Give me a practical, real world example of when they did it and when it was tested and how they know it's true.
Every time a sniper fires at over a mile.
Well, I know that's not true because I've talked to snipers before. So you're going to have to give me one practical example where you
Is this
have
guy?
experienced
Are
it.
you really gonna straight face tell me snipers know nothing about a Coriolis?
Yeah, they don't.
I know
take
they
into
know
consideration.
something about it, but they never do it.
Yeah, I'm going to post. I'm going to post the world record holders. The world record holders of. Hang on, you're not
World
letting me
record
speak now.
long distance sniper
So I
said
can't
he
speak
never
now. Here we go,
uses
look.
it. Hey,
Right.
I believe
Right, let me just
it was
shut him down quickly. Look, I'm
it's
going in the next
Canadian.
5 minutes. Look, you can hear me talking, yeah?
Go ahead,
Right.
shut me down. Prove
Right.
me that.
I'm going to shut you down in the next 5 minutes. I'm going to post for you the world record holders that hold the world record for the 4.4. Just keep talking. Just keep talking, yeah?
No, I'm just saying. No, it sounds good.
4 point. Shut up.
Appreciate it.
4.4 miles. Okay, that's the world record at the moment. These two guys, ex-military, right? When they were asked, I would have posted a documentary. You can go to the 29-minute mark, and from that moment onwards, I'm going to shut you right up because they're going to tell you how they don't take into consideration the Earth's curvature or the Coriolis. That would be going into the weeds. We didn't have to do that, they said. Okay, that's what they said. Right, and then they went on.
Who is
they went
that?
on
Would
to
you like to
hang on. Let me finish.
Hold on.
Sony, are you
Give me your
willing to look at this?
sources.
Hold on.
Give me your
Sony,
sources.
are you willing to look at the video? He's going to share it. Are you
Oh, I'd
willing
love
to
to
look
see
at
it. I'd love to see it.
Okay.
I'd love to see those.
All right. Okay. So
quote
let me
unquote
just finish what I'm saying
This
first.
is
Though.
a
I'm still
legitimate
talking.
world record sniper. He
Yeah.
took the longest sniper shot, and they interviewed him afterwards, and
Yeah.
they asked him if
Okay.
he used the Coriolis or curvature.
And you have that video.
And he
You
said
have that
no.
video where he said it. You have
No,
that video
Jen's
where he
about to
says
post
it.
it. Jen's about
Yeah,
to
I'm going to
all right,
post it in a minute. Yeah.
Let me know. Let me know where he doesn't talk about the Coriolis.
Yeah, but yeah, I just wanted to finish what I'm saying first, and then I'll get it for you.
To be fair,
I'm
like
talking.
this video you're sending me,
I am still trying to give you
it is a
everything you're
guy
going to hear.
talking about the
So
Coriolis
if you can
effect
shut
and
up for a few more minutes,
referencing to the
if
Coriolis
you can
effect.
shut up for a few more minutes,
Correct, right?
Because I'm still talking. You haven't heard the full story yet. You've
Hey, Jen,
interrupted. You've interrupted. You're still interrupting as I'm talking to you.
No,
Shut
it's
up.
me. It's me, Jen.
Shut
It's
up and
me.
let me speak now.
Jen. It's
Yeah,
me.
go
I'm
ahead.
interrupting. I muted him so you could finish what you're saying.
Oh, thanks.
Introduce your video, explain it,
Yeah.
and then post it.
And then I'll post it. Yeah, right. So the video is going to come in a minute. I will advise you to go to the 29-minute mark, okay? And they were asked, did you have to take into consideration the Earth's curvature or the Coriolis? And they said, no, we didn't have to do that. It wasn't necessary. We would be going into the weeds. But what we were more concerned of was the 27-second mark, because it took 24.4 seconds to hit the target 4.4 miles away. And when the projectile leaves the muzzle, it's traveling at 3,300 feet per second at an altitude of 2,500 feet above line of sight. Okay. And at the 22nd point, the speed had dropped dramatically to 680. Yeah. Now, what they were concerned with was the last 4 seconds, because they said that to try and calculate the environmentals, which is the atmospheric conditions, was impossible, they said. Right. They could not account with the maths for that last 4 seconds, and that was what they were concerned about, because the bullet had dropped dramatically and could be blown off course. Okay, right, now I'll go and get the video.
And it also slowed down. It slows down a lot at that point. After 4
Yes, of course it
miles,
has.
too.
It's
Yeah,
slowed down
it's a lot
dramatically.
slower. It's a lot slower,
Yeah.
and it's dropped quite a
Yeah.
bit. And
Yeah.
yeah, just like he's saying, you're gonna hear him say,
They didn't have to count for. Well, how could you count it? You couldn't. But yeah,
Yeah, you know, you're dreaming. You're dreaming, man. That's
yeah,
impossible. It's impossible.
yeah. It's like with the spin of the bullet in the air and shit over 4 miles. You wouldn't be. How are you? Be like, oh well, you missed the target because you didn't adjust for Coriolis. Oh well,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, you can't do it. It's not doable. Yeah. So give me about 5 minutes because I've got to go into a separate library and then scroll down where I've kept it. Okay. So I do apologise for the little delay in time, but please allow that.
That's
So
okay. This
carry on.
guy's going to stay on mute because I have a feeling he's just a motor mouth and won't let anybody say anything anyway. So Sony, you can kiss everybody's ass and wait for Jen's video because you're a dick. If you weren't such a dick, I'd unmute you and let you talk, but I'm just going to talk about you while you're sitting there waiting on Jen's video because you're a fucking asshole.
Yeah, not appreciating the silence though. Whilst I'm
Oh,
looking.
I'm loving it. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm loving watching this guy's. He's still in chat. He didn't leave yet, so maybe he'll watch your video. I don't have it. I could care fucking less what he says after all that bullshit he just said.
Yeah.
So, yeah, take your time, Jen.
Yeah, because I'm having to scroll down where I've collected it to get it. I've got to check
I've
each
seen
one.
it. I've seen it before, so I know. I
Oh,
know
okay,
it's there.
brilliant. Not talking about them.
Dude, not only he's not the this video is not the only long distance shot. None of these long distance there's YouTube channels of long distance. There's snipers that they make YouTube channels like all the time. Just like they have a YouTube channels. They spend a lot of time taking the best rifles. They shoot as long as they can, 2-3 miles all the time. They'll sit there and show you their first few shots. They miss, they miss, they miss, they hit, and you won't hear them once fucking talk about the Coriolis. Because when they have a sniper and a spotter, right? You got a target 2 miles away. The sniper is going to shoot through the scope, try their best to hit the target the first time, probably going to miss. Spotter is going to say, dude, you were real close, but you have to adjust. Boom, 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 up this way, boom, 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 that way, blah, blah, blah. Now, Sniper's hoping that the wind conditions are relatively the same because he's going to have to adjust his scope a little bit, really sensitive scope, just a little bit to the up and to the right or down to the
This system,
left.
it always glitches when I want to do something. Always starts glitching up.
It's okay,
Right there, it
dude. I
is.
went
Okay,
through
here it
that
is,
last
guys.
night.
Got it. Post
But
now.
this is what they do when
Okay, there
they're
it is.
doing these
I
long
posted
distance
it. There it is.
shots.
There you go.
Yeah, when they do these
There you
long
go.
distance shots, they're not ever adjusting for Coriolis because they almost always miss their first shot, so that they
Yeah,
know how to adjust.
yeah. They got to have spotters. They've got the spotters. You see.
Yeah, they have a
They got.
spotter. They have a sniper and
Yeah,
a spotter. They have the spotter.
yeah,
It's going to tell them, all right, you got really close, but you're going to have to go this way. And
yeah.
they never
You got to
mention
head south a
Coriolis.
little bit.
Never, ever,
Yeah.
ever Coriolis. Ever.
No. Yeah, I posted it in the side chat. It's in there, so you can click on that link. It's an interview, and they go on about it. And if you want to get to the point where it's important, go to 29 minutes. Start from 20. Start at 28, so you don't miss it. Start at 28, and then you ease yourself in. Brilliant, absolutely marvelous statements that they're coming out with. They're saying that they can't account for refraction and atmospheric conditions. They called it environmentals, right? They're talking about the atmospheric conditions, and they could not calculate it. They said it was impossible to account for it. We couldn't do it.
That link you put there, I'm getting videos of what hiring managers actually want to hear in an interview.
Yeah,
How to
interview.
win
That's
a
the one.
30 minute.
Interview. And that should be the one. Interview.
So
Click on
I
that.
want to hear an interview of how hiring managers want to hear, because I clicked the link
No,
that you
that's not the one,
posted.
mate. It should be an interview with the world record holders. It should be.
Okay, well, the link that you
Listen.
posted, I clicked on it and it's asking me about hiring managers
Oh, that's not the one. See what I mean? It
and
glitches.
interview.
This thing glitches all the time, you know. This Google and crap. Always glitching out. Why would I give you that? Well, that's not what I'm interested in. We
Have you
want an
been looking
interview
up
with the world.
talking about job interviews or something? Have you been
You know,
talking?
that's crap. Yeah, I'm not looking for a job.
Somebody is, because whatever link you posted is talking about how to answer the top 10 hardest interview questions on a job interview. That's what you posted.
Okay, I'm going to post it now. Hang on. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. I'm going to post it now. I've stopped it. Right. I'm going to try again. Right. I'm listening to the video. I'm now going to post it. Maybe you got to scroll down and look for that video because I posted it. I'm listening to the video now. I'm now about to post it again. It's criminal that this thing is doing that because I've got it. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute now. Right, here it comes your way. Right, and the link is there. That's it. That's the link. I just posted it of that video. So what you've got to do is look for the video of the interview of the world record holders because that's what it is. You can get it on.
Why are
It's on
you
YouTube.
posting? Hold on. Why are you posting a link to the Google search?
Well, that was what I had it on the Google search.
Why aren't you posting the link to the actual video and not the link to your Google search?
Okay, let me have a look there then because I thought I did. I thought I was doing that.
No, you're posting the link to your Google search, and it just
Okay,
says
thanks. I got
interview.
you. Okay, let me try this then. Let me try this then. Shit. Okay, here it comes now then. Hang on. Give it a few more seconds. It's not playing. It's not playing ball. Come on. It won't let me share it. Look at that.
Is
It
it a
says
YouTube
share.
video?
Yeah. It's got WhatsApp. I don't want to do it by WhatsApp. I just want to share it. And it won't let me share it. Look at that. Look. What a you see, it let me do it with WhatsApp. It's okay with WhatsApp. What a crap. Yeah, that's weird. Really weird. Don't
Because
understand why this
when
is
I
doing.
click that link that you posted, it just gives me it opens a Google search page, and it just in the search bar just says interview. So it's like
Yeah,
you sent me a link to the Google search for the word interview.
interview. Oh, that's a bit silly. No,
Yeah,
no,
it's
no.
fucking weird.
Yeah, it's just glitching up suddenly, and I don't understand it. Don't understand it at all. This is just strange. Mm. And frustrating at the same time because the video is there on YouTube. Okay, let me try it. Let me another method because that's just wasting my time.
Well, in the meantime, Sony House has posted the Firearm Industry Trade Association video on long range shooting and the Coriolis effect by Ryan Litz, Applied Ballistics. I was going to say. Can you guys hear it through my mic? Bet you any money he's not going to give us an example.
Okay, here comes the video now. Anyway, I've got it. I've got it. Okay, it's coming now. This time, no mistake. It's playing. I can hear it playing. And here it comes your way. Got to go through 5 convoluted steps just to get it to you. What a joke. on this iPhone of mine.
Oh, hey, check this out.
There
That
it is.
video that
There it is.
that video. Okay, I got you. But that video Homeboy just posted, the guy that was arguing with him,
Yeah.
muted because he's an asshole. I just scrolled through that video. The guy was just talking about how the Coriolis effect would work and how you would account for it. No examples.
No, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it was just
There's the
talked
video
about it. It
anyway.
was some shooting professional supposedly that talked about the Coriolis effect. Just like
Yeah.
anybody can talk about it.
Yeah, any enthusiast. Yeah. Well, the video's in there now. Okay, I've sent it to you properly. Go to the
Thank
29.
you.
Go to the 28-minute mark, and then you ease yourself into what they've got. It's very revealing. Love it, man.
28 minutes, huh?
Yeah, and then it kicks in around about 20 minutes, 29 minutes, sorry. But I want you to ease yourself into it. And then keep listening to about 33 minutes because there's some revealing statements being made, especially when it comes to trying to account for the they call it environmentals, which is the atmospheric conditions, right? They couldn't do the maths to calculate for those last 4 seconds, right?
All right. Check this out. I'm gonna watch it and I'm
Yeah.
gonna unmute Sony House and I'm gonna see if he's gonna watch it or not.
Yeah, go on.
Are you gonna
Yeah.
hold on, let me unmute him.
Yeah.
Because I mean we could watch it together and talk about it.
Yeah, let's all watch it together, man, because it is a good one.
All right, Sony House, you're gonna watch this at 28 minutes.
I mean, sure, I can watch it. I mean, I know it's complete bullshit.
Well, this
but
wait,
Oh, it's
what's
complete bullshit.
bullshit? Hold on. You're saying it's bullshit. It's not the world record 4.4 miles.
No, 4.4 miles is not the record. The record is about 2.4.
No,
It's a
that's not
Canadian
true.
sniper.
No,
2.36
that's an old record.
miles.
That's an old record.
Oh,
It's an old one.
No,
This is the new record.
there's no such thing. It doesn't exist.
There is such a thing. The guys are there. They're
Who?
telling you. It's
Who?
4.4 miles. It's
Yeah,
a world record.
Who did
It's
it? What
there.
was their name?
the Guinness
who
Book
did
of
it?
World Records is there, bro.
Who
Yeah,
did it?
it's
And
there,
what was
man.
their name?
It's in the video.
No, I can't give you the names offhand.
It doesn't exist, dude. No one's ever sniped
No,
somebody at
it's
4
not that at all.
miles.
It's definitely
It's
them.
impossible.
They're
For
well
one.
documented. Why don't you watch the video and listen and get their names? Go into the description and get their names if you're so concerned. I mean, I've forgotten their names for now. Remember their names at all for now.
Okay, he's muted. I'll watch it.
Yeah.
Sony House, go watch it from 28 minutes where Jen recommended. I'm gonna watch it from 28 minutes. We'll see what they say.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
man.
dude, it was like, oh, he's just saying it's fake. He didn't even looked at it yet.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? I've got to remember their names. I don't recall their names offhand. Too many names in my head at the moment that I haven't got their
Yeah, I knew
names
this.
spelled in.
This happened a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
It was a big thing.
Years
It was
ago.
a big deal. I mean, they weren't faking this. I don't know what the fuck he's talking.
No, they were ex-military themselves, you see.
It's
They were doing
retarded.
it, just doing it as a challenge, right? And they said they put everything in the description, all the equipment and how they configured the weapon so that they could be challenged by other people to see if anyone else could beat their record. That's what it's all about. They said we did it for the challenge. It's all in the interview.
Yeah, and they weren't. They didn't even think about Coriolis until somebody asked them, right?
Yeah.
Like,
You know what he said? He said, no, we didn't have to do that. That would be going into the weeds. You listen to what they said. Yeah, man, it was funny. Mm.
I'm gonna check it out. I'll be back.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, I watched it the other day, you see. I thought, let me remember the timestamp anyway, this very rare occasion, because I know this is going to come up again, right? And I was having arguments with the my black brothers in the Black Heaven, you know. There's some ex-military there, and they kept saying that they took it into consideration. And I said, no, they don't. They don't. Here's the video, bang. There's the timestamp for you. And then here's from Mark Sargent, ex-military, all their testimonies, a whole load of them, weapons experts, boom, pilots, yeah, bam, naval officers, submarines, SEALs, you know, rubber seal experts, yeah, everything, and their testimony. Everyone's saying Earth is flat. Yeah, they didn't like that. I tsunamied them with too much material. There's just so much you've got to retain. I can't retain every single name at the moment. Sorry. But the name is mentioned at the beginning of the video. If you want to know their name, go to the beginning of the video and the names come up immediately. All right. That's simple, really. Always ask stupid questions as if that's of any importance. Matters not their name. Look at what they did and listen to what they say. Okay, so it's Shepard Humphreys and Scott Austin. That's their names, right? Shepard Humphreys and Scott Austin. They're the names of the two individuals. Shepard Humphreys and Scott Austin. There you go. You want the names? There they are. Yeah, Shepard. There you go. There you go. Mm. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly the same. Exactly. Thank you.
Amazing.
Right. Very good.
Holy shit, dude.
You see?
I heard him say, well,
Yeah.
he said, if you just count the bullet spin drift, you're talking about 93 inches, right? And
Right.
what he said, when he's talking about spin drift, what he's talking about is the rifling of the barrel.
That's right.
They use rifling in the barrel to spin the bullet
Right.
so that it travels in a straighter line.
Straight line as
Uh,
possible. Yeah.
but with the spin drift, it's called the Magnus effect.
That's right.
And so that's going to carry the bullet a certain way when it's spinning, when it's coming out of the barrel. So they have to consider that. And then after that, he's like, "Hey, some people said, what have you considered the core? I mean, what did you have to do with the Coriolis?" He's like, "Well, that's just lost in the weeds." It's like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's
We don't
like,
do that.
in
Yeah.
other
They don't
words,
take that into
it's not
consideration.
there. So
It's not
we're
there. Yeah,
only,
they didn't take it into consideration. They were more concerned with the environmentals after the 22nd mark of the flight of the bullet. You understand? Because there it's lost a lot of speed, and they couldn't calculate for those cubic feet, cubic yards. No one is the same, and they had to account for 7,700 of those. So it's impossible to calculate. So when they
yeah,
call refraction, and people call refraction, it's an impossibility. Not even a computer can compute that. You're talking crap. The laser beam hit the target. Welcome to flat Earth, and
yeah.
start doing your maths properly.
You're looking at
Yeah,
the
man.
chat. Sony House is saying that dude is full of shit. He doesn't know what he's talking
Nah,
about. He's an
he's
idiot.
full of the brown stuff. He's full of the brown stuff himself. And
Get out of
that's the end of it, right?
retard.
The world record at the moment is 4.4 miles. And in fact, there have been longer shots actually, but they haven't been entered as a record yet. You see, there have been longer people, and they said it in that interview that people have shot further than us, but ours is the official record at the moment. Okay, there you go. That's a good interview, that one. Really good interview.
That's pretty good, man. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, like you keep saying, you've got these standards that you've got to keep. They don't. No one
Once,
takes into consideration
all
Coriolis.
right.
They don't do that.
Well, let's go ahead and see what Sony House has to say. I'll
It's full of
unmute him.
global diarrhea, no doubt. Grab a
I
tissue,
know.
everybody. Incoming. Grab
Get
your tissue
ready.
now.
Get ready. Well, your tissue for your butt and all the diarrhea is about to come out.
No, the global diarrhea is going to be spraying in your face. So, like, get a wet towel. Get a nappy wipe and get some towels ready.
All right,
Here we
Sony
go.
House, tell us what was wrong with that video.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean everything. Coriolis effect has nothing to do with distance. It has to do with the
Oh,
curvature of the Earth
really?
and the rotation of the Earth. This is why you have to account for the rotation of the Earth, because by the time your bullet hits your target, I mean, this
The
Earth,
target would have moved.
we're
Is
rotating. Do you understand that we're rotating about 20,000 miles an hour, right?
Is that why all of the airplanes all across the world consider Coriolis when they fly from port to port?
Oh yeah,
When
they
it comes to
absolutely do.
land, especially when they're landing
Oh, they absolutely do. Yeah,
on
Yeah.
moving runways.
it's very
Yeah.
common. Yes,
All
it's
right.
Yeah. No,
absolutely
it's not
common.
common at all. They don't.
Well, what if you have to land on a runway that's facing north south? I mean, do you have to kind of like, oh shit, it's moving, it's moving, it's moving. Move left, move left, move
I
right,
don't.
move right, move right, move left,
I
move
don't
left,
think
move
you're
right.
understanding the Coriolis
We
effect.
understand it fully.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm
Come
just
on.
talking. Yeah, Coriolis effect is it's an
Coriolis
object
effect is
moving. There's
just as
two reference
paramount
frames.
on whether or
There's
not you hit your
one
target
reference frame.
as windage, elevation, distance, everything.
According to who?
According to marksmanship. Do you have a gun? Do you ever shot a gun
No,
at long range?
marksmanship is not a fucking person.
No,
According to who?
I mean, I know. Like, I've shot a gun. I know how hard it is to hit something.
And you use
very
Coriolis every time.
far range.
How many times have you shot a gun, and how many times have you used Coriolis?
Oh shit, I don't know, 1,000 times, something like that.
He's a liar.
Yeah, don't
I
lie.
mean,
Don't come in here and lie.
first time I ever
dumbass.
shot a gun, I was like 8 years old. My dad handed me.
You're a
a
liar. Don't
Did
bullshit
your
me.
dad
Did you
go,
take?
hey
I
man,
was
hey
22.
man, I
8
got
years
this
old.
22 in your hand. There's a squirrel over there. Now you're gonna want to point the gun right at him, but the Earth is turning, so you're gonna have to
You
point
gotta-
it a little bit this way.
Am I trying to hit him at 1,000 meters?
Maybe. Did your dad
Then yes,
give
I would
you the
have to count for
22?
Coriolis effect. Yes, I would.
Nah,
absolutely.
you're
Your
lying.
dad told you. Your dad told you to count for Coriolis when you're shooting the squirrel.
Man, I really wish a real sniper would come in here and just fucking
Shut
laugh
up.
at
We've
you
given
guys
you
right
two
now.
We talked to dozens of them, bro. And we just gave you a
Oh, you
video
have.
with real
Oh, you
snipers.
have. Oh, you have.
Yeah.
You
world
talk real
world
snipers.
record holders.
Yeah.
World
Yeah.
record holders.
Okay.
I haven't had one. We've talked to plenty
You
of
didn't
people
even
in the
understand what the
military.
Coriolis effect was, bro.
We
Like, you
do
thought it was
understand. I'm gonna,
distance.
look, you know what? You know what? I'm going
No,
to do you a favor.
based on what you were saying, you
Uh,
clearly thought it was about distance and how
No, we
far you
didn't.
could
No,
see.
we didn't.
This is
No,
why
we
you
didn't.
went with the
talking about distance,
4.4
dummy.
miles.
Talk about convoluted. No, we didn't think that. Stop lying. You're
Okay,
misrepresenting.
so what did you? All right, what did you think it was?
Excuse me.
After I
What
already
I'm gonna
told you
do
what it
for you,
was.
what I'm going to do for you now.
After
I
already
just
told you
posted
what
an
it was.
image. That's the Coriolis
When I
effect.
already told you
Right,
what
thank
it
you.
was.
I am now going to give you a video where you can earn $20,000. You can earn
That's not the Coriolis
$20,000.
effect. That's
Now,
retarded.
can you mute this cunt because he's not
That means
listening?
nothing.
Dude, pull up the Wikipedia page. That's where I got that from.
No,
That's
that's
where I
not.
got it from.
Nobody would. No, I don't know where you got there, but that's not a
Well,
I
you're a
Coriolis
pulled it
wank.
from
effect.
Wikipedia. That's that
You're-
video. That's what you pull up Wikipedia. That's the image they show. That's Coriolis.
All right. No, it's
wow.
not.
What
It's
an
not.
asshole.
You're showing me a flat model for one. That's not Coriolis effect. So
No, Coriolis is a straight reference frame versus a
it's
spinning
not.
reference
No,
frame.
it's not. No,
Jesus
Coriolis
Christ,
effect
he doesn't
has
even know
to do with the
this
globe.
idiot doesn't even know what Coriolis is, and he's trying to tell us
He
what
doesn't even
Coriolis
know. I
is.
know.
Oh,
He's
really?
laughing at us. He doesn't even
Is that
understand.
right?
There's
Is that right?
one reference frame versus the other. One is spinning, one's not.
Right, here we go. Now, listen, Helio, I've just posted from Flat Earth Sherman, weapons expert, $20,000 for anyone to prove that the Coriolis is manifesting on Earth. It's been there since 2019. Still there
Man,
today.
go make you $20,000.
There
Go
it
to that
is.
video. You can contact that guy. Get
So-
you $20,000, bro.
The reason why the Coriolis effect works is because
You're not
you have-
listening. Why didn't you listen
you
to what
have-
we just said to you?
You have
Hello?
the you have the
Hello,
northern
you're not
and
listening.
What do you
southern
mean?
hemisphere.
What do you mean
right?
by what do you
You're
mean
not
by
listening.
You have the
Coriolis effect?
you have the
work?
northern
He's not
and
listening.
southern hemisphere. One veers to the right, one veers to the left, right?
No, it
'Cause
doesn't.
Based
That's
upon its rotation
No, it's
and which
bullshit.
way you're aiming, that's the
It's
Coriolis
bullshit.
effect.
It's
It's
bullshit.
a globe. The model is a globe.
No measurable
I hate to
curvature,
break
mate.
your fucking brains right
No
now.
measurable
But the
curvature,
Coriolis
retard.
effect
We're
doesn't
not
work without
measuring
a
curvature.
globe.
Notice
It
the
doesn't
word
work.
curvature.
It
Do you know
doesn't
how
work.
to spell it?
It
Do you
literally
know
doesn't
how
work.
to read it? You know what it
This man
means?
is a very
Curvature.
sad person.
Have you measured?
This
Guys,
guy's very sad.
guys,
He's a very sad guy.
guys.
He's
It's been
preaching
fun.
his religion to
No,
people
guys,
that
guys,
aren't.
guys. It's been fun,
He's
but you're
obviously not interested
fucking
in making
retarded.
$20,000.
Yeah,
I can't do this
go
anymore.
fucking preach your religion in some other room. Go.
$20,000.
Get the fuck out.
All that $20,000 he could make. Free money.
Fucking
If you-
religitard.
Yeah.
Idiot.
What a dumbass. We've given him an opportunity to make $20,000. He should have jumped on it immediately, since he knows it manifests on Earth. You see, the Coriolis effect is a real
it's
effect
funny.
on
If you pull up,
spinning objects.
if you
Go
put
ahead.
in Coriolis effect or Coriolis force, in a Google search, it'll give you the
Yeah.
Wikipedia page. That image I posted
Yeah.
is the first image that they give you on the Wikipedia page, and he laughed at it and said, "That's not the
Yeah.
Coriolis." It's like, dude, get the fuck out of
Yeah.
here.
He doesn't
You're
even
an
know what
idiot.
it is.
Doesn't even know what
He
it
doesn't.
is. Yeah.
No.
So
And then we gave him $20,000. We gave him $20,000. He didn't want it. There you go.
now he's just
You know,
saying we're retarded and we don't understand, of course. Yeah,
yeah,
we don't
of
understand
course.
anything. We don't know what the Coriolis effect is.
Yeah.
Snipers do it, don't they?
And they don't, because
No, they
we
don't.
just
We
proved
just
him
proved
wrong
it.
there.
So yeah, he's an
Yeah,
idiot.
yeah. And we gave him $20,000, ladies and gentlemen, for his efforts, and he didn't even pick up the money.
Goodness.
He didn't even pick up the money.
How
There you
sad.
go. Sad human being. Would you pass up $20,000 if you could prove the Coriolis? Would you? Especially if your dad taught you
Very.
when you were 8-year-old shooting rabbits. It'd be well worse.
Even if the Earth, all these snipers think the Earth is a globe, and they're still not doing it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
fucking crazy, bro. But this idiot, this anti-FE idiot comes in here calls us dumb because we're telling you that the snipers that think the Earth is a globe aren't using the Coriolis, and he's telling us that they are, and they're saying they're not using it, but they think it's Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
How
It's just
fucking
sick.
crazy is that?
Exactly. It's absolute fucking mayhem he's got there going on. You know, we totally destroyed him completely. He was finished. He came in, put his foot in the bucket, and it was stuck there now. Can't get his foot out.
Like
Look at
like
this.
Hillary Clinton said, we came, or he came, he saw, he died, or whatever.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
came, he saw, he died.
Yeah. Right.
You know who she was talking about when she said that? You remember?
Saddam Hussein?
Muammar Gaddafi.
Oh, Gaddafi. I was close. I was
Yeah.
close.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was one of them too. But
She had a big giggle, big smile on her face about how
yeah.
they killed Gaddafi. Oh
Yeah.
man. I want to that shit pissed me off.
Yeah. Yeah. Pissed me off. That's why you remembered it so
Dude.
well. It was that
Dude,
particular guy. Yeah.
Gaddafi,
I
man,
thought
it
it was
was
Saddam
like,
Hussein, but
dude,
it was,
what
of
Gaddafi
course,
was actually
Gaddafi.
doing for Africa, bro, man.
He was
Oh
doing a
man.
lot of work. Yeah,
Yeah,
he
bro.
really was.
It's
He
just
was
like
about
I
to
didn't know
unify.
that shit. It's just really crazy. I remember being in
Yeah.
the 80s, it's like, oh, Gaddafi, he's a terrorist, the same terrorist
Yeah.
rhetoric, whatever.
The Lockerbie
But
incident.
no, he wasn't like that at all. At
No,
all.
he wasn't. He wasn't. You're right. And not only, another person they took out who was trying to unify South America was Hugo Chavez. He was doing the same thing that they were doing in Africa, South America, trying to unify them with the oil. Yeah, and they took him out. Hugo
No, I
Chavez.
wouldn't put Chavez on the same level with Gaddafi. No, I wouldn't
No,
do that.
I would,
Chavez is
but
a
I don't think
communist,
he wasn't. He
man.
loved
Come
his
on,
people.
bro.
He loved his people.
He was a fucking communist.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't. He
Yes, he
wasn't. He really
was.
wasn't.
No.
He
Well,
loved his people. He loved his people. In the end,
I
he
would
loved his
compare him
people.
more to Hitler than somebody.
Really? I don't know.
But maybe
I don't see that in
maybe I don't know
Chavez.
much about Chavez. Maybe I don't know as much
Yeah,
about
no. Chavez
Chavez.
is not that guy. He really loved his people.
Okay.
He
Okay.
had his
Well,
chest
and
out on the
hey,
streets.
I'm in America and I'm trying to stand for America and look at the shit's going on around here. So,
Yeah, I know.
who knows? Who knows? Well, I
Yeah.
mean, people say a lot of shit about us too, so who knows, man?
Yeah, that guy came
But
and said we were retarded, for example. And the
no, I'm just
Coriolis
talking
effect
about
does
like
exist. He said he'd shot thousands of times, right? What a liar. He hadn't shot once. Just lying, man. Just lying. Barefaced lying, ladies and gentlemen. That's what no one takes into consideration. The Coriolis. I dropped my ice cream when I heard it. What a joke. I was in the
well,
army.
and
We
it's
never heard
just
about
like
that.
I think several of videos we've been doing a lot of replays lately with Indio, and they're talking about, oh, you guys don't understand physics, right? There's an arc, right? They consider Coriolis and these, where the military use them to shoot missiles across whatever. It's like, no, they're not using Coriolis. And you tell people that,
No, they're
just like
not.
this guy, and they're like, yeah, they do. And we're like, no, they're not. And we show them, hey, man, whatever they might consider in the blast range of whatever projectile, that they're just like in the game Worms. You know, you have to tilt your missile back, or if you have a
Yeah.
trebuchet or something. It's the angle at what you throw it and how much power behind it and all that. Sure, that's physics, right? But they're thinking that all of the military is using Coriolis when they're doing this, and they never have. They put it in some of the manuals, but they never actually do it in the field. And so
That's right.
just because they can reference a few manuals where they mention it, doesn't mean they're actually doing it in the field, just like was demonstrated here with that sniper test that you just posted. They're not, they didn't even think to consider Coriolis. And then people ask him after the fact, and he's like, no, we didn't have to do that. And he's like, yeah, it's so far out of the realm of
Yeah, it'd be in the
calculation.
weeds. It said so
Yeah,
far
it's
in the
like, I mean,
weeds.
it's the same thing with with that type of munitions. If you're if you have to shoot a missile, or launch a missile, in an arc trajectory over several hundred yards or 100 miles or whatever, however long, your first one, just like I said, is going to miss. And then
Yeah.
you have a spotter saying, hey man, that was a pretty good shot, but you were off
Yeah.
about 70 yards. So you're gonna have to.
Yeah. That's it. And that's what they do through radio control, and that's how
Yeah,
they do it.
and
Yeah.
then someone would be like, well, maybe it was Coriolis, that's why he missed. Everybody would laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh.
Yeah.
If one of the
It
people,
took them
one of the sailors on the
69
boat,
shots to hit the bullseye. Yeah. They
be like,
painted an orange
wait, it was
on their
Coriolis.
target.
It was Coriolis. Not
Yeah.
the
They
Coriolis
painted an orange
calculation.
bullseye on their target, and it took them 69 shots to actually hit it.
Well, I'm just talking about like in the field, like if you were in the army or something, and you had this big gunship, and you're in
Yeah.
the ocean, and you're like, all right, I gotta tilt the gun up this way because I want to shoot something, half a
Yeah.
mile away, and
Yeah.
then you shoot it, and you're looking for a target because you're listening through communications. It's over
Yeah.
here, and then somebody
Oh, that
up
bloody
close says,
Coriolis.
all right, damn it, you missed it. You're 100 yards to the left, and they're like, you didn't count for Coriolis.
Oh, yes. The Coriolis
Everybody would
effect.
laugh at that motherfucker and say, Coriolis?
What the fuck is the
What? How are we
Coriolis?
going to put that in this gun? Just tell me, all right, I'm a little to the left. Let me adjust it to the right. Boom.
Yeah.
Hey, how about the second shot? Did I hit? No, it's a little
Yeah.
bit,
And you know what?
forward.
Do you know that the
Did you
Germans,
count for Coriolis
the
this
German
time?
army, the German military actually did that. They actually took into consideration the Coriolis, and they missed the target every time. And then when they went back to the line of sight, they hit the target every time. There you go. So they actually used it,
Wow.
and it never worked. They missed the target when they factor in the
What?
supposed spin.
I want to
Yeah.
see that, but I don't want to see evidence of that. But I don't think anybody should or would ever consider Coriolis when it comes to munitions or anything like that.
Yeah, exactly. Silly
You
idea.
literally have to take into account when you're sniping at any
And you
distance.
literally do, right? You have to snipe with Coriolis. If you don't use Coriolis, that shit's gonna be way off, right? It's like
Yeah,
literally you have to do it, right?
they
How would you do it? Can you explain how somebody would consider like a 2 mile shot, or say you're on a
Yeah.
gunship? I mean, what would you do to account for Coriolis?
just
So
account for this
when the bullet leaves the gun, then the Earth is going to start spinning underneath it. Well, the Earth is already spinning, and you're spinning with the Earth. So once
you guys
the
are
bullet leaves,
like
once the bullet leaves the gun,
all such a deep
once the
level of
bullet leaves the
retardation.
gun, then
Do
the
you think
bullet
that the
travels in a
Earth
straight
is
line.
actually in a stable state?
It's not. I don't know.
Do you think the Earth is not moving?
Can you walk right now?
Yes.
Because if you were to go outside and walk, I think the Earth would be spinning.
I don't think that you understand what acceleration is.
I think I understand what acceleration is.
You sure?
Yeah, I know.
You sure you understand what acceleration is?
Tickle, tickle,
Not to
tickle. I
60,
do.
Okay,
2.3
so
seconds.
So momentum, right, like speed, is not measurable, right, from a first person perspective for pretty much anybody. So what acceleration is happening to show us that, you know, we're changing direction
Well,
on Earth?
let's take a single example, even if it's theoretical.
Sure.
So tell
Yeah.
me what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. So flat earthers claim that
Don't say flat earthers came. Give me one example of what you're talking about, a projectile being affected by Coriolis.
literally every sniper shot ever fired.
No, well, tell me how they account for it. You seem to be very knowledgeable. You say that we're
They
dumb.
literally do
They
account for it every
literally
time.
do. They literally do.
Every
Okay.
time every
They
time they
literally
fire a
do. How
bullet,
they do it? How they fucking do it? Tell me.
they literally account
They
for the
just literally do
rotation
it.
of
Is that
the
all they do? They
earth
just literally,
based
literally,
upon their
literally.
shot.
They literally do it based upon their shot. Is that what they literally do?
Yep.
You fucking get the fuck out of here with your nonsense, fucking
Are you
idiot.
retarded?
You are.
Okay.
Retarded.
Jesus.
Jesus Christ. They literally do it, don't they, Jen?
They literally
Literally.
drink a lot
They
whilst they do
literally.
it.
Man, I drink a lot, but I literally don't sound like that fucking idiot.
Yeah, they literally drink, and then they try to do the Coriolis,
Well, it's
and it
just
all
like that
gets
was a
belly up.
simple question, right? It's like, hey, you say they literally do it. Well, tell us how they do
Yeah.
it. Well, I mean, they literally do it. I mean, if I say literally enough, then they literally
That means they
do
literally do it, and they do it good.
it.
What a
Damn,
lemon! What
we
a
are,
lemon!
dude. Do you feel like Jen? Have you seen that movie Idiocracy?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, we're there.
We're living that now. Yeah, of
Dude,
course we are.
it's complete. It's complete.
It's
We are
complete.
in
This is the
idiocracy.
worst state of affairs at the moment. It's
Yeah.
Matrix put it correctly the other day. He goes, after that 2020 event, humanity failed completely. We failed. You know the COVID nonsense. We failed.
Yeah. And everybody, you know, that the Fauci thing before Congress, you know, and
Yes.
all the
Yeah. The
congressmen are
science
grilling him.
amendment.
All the fucking congressmen are grilling him and shit. Even they're starting to cuss at him now in Congress. One guy was like, one of the congressmen was like, "Who the fuck do you think you are?"
Yeah, doing that. Yeah, that
In
was
a
pretty bad.
congressional meeting. And
Yeah,
he's
I
like,
heard it
I plead
yesterday.
the fifth. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. My
I plead
lawyer recommended I plead the fifth. Fifth, 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 fifth. And so anyway, I was on Facebook and I'm in Arkansas, right? And so my congressman in my area is Tom Cotton, and he had something on Facebook just like saying, "Hey, look at Fauci, he's getting grilled, whatever." And I was like, "Dude, too little, too late, motherfucker. Why didn't you do
Yeah.
something when he was doing it to us?"
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
I posted that, and I responded to it, and I didn't even look for a comment. I don't expect one, but I was like, "Dude, they did it to us. Why are you bitching now? You could have done something then, because he was in
Yeah.
Congress then. I know that, and for I'll be, why don't you do something then?" And I bet you any fucking money if they do another thing like that, he's gonna do it again, and so is everybody else in the Congress.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
He's
fuck
the
you guys
science.
and
The
your
science.
fucking
Yeah.
fucking your what is it called? Crocodile tears.
Yeah.
Later after the fact, after they fucked everybody, you're gonna complain about Fauci, and I would plead the fifth too. After you bought into his bullshit. Fucking you ain't gonna do nothing.
Yeah.
Fauci's gonna walk free, and the next time they come up with this bullshit event, you're gonna fucking follow everything. You're gonna try to force us to all do it again, and guess what? It's gonna get even worse. People are actually this time gonna riot, really
Yeah.
riot.
Yeah. They're going to shoot
Even
you
the
where you stand.
even the right wingers that were calm before,
Yeah.
they're not gonna be calm about it this time.
Yeah. They're going to shoot you in the head. because
Yeah,
that's what
all
they
the
want.
left wingers don't have any fucking guns.
Yeah. Yeah, in
So
Britain we don't have any.
so yeah, try that fucking shit again here. Try it again.
Yeah, I mean they did go in Chicago and a few other states. They went, didn't they, to the town halls because they wanted to go back to work because they were losing money, right? And they went out in their pickup trucks and rifles and said,
Dude, it destroyed the economy everywhere.
yeah, totally
Everywhere.
did. Yeah, and they were
And
asking,
then Fauci's sitting there going, plead the fifth, plead the fifth. Nobody's fucking caring. And the Congress, it's all gonna be swept under the rug. And next time they're introducing little play viruses in the background now. And they're just waiting for the next one. We're gonna see what's gonna happen. Now, like I'm saying, everybody's when they try to do it in America again, it's not gonna be pretty. I promise.
no, yeah, yeah, I can imagine that already, because they've woken up big time. And then this pleading the fifth doesn't go down well at all. People died. Literally, people died from what he said.
No,
The
people,
protocol.
yeah,
Yeah,
people died in the hospital, and
yeah,
not only that, they wouldn't let their family in to be with them in their last moments.
I know. Yeah, and
So,
then to come to compound it even further, people's businesses went belly up. One guy, he was like 70 something. Yeah, family run business over the years. Yeah, right. And he was in tears because he had to lay off all his workers and that. He was in tears. He was moved to tears.
dude, that
His
was
business had to shut down.
all over the world, all over the world it happened. So
Yeah,
yeah, that's dude. Now I guess
that
I'm a
man should be in
carpenter.
jail.
I work in a small shop, so it didn't necessarily affect me because I only worked with a couple people in a shop and
Mm.
whatever. But yeah, man, there were like all the restaurants shutting down. Dude,
Yeah,
hundreds of thousands and millions of people just couldn't go to work. All of a sudden, just like it was,
and then
dude.
they had the gall to say wear two masks. You may have to wear two masks.
Yeah,
People
two would
wear
be better,
two masks.
right? It's like,
Come on.
meanwhile, go to McDonald's, which is still open, and we'll give you a free vaccine if you buy a cheeseburger.
Oh, terrible. McDonald's were doing that.
Yeah, yeah. All the it's like, yeah, go to Walmart or McDonald's, where the only places that are still open, you can get your free protection against
All right. Can you get
whatever
that
this shit.
today? It's still happening now then?
Oh well, yeah, they give free vaccines a lot in different places, all the pharmacies
Wow,
around.
that's
Yeah,
amazing. You can even go to a
like,
McDonald's and get it.
well, I mean, you can pay for a flu shot if you want to, but it's cheap. But if your insurance, yeah, I mean, your insurance wants you to do it anyway. They'll even come to your work and give you a flu shot.
Yeah. Yeah,
I've never,
no thank you at all. Don't
yeah,
need
I've
it.
never taken one. I've never taken one.
Neither have I. I've never had the flu.
I had
I've
the
never
flu
had the flu,
once.
so there you
I
go.
had the flu once, and I got it. They, the reason I know they come to your work and do it is because I worked for a big facility, and they brought a big truck out front, and you take your insurance card to the truck, get your free flu shot, boom, go back to work. 3 days later, I didn't go get the flu shot, but everybody else did. I was down
Yeah.
for almost
See,
2 weeks, bro. I
well,
got
there
the
you go.
flu. I got the flu from everybody else.
Well, you see,
That
the
got
thing is here in
that
England
got the
now.
shot. In my opinion, it was because they got the shot. I
Yeah,
got the flu
that's
from
right.
them.
Yeah, yeah.
That flu wasn't nowhere
They were
around
the
me until
spreaders.
they took that shit.
Yeah, they were the spreaders themselves. It's the virus of the vaccinated. That's what it was.
Yeah, I haven't had a vaccination since I was probably I may have had to have some when went into university when I was 18. But that's if I don't even remember if I had to do it then. But last vaccination that I actually remember is tetanus shot when I stepped on a rusty nail and shit. When I was a teenager.
Right. Yeah. When I
But
was
that
a
was.
kid,
But yeah, I don't do the
the injection thing.
whatever annual flu shots or what.
people that practice, go to the allopathy, that kind of. I don't go to doctors and that kind of. Like people say, who's your general practitioner? I don't. I generally
You
don't
don't
have
have one.
people practice medicine on me. But I mean, some people with health ailments, it's good to have a doctor that kind of keeps track of what's going on with you. But
Yeah, my
it
my
needs to be
doctor's
a
in
good one.
London.
It needs to be a good one.
Yeah, my doctor's in London. I haven't been to the doctors here 27 years, and I haven't been sick in 45 years.
See, it's like everybody that I know that's like ill or taking a lot of medicine, they go to the
Take it.
doctor a lot.
Yeah,
And I
yeah,
never go to the doctor. Uh, I ain't gonna say I feel great all the time, but I'm not like debilitated or anything.
right. You're not needing a medicine every time.
No, I don't need. Well, the only medicine I take that is I would consider an allopathic medication is Nexium. I take that for
Okay.
heartburn, for
The
gastro.
only medicine I would say that I take is a glass of wine occasionally.
There you
That'd be
go. I
it.
mean, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. But yeah, I mean, but I take that I take Nexium for gas for you know uh acid reflux. And I take
Right.
that every
Okay. That's
I
all right.
take one pill every morning for that, and I never have a problem. If I miss a pill, I have a problem. So it's like
Yeah.
that's the only one I take. I don't go to doctors to have a checkup and get them to diagnose me with something so they can put me on beta blockers or whatever they're gonna put me on, because they're gonna be
Yeah.
like, "Oh, you have all right, here now we got you here in the clinic. We're gonna take a blood test. We're gonna diagnose you with this. All right, so this is low level. This is high level. This is low level. All right, so here's what you're missing. What you need is this drug and this drug and this drug. We're gonna try to get you in balance here. Now we're gonna prescribe this drug to you. If this one's not working that great, come back in a month and we'll try something else.
Yeah.
And and meanwhile, I'm supposed to take that whole fucking drug for a month, and if it makes me feel like shit, then I have to come and try another one that may make you feel like shit or better. I don't which what do you want me to do here? Well,
Yeah.
well, I'm going to give you this one, but this might spike these levels, so I'm going to give you this one that'll counteract that one to
Right.
it's like,
And then this is for the side effect, and then you've got these other ones
yeah.
just for the side effect of the combination cocktail. Here you
Well,
go.
and here's something I was thinking about too. Is like it's like with my mom and other people. It's just like, well, I'm taking this so I can't eat broccoli. I can't eat these foods because they thin my blood or whatever, and I'm taking this medicine. Like, dude, well, why wouldn't you just eat that food instead of take the medicine?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you just eat the food to thin your blood instead of like taking the medicine to thin your blood? What's going on here?
Yeah.
There's
Weird.
like, if I eat that food, then my blood's gonna be too thin. I was like, well, why wouldn't you just not take the drug and then eat the food instead? Like, well, the doctors don't recommend that. You know why? Because they don't get no fucking kickbacks from the fucking pharmaceutical companies. Pardon my
True
French,
enough.
and I didn't say that. YouTube. This isn't medical advice. This is just my opinion. As a 54-year-old 50 am I 54? No, I'm 53. 53-year-old man that doesn't go to the doctor and I don't need to. And I might, maybe like, well, you should have went to the doctor. It would have prevented what?
Yeah. But if it's
Me
not
me
broken, why
them
why
giving me
fix it?
some beta blockers and tell me not to eat broccoli while I'm on them. Get the fuck out of here.
If the machine is not broken, don't fix it. Simple
Yeah.
as that.
It's like if I feel really bad, I'm going to the doctor. Other than that, I'm not going to get checked up on or to get a diagnosis of something that I don't need diagnosed.
Yeah. You're all right. If you're
I'm
not
all
well,
right.
you'll
Yeah,
know.
I'm decent. I'm decent for a 53-year-old guy.
Yeah, I'm very decent for a 64-year-old, so
Well,
I'm
yeah,
fine.
you sound like you're doing well. If you can hike up Mount Fuji, you're fucking really good off for a 64-year-old motherfucker.
Oh yeah, I was running. I was running this morning with my Mount Fuji T-shirt on. But yeah, man, I was out there this morning. I've done this morning a light workout, 8 miles.
What run? How? What's the
Yeah,
run? Is that like start out as a jog? I mean,
yeah, that's
how
jogging. Yeah, jogging, jogging. That's it.
so 8 miles? 8
Yeah,
miles?
yeah,
Fuck, Jen. Holy shit, that's a long way.
yeah, and it's in
So
the hottest
you
time.
jogged 8 miles today.
Yeah, I'm doing on average, right, every other day, 15 miles, right? And it's
You
usually 10 miles cycling and 5 miles jogging. Today I just did jogging 8 miles. That was it.
do you ever run? Do you do like runs like 5K, 10K, like half
Yeah,
marathon
yeah,
kind of
yeah,
stuff?
yeah. And I do them for charity as well here in Japan. Charity
And
runs.
do you do marathons?
I can't. I've never done a full marathon. No,
Have you done a
my
half
it's not
marathon?
it's not my body type, right? But I've done 120 miles cycle rides. Yeah, 150 miles. I've done those.
Oh, holy shit. That's
Yeah.
a big one.
There you go. You see, the different. My body's shaped differently, so I do
But
do the
you
jogging
do
and that.
10Ks around town when they have the events
Yeah,
and
I
stuff?
do 10 kilometers. Yeah, so that's just 6 miles. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So you do those what
Oh,
40
that's easy.
minutes?
This.
40
I do
minutes
that
or
in
so?
about 50 minutes or
Yeah,
less.
yeah. I I had when I was a teenager, have you ever heard of the Big Brother Big Sister program? They have it in America. It might be called something else. Where it's like
Yeah.
if you don't have a certain, if you're a girl or a boy growing up and your parents missing or whatever, they'll put you.
Mm.
You can people will volunteer to be like what they call a big brother.
Yeah. Yes, I have heard of
Yeah,
that now. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. And I had a couple of big brothers or whatever. One of my big brothers was a marathon runner, and
Oh,
I wasn't. I was like fitness. Get the fuck out of here, because I was a teenager. And but we were kind of mismatched, but I enjoyed going with him because he would travel to different cities around Arkansas and do their marathons and shit. So I'd get to hang
yeah.
out while he was for a couple hours while he's doing the marathon in this big city.
Yeah, I
And
used to do that as well. We call them mini marathons, and they're like you say, 10K, 10K, right? And I'm
yeah,
going to
he would do
different cities.
10K. So on the weekends he'd take me to these races and
Yeah.
he'd run the race and I'd just hang out while he was hanging the running the race.
I do.
But
I've done it with my children as well. So I
yeah,
run with my children because the school has a charity event, and you've got to
dude,
go with your parent. So that'd be me and my
I'm
son.
a
Yeah, let's go.
Jen, I'm a runner in my heart. I've tried it so many times. It's
Yeah.
just not in me.
No,
I
that's
mean, it's
fine.
yeah, I
It's
know it's
okay.
fine, but I wish I was. I mean, it's
Well,
like
get
I
the
want
next
to be
best
able
thing
to
is
run.
cycling. That's a good one. If you can
Yeah,
find the
yeah,
area, you might get
yeah,
into that. You sound like you'd be doing better off on a mountain bike now, fully suspension, so it's comfortable and you can just go hell for
yeah.
leather. You've got the option of
I
being on
can
the road and
enjoy
off
that.
road. That's it.
I can enjoy that because
All rounders.
there's been like periods of my life where I was like, all right, I'm gonna try to like get
Yeah.
myself into running. It's just because I do like to get out and walk around and stuff. I can walk forever,
Yeah, well, that's it then. You
so
see,
yeah,
that's
just
that's what
walk.
you do then. You do that instead.
I
So
like
you
to
do it.
hike too. I thought,
Yeah,
especially where I'm
hiking
at
is
now
really
in
good though.
Northwest Arkansas, man, there's plenty
Yeah,
of
yeah. The
places.
hiking is the best one because you're really having to work, uphill then downhill, breathing heavily, getting all that air into your lungs. The hiking is just so much fun. I think I love hiking.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, and, I mean, with all the sites, especially, involved
Yeah, much
and
better
stuff.
than just running. No,
Yeah.
hiking is the one for me. Yeah, I love hiking. And
Running for
hiking is where you're
exercise.
jogging and walking, and that marvelous stuff. Yeah, man.
Ah, I'm just getting tired talking about jogging. God damn.
Yeah,
That's how
yeah. I get up
lazy
in the
I am.
morning and do that early.
It's like if I jog to the end of my driveway, I think I'm gonna collapse.
Yeah, I can't believe that Globo. We gave him $20,000 and he didn't take it with him. What a wanker!
That motherfucker's scared of the car.
$20,000. You know, he's so sure the
Dude,
Coriolis was a real thing. Here's
dude,
$20,000. Go ahead and prove it.
if I thought Coriolis was real, like Earth Coriolis, and I was a pilot, I'd be scared shitless every time I got up in an airplane.
Yeah.
Be like, God
Yeah.
damn it, I think the Earth is moving under me.
Well, you know, you asked. Do you remember you asked him the question? What would you do if the airport runway was facing north south? Right, right, right,
And a lot of them
but
do.
it's
A
facing
lot of
north
them are.
south, but it's moving east west.
Why
Right,
you trying to land
so
on it?
it's coming from the west. Sorry, heading east. Right, right, and it's facing north south. How would you land? How would you land on that thing? Right? You know what I said? You'd have to have a new type of configuration on the undercarriage, like the shopping cart wheels.
Oh,
So
here it
it can
is,
take.
Jen. Here it is. Jesus, take the wheel.
There you go. There you go. Yeah. You'd have
Take
to
it
say that,
from
boy.
my hand.
You'd have to say that, boy. Yeah. Yeah, man. Those
Goodness
undercarriage
gracious.
wheels would have to be configured much like the shopping cart so they can spin 360 because that ground is moving as you land on it. You've got to be able to hold that, man. Yeah. Fucking
Oh, that
flat Earth dude and I
that dude's still in
were
the
talking
chat.
about that.
What does he say? You're gonna have to explain that with statistically the effect is extremely important to any long range sniper. He's still saying it, even though we
And he's a
proved it
wallet.
wrong.
He hasn't got a clue.
It's his religion, man. He can't let go.
Yeah. Why isn't he picking up the
Jesus,
twenty
take the
thousand
wheel.
dollars on offer? $20,000.
Yeah, why
Talking
is he
about
fucking
big
with
mouth.
us? There's somebody who'll give him $20,000
Yeah.
if he proves it. Why are you talking to us? We're just some YouTube Discord guys.
Yeah. 20 grand.
Dude, he
It's
shared
20
the
grand from a
video.
weapons expert. His name is
Stony
Flat Earth
House.
Sherman. His name is Michelangelo, aka Flat Earth Sherman. That's his name, right? And he's there with his weapons sniper expert together, right? He's in the artillery. He worked with Condoleezza Rice, right? Right? He did the bodyguard for her. This guy. Okay.
Well, I'll tell
There
you
you
what,
go.
Jen, when he gets his $20,000, we're I want 500 and you get 500 just for referencing the
Yeah. No, I
video.
get 800 for
So,
referencing.
oh, you get 800, I'll get
Yeah.
500. Sony,
Yeah.
we want our kickbacks from referencing the video. Go get your 20,000 bucks.
Yeah. Go get your
Come back.
$20,000, man. Come on, we just turned you on to some money.
There you go.
See, that's what I mean. You know, all mouth and no trousers. That's what we
Or
say.
here's even a bigger one. If you can go to stoplookthink.com
There you go.
or David Weiss. David Weiss, if you look up his website,
Mm.
just go there, and if you can prove the Earth is a globe to him, he'll give you 3 Bitcoins. And right now,
Yeah, 3 Bitcoin.
that's
That's right.
$200,000 right now. So go get your $200,000 from David Weiss.
And then go to Flat Earth Sherman, aka Michelangelo, and get your $20,000. See,
Yeah.
I'm remembering the names now. Yeah, the
Yeah.
other guy was Scott Austin and Shepherd something or other.
There's
Okay.
another guy. There's a guy
Yeah.
called Flat Earth Millionaire. He's got a challenge out there too. I can't remember the price on that one.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And then we've got the I think it was in Georgia State, I think it was, where the judge found in favor of the flat earther. There you go. Judge rules in favor of flat earther title. And the
There's
guy's name was Ken Garcia, I think his name was. Ken
no
Garcia.
Zen Garcia.
Zen Garcia, thank you. Zen Garcia. I was close. Ken Zen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he put
Ken.
a challenge out. Yeah, he put a challenge out to prove the
Yeah.
globe. And
5 grand.
and
5,000.
what happened is the Glober said, "Well, I got the evidence here," and well, Zen Garcia said that's not evidence, and so that guy sued Zen, saying, "Hey, I gave him globe evidence," so he took him to court. And what happened when he took him to court? The judge said, "Well, there's not enough evidence here to say that you proved him wrong, so he doesn't
Yeah.
owe you shit."
Yeah. There
So,
you go.
so globe evidence didn't stand up in court.
Right.
in the
And then
United States court. It didn't stand
yeah,
up.
that happened on two occasions. There was one in Britain as well.
Yeah.
Judge finds in favor of flat earther. Flat
So,
earther wins in court. That's another one. Yeah.
and I guarantee you, if Earth is a globe and you prove it to David Weiss, he'll give you 3 Bitcoin. He has a lot more than that, and he'll give you those 3. Show him the globe, he'll give it to you.
Yeah. Instead of running your big mouth here with no trousers on in here, go out and do it properly in the real world.
Yeah, there's real money out there for you to get.
Yeah.
Why are you fucking with us?
Yeah. With the Coriolis that no one considers. Even though it is a real thing, yes, ladies and gentlemen. If the Earth were to be spinning, it would manifest itself, but it doesn't. The Earth is not rotating.
If I could prove the globe, even if I could fake the globe, I go get that Bitcoin right now.
Yeah.
If I could actually fake Dave into thinking it's real, go get that Bitcoin right now. But I know that's impossible because there is no globe.
That's right.
I know for a fact Dave Wise is serious. He'll give you 3 Bitcoin if you can prove a globe.
Yeah, most flat earthers are serious, and
Yeah, all of them
99.99.
are. I mean, yeah, him
Yeah.
too, and the other guys. There's plenty of people out there that's like, hey, I'll get this ain't bullshit. They got the money, they're putting it up. Just prove the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, that's right.
And they're like, oh well, you won't accept anything I show you. Well, I shouldn't have to accept or not accept anything. If it's evidence, if it's
Yeah.
real proof that the Earth is a globe, everybody should be able to see it. It should be
That's
obvious.
right. It should be self-evident in the evidence itself.
Yeah.
So come on.
I mean, to us, the flat Earth is self-evident, and you know it. That's why you're arguing with us about it. When we show you the laser tests and the long distance observations, you're arguing why it looks flat.
Yeah.
It was like, well, it looks flat because it is flat. That's our argument. And they're saying, well, it does look flat, but what?
Yeah.
It's never been a globe. Never been a
Never.
globe.
Never been. Yeah.
It's only been a globe in people's minds and in modern times on television and that kind of shit. It's never been a
Yeah.
globe. It's only been a concept. There is no freaking mass attracting mass, balls in the universe, all that kind of shit. Complete horse shit. The Earth is not that.
That's right.
It sounds a little crass and crude, but brass tacks. I mean, where's the curve? Dude, Earth, we deserve better. You know, our creator made this place for us. And these
Yeah.
assholes are trying to convince us it's not what it appears to be.
Yeah. Well, we deserve better, but we can't look to God for that because God already made it better. We've allowed the 1% to corral us on the earth and totally confuse us and deceive us. So it's all out of our own making. So we need to push back on that and take control. That's what it's
We
all
are.
about
We
now.
are. That's what we're
Yeah,
doing.
that's what we're doing exactly. Yeah. I don't look to God. I only thank God for the earth that we have and the things that have happened that are good. Thank you, God. Anything that's bad is not down to God, it's down to us. So, yeah, I don't blame God for anything.
Well, I accept everything holistically in that manner because if God
Yeah,
has to take it, so do I. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah.
Because I can't blame him for anything.
No, you can't. Not for
Uh,
anything.
so,
No.
it'll,
The earth was
you
made
know, if I,
beautiful, perfect.
yeah, it's just like if I hate my life,
Yeah,
it's still life, you know, but I don't.
that's
I
right.
love my life.
It's
I
the life
love
you
my,
made.
yeah.
Yeah, it's the life you made for yourself. So that's it.
Well, not all together because we all have our upbringing and stuff. When you become an
Yeah,
adult and something like this comes across your table, and then you're an adult, like some of these adults that come in here, like people our age and act like
Kids.
stupid 3-year-olds
Yeah.
because they're just throwing temper tantrums about the globe. It really kind of shows something
Yeah.
about
Or
that.
space travel.
Yeah, or
Space.
outer space
Yeah.
fiction. It's like they get really. I don't know. It's like, hey man, why are you getting emotional? We're just telling you that the way that you all experience the Earth, the water as it looks flat, right? That's because it's flat. They're just like,
Oh, it's flat because it looks flat.
ah!
Is that right? Because it looks flat. It is flat.
No,
And you
it's
said, no,
not.
no, no, no.
No.
It's measured flat. And then he went, what? He measured it. Oh, yes. Oh, indeed.
Well, it's like, well, not only did I do it, you can do it too. That's where
Yeah.
they lose it. It's like, well, I'm not smart enough. I'm just some
I'm not a
guy.
scientist.
It's like
I'm not
even
a scientist.
I'm a college graduate, but you're not a college graduate, but you are, but you're not, but you're which field of science have you studied? It's like they can't figure out which field of science they must study to be smart enough to know whether flat is curved or curved is flat. And it's
Yeah.
just like, dude, I'm telling you, you this is you don't have to be a genius to figure this out. You personally, doesn't matter your education. We all have the same education, can know the difference between flat and curved. Go to the
Yeah.
water. If you stand there, you take a camera or binoculars, you see the other side of the lake 10 miles away.
Yeah.
In your vision, you can see. You take binoculars out, you took the telescope out of the camera, you zoom in, you can see the shore on the other side 10 miles away. That means that water's flat.
Yeah. And then I started posting pictures of flat water because I was tracking what you were saying. Bang on all the way. Do you remember a few moments
Yeah.
ago? That was
Well, it's
brilliant, that
just
was.
like how hard. I mean, it's like you don't have to be a genius. It's like
No.
who told you you're not smart enough to figure this out?
Yeah. Stupid. Selling yourself short.
Yeah, it's like people like calling everybody a retard. No, nobody's a retard. Flat is as simple as it is, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
it's
not
like,
it's not
dude,
a shape. It's not a
it's like
shape.
who told you you're dumb for not believing something? This is like they think that if they consider anything we say or like they're so inside the religion of the globe and the scientism of it, they think that they can't even agree on one single point that we both should agree on. They make themselves look stupid. They'll sacrifice their own character because they think they can agree. If they agree with a flat earther on anything, then it's just they in their mind they lose because
Yeah.
automatically anybody that's a flat earther is low IQ, dumb, so you can't agree with them on anything. You can't give them an inch. And that's okay because that shit's going to change and it has been changing. And people
Yeah.
say, well, you're not getting enough viewers on YouTube. Oh, how many people are watching? All of them. All of them are watching. All of them are watching. And anyone with the sound of my voice here and people in the future and the people in the past, all of them are watching. They will know. They
Yeah.
will know. Doesn't matter if there's 5 people in the YouTube channel viewing on my channel and 10 people on Flat Lloyd's channel. Doesn't matter if there's 30. Doesn't matter if there's 30 on X or 20 on Rumble. They're all watching. They all heard about Flat Earth and they're scared shitless
Yeah.
to
Or they're
talk to us.
spreading the news. Or they're spreading the news as
Or
well.
they're spread. Well, it's they're scared of it. It's like they don't want to say, "Hey, flat earther, what do you mean?" Because now the ones that do get the guts to a lot of the ones that have been listening to like the anti-FE stuff think they have what it takes to come in here, like that idiot that was here before about Coriolis.
Yeah. Or the
But
refraction.
that's a different animal. But real genuine people, we get off here. We get here often, and so if there's one person in that live stream that's listening that just came across it, and we know they're listening all the time. So
Yeah.
that person may never come in here and talk to us. They may never type in the chat.
No,
but
but
they
they're
were
hanging on
just
to the words,
they
and
may
they're
have
listening.
clicked on that
They're
YouTube
looking to see
video and just like,
if anyone can take us down. They're looking to see if anyone can actually
yeah,
refute what we're telling, but they can't. They
or
every time they've come in, they've lost, and
yeah,
they've
or
lost
they
for
might
11
be like,
years.
"Hey, I heard about this flat Earth thing. Of course, it sounds dumb. Everybody knows flat Earth's dumb, but
They
let me
got something.
listen." And then they'll listen, and then they'll go ask a friend. You know, like, man,
Yeah, I was listening to
you
the
know,
flat
I
earthers.
watched a few minutes of these flat Earth videos, and I
The global
don't
was
know.
actually losing. The global was actually losing to them. I mean, I was shocked. They couldn't prove the curvature. Have you seen?
Have you seen the curve? Let's go to the lake and see if you can. Let's get a
Yeah, it looks
mirror,
like
and you
it's out.
go. We got a lake close that's 5 miles wide. Why don't you grab a mirror? You go to the other side and see if we
Let's
can see
check
each
this
other.
out.
Yeah,
It's a curvature. The
like,
global didn't have any curvature. No,
dude,
he
it's just
didn't
like
prove it.
they think they have billions and billions of dollars it takes to prove the flat Earth or globe Earth, dude. Just go buy a mirror at Walmart. Have one friend stand on
$15.
the yeah, go buy have that and gas money. Have a friend go stand on the other side of the lake and flash the sun at you. That means the water's flat. That beach shore to shore, boom, one side of the lake to the other, flat water, flat water, flat water.
Yeah.
Don't come in here talking about water hills, cause your ass gonna get busted down.
Yeah, man, it's going to get flattened.
Hey, it's speculation Sunday. Do you want to talk about some stuff in the water that they, aren't showing
Yeah,
right?
go ahead, bro. Go ahead, man. Welcome.
All right. I shared them earlier, but I'm gonna share them again because we're here.
Yeah, you go ahead,
But
man. Please.
it's it's speculation Sunday, and this is my favorite. This is my time.
Yeah, okay. So
Um,
over to you then, my man. Over to you.
I'm gonna share these pictures in the side chat, and then I'll post a little explanation video
Yeah, let's
that I
have a
made
look.
as well the other day because I just figured I need to explain things better. There it is. So I was browsing this wind tracker site because I've seen this wind tracker guys see stuff up at the North Pole like blocking wind. And so I was searching around sites. I found a globe model site that did it, but I went to this one. It was a flat map, like an azimuthal equidistant
Resistant.
Mercator map projection. And
Oh.
the first one shows. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I was the other guy saying hello. But the pictures I put up there, the first one shows what it looked like when I first scrolled over it with my old phone. It like glitched out the graphics. But it showed just like a normal wind trapping pattern. But when I moved it around, it broke the graphics. And I saw a whole bunch of stuff up there in the Arctic Ocean that is not actually being shown on the what they didn't want shown on the screen.
All right.
Shows some pretty interesting whirlpool shapes and some giant tree shape on the right of the whirlpool. And it's pretty fun. If you look at the second and third pictures, the second picture shows that whirlpool shape, like in a horizontal shape. And
Yeah.
all those little branch-like things on the right are kind of if you look at the two pictures, the second and third, those little shapes on those little branch-like things on the right all pretty much match up. But on the first picture at 9:49, they look like they're kind of blowing up and away. While in third on the third picture, I should say, the second picture, the whirlpool shape is horizontal, is a vertical shape. It is 8:29. That's two different nights. The 8:29 is the 20th, and the second one is from the 19th, from the night before. But if you look at that one, the shape is vertical, and all these branches, the same branch shapes are there, but they're like look like they're being pulled down almost. And if you know what the ancient cosmology up there, big whirlpools, giant trees, big whirlpools that create a lot of suction, it would make sense that at 8:29 in the third picture, when the whirlpool is vertical and everything looks like it's getting kind of sucked down, that would be low tide. And in the first picture at 9:49, when it's horizontal and those branches look like they're pushing up, that it would be blowing out. And one thing that correlates with that is that I looked up high tide in the when high tide was that night in the northern hemisphere up there, and it was just after 10 o'clock. So if that whirlpool was blasting out and it was going at high tide, that really matches up with the time of high tide that night. Um, really interesting fact about this is I went back to that X-Data course and found some extra pieces that broke off. That's what the other pictures are, and the video shows too, an explanation. But if you go back to this site now, what's funny, if you go back to this site now, they changed the way the graphics load. Instead of those blocks, the vertical blocks from the first picture, which broke when I went to, go over top of them with the old phone on LTE because fuck 5G. I went back to the site. The entire graphics now load on a sinusoid, and they don't break. It's a sinusoid pattern across the whole map, and it won't break. The graphics don't load in big blocks anymore, so they won't break. So you can't see it anymore. I thought that was pretty interesting that they fixed their
Interesting,
little
T down.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. So everybody's been talking lately about Antarctica. Everybody wants to talk about Antarctica. Everybody wants to get out of the
Yeah.
cage, and nobody
Yeah.
wants to
It
look up
came up
north.
today as well. Yeah. It came up
Yeah,
today
and
as well.
I was talking to Yoder the other day, and everybody keeps referencing the Admiral Byrd video of him talking about Antarctica, right? I was like,
Right.
dude, everybody blows past the first sentence he says. The interviewer asked him, "You've been to both poles, what they're like?" And he says about the North Pole, he said, "Well, up north," he said, "it's not what people think. Not only can you live up there, but it also has military purposes." And then he moves right on to Antarctica, and nobody ever talks about that first sentence, like ever. So it's the fact that he says, and everybody's like, "Oh, it's just a bunch of ice and water," and it's like, really? He said you can live up there and it has military purposes, and it's just a bunch of ice and water, really? All right, nothing up there. And so I started looking around up there, and I found something like this, and it kind of looks like there's at least trying to cover up some stuff up there they don't want people to see from their little balloon satellites. And that's my speculation
Right.
Sunday. That is my
Right.
speculation Sunday contribution.
Yeah. Teaser. A teaser, we call it. Yes. Speculation Sunday teaser. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
appreciate you letting me share it with a bunch of the guys and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's always fun
Pop
to
the
share it with people I
material in the
haven't shared
side
it with
chat.
yet.
Yeah.
Thinking
Have a
about
look in the
something,
side.
something when we're out
I'll
looking
tell
at
you.
fires and seeing what's out there.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, the Earth as a realm, in my in my mind, when it comes to speculation kind of thing, um, I've been saying we're under the heavens, right? The Earth under the heavens. The extent outwards, nobody knows, not sure, right? There, the globe has limits because they put Polaris and Sigma Octantis. That's their two rotation points. Boom, boom. They made a map out of it. But that was conceptual from flat Earth observations. Now I don't know how the entire whether you should. Let me say it this way: the sky and the ground, in my the whole realm is the Earth. It's the same place for us, right? Uh, the Bible says that it was created. The sun, moon, and stars were created for times and for seasons, right? No further necessary explanation for that. If I don't know if that was left open to interpretation, and there are clues hidden throughout Scripture for whatever. Uh, there is no calendar in the Bible necessarily. We have the ancient Jewish calendar would say it would be based on the moon, say 13 months, 7 years. But also, which that's a different calendar. All across the world, people had these different calendars. Nobody's gone outside of the Earth realm and looked back. The only people that tried to do that are these idiots. They're trying to picture Earth from outside, and they're falling into a pit right now because they're it's so dumb. Especially even the geocentrists are in a better position than the heliocentrists because when you try to put Earth inside something else, it's just never going to work because this place was created for us. It's for a purpose.
My feeling on
And
it, man, is this was made for us. Why
yeah,
should we be trying to leave? What are you scared of? What do we have to be scared of? This is our
well, and
home.
why are you trying to prove that it happened on accident? That's even
Yeah,
worse.
no
It's
shit.
like, dude, what are you doing to your soul when you're trying to prove that God doesn't exist? That's crazy. No, I
Hey,
mean,
Dave.
dude, atheists have, just as much right in spirit and in heart as everybody else does, but why would you like do everything you can to try to prove that this creation happened on accident? Freaking crazy to me. I've never understood that. It has nothing to do with flat Earth. It's just like, dude, even when I was a Glober, I was like, I knew it was created, so it's like I never had that problem.
Oh, Mr. Helioskeptic, you don't understand how that nothing exploded into everything and created everything. You don't
Well,
get that.
I bet you Kentuckians got it all figured out, don't you?
It's in a book. It's in a science book, so it's got to be true. So go ahead.
Hinkle, man, I love you, brother.
Hey, yo, Dave, gay son or thought daughter?
Say what?
Gay son or thought daughter?
I didn't understand that. I'm sorry.
Gay son or a thought daughter?
Gay son or thought daughter? Is that what you said?
Yeah, choose one.
What the hell?
I don't think he
Choose
knows
one.
what thought means, and I don't
This is a
necessarily
fucking
either.
interesting
What
question.
exactly is a thought daughter? Like, is that
Like a hoe.
THOT? Right?
Like a hoe, yeah. Like a,
What does that mean? Is that
like a
like,
hoe.
oh, she be like fucking everybody? I
Yeah.
mean, you know what? Asking a question like that is gonna come back on you, and you're gonna have to ask your question later when you're our age and be like, uh, how'd my gay
It just
son turn
happened.
out? Well, I mean, it's like, it's like, dude, it really, if it's your son or daughter, it's like you're gonna. I would say I have to accept them the way they
Yo,
are.
what's you guys' opinion about Nicki Minaj?
Demon possessed,
Oh, shit. Okay. Nicki Minaj or Cardi B?
both demons possessed.
Real shit.
What's your opinion about living on a spinning ball? Do you have any proof of it? Go ahead.
I'm fucking with it. I'm fucking with it. It is a spinning ball. What?
What? So when you see the sun moving across the sky, it's not the sun moving,
Look
you're
at the sun.
moving.
It's clearly a globe.
No, you look at the sun and you watch it move across the sky, but you're like, look at that shit moving across the sky. Look at me moving backwards away
We're
from it. Like
orbiting the
the
sun.
moon. Are you moonwalking backwards away from the sun when you watch the sunset? But virtually because you just stand on the ground and the earth moves away from the sun and it's just spinning.
So
You're
if
spinning
Earth
backwards.
doesn't orbit the sun, can you explain gravity? Like, well, how the fuck is gravity a thing if
Hold on. No,
orbiting it
wait.
and
How does,
all that not real?
hold on. Explanations of how or why are not the question here. Is the earth a sphere or is it not? See, when it's if it's a sphere of
Yes,
the
it is.
size they said, all right, so it's a sphere of what radius? Give me a radius of the sphere that they say it is.
I don't really know. Wait, I'm gonna look it
That's
up.
okay. That's okay. Look it up.
Uh,
What's the radius of the sphere?
radius of the Earth 6,371 kilometers.
Excellent. Are you I'm a miles guy. I use the imperial system or
It's
whatever.
basically 4,000 miles. If you want to be
Okay.
specific, it's
Yeah,
the
sure.
yeah,
Yeah. I mean, I can sort of convert to kilometers, but I mostly use miles. All right, so 4,000 kilometers. So when you're standing on the
basically
sphere, when you're standing on the
4,000
sphere,
miles.
right,
4,000 miles, Leo. Go ahead.
right. So
Ba-
that's from the center of Earth to the surface, correct?
yeah,
Okay. Uh, I want to tell you, nobody's actually taken a tape measure and from the center of the Earth to the surface. You know that, right?
they probably found out like that way.
Do you know how they found out?
No,
Okay, well, I'm gonna tell you something. They never measured it like that,
well,
or
uh,
and I'm gonna tell you something. The reason that we're flat earthers is because nobody
measuring
can
it
measure.
via tape
Hold
is
on,
not the only
nobody.
way, by the
All right,
way.
all right. I know that's what I'm telling you. Nobody can, but you know they can't measure it from the center to the surface, right? They can't do that. Nobody can,
They
right?
use a satellite and
Hold on,
GPS to
hold
measure
on,
the.
hold on. They thought they knew the circumference before a satellite was ever up in supposedly up in space. So the measurement from the center to the surface, the radius of Earth, that measurement, there's a consequence to that. It's called the curvature of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
All right. So when they show you a picture from space, outer space of the Earth, and it shows all this curving water around it, the oceans,
Don't use that
when
word.
you
I'm holy.
when you go to the oceans and they look flat, right? But they say the Earth is really big, and so it's going to look flat because the Earth is so big, right? So since we know that number 3959 from the center of Earth, the radius, or approximately 6,000 kilometers, then you'll be able to tell where you're standing on the top of that ball when you're looking across the flat level body of water or curved level body of water. At a certain distance, that curved body of water is going to be dropping away because it's curved, right? You're standing on the shore like of an ocean or a lake, and that body of water is going to
Well, it's
drop
called
away from you.
gravity.
No,
Gravity.
all right,
Because if
well,
that's the case,
yeah,
the entirety of the planet is gonna fall down. If the water is gonna fall down,
no,
because it
not
got mass.
fall. There is no falling at this point. We're just talking about, the surface. It's either curving or it's not curving. That's why when you come in here and say, "Why do you guys think the Earth is flat?" We're going to tell you about this. We're going to say the surface of Earth is either curving, like it dropping away from you, because everywhere you stand on a ball, you're on top of it, right? So every area, every distance, every direction away from you is going to be curving down and away from you, right?
Can you
On a
explain the
ball.
eclipse?
I'm no, because we haven't gotten through this part yet. For sure, you're standing on Earth. All of the water is flat, right? Or it's curving because, water's flat in your cup, water's flat in your bathtub, water's flat in your swimming pool, water's flat in the pond down the street, water's flat in the local lake, water's flat in the Great Lakes, water's flat in the ocean. All right. So, at what point does the water start curving? And so, what we can do is go to the ocean and see if the water is curving or not. And believe it or not, if you're
Water is
on it,
not flat if it's in a bathtub or a lake.
really?
Yeah, just it occupies the space.
Right, so it'll
That's like fourth grade
fill the
science.
container. It'll fill the container.
Yeah, which is not flat.
The container's not flat. Yes, we agree. On the
It just
top,
appears flat.
on the surface, does the bottom of the water make a bulge on the top of like if there's a big rock in the bottom of the water, does it poke out of the top?
Yeah, I mean, because like it's gravity.
No, no. When you have if you have a big puddle and you throw a rock in that completely submerged in the water, does the shape of the rock form on the top of the water?
Huh?
Does
I
the
wasn't paying
shape of
attention.
the rock that you threw in the puddle, like if you have a big puddle, you throw a rock in there and the rocks you can see it sitting on the bottom, does the surface of the water conform on the top of the water? Does it form the shape of the rock after you throw it in the puddle?
I ain't gonna hold you. I don't know what you're talking about, but
Like
water
on the
oxides, yeah.
surface of the water, does the water conform on the outside on the surface? No, because when you throw a rock in a puddle, the water stays flat. The fucking rock goes to the bottom of it. The water on the top is flat.
What you
It's the
saying,
same way
bro?
with all of the water on Earth. All of it's flat. All of it. None of it's curving.
Yes, it is.
Where?
Cause it just is.
Just cause it is. Do
I
you
mean,
want to
like
go
it's
through
not.
this? Check this out. I am a little
Wait,
inebriated,
wait.
but I'm gonna
So
tell you something.
the Earth is flat because you got lakes and the water is flat. It just looks flat. That's why the Earth is flat. It don't make
No,
sense.
no, because when you go to the ocean, and you can only see so far because you're limited vision, right? So when you go to the ocean, there's an expected area, what's called the geometric horizon, which should be the curve of the Earth from your point of view when you're standing 6 feet high. That's approximately 1.225 times the square root of your height in feet. So say you're at 9 foot height, uh, 9 divided by 3 is 3 times 1.22. That's going to give you about 666. I mean, 3.66 miles away. That's where the curve of the Earth will start. So if you see something past 3.66 miles at 9 foot, then you're going to see the bottom start to disappear, right? That's where the physical curve is in the way, right? Does that make sense?
No,
All right. So if you're standing on a ball, you're only going to be able to see so far because the ground is going to start dropping away from you. Does that
no,
make
it doesn't.
sense? So it's flat then.
No.
All right. So it doesn't drop away. So it does drop away,
I
but
mean,
it's
yeah, the
flat.
ground is flat. No shit, but like the Earth isn't.
Well, if the ground is flat and the Earth isn't, then what the fuck does that mean?
The ground is flat. The Earth is big. That's why it appears flat.
Oh, it's big, but it's flat
Well, I mean, if the
here.
ground wasn't if it was actually flat, like how can you explain shadows?
Hold on.
Since the
You're
ground is
getting
flat,
way
like
ahead of yourself. Stop. Get off the fucking chat GPT.
I'm
Well, I thought
not
we were
on
getting some. I thought
ChatGPT.
we were getting
I
somewhere.
swear to God.
We're talking about you standing on Earth.
Wouldn't shadows like look a certain way just because like the
A
Earth is
shadow
flat?
of what? A shadow of what?
The sun, your shadow
Your shadow from the
just changes during
a
the time
shadow of
because the Earth.
there's a
Yeah,
lot
because it's
there's a
not
lamp
really
in my
because
room. I have a couple of lamps in my room
because
that
the
producing different shadows based on where they are in the room. The
because it
shadow
appears flat,
lights.
but it's not really flat.
What appears flat? All of the Earth?
The ground,
All
the
right.
surface you're on, because
I'm in
you're real
Arkansas.
small.
I'm in Arkansas. If I go to California, did I did I move somewhere where it's not doesn't appear flat, or is it appear flat everywhere I go?
Yeah, you can go from Japan to America if the Earth was actually flat. Like you can't do that.
Wait a minute. What came first? The Earth or like because people before they thought it was a globe or whatever, or they might have thought it was flat. They knew how to go somewhere and get there without considering whether or not the Earth is a certain shape.
Well, I mean, I'm talking.
But
You made that argument though. You said if you drove from Arkansas or whatever the fuck you said,
no, I was just
right?
saying, is it going to be flat over there
If
like it is
you're
here, or is it like
driving within a country,
all right? So, but that's what I'm saying. If I go over somewhere, is there somewhere else where it's not going to appear flat on Earth? Or are you saying all of the Earth where we go, it's going to appear flat, but it's not flat because it's a big globe?
yeah. Also, you can take
Okay.
shadow for an example,
No, no, no. Shadow.
and how
See, this
shadow
is why I was.
changes. No, I'm talking about the
What
sun.
shadow? You talking about like what shadows are changing?
The sun. It
the
changes over
sun.
time. Like your shadow is different from like day to noon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because dude, when I wake up in the morning, I see the sun rising in the east, then I see it set in the west. The sun moves across the sky
Which
above
is
my
not
head.
really flat.
No, it's the sun moving across the sky. I mean, yeah. I don't I don't know what else to call it. I mean, it's like eastern horizon, western horizon. I
No,
see it
that
move
changes.
over my
That's like
head,
that has something to do with the changes. The
bro.
seasons, I mean.
Seasons?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the
I mean, if you're
sun
gonna do it,
changes this throughout the year. The sun
if it's
changes its
summer for
path, and
you, it's winter for them. That's what's it about. It
that's what
has
I'm
nothing
saying.
to
The
do with
path of
what
the
you're talking
sun
about.
changes. No, it has everything to do with it. We're talking about the sun's path over the earth. We're talking about in the summertime in the north, we had the Tropic of Capricorn, or yeah, Tropic of Cancer in the northern hemisphere. You know, the sun is moving around. Then it
No, you're talking
moves
about the Western Hemisphere and the
gradually.
Eastern Hemisphere. That has nothing to do with anything you're talking about.
Let me ask you something. Do you think
All
I
right, go
don't
ahead, act.
do you think I don't know the globe Earth explanation for this for the seasons?
I didn't say that.
Okay, do you
Well,
think
I mean, you don't know nothing because like you're a flat earther, but okay.
really? All right. So that's what I'm wondering. Do you think I know less or more about the globe Earth than, yeah? Because do you think I would just believe in the flat Earth and been doing this for 10 years without knowing anything about the globe
Yeah.
because I'm a dumb flat earther?
No, you're not dumb.
Okay.
You're just misled.
Ask me anything about the globe. I probably know 100
I don't know
times
what the
more than
fuck
you
I'm
do about
talking
it.
about, and I've been clear about it.
Okay.
But like, we both don't know what the fuck we're talking about, so we're both
No, I
dumb.
do actually, dude. I'm telling you, I do know about the globe. I know how
Look
it
at
was
getting
created, where
mad.
it came from. I know all the history of it. I know. Well, I'm just trying to tell you, the water looks flat. The Earth looks flat because it is flat. They told you it was a globe. They give you a bunch of cartoons and space stories about it, but it's not really there.
Yeah,
The
everything's
Earth.
flat, but that ass spherical.
What? Where's
Mine,
it
not yours.
spherical? Where's it spherical at? Where's the spherical Earth?
That ass.
The dead ass spherical Earth.
No, no, no. Okay, nothing. Let's just move past that. Anyway, so yeah, continue on.
Yeah, so we're talking about, whether or not the ground we're standing on and the water included, because when you get to the oceans, then you're at sea level, right? They call it sea level because either the sea is curved level or it's flat level.
Listen, I'm gonna
Which
ask you
one?
this, okay? I don't want you to
Yes.
answer it because I'm confused about that, okay? Listen, you can go to Dubai right now, and you can go to Burj Khalifa, right, and just like stay at the top floor, okay? You
Are
can
you
see
asking
the sunset.
ChatGPT question again?
No, I swear to God, I'm not. I'm just
I swear to God, while I'm laughing, I'm not
this might
asking
be safe. Wait,
ChatGPT about this.
look at my stream. Look at my stream. Look, I'm sharing
I don't
stream
give a
one.
fuck. I hear the same
Look,
questions all the time. Yes, you can go to the top and see sunset again. That's only because you've increased your angle of view across
and
the
you can
world,
go down and you can
across
see it
the earth.
again.
That has
Can you
nothing to do
explain
with the
that?
curvature of the earth. Yes, it has nothing to do with the curvature of the earth. You've
Look,
expanded.
no
Here, check this
ChatGPT.
out. Check this out. You can put your put your face on the floor. Close your
Mm,
left eye. Put your right side of your eye on the floor of of your room, and you can't hardly see. You can't even see the bottom of the wall. Lift up your head a little bit. Now you can see the bottom of the wall on the other side of the room.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's perspective.
Anyways, my
You,
dad is beating me. I
it's a
gotta go.
very large area, right? Because you have to go up 1,000 feet to fucking see the sunset again. But yeah, it's not because you're seeing over the curve. It's just you're seeing more of the ground, and you can see you got a larger angle of view toward the sun because the sun is moving, hundreds of miles away. So of course you're going to see it again when you fucking go up 100,000 or go up 1,000 feet. Has nothing to do with curvature. Next chat GPT question. Why can't I see Burj Khalifa from anywhere on Earth? Because it's too far away. That's why. You have to be smart enough to understand that. I mean, it's only 1,000 feet tall or 1,200, 1,400 feet tall. I can't remember the exact number. But if you're standing in New York, you think you'd be able to see something that tall from fucking 5,000 miles away? No. Dumb. Nothing to do with curvature. Why can't I see everything all at once? It was like, you think Mount Everest is in your fucking backyard? Pardon my French. I'm trying to be polite here, y'all.
When he was saying dead ass, by the way, that's slang for basically being like, you'd be like, Earth is a sphere, period, for sure, 100%, something like that. Dead ass means like
I
that.
know what dead ass mean, and it's just like,
Okay.
well, I mean, to
I
be
know you're going
honest,
to use it. So
no, I won't necessarily use it, but I'll tell you what, to be honest, I don't know. I mean, I guess a lot of like older people are like, kind of get like, man, you young people in your slang terms, you know what I mean? Because
you prefer
I use a
formal
lot of slang.
conversation.
No, I use a lot of slang from from my era as well. So they don't get our slang, and it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, dead ass. I get it. I get what dead ass mean. What I don't get is one of those slang. What's the There's another one. I like the dead ass terror. I like that. Dead ass, that means it's serious, right? But what's
Yep.
another one that they say that really kind of like feels like a cop out? Man, what's it? The hell is it? Oh, low key. They say low key, like low key means you're just kind of like between you and me, right? But if you're saying it out loud, low key, I'm just saying, or whatever. I'll say low key and then follow it up with something you're just blasting. That shit don't make any sense to me. I mean, it's just low
Yeah,
key.
people tend to abuse the slang and use misappropriate it a lot and just use it just as a meme. Becomes the thing to say no matter what the actual context is or if it's used in proper context at all.
Yeah, it's like low key, man. That shit's badass. It's like, dude, you just blasted that it's badass. Low key.
And it's no
It's
longer low
like,
key anymore.
that shit don't make any sense, bro.
If it's low key, then how you notice that it's so badass? Because it's not. It's
That's
down
not low
below.
key.
Yeah.
It's like you're about to tell me a secret. That's what I thought when you low key, man. You cool as fuck. I like the flat Earth. Don't tell anybody I said that. Low key. Low
Low
key
key. That
blast
was
something.
low key. That was the biggest fireworks display of all time. Guinness World Record. Low key.
Low key. Yeah, yeah. I know what low key means, but it seems like they're in their own slang. They don't know what it fucking means. It's weird.
Yeah, I used to be more in touch with it. I'm not as in touch anymore because I'm not on the in the areas
Well,
of
me
me
neither. I
nearly
mean,
as
for
much.
the most part, I don't think people are doing it. But when I hear that, it's just like low key. What? You just said it. It's not low key. Something you say in private. Low key, man. I want to let you know. That's the way I picture it.
I just go with whatever feels good. I go back into like the 80s and stuff like that and be like for sure and word and stuff like that. Just as general responses that change over time, but I don't like using whatever's new and fresh. It kind of annoys me. Usually I use it in a sarcastic tone, like I use it in a straight voice. Like when like during this last little bit, everybody would ask something every time I got a chance. I would just with a straight face be like, how many was it? Oh, like 6, 7 and just like, keep talking like it wasn't and then people would like start geeking out and be like, "What are you talking about?" Just let them spurg about it.
Mm, mm, mm. You crazy
Yo,
as
what's up?
hell. D-Town, you crazy as hell. I ain't trying to tell
A little
nobody.
bit.
What's up? What's happening on the politics flat earth? Sorry,
It's been a
you can.
night.
Yeah, you can talk. I'm being a weird.
No, you're fine. I'm just saying it's been a fucking night.
Hello.
Strange
No,
people,
I mean
some cool
somebody
stuff.
said what's up, and I started talking. Somebody, it sounded like they wanted to talk or whatever.
Who was
A
it?
new person.
Bonnie?
Who was that?
Yeah, it was me. Hey, I'm back again. We back at it. What's up?
Bonnie Blue.